Hey everyone, if you're enjoying my RM audiobooks, don't forget to like, subscribe, hit that hype, and maybe check out my Patreon if you want to support the channel even more. Your support means a lot and helps me keep these coming. Now, sit back and enjoy the story. The Return of Labyrinth City. Chapter 1: The Return of the Lost City. Within this world, there was once a grand city called Orario, the city of adventurers. Numerous mortals came all over to fulfill their desires for fame and fortune. Being built over a massive dungeon crawling with numerous monsters that spawn daily and threaten the peace of the people. Left unchecked will no doubt bring upon chaos and despair if not for the efforts of the past heroes who held back the monsters' waves. With the descent of the gods from Tenkai, sealing of the dungeon, and granting mortals the power of the fauna, granted new hope for the mortals. With fauna increasing by getting experience, or known as Excelia, the mortals gain new abilities, fighting back against the monsters and exploring the dungeon, granting them the title of adventurers. So long as these adventurers and their gods remain in Orario, there would at least be a form of peace for the rest of the mortals outside of Orario and to other kingdoms. But one day the city had vanished, with all of the residents, adventurers, and even the gods who were inside of the city, including the entirety of the top portion of the Tower of Babel. Without Orinus keeping the dungeon in line, the dungeon took this opportunity and released its full onslaught of monsters to the surface without anyone holding it back. Chaos and destruction was imminent, as the gods and adventurers outside of Orario could not stand a chance against them. Several gods and goddesses, witnessing the destruction and death caused by the dungeon, started to disregard the rule that they had placed on themselves when they descended from Tenkai, the sealing of their arcanum. Perhaps these gods and goddesses did it out of love for their familia and for the mortals, or maybe even out of necessity to ensure their own safety from the rampaging monsters. But there will be those who only did it, as their form of entertainment would be gone, as it is ending their vacation and increasing their workload when they get back to Tenkai, which is something they don't want to happen. But all of the gods and goddesses that descended from Tenkai can all agree on one thing: that the dungeon needed to be sealed once more. Soon a group of gods and their familiars volunteered to march to the unsealed dungeon. However, something unprecedented happened. The moment they tried to unseal their arcanum, the gods and goddesses felt it. They discovered that a foreign power would start sealing away their arcanums once again. It was realized that this foreign power would only begin sealing a god's arcanum when the gods themselves tried unsealing it to fight against the monsters themselves. News of this was slow, as there was no proper communication network between the gods who stayed behind and to those who went and tried sealing the dungeon. By then, several of the volunteered gods and their familiars arrived at the unsealed dungeon and tried sealing it once again, only for them to have realized it too late. On that day, several pillars of light ascended to Tenkai, signaling to the world that multiple gods have perished. Those familiars that have lost their gods were then slaughtered by the monsters, as they no longer had the ability to fight them. This brought more panic among the chaos, as the gods themselves are now powerless against the spawns of the dungeon, creating a new age of darkness upon the world. However, in these times of despair and chaos, a torch has lightened among the mortals. As for the gods have witnessed it numerous times and cheered upon it during their times in heaven before their descent. It was the signal of the rise of a hero, the one who shall bring upon the new hope upon the world, and the one who shall give the rise to all others after him. The one who will create new legends and myths that shall forever be ingrained upon the land and remembered by the gods in heaven. With the alias of White Dawn, being the captain of the Astrea Familia and king of Dragon Tail City, he is Cranel, XXXXX. Sitting in his office, Cranel was looking at a document with a quill on hand and a thoughtful face as he reads the document carefully. Understanding what the context is, he signed his name on it and placing it on the pile of signed documents on his right before grabbing another document from the other pile of unsigned documents on his left. Tick, 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 tick. Hearing the rhythm ticking sounds, Bell stopped to look up to see the clock on the wall with its hands pointing at the current time. So it's almost lunchtime, huh? Guess I better end it here then, or else they would scold me again for overworking myself. Ha, he thought to himself. With a small chuckle and smile looking at the clock, he places his quill down as he remembers the numerous times that his wives and familiar executives had scolded him for overworking his mind and body. After all, if one compares the workload of a familia captain and that of a king of a growing nation, it would be something like comparing a bucket full of water to that of a water-filled pool. It's a weird comparison, but it is accurate to his current workload. After that comparison between his past and current workloads, Bell reached out to his shirt breast pocket on his left and grabbed a small piece of paper. Opening it up, it is revealed that it is his schedule for the day. Normally, he would have a familia executive with him who acts as his secretary, and also as a maid for some reason, to report about his current schedule, but he sent her away to investigate some disturbing rumors regarding an old dwarven fortress up north from here. Looking at his schedule, after lunch with my family, I need to contact the familia executives to hear their daily reports if there has been any changes or information that has been found recently. Being the captain of the still mainly female familia, being the only guy, it's his duty to gather information from what can be found by his familia in order to prepare his army and familia for what is to come, especially from them. His familia has multiple sub-bases all over, with Dragontail City being the main base of the familia. Some were even located in the Far East, as well as in the Alps Forest, though granted that he had to make a deal with the Elven Empress that the base would have to be operated solely by elves, which he was fine with, and of course the most important sub-base of all, the one located in the Mother Labyrinth. With that single thought, by reflex, Bell started to feel a slow rage and frustration build up within him, as memories began flooding his mind of that dreadful place, slowly looking at his calendar on his desk, reminding him of what has happened in the past. Formerly known as the Orario's Dungeon, it was renamed into the Mother Labyrinth after the disappearance of Orario City and the rise of them. With the destruction and death it caused during the first and second year of Orario's absence, it needed a new name. At first, even Astrea and the other gods didn't know what had caused the disappearance of Orario or the sudden changes that have happened around the world. Bell thought, remembering the conversations that he had with his goddess and other gods he met, they all told him the same thing, that they also don't know the exact reason for the events that have unfolded at first. However, it was later on that the gods and goddesses soon had a revelation and set up a place to meet during the chaos to discuss it. It was confirmed that the power that sealed the gods' arcanum and the energy that gods felt when Orario had disappeared was the same thing. Astrea had told him and to the familia on what she and the other gods have found, and asked to keep it a secret from the public until the suspicions have been confirmed. Bell soon slowly started relaxing his expression, as he saw no point on keeping his current expression at an old memory and began burying it deep in his mind once again, sighing at his current mood. "So calm down, Cranel. There's no point being mad at an old memory of the past. What's important now is to focus what is a dash." Before he could complete his sentence, his train of thought stopped as something caught his attention at the corner of his eye. It was a framed portrait on his desk. With a sad smile, he stared at a small framed, painted portrait on his desk with full attention. It depicted 5 individuals smiling in front of a building. It was his original familia, the Hestia familia. Reminiscing about his time in Orario, remembering how he was rejected by every familia within the city and perhaps by faith or coincidence, met Hestia-sama in an alleyway and became her first familia member. Hestia-sama, the person who gave him the chance to become a hero of his dreams, and someone who he truly respects and adores. As his time in Orario continues, the Hestia familia slowly grew, with new members joining the familia, though mostly because of special circumstances. Lilruka Arde, the prom, the supporter of the familia, and even the brains in several of their familia operations. Wolf Kratzo, his best friend and big brother figure, being the main blacksmith of the familia and could always count on him to have his opinion. Yamato Makoto, a good friend and a reliable swordswoman, is always there to have his back. Sanjuno Haruheim, a Renard, having unique and powerful magic in his opinion, and shares the same love for hero stories. Recalling the various memories that he had with his old familia, Bell began to also recall the events and friends that he had made during his time within the walls of Orario. In the guild, Ina Tool, his guild advisor, she was the one who always provided advice during his time in Orario's dungeon, crediting his entire survival in the dungeon to her. At the hostess of fertility, remembering the food that he enjoyed and the people that he met there, such as Seer Flova, who always gave him, well, edible lunches? Besides the questionable lunches she made for him, she was always there to support him in his endeavors. There was also Rio Lion the elf. She helped in his training to become stronger, holding high esteem for her, as she always provided him with important lessons. The Mayak and Takamikazuchi familias, important allies and friends that he had made. More memories began flooding into his mind, recalling the past events and faces of the people he had met when he was in Orario, striving to become a hero. Soon a particular memory caught his attention as it stood out from the rest, depicting a beautiful and strong female swordswoman with golden hair and eyes. If anyone could read his thoughts and had lived in Oriaro and saw this person, they would instantly know who this is. Ace, Bell mutters in a quiet voice to himself. His crush and inspiration. Remembering the level 6 sword princess from the Loki familia, she has always created a sense of awe and admiration for him. That's why he fell in love with her, when she saved him from the Minotaur on the 5th floor of the dungeon back then, becoming his goal to not only stand beside her, but perhaps even confess to her when the time comes. However, in the end, it only became a one-sided love since he never confessed to her, as she too had disappeared on that fateful day. Though he was able to move on from it, he won't lie to himself that he still has some regret for not properly making it up to Ace after the whole Xeno fiasco that has happened between them, especially in the heated encounter when Ween was together with him. Granted that they both made up with each other on Orario's walls back then, but in his opinion, he felt like he could have done better. After recalling the memories he had made during his time in Orario, Bell couldn't help himself, but let out a bitter laugh and looked down on himself. Bell thought to himself, I should really stop this habit of mine when I work. It's good and all to remember them, but doing it almost every day now can cause issues to my work, scratching his cheek with a small smile. Realizing that an old habit that he developed after Orario's disappearance has once again resurfaced, he couldn't help but complain to himself. Muttering, old habits die hard, I guess, as he remembers what his wives had discussed with him during their wedding night. Wedding night flashback. Bell remembered that the past will always remain in the past. All we can do now is focused on what is ahead of us, a woman telling him as she sat beside him on the bed on his right. She's right, so you should stop blaming yourself for not being there with your friends when Orario disappeared, a second woman told him as she sat down on his left. Sigh, I know, it's just that would they really be happy for me that I moved on? Bell questions the two women sitting with him with a sad smile. Bell, we all know that they want you to be happy, the woman said on the right, linking her arm with his and placing her head down on his shoulder with a smile. From what you tell me about your friends, I'm pretty sure that they would get mad at you for preventing yourself from being happy. The woman giggled on his left and mimicked the same action that the woman on the right has done. Hearing the confirmation from both women, Bell let out a genuine smile, as he himself knew that his friends would want him to be happy and only wanted confirmation from the women that he loves. Thank you, both of you, Bell said to both of the women. It's no issue, you're our husband now after all, the woman on the right giggled as she let out a smile. She's right. All we want is the best for you, the woman on the left side said with strong affirmation of her words. Bell smiled at himself. Truly I am thankful for having such wonderful women at my side, Bell thought to himself. But before he could say anything else, he was interrupted as he was strongly pushed down onto the bed. He could only mutter while laying down as he can see the two women suddenly standing up and facing him. Now with that out of the way, the woman on his right said as she slowly started stripping her wedding clothes off, showing off her white lingerie that highlights her voluptuous body. Shall we begin? Said the woman on the left, doing the same, showing off her black lingerie. Both women then began crawling onto the bed, placing one hand on his chest and the other to his crotch. With a sultry voice and lustful look, both women licked their lips as they looked straight onto the frightened rabbit. This rabbit feast, both of the women said. Seeing the hunger in their eyes, Bell himself knew that he would not be able to escape, so the only option left for Bell was, "Oh gods, please give me strength," Bell said in a quiet and pleading voice. To pray. Wedding night flashback end. Remembering that night, Bell couldn't help but blush a bit, as it should have been one of the most intense nights he had with his wives, but comparing it to now, it seems tame in comparison. Besides questioning if his sex life is healthy or not, Bell remembered what he had discussed with them. The past will always remain in the past, how he thought. As he thought about it, he then realized that he spent too long thinking to himself regarding the past, and that he should really start moving to meet with his family for lunch, unless he wants to incur the wrath of his wives. With that, he lets out a short laugh and was about to stand up from his chair. Until, bam, suddenly a sudden burst opening of the office door. Bell looking up to see it was a person adorning a full body armor suit with a design being a mix of white and silver with red lining around the armor, with the exception of the helmet that had a dragon-look design. The full body armor itself being quite similar in design to the first light armor that he ever got in his time of Orario and made by his friend Welf. Of course, the reason being was that he was the one who designed and commissioned it to be made in order to honor and remember his blacksmith friend. Bell also remembers that this type of armor was only assigned to a single specific unit within his kingdom and are the guards of his family, the Silver Dragon Guards. Walking towards the king and stopping only a few meters in front of his desk. The Silver Dragon Guard immediately opened his helmet visor and kneeled to his king. Normal procedures after all, as even though Bell still considers himself to be an adventurer most of the time, but to the people he is always their king. Now usually this guard would get chewed out if anyone else was in the room with him, such as his generals, familia executives, advisors, and even his wives, scolding the guard for not following the procedures or even knocking the door, as this is the king's office after all. Thankfully, he was alone this time, and he himself didn't really mind it. However, seeing the expression on the Silver Dragon Guard's face, a mixture of confusion, unsureness, and worry gave him slight anxiety, but didn't show it on his face, and waited for what was to come from the royal guard's mouth. "You may speak," Bell told to the Silver Dragon Guard. Looking up, the guard faced his king. "Your Majesty, we have an urgent report from the Oculus communication line from the construction site of the Great Wall surrounding the Mother Labyrinth." The Silver Dragon Guard reported to his king. Hearing this, Bell widened his eyes in horror, as the Great Wall was still under construction to incorporate repairs and new upgrades after the last attack from the Labyrinth. Currently, it can only hold off against monster parties and tides sent by the Mother Labyrinth. But if it's a monster wave, then that's a different story. Could it be that a monster wave has broken through the wall? Bell shouted, thinking the worst might have happened. He stood up with his hand still on his desk with a shocked and worried look, immediately thinking of calling out his generals to tell them to rally up the troops, while he and available familia members will go ahead and gather upon the transfer gate for a transfer to the wall, so that they can hold back the monster tide until reinforcements from his kingdom and allies arrive. Luckily, or rather thankfully, it wasn't none of that dreadful thought that he had. "No, your majesty. The walls have not been breached." The Silver Dragon Guard replied back immediately to clear the misunderstanding. Hearing that, Bell sighed in relief and immediately sat back down on his chair and looked at the guard with a serious expression. "I see. Then what is it?" Bell questioned the guard. The Silver Dragon Guard at first hesitated to reveal the contents of the report, but knowing his duty, the guard answered to his king. "It's about the Mother Labyrinth, your majesty. It has been reported that Orario has returned," the guard replied with some hesitation to the king's question. Hearing those words, Bell widens his eyes, even more so than before, with his mouth slowly gaping to the point where a fly can fly in by accident. He stared at the royal guard with an unmoving gaze and shocked look, only able to say a single word in this situation. "What?" Orario, the city of adventurers that had disappeared with everyone that he knew and loved, has now returned, after 10 years. Chapter 2: The Day That Orario Vanished. 10 years ago, one day before the event, it began like any normal day in Orario, the city of adventurers. The streets were bustling with vendors selling a variety of goods, adventurers running and walking to and from the dungeon, people eating in restaurants or ordering food, or simple chit-chat from one person to another. Even female adventurers chasing after a pervert god who tried peeking at them in the bathhouse can also be considered normal in Orario. Okay, perhaps the chase of a pervert god should not be considered normal in any circumstances. Nevertheless, it shows how active and lively the city is, and within the crowd of bustling people, a certain white-hair boy that can be mistaken as a rabbit can be seen walking through. It was Cranel. He was walking back with a backpack on his back after buying some needed supplies from the open market, though it is quite evident that he would already be noticed by the public with his iconic look. Would you look at that? If it isn't the boy who fought the Minotaur. Take some fruit? It's on the house, huh? A fruit vendor with a hearty voice and laugh tossed 2 of his fruit to Bell, who was able to catch it on time. "Thank you." Bell responded back to the fruit seller with a smile. This was a scene that was happening repeatedly ever since Bell had arrived at the open market this morning, as multiple vendors would either offer huge discounts or free goods to the White Rabbit. Of course, being the kind boy he is, he couldn't accept all of this goodwill even if it was in his favor. So he declined most of the free offers and discounts, and accepted only those that consist of either food or small trinkets that shouldn't cost the vendors too much. "Hey, Minotaur Fighter, come to my stall. I can give you a 30% discount if you buy my goods." A miscellaneous goods vendor shouting to Bell, trying to incite him to purchase his goods with a discount. Maybe next time." Bell shouted back to the vendor with a smile, continuing to walk until a small girl called out to him, which made him stop. "Hey, mister, is the big scary cowhead monster thing going to attack again?" asked the small girl with a slight, scared voice. Bell turned to the small girl with a small chuckle, crouching down to the girl's height, placing his hand on her head and rubbing it. "Don't worry if that mean cowhead comes out. I will fight it again with all my might," Bell said with a confident and reassuring smile, causing the small girl to feel relief. As he stood up and gave the little girl the other fruit that he got from the fruit vendor, causing the little girl to smile even more. She bowed and thanked him before walking away. Bell nodded in satisfaction with that small interaction and began walking once again, continuing on getting offers from various vendors for free food to discounts of different goods. Bell thought to himself, to think everyone's attitude would change this drastically after that event, while finally getting a bite of the other fruit that he got. It was a few days after the whole Zeno incident and his battle against his rival Asterius. His familia's reputation, which was rock bottom because he was shielding wine from the public, was able to shoot straight back up after his fight. He was glad that everything was back to normal, especially with his familia's reputation. In fact, he is pretty sure that their reputation has grown even further than previously. Finishing the fruit that he had gotten, Bell continued on his way until he was called out by a familiar adventurer. Well, if it ain't the little rookie, I'll wait. I should refer you as Rabbitfoot, right?" "Ha." The man with his arms crossed said with a laugh. Bell said in surprise, as he didn't think that he would meet Mord and his friends. But what caught his attention was Mord's referral to his new alias. "Oh, that's right, my alias was changed recently," Bell thought. After Bell's battle against Asterius, Bell was able to level up to level 4, causing a need to change his alias once again. Granted, it was a much better alias than Little Rookie, but why does it have to be related to rabbits again? He mentally sighed at this, but did not show it on his face. With a slight smile, Bell greeted Mord. "Mord, it's been a while, though. I did not expect to see you here at this time." Mord explained while raising an eyebrow. So you're wondering why I'm here, huh? Well, isn't it obvious that I came here to buy some supplies like anyone else?" Thinking that himself being here wasn't so strange. This caused Bell to be slightly embarrassed with his question, realizing that Mord was right. With that, he now looked for an excuse to use to get out of the embarrassing moment he created. Alright, sorry. It's just been quite hectic lately, haha, Belle explained with a laugh, trying to move on from the slightly embarrassing moment he had. Mord nodded to Belle's explanation. Yeah, I can see that. One minute you're getting glares from people, the next you're getting songs of praises from them, Mord said, understanding what Belle meant. Plus, with that epic fight that you had with the Minotaur, even though you lost to it, seeing you fight with passion has pretty much inspired everyone who saw it, including me. Haha, Mord said with a loud laugh and smile, having both his hands on his waist. Haha, thanks, Belle said with a smile, and thought, that's right, even though I lost to you, Asterius. The next time we fight it will be my victory, slightly clutching his hand into a fist with determination to get stronger. Well, anyways, would love to chat with you about your fight, but I gotta go and meet up with my buddies at the dungeon entrance, Mord said with a smile as he walked past Belle. Before he got too far, he placed his hand on Belle's shoulder, and with a smile and a thumbs up he said, also congrats on your level up, kid. You deserved it. Belle replied with a smile, thanks. And good luck to you guys. With that, Mord smiles, and lets go of Belle's shoulder as both of them walk away separately. But before Belle could even get far, he was once again called out by two familiar female faces. Ah, Belle, good morning, said the one with light hair, gray, and eyes, wearing a green waitress uniform in a cheerful voice while waving her hand and smiling. Good morning, Cranel-san, said the elf with green hair and sky blue eyes, wearing the same uniform, in a calm but happy tone voice with a smile. Belle recognizes both of the waitresses, and with a smile, he replies to both of their greetings with his own, Seer and Ryu, good morning, waving to the two of them while walking towards them. Arriving in front of the two waitresses, the three of them began having some casual talk, though it was mostly Seer asking Belle about what he has done over the past few days and his morning, with Ryu mediating the talk, making sure that her friend doesn't ask questions that may be rude in her opinion, and asking for clarification on both Belle's and Seer's responses. Hey Belle, are you going to visit us at the Hostess of Fertility tonight? Seer asked Belle, as she hasn't seen the White Rabbit lately due to the monster incident that has happened with his familia. But considering that his familia is now doing better, and news of his level up reached her ears, she is wondering if his familia will eat at the hostess. Maybe next time, as I have to get back home and get ready for a quest, Belle explained with a slight smile to Seer, with the latter giving out a cute pout in dissatisfaction. Quest? Hearing that, Rhea's interest piqued and decided to ask Belle about the type of quest that he is doing, knowing that the guild should be providing his familia a guild quest in the dungeon with his recent level sooner or later. Quest? Are you talking about the guild expedition quest for the dungeon? She asked with clarification, which Belle responded with moving his head side to side. Nope. This is a more like an escort request outside of Orario, Belle explained to Rhea, with the latter nodding her head, understanding his explanation. But this news caught someone else surprised. Seer replied to Belle's explanation in shock. So does that mean that you're leaving Orario right now? Belle answered to Seer's question with a bit of nervousness in his voice. Oh yeah. But don't worry, it's only for 3 days, hoping this clarification would satisfy Seer. However, this did not satisfy the light gray waitress at all. Even so, I haven't seen you lately, and now you're telling me that you will be gone for 3 days. Complaining to Belle with him scratching his cheeks with nervous laughter to Seer's reaction as he doesn't know what else to say to her. With that, she looked at the boy straight to his eye. Then at least let me cook your lunch before you leave, she said with determination as she turned a full 180 degrees and was about to run back to the hostess to start cooking Belle's lunch for his trip. But she was stopped by her friend Ryu, who gently grabbed her shoulders and explained in a calm voice, Seer, remember that Mamma Mia sent us out to buy vegetables from the open market, reminding Seer about why they came here in the first place. But Seer tried reasoning with Ryu to no avail as the elven waitress just shook her head side to side. I'm sorry, Seer. Usually I would help you in this situation, but Mamma Mia threatened me with an entire month of bathroom duties if I let you slack off, or worse, cook, Ryu thought as she is looking at her pouting friend. After all, the reason why they were buying vegetables right now was mainly because Seer wasted their entire stock trying to practice her cooking skills, which in the end didn't really result in anything edible. Unless black ash can be considered edible food? After that interaction, both waitresses and the White Rabbit said their farewells, albeit with one of them still pouting as they left. With that interaction over, Belle was once again on the move. For about 2 minutes. Gorgonaut, a tan petite woman who was practically screaming in a cheerful voice to the young boy as she was waving excitedly while steadily jogging towards him. Following behind her was a woman with golden hair and eyes. Belle easily recognizes the two as members part of the prestige Loki familia, who he interacted with quite often. Asionat, Belle exclaimed probably for the 3rd time this morning alone. Hey Argonaut, how are you? Tiona said with an energetic voice, showing a big smile to Belle as she stopped in front of the boy. Belle, good morning, said in a calm but happy voice, as she is also showing a small smile with her usual stoic expression to the boy. Bell responded with his own smile and greeted the two Loki Familia members. Good morning, and I'm doing fine haha with a small laugh. Congratulations to your level up, Argonaut, said the Amazoness as she used both hands to give two thumbs up with a big smile for the boy's progress. Hey, do you want to try having a light spar with me later on the walls? She asked with a smile, as she is curious on how strong he is now compared to before. Ace nodded to Tiona's suggestion, as even though they did fight each other during the monster incident, she was still interested in seeing how far the boy had come. Hearing that suggestion, Bell let out a smile and chuckled a bit, considering that these two have helped him train when he was only a level 1 and 2 newbie. Perhaps sparring against 2 level SIXS can greatly improve his capabilities and provide him with useful insights as a level 4. Unfortunately, he can't do that right now, as he has other matters to attend to. Bell told Tiona and Ace, sorry I can't do that right now, maybe next time as I have to get back home to prepare for a quest, he explained. Boo, Tiona complained, putting both of her arms behind her head, as she really wanted to have a spar with the White Rabbit. As for Ace, she simply tilted her head and asked quest? Like an official guild expedition quest. Bell proceeds to give the same explanation as he did with the hostess waitresses that he talked to a few minutes ago. Oh, so you will be gone for 3 days because of a bodyguard request? Tiona clarifies with her own understanding of Bell's explanation, which he nodded to confirm that she is correct. Ace, on the other hand, kept quiet with her stoic expression as both Bell and Tiona continued to talk to each other. So Bell will be gone for 3 days. It's only for a short time, but why do I feel really sad about it? As she questions her current mood. When Bell told her that he will be gone for 3 days, she suddenly felt a wave of sadness in her heart. She herself doesn't understand why she feels like that, as it should only be a short time, seeing a mini version of her sitting cross-legged with a hard-thinking face. She thought, was it because I fought Bell during the monster incident? No, that can't be it. We have already talked about it and made up on the wall. She dismissed her first thought as she remembers her talk with Bell on that day. Is it because I haven't seen him lately? Maybe. This is the first time in a while that I've talked to Bell after the incident, Ace thought as she recalled that she had not seen the White Rabbit for a while. As she continues to ponder about her sudden emotions regarding this situation, something that Bell said caught her attention. Well, I better get going now. Can't keep my familia waiting for me, haha, Bell said with a laugh. Ace thought as she was shocked to realize that she has done nothing but think during the entire time that Bell and Tiona were talking, and was not able to participate in their conversation. This made her mini version of herself about to cry as they did not talk to Bell at all when he was here, right in front of them. All right, but it's a promise that we can have a spar when you get back, okay? Tiona said with expectation in her voice as she smiles in front of the boy. Bell replied to the Amazoness request with a smile, of course, giving Ace the hint that they were mainly talking about scheduling a sparring match when he gets back. Hey Ace, you got anything to say to Argonaut before he goes? Tiona asked Ace as she pointed to Bell, who in turn looked at Ace with some anticipation of what she will say to him. Soon both her and the mini version were racking their brains together to come up with something to say to Bell, before finally coming up with something. She looked at Bell. Be safe and good luck with your quest, she said with a genuine smile that can be seen by both Tiona and Bell, with the latter having his cheeks flushed red. With that smile pointing towards him, Bell could only reply with a smile and a laugh. Why thank you for him, that haha. The boy continued to blush while stuttering his words. After this interaction, both parties said their farewells and separated soon after in opposite directions, with Ace and Tiona having smiles on their faces after their short interaction with the White Rabbit. As for the White Rabbit himself, well, he couldn't stop grinning to himself after seeing that smile that Ace has given him, being glad that he was able to meet her here. XXXXXX. Several minutes of walking, Bell can finally see his destination. It was his familia's home, the Hearth Mansion. Few finally made it back, Bell mutters to himself as he walks towards the 2 large doors before stopping in front and knocking on it. Knock, knock. Not even a minute passed as he hears someone on the other side opening the doors, revealing a beautiful golden-haired Renard wearing maid clothes. Bell-sama, welcome back, said the golden-haired Renard maid as she lets out a smile while opening the door to let the boy in. Looking closely, it can be seen that Renard's tail is wagging happily. Bell replies to the Renard maid, I'm back, Haruheim, with a smile as he comes through the open door. Is Kami-sama and the others in the living room? Asked Bell as he heard the doors closing behind him, looking back at his friend. Haruheim nodded her head while smiling. Yes, they are all just waiting in the living room, explaining where the others are. With that confirmation, Bell nodded his head to Haruheim's reply, as both of them started walking towards the living room of the mansion. Several seconds of walking, Bell and Haruheim can see the living room. He can see several within the room. Recognizing all of them, Bell lets out a smile. Soon the living room occupants noticed his arrival, as each of them started to get up from each of their places. One of the occupants of the room started running towards him with great speed, opening her arms and shouting, Bell-kun, you're back, as she tackles him with a hug with full force. Gah! Bell felt the hug with full force of the charge, but didn't resist it, causing him to stagger backwards a bit, but was able to keep standing upward as he showed a slight pained smile to the woman. I'm back, Kami-sama, Bell said to the woman, as it is his goddess of the familia. Hestia. Hestia continues to cling to Belle with a hug, as the boy just looks at her with a slight smile at his goddess behavior. Though this was cut short as another occupant of the room calls out to his goddess. Geez, Hestia-sama, Belle-sama was only gone for an hour or so. Is there really a need to be this clingy in the morning? Said the prom occupant of the room as she walked towards the duo while looking at the goddess with a tired look. She then looked at Belle and with a refreshing smile as she said, "Welcome back, Belle-sama." Belle with a smile, "I'm back, Lily," replied back to his supporter of the familia. The remaining last two occupants of the room also arrived in front of Belle as both of them gave in their own greetings. "Belladonna, welcome back," said the black-haired female occupant with a smile. "Hey man, welcome back. I'm assuming that your shopping went well?" said the red-haired man with a smile and wave as he asked a question to Belle. "I'm back, Makoto." "Well, and yep, I got everything I needed," Belle replied with a smile as he greets the last two occupants of the room. With this, the entirety of the Hestia familia has gathered and greeted their captain. After several minutes have passed, the familia begin sitting down on the couch and chairs as they all help assess the supplies that would be needed during Belle's first escort quest, with Haruheim pouring drinks for everyone. In fact, this is the first time that the Hestia familia would be doing a quest outside of Orario with just a single member to do the quest, and it's their captain that is assigned to it. Usually for an escort quest, the familia would send one of their members or familia executives to complete it, and not the captain of the familia as they have duties that they most attend to in Orario. Sitting on the right side of Belle, Hestia was complaining, grumbling. "Why do we have to do this? We're only a small familia to begin with," Hestia said as she pointed out the size of the familia. On the left side of Belle, Lee was also complaining, grumbling. "I agree with Hestia-sama. They should have assigned this quest to a familia that has more members. Plus it was just Belle-sama that was assigned to do this quest. Why not the rest of us?" Lily pointed out as many inconsistencies regarding the guild's decision for their familia. The prom and the goddess duo continue complaining about the guild's decision as the rest of the familia watch with a sweat drop and a small smile, while Belle begins packing up all of his needed supplies for the trip. Welf tried explaining to the duo about the guild's decision of selecting Belle for this escort quest. "Well, I do agree with you guys about the guild selecting our familia is strange, but considering the person who needs to be escorted, I think it's reasonable on why they selected Belle for this." After saying this, he earned to two heated glares telling him to be quiet. As the red-haired blacksmith raised his hands in defense against the two glares from the Lily and Hestia, the other members, Makoto and Haruheim, decided to step in to back up Welf. "While I may not be well versed in this, but considering our overall strength, I think it makes sense that they only selected Belle for this," Haruheim said as she carefully picked her words, though on a closer look it can be seen that her tail is drooping down a bit. Makoto nodded her head and said, "The guild is also offering quite a hefty reward as well if Belladonna accomplishes this quest," pointing out the reward that would be given. Prompting Belle himself to speak, "Kami-sama, Lily, I understand your worries regarding this, but this is an opportunity that can't be missed. I would love if you guys can come with me, but I think it's better if you guys stay here and protect Kami-sama while I'm gone," he explained to his familia. "Besides, it's only for 3 days. It's a short time, and with the reward that they are offering, I think it's a good deal." Belle tries to reason with his goddess and friend as he explains his thoughts regarding the quest, as he finishes double-checking his supplies. Both Hestia and Lily understand what Belle and the other members of the familia are saying, as their points are valid since not only is the quest duration short, but the reward is quite hefty too. Even if Belle is not here, they should still be able to operate properly even if they can't go down to the lower floors to farm temporarily. However, this does not answer the single question that still lingers on all of the members of the Hestia familia, of all familias located in Orario. Why were they the ones chosen for this escort quest? With that question still lingering about, Hestia was about to continue her complaints. Still, what is the guild thinking is C-, but before she can finish her sentence. Knock knock. The door was knocked. All of the Hestia familia exclaimed. Belle, being the first one to stand up among his familia, picked up his backpack on the table. "Looks like she's here," he said, which prompted the rest of the familia to stand and follow Belle to the door. Arriving at the door, Belle opens it to reveal a beautiful woman with long silver hair and purple eyes that could be described as an elaborate doll standing in front of it, and far behind her at the gate entrance, a carriage can be seen waiting. Seeing the door open, the woman bowed her head and greeted them. "Good day to you, Hestia-sama," Belle-san, and the rest of the Hestia familia. "A good day to you, Amid-san," Belle greeting the woman with a small smile, as he also bows his head. The one that requires an escort is none other than Mid-Tizenair, otherwise known as a saint of the Dien sect familia, one of the most well-known and powerful healers of all of Orario. Explaining the reason why Belle was the only one from his familia was chosen for this escort quest. Losing her will have an effect on the overall strength of Orario, thus highlighting the importance of selecting a strong and capable bodyguard. Before heading to the carriage, Hestia asked Belle, Welf, Makoto, and Haruheim to go ahead first as she and Lily wished to talk to Ermind in regards to some matters. Belle and Hori nodded to Hestia's request, while Welf and Mikoto let out a tired sigh knowing what the overprotective duo will ask, though they do understand the purpose of it, and decided to let it be. Seeing the group leave, Lily then started to ask Airmid if she knew the reason why the guild has chosen their familia for this escort quest. Amid San, do you perhaps know the reason why the guild has assigned our familia, and more specifically Belle-sama, to escort you? Lily asked, trying to find the reason behind this decision of the guild. Hestia nodded her head, agreeing with the prom, and complained, yeah, my Belkin only leveled up recently. So why does he have to be the one to do this quest? Shouldn't the guild have picked from a larger familia, like Ganesha or that flat-chest Loki? Hearing the complaints from the goddess and prom, Airmid lightly coughed and explained, to be honest, I'm also unsure on the reason why they have picked the Hestia familia for this escort quest, as usually it would be assigned to larger familias, pointing out that she too is confused with the assignment. Hearing that, Lily glances at Hestia to see if Airmind was telling the truth, to which Hestia did a small nod to confirm that she is telling the truth. After all, no mortal can lie to a god. With that confirmation, both the god and prom let out a mental sigh, seeing that Airmind holds no useful information or clues about the decision that the guild made. Hestia then thanked Airmind for staying behind to answer the question, where the latter simply smiled and nodded her head, telling the duo that it is no problem. With the conversation finished, the three of them left the entrance and started walking towards the carriage. After several seconds of walking, Airmind, Hestia, and Lily arrived at the carriage outside of the Hearth Mansion, seeing Belle and the rest of the Hestia familia members waiting for the three of them to arrive. Airmind walks towards Belle to talk to him and confirm if he understands the context of the escort quest, as the rest of familia watch on and smile at their captain. Hestia, on the other hand, couldn't stop thinking about the guild's decision. This is still super suspicious. Maybe the guild has high expectations for Belle? Hestia thought. As she continues thinking, she soon had a revelation. In fact, why the hell do I feel that damn Hermes had something to do with this? Remembering the annoying god, Hestia clutches her fist with a tick mark on her head. Soon she clutched her fist even harder as she realized the possibility of his involvement is not low. I swear if that orange-haired clown had something to do with this, I would do another dropkick at that bastard the next time I see him, Hestia thought as more tick marks are shown on her head. XXXXXXX. Guild Headquarters Basement. Room of Prayer. Achoo. Achoo. An orange-haired man with a feathered hat sneezed twice inside a large dark room lit with numerous torches. Sniff. I guess someone is talking about me. It's difficult being so popular, said the orange-haired man, looking smugly at himself. Lord Hermes, I'm pretty sure in Far East beliefs, sneezing twice would usually mean that they are talking ill of you, said the black-hooded figure behind him, pointing out his misconception. Hermes looked at the black-hooded figure and exclaimed in surprise. Seriously? Enough, said the figure sitting down on a throne in the middle of the room, causing Hermes and the black-hooded individual to look at the seated figure. The figure then looked at the black-hooded individual and asked, I assumed that everything went according to plan regarding Belle Cranel's assignment, Fells? The black-hooded figure known as Fells nodded his head. Yes, Ornissima Belle should be leaving Orario before lunch to carry out his escort quest of the Saint, as he confirms the assignment. Hearing the confirmation, Hermes lets out a joyous laugh. H.A. So it seems everything is going to plan with Belle, he said, showing a smile. Ornis also nodded to the confirmation. Good with this, Belle Cranel should be able to take a good break, as you suggested, Hermes, as he looks at Hermes with the latter putting his hand on his chin as he nodded in satisfaction. Hermes then smirked, and with a great beauty to boot as well. How the boy will have a good time, he said with a laugh. The reason why Belle Cranel was selected to be the one to do the escort quest of the Saint was the suggestion of the messenger god Hermes and Fell's manipulation within the shadows of the guild. After the whole Zeno incident, Hermes met up with Ornis and Fells beneath the guild to discuss his next plan with the two, specifically involving Belle Cranel and the next step in simulating his growth into a hero. The messenger god himself was surprised about Belle's growth during the fight against the Minotaur to the point that Belle had overcome Hermes' original plan. It was after this that Hermes asked Ornis to keep Belle and the rest of the Hestia familia away from the upcoming attack on Knossos. The battle between the Loki familia and its allies against the radical group Evolus led by the figure known as Inio, who wishes to destroy the city. Seeing that another brutal confrontation may come to the White Rabbit, Hermes wants to prevent Belle from joining the fray, at least for now. So the messenger god had come up with a suggestion, which was to send the Hestia familia into an expedition quest inside the dungeon before the Battle of Knossos begins. This way it would prevent Belle from participating and give him time to grow even further. However, seeing the White Rabbit's abnormal luck firsthand, Hermes believes that there is a high chance that something will happen during the expedition quest, though he believes that whatever abnormality may happen, it will make Belle even stronger. Though he does feel sorry for the White Rabbit, as the boy keeps on encountering new difficulties and challenges without rest. So this led to a small deviation to Hermes' original suggestion, That is to send Bell to do an escort quest outside of Orario before sending him and his familia to the expedition quest, giving Bell at least a small break before he continues with his adventures. Though Hermes wanted to send out the entire Hestia familia to do the escort quest, there was a likelihood that it would gather unwanted attention. Thus, by only sending out Bell to do this quest should not gather any suspicion. Hermes had also instructed Asphi and the rest of his familia to watch over the Hestia familia during Bell's absence to ensure their safety in secret. Orinus looked satisfied with the current arrangement. With this, we have lifted a burden on Bell Cranel and gave him a suitable reward for all of his hard work with the Xenos, he explained with Fels nodding his head in agreement to the god statement. The old god thought to himself about his decision, although I was hesitant in ordering Ermid Tizenair to be sent out, as there is a high likelihood that the Loki familia would ask for her assistance during the Gnosis raid, but seeing how it would begin in 15 days, it should be no issue. The old god knew that the Loki familia would be contacting their allies before the raid, considering that the Loki familia had also made a deal with the Xenos to participate in the raid, albeit in secret. With the raid itself beginning in 15 days, Orinus saw no issue in sending Ermid Tizenair with Bell Cranel outside of Orario, as it should only be 3 days of absence in the city. By then, Ermid Tizenair should be back and still have plenty of time to prepare, while Bell Cranel and his familia can be sent out for an expedition quest before the raid can begin. Seeing that there is nothing else to talk about, as the plan for Bell Cranel is set in motion and other related matters, Orinus was about to tell Hermes that he should leave, until he felt a strange energy. Orinus paused himself, as he felt some form of energy that just appeared for a brief moment before disappearing. Was that a Cranum? The old god thought, but isn't sure, as it was only for a brief moment. He then looked at Hermes, who was talking to Fels with the latter, showing signs of annoyance to the orange-haired god. But seeing that Hermes and Fels had not stopped talking to each other when the energy appeared would either mean that only he had felt it or that it was only his imagination. Though the old god knew that it was not his imagination, as he has seen many things during his time. But with the amount of activities that need his attention, Orinus decided to put it behind him for later and would ask Fels to help him investigate after all of this is over. XXXXXXX. Outside of Hearth Mansion, Bell began hugging his familia members. Before he leaves, by you guys, he said after finishing his hugs to each of his friends. Haraheim with a smile. Farewell, Bell Summa, please be safe on your journey, said to Bell with the latter, nodding his head towards her. Mikoto then told Bell, Beldano, make sure that you won't get into any trouble while you're there, slightly chuckling to herself. Wealth then asked, hey, also while you're there, can you bring us back some souvenirs from your trip? Which Bell gave a thumbs up to the red hair blacksmith request. Bell Sama, make sure that you won't hit on any girls while you're there, Lily told Bell in a loud voice, which caused the white rabbit to blush in embarrassment. Lily, Bell exclaimed with a blush as he looks towards the prom. Hestia then added to what Lily had said, yeah, especially with Airmind, with a louder voice which caused the boy to blush even more. Go. Bell exclaimed again, but with a redder blush as he looked towards his goddess. Seeing the Hestia familia's interaction with their captain, Airmind lets out a small smile as she silently chuckles to herself. With that small interaction finished, both Ermid and Bell boarded on the carriage, and with a final wave of goodbye from Bell to his familia, the carriage departed from the Hearth Mansion. In the carriage, both sat in silence, making it quite awkward between the two. Bell was trying to think of something to say to alleviate the current situation. However, before Bell can say something, Ermind beats him to it. Ermind looks at Bell. You have a good familia, you know that, right? She said, looking at Bell with a smile. Seeing that Bell also let out a smile. Yeah, I know, and I'm grateful for that, as remembers all of their adventures together. The two were able to create a conversation within the carriage. As the two continued to talk to each other, Bell noticed that they are now exiting Orario. Pausing his conversation with Ermind, Bell opens the carriage window to look outside to see that he is going farther away from Orario. Forming a sad smile, Bell mutters to himself, farewell, Orario, I will return soon, as he looks at Orario getting farther away. After which he gets back inside as he closes the window to continue his conversation with Ermind. However, what Bell and Ermind didn't know at that time, no, perhaps the whole world, that on the next day, gods all over the world felt a strange energy emitted like a ripple. And on that day, Orario disappeared. XXXXXXX. The next day, everything was normal in Orario as vendors continued to sell their goods and adventurers entering and exiting the dungeon. However, something abnormal has happened as before lunchtime, the residents of Orario began to notice it. Fog was forming inside and outside of Orario, which was strange considering the time and weather, but was dismissed as something temporary as it was nothing new in Orario. Although familias like Ganesha, Freya, and Loki stayed alert regarding the sudden changes, especially the Loki familia, as they were worried that the fog might be some form of diversion or preemptive strike from Evolus. Soon the fog became heavier to the point where the street lights of Orario had to be turned on to allow the residents to see. But this did not give comfort to any of the residents, as it was obvious that something was not right. Guild headquarters basement. Room of prayer. Ornis is showing a concerned look regarding the sudden change of events that are happening around Orario. The fact that this strange fog appeared after the saint left yesterday worried the old god. As if this was an attack by Evolus, casualties would be much larger than previous attacks. However, something else has also made the old god concerned as he looks towards Fells. Are there still no response from the Xenos, Fells? He asked towards the old sage. Fells shook his head side to side. I'm afraid not, Lord Ornis. No matter how many times I tried calling, the Xenos are not responding to any of it, said Fells with a concerned voice. Usually Fells would contact the Xenos with the Oculus to hear daily reports regarding the Xenos' food situation, location, accidents, and even if they found a new member. But this time there was no response from the Xenos. This greatly concerned both Ornis and Fells, worried that the Xenos may have been attacked. Thus Ornis was about to instruct Fells to go to the last location that the Xenos were staying. Ornis looked at Fells and ordered. Fells immediately head to the La Dash, but before he could finish his sentence. Snap! Ornis' eyes opened widely, and a sense of dread could be felt from the old god, which caused Fells to look concerned and asked, Lord Ornis, are you all right? The old god looked at Fells with an expression full of worry, confusion, and dread, and told him, the dungeon. Its connection, it's been severed. I can no longer feel it, he said with a shocked voice. Guild headquarters. Dungeon entrance. In the guild, panic and concern can be seen as adventurers that arrived are asking for any information regarding the sudden fog that popped out of nowhere. Ina Toole, one of the many receptionists and the personal advisor of Bell Cranel, is seen trying to answer an adventurer's question regarding the fog. I hope nothing bad happened to Bell. Ina thought as she hoped that the boy was not involved in any danger that may be related to the fog outside of Orario. Until suddenly adventurers began pouring out from the dungeon entrance, one after the other, running towards the exit of the guild, causing confusion from both guild personnel and adventurers that had just arrived. One of the adventurers that poured out from the dungeon entrance soon shouted towards the guild personnel and the adventurers that just arrived, "We have an emergency." This caused everyone to look at that adventurer that shouted with concern as they waited for what was to come from that adventurer mouth. Seeing that his shout was able to gather everyone's attention inside the guild towards him, the adventurer then shouted, "The 6th floor entrance, IT, disappeared," as loud as he can. This caused the adventurers that arrived to be shocked. Some demanded towards the adventurer that shouted if he was telling the truth, while others began talking to the ones that exited the dungeon entrance to see if they would also say the same thing. Some even went inside the dungeon to confirm if it was the truth with their own eyes. However, seeing that everyone that exited the dungeon was saying the same thing, most adventurers that arrived immediately left to report to their familia captain and their patron gods. Seeing the panic and confusion all over the guild, Ina could only mutter to herself, what on earth is happening? As she is concerned with not only the strange fog, but also the sudden disconnection of the dungeon. XXXXXX. Soon news began to spread within fog-filled city of Orario regarding the disappearance of the 6th floor entrance, which caused shock and confusion by those who heard it. Concern was growing regarding how the 6th floor entrance could disappear and about the adventurers that went inside and beyond the 6th floor and what had happened to them. Soon the gods who had their adventurers that went inside the dungeon to the deeper floors can feel their connection with them growing weaker until it disappeared, causing stress and anguish of those gods who truly cared for their familia. News regarding the disappearance continues to spread until every familia inside of Orario has practically heard it, causing great confusion and concern. Twilight Manor. In the home base of the Loki familia, the Captain Findame and the two top executives of the familia Reverial Joes Alf and Gareth Landrock are currently discussing about the sudden changes that are happening rapidly inside of Orario with the other executives of the familia and their patron goddess. Loki, their patron god, said, "Well, ain't this damn great? First this strange fog popped out of nowhere, and now access to the deeper floors has been cut, ha." She sighed in frustration as she has no clue on what is now going on anymore. Reveria the High Elf looked at the prom captain with concern and asked, "Do you think that Evolus has something to do with the fog and the 6th floor entrance disappearance?" She asked, thinking that Evolus may have something to do with it. Finn, with a thoughtful face, trying to analyze all of the information that he had received, could only shake his head side to side. If it was just the fog, perhaps, but with the disappearance of the 6th floor entrance, I don't think so, he said. An angry grunt from the room can be heard which came from the werewolf known as Bet Loga. "Why the hell not Finn? This is practically screaming that they are the ones behind it," he shouted, which gained a glare from an Amazonis. "Oi! You better shut up, you stupid werewolf, and respect the captain's words," said Tioni Hiriut as she glares at the werewolf. Bet then reacted to the Amazonis' harsh words with his own "Ah, what was that, you stupid brute? as he glares at her, which prompted the Amazon to intensify her own. Clap. Seeing the two about to fight, Finn clapped his hands to get their attention. Calm down. The reason why I say that this may not be Evelys doing is because it does not fit to any of their known strategies, he explained. The executives in the room looked confused to his words, so Finn explained it in more detail. What I mean is that if Evelys was behind it, should they have already released numerous monsters from the dungeon instead of making the 6th floor entrance disappear? He pointed it out, as this does not match to any known tactic that Evelys has made before. The dwarf Gareth, nodding his head in agreement. If this was done by Evelys, there would have been already attacks using the fog as cover as well, he said as he stroked his beard. Hearing that, the other executives also started to agree, as there had been no reports regarding any attacks from when the fog appeared and no reports of any monster roaming around after the 6th floor disappeared. Then what should we do? Asked Ace as she looked to her captain, waiting for orders. Finn closed his eyes and thought for a moment before saying, for now, order all familia members to fall back to base and have them all stay inside. Also inform them to be alert for any new changes, he instructed to the rest of the executives. With that, the executives left the room to carry out Finn's order, leaving behind Loki and the two top executives. Loki spoke and asked her first child, so what do you think is going on, Finn? She asked seriously as she looked at the captain of her familia. Finn looked at his goddess seriously and replied, to be honest, Loki, I am unsure, but I do know one thing, he said as he looks at his throbbing thumb. Something is going to happen soon, which worried the two top executives and their goddess. Top of Babel. A beautiful woman with long silver hair. Silver eyes can be seen standing over her chair looking down, though she cannot see anything because of the fog. It was Freya, the goddess of beauty and war, and the patron god of the Freya familia, who has the only level 7 in Orario. But currently the goddess of beauty is looking confused and perplexed about the information that she has received. This fog is already strange as is, but with the 6th floor entrance disappearing, something must be going on. But both are definitely related somehow, Freya thought, as she continues looking down. Lady Freya, a man behind her. He was a tall and heavily muscular Boaz with eyes and hair having the color of rustic brown. Freya turned back to face the man. Yes, Otter, she said as she looked towards her strongest child, known as the king. The king bowed his head deeply towards his goddess. Lady Freya, please stay inside until the situation outside is resolved, he asked respectively. Seeing her child's actions, Freya couldn't help but let out a small chuckle and agrees to the request. Do not worry, Otter. Even I can understand that this situation is abnormal and dangerous, she said, trying to ease her child's worries. The Boaz nodded his head and said, thank you, Lady Freya. He then proceeded to stand still within the room as he had nothing else to say. Freya did not find this strange, as this is usually how he acts with her. She then looked outside again, showing a concerned look as she thought of a certain white-haired boy. My Otter, I hope that you are all right. How I wish that I can follow you in your journey, she thought while yearning for the white rabbit as she recalled how the boy would be gone for a few days when she was disguised. She really wanted to cook for the boy before he left. She also wanted to follow him in secret to see where he is going. Unfortunately, with her recent actions, there is a high likelihood that the guild would take notice and her familia would probably not even let her try. With that, she relented and decided not to follow the boy. Freya then continued looking onwards as she continued to see the heavy fog that filled the streets, and with her instinct as also the goddess of war, she thought something big is coming. Streets of Orario. On the streets of Orario, it can be seen that it is almost practically empty at this point as residents went back home to seek shelter due to the heavy fog. The guild has also announced to all residents to stay indoors until the situation is resolved, with multiple members of the Ganesha familia running around to enforce security due to the sudden change in the city. On the walls, the Ganesha familia Captain Shakti can be seen giving out orders to other familia members. She barks out several orders, form teams, and increase the patrols around the walls and make sure that all the gates are closed shut. She shouted to her other familia members. Yes, Captain, the Ganesha members shouted as they all follow her orders and left in teams to accomplish them. Seeing the familia members moving, Shakti looks towards the outside and furrows her eyebrows as she mutters. Even outside is filled with the fog. I can barely see anything, clutching her fist as she mentally prepares herself for the worst that may come. Inside the Hearth Mansion. Within the Hearth Mansion, it can be seen that all of the members of the Hestia familia and Hestia herself were gathered in the living room, with all of them concerned on what is going on inside the city. News regarding the fog and the disappearance of the 6th floor entrance has worried the familia in regards to the Xenos that are located in the lower levels. Heraheim is especially concerned for Wine, as she practically sees her as her own child. But what concerned the familia the most is in regards to the safety of their captain, since they also heard that outside of Orario was the same thing inside, where visibility is almost zero. Welf looked at the familia seriously and said, "Do you think that Bell is all right?" He asked towards the others. This made Lily respond to Welf's question. He has to be. After all, he is a level 4, so there should not be any major threats to him. she said as she pointed out Belle's strength. This gained a nod in agreement with all members, including their goddess. But it did not ease their concerns and worries. They were unsure why, but perhaps it's by instinct that they felt the fog to be eerie and strange, which greatly concerned them. Hestia thought to herself, Belle, please be all right. Only being able to clutch her hands and hope that her first child would be all right during his journey. XXXXXXX. Soon around 2 hours have passed in regards to the formation of the strange fog and the disappearance of the 6th floor entrance in the dungeon. It was noticed that the fog was starting to disappear slowly, which greatly gave the residents, both mortals and gods, some comfort. Though they are still concerned with the 6th floor entrance mysteriously disappearing, the strange fog disappearing should at least alleviate one of their worries. The fog began to quickly dissipate inside and outside of Orario, allowing the people to see outside once again. On the walls, Shakti released a relief sigh, as nothing bad has happened during those 2 hours, so she was about to order her familia members to return and create a report based on this whole incident so that they can investigate it. But before she can say anything to her familia members, something has caught her attention in the disappearing fog in the distance as she realized that something was there. On a closer inspection, she noticed that it was something enormous and that it practically surrounds the entire city. Soon the complete disappearance of the fog revealed it as clear as day. Herself and her familia members can only stare in shock as they are seeing something impossible right in front of their eyes. Shakti can only stare at it as she mutters, how can this be, shocked in what they are seeing? Inside the city, seeing that the fog has almost completely vanished, residents of Orario began going outside once again to talk to their friends and neighbors about what is going on and the theories that they might have regarding the sudden events. However, before anyone can say anything, everyone was once again shocked to see something familiar and yet unfamiliar at the same time. It was a wall, one that is twice as large as Orario walls and that it has now surrounded the entire city. What the people of Orario did not realize by then was that they had been gone for 10 years. And now they have returned. Chapter 3: The Reappearance. The Great Wall. It is the name of the wall that now stands tall and surrounds the entirety of the Mother Labyrinth, formerly known as Orario Dungeon, serving as a testament of the rising new era of the world that pushed back the darkness that crawled out and proof of the combined collaboration of both mortals and gods. With the combined efforts of Dragon Tail City and its allies, the construction of the wall was able to be completed within a few months after the assault against the Mother Labyrinth, known as Operation New Dawn. The objective of the operation was simple. It was not only to cull the spread of monsters that spawned within the dungeon and invaded the outside world, but it was to also investigate within the labyrinth to find any clues about what has happened to Orario City. Unfortunately, only one of the objectives of the operation was successful, as the investigation of what has happened to Orario City bore no fruit. After the operation ended, it was proposed by Goddess Astrea, Belle, Cranel, and other allies to build a wall that surrounds the Mother Labyrinth to deter the advancement of monsters that spawned and effectively contain the spread of them. It was agreed upon, as there was no god who was willing to take the chance to take Aurena's place due to the chances of their Acronum being sealed by the strange force, creating a huge risk for anyone to attempt. Thus, after constant skirmishes and battles protecting construction sites, and sending in multiple familias inside the labyrinth to distract it from sending its monster attacks to the surface, the wall was completed, representing the new era that was forged by the new generation of adventurers and heroes, ending the 4 years of destruction and death caused by the Mother Labyrinth. Even with the rise of them after the wall was constructed, which raised many suspicions and concerns back then, peace was still achieved for the world as a major threat has been contained. Though the threat still remained active, as the Monster Labyrinth has never stopped sending its monster attacks towards the wall. Thus, Dragon Tail City and its allies assigned familias and soldiers to be stationed on the walls for the purpose of not only to deter monster attacks, but to also watch over the Mother Labyrinth. For the next 6 years, the wall has stood firm against the attacks by the Labyrinth, and over time, it has been through numerous upgrades and additions to strengthen its capabilities, allowing for the continuation of peace. That is until news of an event has once again shocked the gods and mortals, just like years ago. That is the return of Orario. XXXXXXX. An hour before the return of Orario. On the Great Wall. On top of the Great Wall, several watchtowers and numerous guards patrolling can be seen, taking shifts as they watch over the Mother Labyrinth to ensure that they would be able to intercept any monster attacks that come from the labyrinth. This causes a tense but professional atmosphere around them, giving the impression that only the best of the best can be deployed on the Great Walls. The wall represents the only defense line against the onslaught of monsters, so it's understandable that most assigned here are professionals. Mostly. I'm Burit. Complained by a woman with orange ponytail hair and eyes, wearing a sleeveless tunic with leather straps, black leggings, and leather leg wraps as she leans towards the edge on the wall looking down. The woman then bent her upper body over the edge, and just like a lifeless puppet just laid on top of it without moving an inch. Normally, this action would cause concern by the guard stationed on the wall, and they would try to get the woman down safely. However, the guards ignored the woman and her antics as they continued minding their own business. After all, why help the woman, as she is literally stronger than any of them combined? In fact, they are pretty confident that even if the woman does fall, she would survive the fall with no injuries. Soon the woman sprung back to life and raised her arms out Saboriareed. She shouted with a face showing absolute boredom plastered on it. Then an elven woman with silver hair and blue eyes, wearing an icy blue and silver robe, can be seen covering her face with her hand and releasing a long, tired sigh as she walks towards the orange-haired woman that is near the edge of the wall. Sigh. Yes, we get it. You're bored, Emily. I'm pretty sure you said the same thing yesterday. And the day before that, she said as she pointed out the amount of times the woman has complained regarding their situation. The orange-haired woman known as Emily then looked at the elven woman with a pout. But it's true, Eloan. There is nothing else to do here besides watching, she complained towards her friend. The elven woman known as Eloan could only let out another tired sigh as she looked at her friend and replied, "That's the entire point of the assignment, stupid," she said, reminding Emily about their current assignment. Emily Grant and Eloan Silverleaf are both executives of the Astrea Familia that were assigned by their captain to be stationed on the wall after the Astrea and Artemis Familia expedition to the deep floors of the Mother Labyrinth that happened 2 weeks ago. The primary objective of these expeditions into the Mother Labyrinth was twofold: to offer a profound learning experience for new members and to provide a significant Excelia boost for veteran members. The expeditions also aimed to secure rare monster drops that were exclusive to the depths of the Mother Labyrinth and couldn't be obtained elsewhere. Once the expedition was over, it was normal for the captain of the Familia to assign a pair of executives to assist on protecting the wall. These pairs of executives would stay for a week until new executives or members would come and take their place, creating a shift work system. This shift system was put in place by the familias that were heavily involved during the assault, as it would ensure equal contribution and increase security around the walls, especially after an expedition. Thus, currently from the Astrea Familia, it was currently Emily and Eloan's shift that was assigned to them for this week. Eloan then explained to her friend, "We just have 2 more days before our shift ends. Just wait a little longer," she said in an attempt to remind her friend about the time they have left. But Emily continued pouting towards her friend and said, "Exactly. 2 more days of absolutely doing nothing. I'm already at my limit," she shouted. Emily then fell onto the floor and looked at the sky. "Comparing our Familia adventure missions to this guard duty is like comparing night and day," she whined while raising her arms to the sky. Eloan then released probably her 5th sigh of the day as she pinched her nose with her eyebrows twitching to her friend's reaction before stating, "That's the point as an executive. These are our responsibilities as one," pointing out their duties. This made Emily pout even more while she is still laying on her back on the floor. However, soon she had an idea and immediately stood up from her last position to look at her elven friend with a big grin. Seeing that grin, Eloan instantly knew that a troublesome thought had brewed in her friend's mind and looked at her with a skepticism look as she crossed her arms waiting to see what her friend will say. Then Emily looked at her and said, "I know. How about we sneak into the Mother Labyrinth and head to the 18th floor? That way we can get some Excelia and do some sightseeing while waiting," recalling how they were mesmerized by the sight of the 18th floor. Hearing that, Eloan lets out a smile, which makes Emily believe that her friend will agree to the suggestion. But Emily's hopes were crushed by her elven friend's next words. "Emily, if you wish to get scolded by our superiors and goddess, please go ahead, but don't try to include me into it," she said, letting out a bright, refreshing smile towards her friend. This made Emily let out a dissatisfied grunt and pouted towards her friend. While the 2 Astrea Familia executives, Emily and Eloan, continued their discussion, primarily with Emily attempting to persuade Eloan of her seemingly far-fetched plan, a hooded, robed figure slowly approached them. The hooded figure then extended her arm toward the duo and cheerfully chimed in, "Hey guys, it's almost time for lunch," the duo exclaimed, realizing that they had been talking for quite some time at this point. They both looked at the hooded figure, knowing who this person is, as they let out a smile towards the figure. Eloan with a smile nodded her head. "I see. Thank you for the reminder, Tori," thanking the figure with the reminder. "Yup, thanks for the reminder. We'll join you guys in a sec," Emily replied with a smile as she waves to the figure. The hooded robe figure known as Tori nodded her head and said, "Okay, but if you're late to lunch, don't blame me for eating your share, hee." With a small laugh as she walks away, presumably towards a dining area. Seeing Tori walking off, the duo then continued talking about their conversation. Again, no, Eloan looked at Emily with a serious look which prompted Emily to complain. "Oh, come on, it's just a short little trip. Just in and out, that's it," she said, still trying to convince her elven friend to join her. Seeing her friend still trying to convince her, Eloan let out a mental sigh at Emily's attempts as she crossed her arms. Alolan was about to tell Emily no again and to stop it so that they can finally go get their lunch before Tori actually eats it. Until Alolan noticed something strange behind her friend and opened her eyes. "What the?" she said as she walks past her friend, who looked at her confused. Seeing that, Emily looked at her elven friend and asked, "Hey, what's wrong?" "Oh," she said as she now notices what has caught her friend's attention. They were not the only ones who noticed it, as soldiers, construction workers, and other familias that are stationed on the wall have begun to see it. Realizing that they are not the only ones who have noticed it, Emily asked her elven friend, "Alolan, isn't that?" she said as she pointed towards what they were seeing. Alolan nodded her head and said, yet to confirm her friend on what it is, before saying, "Fog. Fog is forming. Strange fog has started to appear. It can be seen forming around the Mother Labyrinth, causing concerns on the Great Wall, as there was no record of fog or anything similar to it appearing when the wall was completed or during the many battles. This would mean that this is the first encounter ever for those who are stationed at the wall as of now." Then it was noticed that the strange fog started to get thicker at an abnormal rate, causing concern by those who sees it, as it is obvious that this is no simple fog. "This is not good," Alolan said with a serious face. Emily nodded her head. "Yup, looks like something is bound to happen now," she said with a serious look. The soldiers nearby, who saw the interaction between the two Astria executives, could instantly feel their previous demeanor changing. Especially with Emily, as her previous demeanor of being an energetic, carefree woman has shifted into one that emits an veteran aura. Then, without even diverting her gaze towards the forming fog, Emily shouted an order towards the soldiers nearby, "Sound the alarms now." Hearing the order, the soldier that is nearby a lever on the wall immediately pulled it down, and a loud siren can be heard around the walls. Wee-oh! It can be seen that multiple soldiers and other familias are heading to their mandate positions on the wall, while construction workers are being evacuated from the area. Gates are being shut closed and locked, while stairways connected towards the ground are being retracted back inside the walls to cut off the pathway to the top. While everyone is moving, both Emily and Alolan stayed in position, continuing looking at the strange fog as it continues getting thicker. Then Emily looked beside her friend and asked, "You think it's the labyrinth doing, or?" She said, "Ask her elven friend for her opinion." Alolan, without looking towards her friend, answered, "Not sure, but if it is, then we have to start creating new strategies to counter it," she said as she continues to analyze the situation. Emily nodded to Alolan's words. However, a thought appeared in her mind that concerned her. Could it be the dungeon cult responsible for this? She thought. Knowing her elven friend, there is no doubt that she also thought of that possibility. Even if it doesn't match to their previous known strategies, the likelihood is not low, she thought. The two continue thinking about their current situation until a shout can be heard. "Emily! Alolan!" A female voice can be heard shouting their names at an impossible place, causing the duo to look upward to see a flying figure hovering above them. The figure in question had her body surrounded by green and blue feathers with wings instead of arms, and her feet resembles that of a bird feet that seems to be carrying a pair of gauntlets and a white staff. Upon sighting the figure, it was immediately apparent to anyone that it was a menacing creature from the dungeons, a harpy. Its presence alone was enough to put anyone on high alert, as encountering such a creature outside the dungeon was a cause for concern and wariness. However, Emily and Alolan reacted differently. "Tori!" the duo exclaimed when they saw the figure. It was Tori, the hooded robed figure from a while ago, is now flying above them, as it is obvious that she is no ordinary monster. She is a harpy Xeno. Seeing that the two Astria executives noticed her, Tori immediately dropped the two weapons and explained, "I heard the emergency alarms, so I went and grabbed your gear," she shouted towards the duo. As the two weapons dropped, both Emily and Alolan went ahead and grabbed them, Emily grabbing the pair of gauntlets while Alolan grabbed the white staff. Emily, putting on the gauntlets, then looked towards Tori and gave her a thumbs up. "Thanks, Tori. You're the best," she said with a big smile towards the harpy. Alolan nodded her head as a sign of thanks towards the harpy before asking, "Tori, can you fly up high and see if you can view the Mother Labyrinth?" she said, as the fog is now too thick to see anything, resulting in zero visibility from the walls. Hearing the request, Tori let out a smile and said, "No problem. I'm part of the reconnaissance squad for a reason after all," she said as she nodded her head to confirm that she accepted the request. "Thanks," Alolan said before telling Tori, "Make sure that you stay within the vicinity of the wall, far from the fog, as we are still unsure on what it is," she said as she realized that despite the fog getting heavier, it was not approaching to the Great Wall and was staying in place, only blocking their view towards the Mother Labyrinth, which gave the fog an eerie vibe by those who see it. Tori nodded her head and said, "Understood," before flying up higher with impressive speeds. With that, the duo looked towards the thick fog, and soon every soldier and familia was now facing towards the area with a weapon on hand, ready to confront whatever pops out of the fog. Several minutes have passed since the strange fog appeared, and so far nothing has come out. Not even a roar from a monster. However, this did not ease anyone on the wall, as a tense atmosphere can still be felt among them, waiting for anything that may come out from the fog and attack. But soon it was noticed that the fog was now slowly dissipating, causing some relief. Aloan continued looking towards the strange, dissipating fog as she clutched her weapon tightly, as she thought about the many possibilities for this to have happened, until her friend called out to her. "Hey, Aloan?" Emily asked her elven friend. "Yeah," she answered without looking towards her friend, as she continues staring towards the thick fog. Emily then asked, "Remember when the captain was sparing against us after we leveled up, and you asked about the most striking feature when he was in Orario back then?" she said, hearing that Aloan was now confused about the sudden question, as this was not the time and place to be thinking of such a thing. What? Why is she asking that all of a sudden? Aloan thought. Aloan looked towards her human friend to ask about the sudden question, to only realize that Emily was not looking at her nor at the fog, but upwards with her eyes opened. Emily then said, "Now I can understand why the captain said that phrase," as she continues staring upward. Seeing that, Aloan was confused at what her friend was saying until she followed her gaze and saw it herself. "That's," Aloan thought as a memory kicked in, reminded her about what she had asked back then to her captain. Training ground flashback. In an open courtyard that is half covered in snow and ice, with several small to medium-sized impact craters and several different size ice spikes planted on the ground. 3 figures can be seen in the courtyard. Emily can be seen laying down on her back on the snow-covered ground with her arms and legs open, as she is heavily breathing with sweat all over her body. While Aloan can be seen knelt on the ground, leaning on her staff for support, as she is heavily breathing from fatigue. With the last figure standing in front of them with no signs of fatigue, as he crossed his arms with a smile as he looks towards the heavily fatigued duo. It was Bell Cranel, their captain. With a nod, Bell complimented the duo. "Impressive work, both of you. Your recent leveling up and consistent training have led to significant improvements compared to the last time," he said with a smile. Hearing that, Emily thanked her Captain Huff. "Thank Huff you Huff, Captain," she said with a fatigued voice. Aloan as well thanked her Captain Huff. "Thank Huff you Huff, sir," she said with a huff. Seeing the two still fatigued, Bell makes a small smile as he turns around and with impressive speeds went towards one of the benches that has a potion box on top. Aloan, looking at this, could only have a sweat drop on her face, as she wonders how much did her captain held back during their spar. Soon Bell returned with several potions on hand and walked towards Emily, who was still on the ground, placing 2 potions beside her head. "Here you go, Emily. 1 fatigue recovery potion and 1 health recovery potion," Bell said with a smile, which prompted Emily to nod her head towards her captain with a smile as thanks. Then Bell walked towards Aloan and gave her 3 potions. "Here you go, Aloan, fatigue, health and mind recovery potions," he said. "Huff, thank you," she said as she grabbed the fatigue potion first and drank it. Feeling her energy slowly recovered, then proceeded to drink the other 2 potions. With her energy refilled and fatigue dissipating, Aloan stood up and can see that Emily has also stood up while stretching her arms. Observing this, Bell addressed the 2 of them. "All right, now that you're both recovered, let's discuss areas that require improvement," prompting the duo to nod in agreement. Several minutes passed as Bell discussed the 2 executives, pointing out what needs improving and complimenting them in certain areas such as their teamwork. Once the talk was over, the duo then started talking to each other with plans and training ideas to improve their strength. Bell, seeing this, lets out a small laugh. "Ha, if this was back in the Labyrinth City in the past, it would have shocked the entire city with your growth and achievements," he said with a smile. He continued, "So long as you guys continue with your training, you guys should be able to become top executives sooner or later," he said with a proud smile towards the 2. Hearing that, Emily looked at her captain with excitement and sparkles in her eyes. "Really, Captain? Are we that capable?" she shouted in surprise. Bell nodded his head with a confident smile and said, "Yup." Emily cheered upon hearing this as she raises her arms straight into the sky, while Aloan lets out a big smile towards her captain as she was glad that they are getting stronger now than before. However, Aloan then pondered, "Orario. She and her sister had never seen Labyrinth City, but both had been regaled with numerous tales about it when they were younger, and especially regarding its significance to her captain, vice captain, and her goddess. Remembering how the entire city had mysteriously disappeared 10 years ago. She then remembered a certain piece of information regarding Orario and decided to ask her captain about it, though hoping that her words won't bring up sad memories about the lost city. She asked, "Captain, my apologies if this is rude, but I often heard that there is another unique feature of Orario besides the dungeon, and that it can be seen even before one enters behind its walls," she asked curiously. Emily also looked at him with curiosity in her eyes. Bell, unable to suppress a small chuckle, replied, "Hey, it's all right, but I think I know what you're referring to. It should be." End of flashback. Remembering those words, Aloan couldn't help but mutter, "The tower that touches the sky. The Tower of Babel." in a low, shocked voice. The tower, which has disappeared along with the city 10 years ago, was now reappearing within the dissipating fog. How is that possible? Could it be an illusion, a trick, or perhaps? Aloan started to think the numerous possible answers in this situation at a rapid pace. She thought perhaps only the two of them could see it, but that idea was scrapped immediately as she realized that everyone on the walls are now staring towards the tower in shock. Confusion, awe, concern, shock, and a multitude of other emotions washed over everyone's faces as they continued to gaze at the tower. Uncertainty hung in the air as they grappled with the surreal sight, uncertain of whether what they were witnessing was real or a mirage. Both Emily and Aloan suddenly heard a shout from above. "You guys, I got something urgent to report," as Tori, with impressive speed, descended toward them. Her wings extended to their full span just in time to prevent a crash landing as she landed in front of the two. She appeared urgent and determined, and the sight of her abrupt descent heightened the tension in the air. Emily, with a hint of anticipation in her voice, attempted to preempt Tori's message, saying, "If you're about to inform us regarding the tower, there's no need. It's rather obvious." She gestured toward the tower, which was gradually becoming more visible as the fog dissipated. However, Tori vigorously shook her head, her urgency apparent. She exclaimed, "It's not just the tower. When I was hovering above, I saw numerous buildings of various sizes." Her words were delivered with a sense of urgency that demanded immediate attention. Hearing that both Emily and Aloan, along with those nearby who caught wind of the news, turned their gaze instantaneously toward the dissipating fog with anticipation to see if what Tori said was real. Then soon the fog completely dissipated. Everyone on the walls couldn't help but widen their eyes in sheer astonishment at the sight before them. With Tori staring at it in awe while Emily and Aloan couldn't do anything but gape in absolute disbelief as they beheld the inexplicable scene unfolding before them, revealing multiple-sized buildings and a smaller wall with a tower that seems to touch the sky. It was the Labyrinth city, Orario. Aloan couldn't help but mutter in disbelief. How can this be? The impossible sight before her had left her, and everyone present on the walls utterly perplexed. Emily echoed the sentiment, replying to Aloan, more like, "How is this even possible?" Her confusion mirrored that of the others as they grappled with the sudden reappearance of the long-lost city. As the two discussed about the impossibility that is unfolding in front of them, they noticed movement on the other small wall, realizing it's not just the city that had returned, but also the residents. Immediately after seeing this, Emily raised her voice and barked out a loud, urgent order to the soldiers nearby. She commanded, "Contact Dragon Tail City. Use the Oculus communication lines and give this alpha priority." By designating it as an alpha priority, the message would bypass standard procedures and be directly relayed to their superiors. Aloan added her voice to the urgency, shouting, "Report the strange fog and the return of the Labyrinth city." Her words conveyed the gravity of the situation and the need for immediate communication to their captain. Hearing this order, a soldier that was closest to the communication room saluted to their order and immediately went inside to contact the city. Aloan swiftly relayed additional orders to the soldiers nearby. She declared, "Spread my command to all those on the walls. No one should initiate contact or exhibit any form of aggression toward the city's residents." She breathed as her directive was clear in her voice before she continued, "Keep those gates closed until further notice," she shouted with authority. In response to Aloan's command, the nearby soldiers who had heard her order immediately snapped to attention, stood up straight like a log, and saluted. They exclaimed in unison, "Yes, Commander," before promptly departing to carry out their assigned tasks. Emily turned her gaze toward Tori with a concerned expression and began, "Tori, sorry about this, but can you—" Her words were cut short as Tori raised her right wing and shook her head with a reassuring smile. Tori then explained, "Don't worry, I'm not going to expose myself," she said with a smile before continuing, "I was told stories about the Labyrinth City by Wine and Ray Nasan, so I already know about their reaction towards us," she said as she used her right wing to point towards herself. Tori then turned and started walking toward the stairs, continuing her explanation as she went. "I'm going to stay out of sight, and I expect the others are likely going to do the same," she stated as she reached the foot of the stairs. She then turned around and looked at the duo before shouting, "However, if there are any issues, you know who to call," she said with a smile as she raised her left wing to the duo. Hearing that both Emily and Aloan nodded towards Tori with a smile, prompting Tori to smile as a response before turning back and then proceed to walk downwards on the stairs. As Tori's figure disappeared from view, both Emily and Aloan turned their attention back to Orario City, their eyes reflecting a mixture of uncertainty and wonder at the extraordinary scene unfolding before them. Aloan released a weary sigh, casting a somewhat critical glance at her friend. "Looks like we won't be getting bored anytime soon, huh?" she remarked, her gaze fixed on Emily. Emily could only manage a nervous laugh in response, thinking to herself, "Whoops, guess I jinxed us." She scratched her cheek, realizing that her earlier remarks had taken an unexpected turn. However, both Aloan and Emily recognized the increased responsibilities that awaited their captain. As they continued to gaze at the returned city, the shared thought echoed in their minds. Looks like the captain is going to be a lot more busy now. XXXXXXX. Now, inside Orario City. Panic and bewilderment swept across the faces of the city's residents as they grappled with the sudden appearance of a massive wall that now enclosed the entire city. The unexpected development left them in a state of utter confusion. Why is there a large wall over there? A man shouted as he points towards the sudden wall that now stands tall. How am I supposed to know? A woman that presumably his friend shouted back with confusion and panic in her voice. Are we under attack? A giant-throat man shouted as his hands are on top of his head while staring towards the wall. Just what is going on? A Catwoman muttered to herself as she is in disbelief to what she is witnessing in front of her. It's not just the residents who are panicking. The different gods and their familias are on edge with the sudden appearance of a wall that was twice as big as Oreo walls. A god, equally stunned by the massive walls that had seemingly materialized out of nowhere, couldn't help but exclaim, "How the hell did this happen?" His bewildered gaze remained fixed on the imposing structures that now encircled the city. A goddess couldn't help but mutter to herself, her eyes reflecting a hint of excitement. She remarked, "Well, this is going to be interesting," as she continued to observe the walls with a sense of anticipation. "Hurry up and find our god and bring him back to the familia home," an elven woman shouted, emphasizing the urgency of the situation as she ordered her familia members to ensure the safety of their deity. Numerous members of the Ganesha familia and guild personnel were visible, diligently attempting to pacify the agitated residents. However, even in their efforts to reassure others, a shared concern was evident among them, mirrored in their expressions, as they grappled with the abrupt appearance of the colossal wall. On the walls of Orario, Shakti stood firm with her arms crossed, wearing a serious expression as she gazed at the now visible large wall that materialized after the strange fog dissipated. The initial shock on Shakti's face gave way to decisive action as, several seconds later, she ordered her familia members to heighten security measures and keep the gates closed. However, confusion lingered in her expression, evident in the realization that a wall of such magnitude should have taken several months to construct, not several hours. The thought crossed Shakti's mind that if a god or goddess had utilized their acronym to construct the colossal wall, it might explain the swift appearance. However, knowing the consequences that typically accompanied such an act makes the current situation even more perplexing and concerning. Shakti pondered, her expression reflecting a mix of contemplation and concern. Who could have done this? And for what purpose? Her thoughts revolved around unraveling the mystery behind the sudden appearance of the wall. As Shakti continued her contemplation, a sudden shout echoed behind her, a shout all too familiar to her and her familia members. "I am Ganesha!" A bulky man wearing an elephant mask shouted as he flexes his muscles. Hearing that, Shakti released a troubled sigh as she turned her head toward the source, addressing her patron god with a critical gaze. "Ganesha, can you please be serious in our current situation?" Ganesha, seemingly unfazed by Shakti's critical gaze, turned to her with a smile. "Do not worry, Shakti. I am serious, for I am Ganesha," he declared with a shout as he flexed his muscles once again. There was a moment of silence where everyone just stared towards the god, while Shakti herself just lets out a tired sigh, unfazed by her god's usual antics. Shakti, without giving Ganesha much attention, turned back toward the wall, resuming her contemplation. Ganesha, taking the cue, ceased his muscle flexing and walked over to stand beside her. The two of them stood side by side, both gazing towards the mysterious wall. As the two continued to gaze at the mysterious wall, Shakti finally addressed her patron god. "So, what do you think is going on?" she asked, not shifting her focus from the wall. Upon hearing the question, Ganesha placed his hand on his chin, adopting a rare expression of deep thought and seriousness. "I'll be honest, Shakti. I am unsure how this came to be," he admitted. "If this was a god's doing, the acronym required to accomplish this is by no means small. We gods should have felt it during the fog." Ganesha paused before continuing. "The fact that we did not only makes this more mysterious and concerning." His gaze sharpened as he focused on the imposing wall. Ganesha shifted his gaze towards the city. "Thus, for now, all we can do is increase security to ensure the citizens' safety," he declared with a voice full of determination. Hearing that, Shakti closed her eyes and nodded in acknowledgement. "Understood," she affirmed, fully comprehending the gravity of the situation. Ganesha then turned his gaze back towards the enormous wall as both him and Shakti wonder about the origins of the wall. But not for long. XXXXXXX. Guild headquarters basement. Room of prayer. Fells looked towards the old god with concern and worried as he can see Orinus was struggling with something as he sits down on his throne. When Orinus abruptly declared the dungeon's unexpected disconnection, both individuals were deeply concerned, sensing the gravity of the situation and suspecting that something significant was unfolding. Shortly after, news about the disappearance of the sixth-floor entrance reached them, thanks to Royman's report. This development heightened their concerns, not only for the Xenos, but also for the adventurers who ventured beyond, amplifying the sense of urgency and unease. Faced with the gravity of the situation, both engaged in a debate, meticulously weighing the options available. The severity of the circumstance demanded careful consideration of every possible course of action before deciding on the best way forward. After deliberating for over an hour, attempting to reach a consensus on the best course of action, the talk abruptly halted as Royman returned once again to provide an update on the situation unfolding outside. They were shocked to hear that after the fog dissipated, a wall that was larger than Orario's walls appeared surrounding the entire city, prompting the old god to ask the sage to check it, which the latter agreed, and using his magic Fells connected with his familiar. Fells could not hide his shock as he sees a massive wall that now surrounds Orario. As his familiar flew higher, he noticed several figures on the wall, identifying them as soldiers and outside familias. Disconnecting with his familiar, Fells immediately looked towards the old god to report. However, he abruptly stopped his gazes upon the old god. Orinus remained silent, but his expression betrayed a visible struggle, a rare occurrence that sparked great concern from Fells. It was the first time Fells had witnessed such turmoil in the old god. Fells, realizing that there is not much he can do himself, could only wait and hope that Orinus would be all right. Finally, after several minutes had passed, Orinus released a long, weary breath, displaying visible signs of fatigue and exhaustion, prompting Fells to ask, "Lord Oranus, are you all right? What happened?" With concern in his voice, Orinus turned his gaze towards Fells, his eyes reflecting a mixture of concern and confusion. With a somber tone, he uttered, "The dungeon, it's different, no?" It changed completely, conveying a sense of profound realization, shocking Fells. The old god closed his eyes as a single thought crossed his mind. Something has happened during the fog. XXXXXX. In Dragon Tail City. Dragon Tail City. Bell's office. What? Bell continues to stare at the silver dragon guard with a shocked look as he couldn't believe what he had heard from the guard's mouth. The city he thought was lost had reappeared after a decade of uncertainty. His mind raced with a whirlwind of emotions as he processed this unexpected revelation. Bell turned his attention to the silver dragon guard and issued a direct order. "Give me the full report." The guard responded to the king's order. "We have received an urgent report that a strange fog has materialized, enveloping the area of the Mother Labyrinth." Bell pondered. Strange fog? Similar to what I've encountered on the 10th to 12th floors? The memory of the mist within the dungeon flashed in his mind. The silver dragon guard continued. It was initially perceived as a potential attack by the labyrinth. However, after several minutes elapsed, numerous buildings began to reappear as the fog started to dissipate, the guard reported. The unfolding events painted a complex picture, raising more questions about the nature of the mysterious fog and its connection to the reappearance of the lost city. Bell, with a questioning gaze, asked the silver dragon guard, "Has it been confirmed that it is the actual city and not an illusion or trick by the labyrinth?" Reflected a cautious consideration of the possibility that the appearance of the city might be a trap. The guard shook his head. "It was not confirmed, Your Majesty. However, there have been verified sightings of people inside the city," he reported. Hearing that, Bell could not believe it, as if this was truly Oreo City, then it would be nothing short of a miracle, but it also brought a host of unanswered questions. Why had the city vanished in the first place? And who was behind the city's sudden reappearance? With a mental sigh, Bell posed another question to the guard. "Who else has received this report?" The Silver Dragon Guard replied, "The report has been given alpha priority, so all individuals associated with this priority have received the report," reflecting the urgency and significance of the unfolding event. Hearing the guard's response, Bell nodded thoughtfully. However, a curious thought crossed his mind, and he inquired, "I'm assuming that my grandfather and grandmother have also received the report?" His tone carried a sense of curiosity. The guard replied with a hint of awkwardness in his voice, "Yes, Your Majesty. However, there is a likelihood that God Zeus and Goddess Hera may not be present in their room, so a search team with medics and tool specialists have been gathered in advance to begin searching for them once confirmed." Bell, hearing about the team being prepared for his grandparents, let out another mental sigh. Familiar with the usual antics of his grandfather, Zeus, he couldn't help but imagine the deity's mischievous endeavors, likely attempting to peek on women changing or engaging in flirtatious antics. Knowing his grandmother Hera's temperament, There was no doubt in Belle's mind that she would have followed Zeus. The likely scenarios played out vividly in his imagination. Hera either dealing a stern reprimand to Zeus for his mischievous antics, or employing magical chains or ropes to restrain him. Most likely a combination of both, though. With a nod of his head, Belle conveyed his agreement with the Silver Dragon Guard. A decisive thought emerged. If it really is Orario City, then I must go there myself to check it out. He thought in anticipation to see the city. Normally, the idea of venturing into an unknown and potentially hostile place would be deemed too dangerous for an ordinary king. However, Belle is no ordinary king after all. Belle, exuding an aura of authority, donned a firm expression as he issued a commanding order to the Silver Dragon Guard. Send out my orders. All Astria Familia members and top executives are to return to Dragon Tail City, with the exception of those on crucial missions, he declared with the voice of a king. Continuing with his orders, Belle asserted, I myself will be heading towards the Mother Labyrinth to check on the situation that is unfolding. Inform both Vivian and Haley to be on standby for emergencies while Emily and Eloan make contact with the city. Hearing the orders, the Silver Dragon Guard acknowledged it with a nod, rose to his feet, and exited the king's office in haste. Seeing that Belle stood up from his chair and was about to walk towards the door to exit his office to gather his gear for the trip. Until, bam, the office door burst open once again, revealing two striking female figures. One had walnut brown hair and deep indigo eyes, while the other sported silver hair and captivating purple eyes. Both women were undeniably beautiful, possessing the kind of allure that could captivate any onlooker for hours. In unison, they shouted out his name, Belle, as both of them walked towards him. Belle himself recognizing the two of them instantaneously as Ermid and his goddess Astria. His wives. Belle turned his attention toward his wives and inquired, Amid, Astria, I'm assuming that you two have also received the report? Seeking confirmation from his wives about their awareness of the unfolding event. Both Arimid and Astria nodded in acknowledgement, their expressions reflecting complete shock at the news. Ermid, with a mix of disbelief and hope, asked her husband, Is it really true, dear? Has Orario returned? Seeking confirmation from her husband, Belle responded, There have been confirmed sightings of people inside the city. However, I've decided to go over there myself to confirm it, he said with a voice of slight uncertainty. However, Astria sighed and with confidence in her voice, I believe that it really is Orario City, as she looked toward her husband and co-wife. Belle and Ermid exchanged confused glances before Belle voiced the question on both of their minds. How are you sure? He inquired, seeking an explanation for Astria's confidence. Ermid nodded in agreement, equally curious about the source of Astria's certainty. Astria explained the source of her confidence, stating, I felt it. Pausing briefly before continuing, I felt my fauna reappearing even before I received the report about Orario City. She explained in a serious and confident tone. Hearing that, both Belle and Ermind widened their eyes, realizing the implication of what Astria had said, before Belle asked the goddess of justice, It's Ryu, isn't it? He asked to confirm if his words are correct. Astria nodded emphatically toward her husband. I believe so. No. I am confident that it is, she asserted with conviction in her voice. Ermind, with a thoughtful expression, placed her right hand on her chin and commented, That is the most trustworthy confirmation we have now, considering that no one can fake a fauna connected to a god. Realizing the credibility of the information. However, a new mystery emerged in their minds. When Orario vanished, all those outside of the city had their fallenness disappear, severing their connection to their patron gods and familias. The perplexing question arose. Why did Ryu still possess Astria's fauna, despite disappearing with the city 10 years ago? Realizing that further progress wouldn't be made without investigating the city itself for clues, Belle, with a resolute and firm expression, informed his two wives, Looks like I still have to go there and check it myself. With a determined smile, both wives exchanged glances before redirecting their gaze toward Belle. In unison, they asked, You mean we, right? Their smiles and determined expressions made it clear that they intended to accompany him, and their gaze conveyed that they wouldn't accept a refusal. Observing their determination, Belle let out a small chuckle and amended his statement. Apologies? Yes, I meant that we will be heading to Orario, he said with a reassuring smile directed at his wives. Earning nods of approval from his wives, Belle continued, The four of us will be heading out then. Let's grab what we need and get ready, he stated with a clear sense of purpose. Both Astria and Ermid looked at him with confusion before Ermid asked, 4 of us? I'm assuming you're not referring to Artemis, as she is out with her familia on a hunting expedition, she said with a hint of curiosity. Belle nodded and explained, Yup, I'm referring to your patient, Amid, with a smile directed at her. Ermid exclaimed, realizing who her husband is referring to. in a garden surrounded by a variety of vegetation of different kinds of flowers and trees. A mature woman with golden hair and eyes was seated in a wheelchair under a large tree, seeking shade in the center of the garden, peacefully reading a book until a strong wind blew around her area, causing loose leaves and flowers to fly around. The movement caused the woman to slightly shield her book and look upward. She observed as loose leaves and flowers danced around, stirred by an unseen breeze. Back in the office, Airmid looked a bit hesitant before releasing a sigh toward her husband. Sigh, as her doctor, I would not recommend it, as she is still in a healing process. She paused and then continued. However, as a friend and fellow mother, I can understand what she may want in this situation, so I will allow it, she stated as she looked towards her husband with a small smile. Then her expression shifted into one of seriousness. However, if there are any complications that may affect her health during that, I will be bringing her back to Dragon Tail City, she stated with a tone that brooked no refusal as she looked toward her husband. Knowing his wife's responsibilities as a doctor, Bell nodded in agreement. After all, one's health is always important in any given situation, though that would also depend on the person themselves and their given situation. Bell mentally sighed as he thought, if only you were serious with my health during our nightly activities. Seriously, using Diafradel to recover our stamina? Who would resort to using such a thing? Bell thought as he blushed a bit. A thought crossed Bell's mind, and he inquired, that reminds me, Materia and Althea should be having lessons with you, Astrea, during this time. What happened? Bell asked with a questioning gaze regarding his twin daughters. Astrea replied with a smile towards her husband. Don't worry, seeing how this situation needs my full attention. I gave a suitable amount of homework for the girls to do in the meantime until we come back, she stated. Bell could vividly see his daughters facing a large stack of homework in front of them with tears in their eyes. With that in mind, Bell decided that when he returned home, he would treat his daughters to their favorite carrot cake from the best bakery in the city. Realizing that they should get moving, the trio exited the office together, though with both wives linking their arms at each side of their husband as they walked together. They walked together in unison, engaging in conversation that flowed seamlessly between them. Their stride was uninterrupted, only coming to a stop when a servant bowed and greeted them with respect. Airmid then turned to her husband and the goddess and asked, if I'm correct, it should be Emily and Alohan's shift for this week, right? She asked her question. Bell nodded in confirmation, acknowledging that it was indeed Emily and Alohan's shift for the week. Astrea, however, let out a small chuckle before expressing her concern. Yup, though I am worried about their safety in this situation, she said, her expression reflecting a slight worry for her children. Bell looked toward his goddess and reassured her, saying, don't worry, they should be able to handle themselves, especially considering that they should be able to level up anytime now. Commenting with a proud smile on his face. 1 week before flashback. Bell can be seen in his office, going through documents until a knock can be heard on the door. Knock knock. Hearing that Bell said, you may enter, he stated while not taking his eyes off from the document on the desk. The door opened, revealing 3 figures. They were his wife and goddess Astrea and his executives Emily and Alohan. Good day, Captain. Both executives greeted their captain while Astrea walked towards him around the desk to give Bell a hug as she greeted him. Good morning, dear, she said with a smile. Bell responded with his own hug towards Astrea before the two separated, then Bell greeted towards the 2 executives. Good day to you guys as well, he said with a smile. Bell then continued. I'm assuming that you have something to report for me, seeing how you guys came here? He asked with curiosity. Astrea answered to her husband. Yes, it looks like these 2 are now ready for a level up, she stated with a smile as she gave 2 pieces of paper to Bell. Receiving the 2 pieces of paper, Bell knew that they would contain the status of the 2 executives in front of him. As he read the contents, a proud smile appeared on his face. Well, would you look at that, he commented, expressing satisfaction of what he is reading. Status sheet. Emily Grant. Level 7. Strength, S900. Endurance, 820. Dexterity, 870. Agility, 850. Magic, B790. Antere. Abnormal resistance D. Brickel D. Chain attack F. Magic. Amplification. Enhanced type magic. Boosts the user abilities in proportion to their status of their selected part. O heaven above, I ask of thee, to improve my abilities, so that I may stand above my enemies. Amplify select. Thunderstrike Fists. Allows the user to channel the power of lightning into their fists, enhancing their physical combat abilities with the elemental force of electricity. By the storm's might, I call upon the heavens. Thunderstrike Fists awaken. Skill. Titan Strength. Enhances the user's strength in proportion to the user's status. Active Trigger. Status sheet. Alohan Silverleaf. Level 7. Strength, F350. Endurance, F320. Dexterity, C620. Agility, B750. Magic, S980. Mage C, Abnormal resistance F. Support G. Magic resistance D. Magic. Ice Bolt, quick cast magic. Austrian Blessing. Supportive magic skill creates a radiant aura around the user and their allies, enhancing their physical and magical abilities and providing protection. With the grace of Astria, I bestow my allies with divine favor. Be our shield and sword. Austrian Blessing. Glacial Tempest. Magic attack skill that allows the user to summon a devastating storm of ice and snow. Creates a wide-range magical bombardment, showering the area with freezing projectiles and leaving behind an icy field that can hinder and damage enemies. Frigid winds of the north, heed my call. From the frozen heavens, let your fury fall. By the ice-crowned peaks and glaciers' endless rest, in the name of the winter's grasp, I summon thee, nature's chilliest test. With every snowflake and icicle formed, let the frost and the storm be transformed. As the Arctic gusts howl and the blizzards amass, the culmination of power, let it descend among my enemies at last. Glacial Tempest. Skill. Fairy Amplification. Enhances the user's magical potential and power, prevents the user from experiencing mind down. North's Blessing. Increase power of cold and ice-based spells of the user. Seeing the status sheet of the two executive in front of him, Bell lets out a proud smile before he started to congratulate them. Congrats, Emily. Eloan, it seems that you guys will be joining the ranks of top executives sooner than I expected, he stated with a smile. Hearing that, Emily showed a big grind on her face while Eloan nodded her head with a proud smile towards herself. Bell continued, are you guys planning to hold your level up until your skills have improved? He posed the question, considering the possibility that the two executives might be intentionally delaying their level up to enhance their skills further before advancing. Both executives nodded in agreement, and Eloan further explained, that is correct. Emily and I wish to further our skills before we proceed with our level up. Eloan added with enthusiasm. Emily said, yup. I want to try and get my endurance and agility stats to at least S rank. Her cheerful voice conveyed her determination to excel in specific attributes before advancing to the next level. Emily continued, so, is it alright if you can assign us to some expedition or hunting missions? She said this with a hopeful voice, employing puppy eyes to appeal to her captain. Both Belle and Astria let out a small chuckle at Emily's behavior, while Eloan released a small sigh, acknowledging her friend's antics. Though Eloan was also hopeful that their captain would grant them a mission that can help them in their growth. Unfortunately for the two executives, their captain had other plans for them. With a smile, he explained to the two of them, though I would like to provide you two with a mission to help your growth, unfortunately, I already had plans for the two of you, he stated. He then continued, since you guys are already here, I might as well tell you guys your new assignment. He paused before continuing, Emily Eloan, your assignment is to head over to the Great Wall, as it is now your assigned shift for this week. He stated this with a smile. Hearing that, Eloan nodded her head. Though disappointed that they were not assigned to a mission to help them grow, she understands her responsibilities as one of the executives of the familia, so she accepted it. Emily, however, it's our turn, Emily shouted in shock, causing both Belle and Astria to laugh. Flashback end. Remembering it, Belle lets out a chuckle. To think that both of them are already ready to level up, he stated with a smile. Astria nodded her head. Yes, if this 10 years ago, it would have caused a ripple of shock and awe around them, especially considering their age, she commented. Ermid then explained, well, after all, many things have changed during those 10 years, reminding them about the significant events and transformations that had occurred over the decade, causing them to remember the variety of events and battles that has happened to them. After that walk down memory lane, Belle then said, anyways, the two of them should be fine as they know how to take care of themselves, expressing confidence in the capabilities of his two executives with a reassuring smile. Both wives nodded their heads together, acknowledging the strength and capabilities of the two executives. Astria commented, at least Emily won't be bored now, won't she? With a smile, Ermid added, let's just hope that there would be no issues before we arrive, expressing a hope for smooth operations. Bell nodded his head, and with a firm and resolute expression, he told his wives, then let us get ready, for we are returning to Orario, stating this with a confident smile. XXXXXXX. On the Great Wall, Emily and Eloan continue looking towards the now-returned city, still unsure on how the city has returned until a shout from a soldier is heard. Commanders! A soldier shouted as he was running towards the two Astria executives before arriving in front of them. Eloan was the first to speak. So what are the orders from city? She asked in cue questioning tone while Emily also looked towards the soldier in anticipation about their orders. The soldier then replied, by His Majesty's orders he would be arriving at the Great Wall soon and has instructed that Commanders Emily and Eloan are to make contact with the city. The soldier said in a clear voice. Hearing the orders, Eloan nodded her head while Emily let out a smirk before shouting, understood. Then she looked towards her elven friend and asked her, "So you want me to carry you over there?" she asked with a teasing voice. Eloan let out a sigh, acknowledging the potential embarrassment of being princess carried in any situation. However, understanding her current orders from her captain, she relented. She turned to Emily and made a request. "When we arrive, make sure you put me down on the ground immediately," stating it in a demanding voice as she looked towards her friend. Emily just nodded her head with a teasing smile as opened her arms and said, "Well then come over here," she shouted. Eloan reluctantly headed towards Emily, where she would be lifted in Emily's arms and a princess carry, causing Eloan to slightly blush in embarrassment. With that, Emily shouted excitedly, "All right, let's do this." As she gets ready to jump, she started to chant her magic to increase abilities. Emily chanted, "O heaven above, I ask of thee to improve my abilities." And as she spoke, a sudden blue glow began to emanate from her, enveloping the woman. Hearing the chant, several soldiers nearby started to fall back to gain some distance between them and their commander. Uninterrupted, she continued, "So that I may stand above my enemies." The blue glow intensified, forming a magical circle under where Emily stood. With a determined shout, she finished her chant, "Amplify, select legs," causing the condensed blue glow to focus on her legs. The magic circle shone brightly, signaling the completion of the spell. Once the magic spell was finished, Emily's legs were now covered in strange blue lines, pulsating with magical energy. Emily smirked at herself before telling her friend, "Make sure you hold your tongue in," she shouted, which gained a simple nod from her elven friend. With that confirmation, Emily looked towards the wall before putting her strength into her legs. Then she jumped. Boom! Crack! A sudden shockwave of wind could be felt, pushing back the soldiers who had not retreated in time, accompanied by a medium-sized crater forming where Emily had jumped. This demonstration of strength, amplified by her magic, showcased the force and power behind her enhanced abilities. The soldiers nearby looked upwards to see their commanders high up in the sky, before looking towards the now damaged part of the wall, and all of them thought, "The commander does know that she has to pay for that, right?" XXXXXXX. Inside Orario City, Ganesha and Shakti continue staring towards the huge wall that manifested when the fog dissipated, still wondering what are its origins. Thankfully, the panicked citizens of Orario were starting to calm down thanks to the combined efforts of the guild and several familias, but they were unsure how long it would last before another unrest begins. The god and his child are currently discussing on plans about what is the best course of action that should be taken to ensure that there would be no or limited casualties, if ever. The two continued to talk until they heard a strange sound coming from the sky, causing the two to look upwards. To their shock, they can see two figures rapidly falling from the sky, right at their direction. With no signs of the two figures slowing down, Shakti immediately grabbed Ganesha and shouted to her other familia members that are nearby. "Everyone, get out of here!" she shouted with full authority towards her members. Everyone nearby immediately started running away from the area. Then, boom! The two figures landed on Orario's walls with a strong impact, causing the area to become a large crater with smoke flying around. Seeing that, the nearby Ganesha familia members immediately started heading towards the crater, pointing their weapons towards it, with Shakti herself taking the front with her fists raised. Ganesha himself was behind two heavily armored familia members, protecting him. As tension rises at the sudden change of situations, a voice that can be described as a carefree and energetic woman can be heard from the smoke. "Whoa, that was fun. Nice thinking of using your ice bolt as makeshift platforms for my jumps alone," a woman shouted. Another woman voice replied, "Next time run at the direction to get some momentum before you jumped, idiot," she answered, criticizing the other voice. Once the smoke dissipated, Shakti, Ganesha, and other familia members can finally see the two figures, revealing the two figures to be a woman with orange ponytail hair and eyes, and an elven woman with silver hair and blue eyes. Seeing the two figures dusting themselves off, Shakti shouted towards the two of them, "Halt! Who are you people?" she shouted in a demanding voice, causing the rest of the familia to point their weapons towards the duo. Seeing the air around them becoming tense, the silver-haired elf woman was about to say something. However, her friend beat her to it. "Hello, I am Emily, and this is my friend Eloan, and we're both from the Astria familia that came here to contact you guys," she shouted with a carefree smile. It was at this moment that Orario would start to learn that they have been gone for 10 years, and that the world has changed. Chapter 4 Meetings. Shakti Verma, the captain of the Ganesha familia and a high-level 5 adventurer with the alias Ankusha, now found herself in a challenging predicament. First, it was the strange fog that appeared inside and outside of Orario, causing concerns, confusion, and panic among the residents. However, the fog started to dissipate, causing a sense of relief, supposedly signaling the end of the strange situation. Yet, this relief was short-lived, as a new and even more concerning situation revealed itself. An enormous wall surrounding the entire city. This development heightened Shakti's concern compared to the strange fog moments ago. The appearance of the large wall served as clear evidence that another party is involved. Who is this party? She wasn't sure herself nor about their intentions. But the fact remained that an enormous wall had just manifested after the strange fog disappeared, effectively sealing off Orario City from the outside world. Shakti immediately issued orders to increase security around the parameters of their own wall. Simultaneously, she directed the closure of the gates and initiated efforts to calm the increasingly panicked residents. Thanks to the combined efforts of the Ganesha familia, the guild and other familias, they were able to calm the residents, albeit only temporary, as it is clear that tension still hangs in the air. Thus, Shakti herself and her god Ganesha were discussing about possible plans in order to alleviate the situation and to find out the origin behind the appearance of the enormous walls. But now that has to be paused as a new situation is unfolding in front of her, which were two individuals literally falling out from the sky. With the sudden impact from the two individuals landing on the wall, which created a large-sized crater, tensions were immediately high as every Ganesha familia member nearby ran towards the crater with weapons on hand. Once the smoke was cleared, Shakti's instinct as a veteran adventurer immediately kicked into high gear as she lays her eyes on the two individuals. Shakti thought, those two, they're strong, with her fists clenching tightly and raised while donning a serious expression while looking at the two visible individuals. As a high-level 5 veteran adventurer who had seen and survived during the dark age of Orario, Shakti's instincts, honed over time, practically screamed when she laid her eyes on the duo. It was clear that these two individuals in front of her were high-level adventurers like her. High-level 5s? No, could they be high-level SIXS? How is that possible? Shakti thought to herself, as it is extremely difficult for any outside familia to gain Excelia without the assistance of the dungeon. Not only that, but their identities remain a mystery, which was strange considering that they should be high-level adventurers, so their alias or faces should be widely known even if they are from outside familia. The orange and silver-haired women were highly suspicious, but Shakti knew herself that she won't be able to get any answers just by looking at the two. So she can only ask. Tightening her raised fist, she shouted, "Halt! Who are you people?" in a demanding voice, causing the rest of the nearby familia members to point their weapons towards the duo. In Shakti's mind, she fervently hoped that the two strangers would cooperate with them. The potential for conflict weighed heavily on her thoughts, as she harbored doubts about her familia's ability to overcome these two mysterious individuals in a confrontation. The uncertainty surrounding the situation left Shakti with a sense of caution and a desire for peaceful resolution, especially if they really are high-level SIXS. Luckily for Shakti, the two strangers seemed to be cooperative. The silver-haired elven woman was about to respond when the orange ponytail-haired woman raised her arms to the sky and waved. "Hello, I'm Emily, and this is my friend Aloan. We're both from the Astria familia, and we came here to contact you guys," she shouted with a carefree smile. Hearing that, Shakti's eyes widened a bit as heard a certain word that caught her attention. Did she just say Astria familia? Shakti thought as she lowers her arms while staring towards the woman known as Emily. The Astria familia and the Ganesha familia were close allies, united in their mission to protect the residents from any form of danger. Their collaboration had been particularly active during the dark age of Orario, forging a strong bond between the two familias. However, tragedy struck the Astria familia when an incident within the dungeon led to the massacre of the entire familia, leaving only a single survivor, the Gale. Regrettably, the aftermath of the incident prompted the goddess of justice to depart Orario entirely. In her absence, Gale remained, but the situation took a dark turn as she became a wanted fugitive, massacring several familias that were suspected to be involved in the Astria familia massacre, but without evidence that these familias were truly involved and the brutality nature of the killings. The Gale would soon have a bounty on her head and would be wanted dead or alive by the guild. Shakti swiftly turned her head towards her patron god, who stood behind two heavily armored familia members, as she sought confirmation that these two individuals were indeed representatives of the Astria familia. Ganesha, seeing Shakti turning her head towards him, immediately nodded with a serious face behind the elephant mask. The confirmation conveyed that the duo were, indeed, telling the truth about their affiliation with the Astria familia. Shakti, despite the relief of confirmation, remained vigilant, unsure of the duo's intentions and their possible involvement with the mysterious large wall surrounding Orario. But she knew that they might be able to get some information or clues on what is going on. Wielding an authoritative tone, Shakti commanded the familia members surrounding the crater, "Stand down, everyone. Allow me to speak with them." Her voice left no room for dissent from her orders. Hearing the orders, the nearby familia members lowered their weapons though remained vigilant, in case that the duo would try anything against the familia captain. The Estrella-Familia duo, on the other hand, remained quite relaxed despite the situation that they are in. Eloan maintained a composed demeanor, her expression indifferent to the encircling situation. In contrast, Emily wore a carefree smile and seemed more interested in observing her surroundings than the fact that they were surrounded. Shakti walked towards the crater, and once reaching the edge of it, she slid down carefully towards the Estrella duo. Dusting herself off, Shakti faced the Estrella duo with a composed expression. "It's a pleasure to meet you both. I'm Shakti Verma, captain of the Ganesha Familia, known by the alias Ankusha," she introduced herself. Pausing briefly, she continued, "While I would typically extend a warm welcome to newcomers, I'm sure you understand the need for caution given the circumstances." Her gaze held a seriousness that conveyed the gravity of the situation. Eloan nodded in agreement with Shakti's statement, offering her own explanation. "We apologize for the abrupt entrance. However, my friend here underestimated the amount of strength required to get here," she said with a tone of sincerity. Despite her words, her expression carried a hint of criticism as she glanced at her enthusiastic friend beside her. Emily lightly scratched her head with a slightly embarrassed look before explaining, Sorry about that, but hey, your ice bolt helped out. Plus, we were able to get in contact with the residents much faster." She tried to emphasize the positive outcomes of their unconventional arrival. Despite Emily's attempt, she still received 2 looks of criticism, making her to look away from the stares by her friend and the captain of the Ganesha Familia. Seeing her reaction, both Eloan and Shakti let out a small sigh. Eloan then addressed Shakti, saying, "Again, apologies about our sudden entrance," as she bowed her head. Emily, witnessing the gesture, also bowed her head. Shakti, witnessing the scene, let out a small smile before saying, "It is no issue. However, I hope you do realize that your familia has to pay for the damages that Emily has caused, right?" She directed her question towards the duo. Hearing that, Emily began to sweat a bit, while Eloan nodded in agreement before saying, "Do not worry, the Estrella Familia will pay for the damages caused, which will mostly come out of Emily's own pocket." She stated this with a reassuring smile, causing Emily to scream, I have to be the one that has to pay." She shouted in protest and disbelief as she looked towards her elven friend. Eloan just simply nodded her head and said, of course, stating the obvious answer while looking at Emily with a smile. This caused Emily to protest even more towards the decision as she tried to look for an excuse to use, which was promptly deflected by Eloan's clear reasoning skills. Seeing the two's comedic conversation, Shakti couldn't help but lower her guard against them. It was clear to her that they came here peacefully, which greatly alleviated her worries. However, her confusion about the enormous wall still lingered. She then noticed something off about Emily, who was still trying to give an excuse. Shakti thought to herself, are her legs glowing blue? Despite Emily's legs being covered with black leggings and leather leg wraps, Shakti noticed a faint blue glow emanating magical energy on her legs. Could it be a magic spell that could enhance Shakti's train of thought abruptly halted as a shout reached her ears. "I am Ganesha!" Ganesha shouted, catching the attention of the two Estrella duo, who looked towards the bulky man, while Shakti just let out a sigh as she did not even bother to turn her head towards Ganesha. Ganesha then jumped down the crater and proceeded to walk towards the trio, only stopping when he stood beside Shakti, before finally introducing himself. "Nice to meet you too. My name is Ga." He abruptly stopped as Shakti elbowed him on the side. Shakti then clarified her action, stating, "Hold on. I'm fairly certain the two of them already know who you are, especially considering the way you just shouted. Moreover, it's highly likely that Goddess Estrella has already told them about your identity." Both Eloan and Emily nodded in agreement with Shakti's explanation. Emily then added, "Exactly. Goddess Estrella briefed us about your identity during her time in Orario." She said this with a friendly smile. Though in a whisper, she also said, but to think that he would really shout out his name, she said quietly in an attempt to not be heard by Ganesha and Shakti. Unfortunately for Emily, the two still heard it but did not take any offense, as Ganesha just showed an unfazed smile while Shakti nodded her head in acknowledgement about her god's strange antics. Ganesha, satisfied with their response, then proceeded to change his expression to a serious face behind the elephant mask as he asked the question that is behind everyone's mind. Ganesha inquired with a serious tone, "With that settled, may I ask about the purpose of the enormous wall that now surrounds Orario, and how you managed to build it in such a short period of time?" He sought answers to unravel the mystery that had been perplexing them. Shakti also looked towards the Estrella duo, seeking answers to their current situation. But to Ganesha and Shakti's confusion, the Estrella duo looked perplexed by the question as Eloan and Emily looked to each other before Emily asked for a clarification regarding Ganesha's question. Emily sought clarification. With a respectful yet puzzled tone, she asked, "Lord Ganesha, may I inquire about what you mean by a short period of time?" Ganesha and Shakti found themselves even more puzzled by the sudden inquiry. Ganesha replied confidently, considering it should have been built when Orario was covered in heavy fog, roughly around 2 hours. Why do you ask? This response shocked Aloan and Emily. Their widened eyes reflected the surprise as they exchanged glances. Before Aloan then addressed the god of masses, Lord Ganesha, Shakti, is it all right if we can talk to just the two of you? Her tone and serious expression conveyed the gravity of the matter. The serious expressions on the faces of the Estrella duo indicated that the impending conversation might involve confidential information. Understanding the gravity of the situation, both Ganesha and Shakti nodded in agreement to the request made by Aloan. Ganesha issued a commanding order to the Ganesha familia members present around the crater. Clear the area, everyone. Shakti, and I will handle this. Consider it a divine order, he declared with a stern and authoritative tone. He also added, ensure that no one else gets close to here, with a loud shout, as there is no doubt that the small explosion from the landing had definitely gathered some attention nearby. Hearing the divine order issued by their patron god, the Ganesha familia members quickly obeyed the divine order, leaving the area to give Lord Ganesha and Captain Shakti privacy for their discussion with the Estrella duo and to keep guard. Waiting for a few minutes to ensure privacy, Ganesha then inquired, now that we have some privacy, may I ask what is wrong? His voice held a tone of genuine curiosity. Aloan nodded before turning to Emily and making a request. Emily, can you ensure that no one else is nearby and listening to our conversation? Emily nodded, crouched down, and leaped out of the crater to stand guard. As she left, a small shockwave of wind emanated from the impact of her jump. Once the dust settled, Aloan addressed Ganesha and Shakti, saying, apologies for this precaution, but I'd like to avoid causing more panic and agitation as is. At least until the situation here has calmed down, she said seriously. Considering the current concern among the people of Orario about the sudden appearance of the enormous wall after the dissipation of the fog, minimizing the number of listeners would be beneficial. With a serious tone, she explained, Lord Ganesha Shakti, the Great Wall was not built in a short period of time. In fact, it was the city that has just reappeared. She paused before continuing. Orario City and its people have been gone for a decade. Hearing that, Shakti's eyes widened in shock and disbelief. What? We've been gone for a decade? She thought, confused by the sudden and seemingly impossible information she had heard. The revelation left Shakti in a state of shock and disbelief. The idea that Orario had vanished for an entire decade seemed impossible to comprehend, stirring confusion within her. Shakti turned her head towards Ganesha and asked, Ganesha, is she telling the dash? But before she can finish her sentence. I'm afraid so, Ganesha stated in a sober but serious tone. Behind the elephant mask, his eyes reflected shock as he comprehended the truth from Aloan's words about the seemingly impossible event that had occurred. Shakti couldn't help but widen her eyes even further at the shocking revelation that Aloan was telling the truth. Her mind raced with questions: why? How? Who could have done this? She was still bewildered about the information she had just received. As Shakti continued trying to find possible reasons for why this had happened, Ganesha addressed Aloan. Now I can understand why you only wanted the both of us to hear this information. In the current situation, this would only cause more panic and unrest, he stated with an understanding tone and look. Aloan nodded her head in agreement with what Ganesha was saying before further explaining. That is correct, Lord Ganesha. I would explain further. However, myself and Emily have received our orders to make contact. She stated this seriously before continuing. May we talk to Lord Ornis about this? She asked. Hearing this, Ganesha immediately nodded his head in agreement to Aloan's suggestion, as this matter is too important for him to handle alone. Placing his hand on Shakti's shoulder, which snapped her out of her daze, Ganesha said, We will bring the two of you straight to the guild to meet with Ornis, though we will be using the alleyways to avoid the public eye. His voice carried a commanding but reassuring tone. Aloan nodded in agreement, as herself and Emily may stand out if they are being escorted by the Ganesha familia if they take normal routes. With that agreement, the trio exited the crater on the wall and walked towards Emily, who was standing guard above the crater. Emily, sensing their approach, turned her head towards them. It looks like you guys are finished talking, huh? She asked the obvious with a small smile, causing the trio to nod their heads, though Shakti only did a light nod as she was still in the process of digesting the information that she has received. Ganesha then explained, Follow us closely. We will be taking the shortest path to get to the guild the quickest. His words prompted Shakti to put her current thoughts behind her and focus on her current task. With a nod from the Estrella duo, the four of them immediately descended to the streets. Ganesha and Shakti took the lead, guiding the Estrella duo through the many alleyways. As they ran, Aloan, who was beside Emily, whispered in a quiet voice, So you felt it too, right? Emily replied with a whisper of her own. You mean that strange feeling of being stared at, right? She said seriously as she looked at her elven friend. Aloan nodded her head to confirm what Emily was saying, causing the duo to narrow their eyes slightly at this information. Shortly after arriving in Orario and talking to Shakti, the duo suddenly felt as if someone was looking at them, not just at their physical forms, but directly at their souls. Unsure of the source or the person behind the mysterious gaze, Emily and Aloan were determined to discover its origin. As Emily jumped out of the crater to stand guard, she seized the opportunity to act as bait, hoping to pinpoint the mysterious gaze. Whispering to her elven friend, Emily shared her findings. I managed to pinpoint it at the last second before it stopped. She wore a proud smirk, pleased with her ability to identify the source. Aloan lets out a small smile towards her friend before asking, so, where did you find the source? She whispered as she was curious about the source. Adopting a serious expression, Emily disclosed to her elven friend, I was able to pinpoint it to. She paused for emphasis before continuing, the Tower of Babel. Hearing that, Aloan's eyes narrowed before turning her head towards the tower and looking at it suspiciously before turning her head back, as she only whispered to her friend, I see. XXXXXXX. Top of Babel. In an amused tone, Freya remarked, Era, it seems they've already noticed me. How talented. She smiled, ceasing her use of the divine mirror as she remained seated in her chair. It was a few minutes ago, when the strange fog dissipated. Freya did not expect to see an enormous wall that surrounded the entirety of Orario City. Like any other god and goddess, she was concerned about the appearance of the wall, but was also curious about the origins of it. Observing the city through the divine mirror, she could see mortals and her fellow divine kin rushing about in the midst of the unfolding situation. Utilizing her discerning eye, she perceived the emotional state of the mortals below. A mixture of worry, confusion, loss, and anxiety permeated the common emotions she observed. Minutes passed, and she can see that the situation down below has started to calm down, but in reality the people are still tense about the sudden situation that they are in. Then, out of coincidence and sheer luck, she was able to witness the arrival of the two mysterious individuals on Orario's walls. Freya knew that these two individuals came from the enormous walls, but their origins still remained a mystery to her. Though judging from their interactions, she knew that the two individuals came here peacefully. Freya employed her discerning eye on the two mysterious individuals, discovering that their souls were quite unique. For the orange ponytailed woman, she perceived a bright orange and yellow combination in constant motion, reflecting her energetic and carefree nature. On the other hand, the silver-haired elf woman's soul displayed an icy blue exterior with a central light pink color, symbolizing a cold yet caring nature. These two souls were indeed unique, to the extent that Freya found herself intrigued and desiring to bring them into her familia. However, during this observation, she noticed something peculiar about the two souls. She realized at the outer edges of their souls, something clear was surrounding their souls, as if it was protecting them. Realizing this fact, her interest grew even more towards the two. Then, to her astonishment, it seemed that they soon realized they were being spied upon before finally pinpointing the source of the observation to the Tower of Babel. She let out a smile, impressed by the two as it reminded her of her favorite bunny. Speaking of her otter, she was really concerned about Belle's safety and wanted to send in her familia to find him in secret, but with the current situation, she did not want to risk it, even if she is the strongest familia in Orario. Thus, against her wishes, she decided to wait for a better opportunity to send out her familia to find her otter. Freya thought, my otter, do not worry. I will find you once this is all over. And perhaps I can finally have you in my arms, she mused, dreaming about the potential dream that could become reality. As she continued immersing herself in her dream, and at times, lightly giggling to herself, a curious thought crossed her mind. With a smile, she asked a question to her strongest child without looking behind her. Otter dear, how strong do you think those two individuals are? She asked curiously. Otter, who was behind his goddess the entire time, has also witnessed the arrival of the two strangers through the divine mirror. Otter replied without hesitation to his goddess. Judging by the impact crater left behind by the orange ponytailed woman, she may be mid-level 5 or mid-level 6. His voice was emotionless but heavy. He then continued, as for the elven woman, my apologies, but this is only my speculation. She may be a lower or similar level to the orange-haired woman. Hearing that, Freya couldn't help but had her eyes slightly widen in amazement. After all, it's quite difficult for an outside familia to gain the needed excelia for a level up without the assistance of the dungeon. This made her interest in the two individuals grew even more. Otter, noticing his goddess's interest in the two mysterious women, then asked her respectfully, Freya-sama, do you wish for me to bring those two to you? He inquired with a bow of his head. Freya was slightly interested in the proposal, but seeing how the two individuals are being escorted by Ganesha and his captain, it's obvious that they are heading to Ornis, so she decided not to do it. She replied towards her strongest child, perhaps at another time, when everything is resolved in Orario City, she answered with a smile. Hearing that reply, Otter nodded his head and replied to his goddess. Understood, before once again staying quiet without moving an inch. Freya then took a sip from her wine glass before placing it down on the small table beside her, maintaining her gaze down towards the city with a smile of interest. XXXXXXXX. On the streets of Orario. The residents of Orario were no longer panicking as they were a few minutes ago, but were still concerned about the origins of the large wall and its purpose. Several theories and thoughts were debated among them about the large wall, but no one can figure out the origins of the wall, nor the methods on how it was built so fast. Two women can be seen gossiping to each other on the streets. Hey, did you hear? Apparently there was a small explosion sound that came from the east wall, a woman said with a concerned tone. Seriously? Don't tell me it's an attack. The other woman replied in shock to what she is hearing. The other woman then replied, not sure, but the Ganesha familia were already on the scene, in a reassuring tone. Hearing that, the other woman let out a sigh in relief. I see. That's good, they should be able to handle it, right? She asked. The woman nodded in confirmation. However, in the back of their minds, they were still concerned about the rumors of the explosion on the east wall. Word spread about the sound of an explosion, causing many citizens to become even more concerned and worried. The only silver lining was that the Ganesha familia was present in the area, which helped calm most hearts. But the question remained, what had caused the explosion on the wall? Numerous theories circulated, ranging from an intentional attack to an accidental incident, or even a mere misunderstanding. The true answer remained elusive to everyone, unless you were a certain orange-haired elf who was there at that perfect moment. XXXXXXXXX. Twilight Monor. The Loki familia was one of the many familias that were asked by the guild in the assistance of calming the people and to help increase security due to the unfolding events. Just like any other person in the city, the entire familia were bewildered by the sight of enormous walls that surrounded the entirety of the city. Finn immediately ordered his familia members to assist in calming the masses and to also find any information or news regarding the appearance of the walls. Whether it be rumors or hard facts, anything that could help Finn piece together the puzzle of the unfolding event would suffice. Currently, Finn was in his office with Riveria, Gareth, and his goddess Loki, and is currently discussing about the appearance of the enormous wall that has appeared and any relevant information. Finn, with a thoughtful face, then said, so far we haven't found any clues regarding the sudden appearance of the large wall with the exception of speculations. Gareth nodded while stroking his beard before saying, even speculations hold some merit, but with the amount that be going around there be too many contradictions, with a tired tone. Riveria has her arms crossed before adding her own thoughts to the conversation. It cannot be helped. After all, no one would have expected that there be a large wall after the strange fog dissipated, she stated. Loki then complained, Man, and to think all of this is happening right before the raid too. We already have our hands full, she shouted as she raised her arms in the air. The four of them continued discussing about the possible origins of the large wall and the possible measures that they should do in the unfolding situation. Then a knock can be heard from the door. Knock, knock. Upon hearing the knocking sound, the ongoing discussion among the four of them came to a halt. Finn, acknowledging the source, uttered, You can come in. The door swung open to reveal Ace. The blonde swordswoman entered the room with her trademark emotionless expression, heading towards her familia's superiors. Loki, in her usual exuberance, tried to rush towards Ace for a hug, but was swiftly halted by Riveria, who administered a stern hand chop to Loki's head. Disregarding Loki's cries of pain, Finn addressed Ace. Welcome back. Do you have any information to report? He asked with a tone of curiosity directed at the Sword Princess. Ace silently nodded her head before explaining. Itcham, I've heard some rumors that were spreading around. She then explained the rumors regarding the sound of an explosion from the east wall of Orario and about the Ganesha familia being on the scene. Hearing that, Finn had a look of interest from the information that he had received, while his fellow top executives were in deep thought as for Loki. She had a look of interest and amusement before commenting. Looks like we might have to visit Ganesha soon then, with a smile. Finn nodded his head in agreement, and was about to say something before another knock can be heard from the door. Knock, knock. Come in, Finn declared, addressing the closed door. In response, the door swung open abruptly, unveiling an exhausted orange ponytailed elf girl, panting heavily and displaying clear signs of fatigue. The five people in the room instantly knew who this figure is, with Ace being the one who announces the figure's name, Lafia. It was Lafia Vortis, known as the Thousand Elf, who arrived in the room in a tired state. Lafia walked towards the five of them in a quickened pace before arriving beside Ace. She then attempted to control her ragged breathing before explaining to her superiors. Huff, my apologies, but I have an urgent report about the Eastern Wall, she stated in a tired but serious voice. Hearing the seriousness voice from her student, Riveria asked, Is it in regards to the rumored explosion? As they were already been briefed by Ace regarding it. Lafia nodded before adding more details. That's correct, Riveria-sama. I was present at the scene when it happened." She spoke in a haste, conveying a sense of urgency. Everyone in the room widened their eyes upon hearing that. Even Ace, who typically maintained her expressionless face, showed surprise. Immediately, Finn asked Lafia, "Tell us what has happened," with a serious and interested tone. Lafia nodded her head before she began to explain about what happened. Near the Eastern Wall flashback. Near the Eastern Wall, Lafia can be seen walking through the streets with her staff on hand as she reassures the residents about the unfolding situation that is happening at the moment. Though she herself is very concerned, she tries her best to hide it behind her reassuring face. She is also trying her best to gather any form of information regarding the enormous walls that can be used, but as expected, she can only find speculations going around. Lafia then thought, "So far, I can't find anything solid. I hope the others are doing better than myself at the moment, hoping for the others would make more progress." As she continues on walking, she couldn't help but to look upward and just stare at the enormous wall that overshadows Orario's own walls, and couldn't help but wonder about the origins behind it. She then realized that she was approaching near one of the many stairs that lead towards the top of the wall in the eastern section. It was then that she had an idea. Maybe I can ask the Ganesha members that are stationed here about it? She thought as she looks towards the stairs. It's no secret that currently the Ganesha familia have sent out several of their members towards the wall to watch over and guard from potential threats. Though there may be a chance that they've been ordered to keep their mouths closed, she should still be able to gather some clues. Thus, gathering the courage, Lafia decided to use the stairs and headed upwards. As she headed up, she thought, "Maybe I'll even get praise from Miss Ace." She began to daydream with a slight drool on her smiling face as she clutches her staff tightly. She continues to daydream as she goes up the stairs until, boom! An explosion suddenly rang out on the walls, snapping Lafia out of her daydream. She quickly shielded her head with her hands as dust began to fall around her. Lafia widened her eyes and muttered to herself an attack in a low voice as she thought of the worst possibility that may be happening at the moment. Her mind began to race at top speeds. Could it be a weapon that was launched, or could it be something else? Though she knew herself that she won't be able to figure out the answer at the moment. Thus, clutching her staff even tighter, she immediately dashed to the top, but stopped only a few steps before reaching the top. Crouching down, she huddled against the wall. Most likely Reveria-sama would definitely scold her for operating alone in a dangerous situation. Actually, most likely all of her superiors might scold her about it. But with the current unfolding situation, Lafia understood the need to provide assistance, whether it was through shielding or actively engaging whatever threat had emerged to aid the Ganesha familia members. The silver lining, she thought, was that the sounds of the skirmish would attract attention. With her familia's swift response, she believed she should be safe as long as she could hold her ground. So, Lafia waited, poised to chant one of her spells in response to any sounds of fighting from the top. After all, if it was an enemy, they wouldn't expect a sudden ambush, right? It was then that she heard a shout. "Oh, who are you people?" shouted a woman's voice. Lafia recognized the voice as Shakti, the captain of the Ganesha familia. She also realized that the cause of the explosion was an arrival of people. If so, then who are these people? It was then another voice shouted back in reply, "Hello, I am Emily, and this is my friend Aloan. We're both from the Astria familia, and we came here to contact you guys." In a carefree tone, hearing that Lafia had recognized that familia name, as she was told stories about them and how they were active during the dark age of Orario. She was also told about their downfall and how the goddess left the city completely right after. She was surprised that the cause of the explosion was from members of the Astria familia, but now a new question was in her mind. Why are they here? She thought. Lafia knew that there is a high likelihood that they came from the enormous walls, but she wasn't sure their purpose. Unfortunately for her, she could barely hear their conversation from where she is, and she couldn't even see the faces of the people that arrived. It was then that she heard another shout on the top of the walls. "I am Ganesha," a man shouted. Lafia recognized that shout was from Lord Ganesha, the patron god of the Ganesha familia, and was surprised that he was right here at this moment. This prompted Lafia to cautiously ascend the stairs, attempting to eavesdrop on the conversation and gather the most accurate information possible. Even utilizing her keen elven ears, she couldn't even catch snippets of the conversation. But the elven girl persisted and stayed in position to try and gather even fragmented information that could be used. Lafia continued in position for several minutes until she heard Ganesha shouting out an order, "Clear the area, everyone. Shakti, and I will handle this. Consider it a divine order." Hearing that, Lafia slightly widened her eyes by the fact that Ganesha has given out a divine order. This would mean that whatever conversation that they were having must be important. However, since a divine order was issued, Lafia knew that she won't be able to stay here much longer, so she decided to leave immediately. Dashing down the stairs with her level 3 strength, she could also faintly hear Ganesha giving out an additional orders, so her timing was perfect. As she reaches the ground, Lafia began to sprint back to Twilight Manor to report her findings, as she only had one thing in her mind: I need to tell the others about this. End of flashback. And that's everything that has happened to me, Lafia said as she finished her report of what has happened to her. Finn couldn't help but smile, appreciating that the first-hand information he received was more valuable than the speculative reports he had been hearing. Finn then said, Nice job, Lafia. With this, we now have some clues regarding on what is going on with the appreciated tone and smile. Gareth also nodded his head in agreement before saying, Alas, you saved us from more trouble, haha, with a short laugh. Riveria simply smiled as she was proud that her student was able to handle the situation on her own, though she also wanted to scold her for acting alone. But understanding the given circumstances of her student in that situation and the importance of gathering the information, she decided to hold back on it. Though she does plan on increasing Lafia's training regimens to better equip her student. Unaware of Riveria's plan to intensify her training, Lafia felt a slight shiver down her spine. Loki, on the other hand, had a big smile towards Lafia as she opened her arms and said, Nice going, Lafia. Now come here and let your goddess give you a big hug. She gestures her hands with a smooching face. Startled, Lafia began to slowly back away from her original position, attempting to distance herself from her goddess. She finally mustered the courage to say, no thanks, with a forced smile. Loki pouted for a moment until curiosity struck her. Turning to Lafia, she asked, Why are you so late in coming here? Her curiosity was evident in her tone, considering Lafia should have arrived much earlier, despite the considerable distance between the Twilight Manor and the Eastern Wall. So long Lafia ran with all of her strength as a level 3, she should have been able to reach the Twilight Manor even before the rumors have spread this far. The other top executives, along with Ace, grew curious as Loki raised a valid point with her observation and looked towards Lafia to see her response. It was then that they noticed that the elf's face was nervous and she was fidgeting with her hands, making it clear that she did not tell them the full story and was hiding something. Riveria then took charge and asked her student, Lafia, what are you not telling us, with a serious tone? Lafia then muttered, I ran into a light post and knocked myself out, she said with her face turning bright red as a tomato from embarrassment. A few minutes ago, Lafia was sprinting back to the Twilight Manor to report on what she has found. While sprinting back, Lafia organized her thoughts about the information she had uncovered. She felt a slight disappointment at not being able to gather any useful information from the ongoing conversations between Ganesha and the Astrea familia. But any information would do at this point. As she was sprinting back, Lafia couldn't help but daydream again. For sure, I would get praises from Miss Ace with this as she thought with a giddy face and closed eyes. Unfortunately for Lafia, her timing for her daydreaming would prove to be a major mistake on her part. Hey miss, watch out, a man shouted towards Lafia. Lafia said as she snapped out of her daydream before. Bonk, thud. Lafia ran into a light post with full speed, effectively knocking her out for several minutes. Back to the present. By the time I woke up, several Ganesha members were about to take me to the hospital, she explained, her face reddening with embarrassment. She inquired about the duration of her unconsciousness. She was informed that she had been out for several minutes. However, nearby, she can hear several residents talking about hearing an explosion near the Eastern Wall, making her realize that she has been out for too long and rumors have now begun to spread in a fast pace. She quickly got up, bowing and apologizing profusely to the Ganesha members for the trouble she caused. Without wasting a moment, she sprinted back towards Twilight Manor even faster than before. Once Lafia concluded her explanation, there was a moment of silence in the room, until, Bwahaha! A loud laughter could be heard from Loki, causing the young elf to become even more red. Haha, I'm sorry, I just didn't expect that happened to you. Haha, Loki explained while trying to control her laughter. Gareth chuckled heartily, and Riveria couldn't help but smile, relieved that nothing serious had happened to her student. Finn smiled and advised her, Next time, pay attention to your surroundings and be careful, which Lafia nodded her head. Seeing that response, Finn then said, With this you guys are dismissed, and thank you for providing us with this crucial information, he stated with a smile. Hearing that both Ace and Lafia bowed their heads and exited the office together, albeit with Lafia still red as Ace attempts to comfort her. Once the duo exited the office, the air around the office became serious. It was then that Gareth was the first one to ask, So what do you think is going on, Finn? He asked, looking towards the prom. Finn had a thoughtful face before explaining, Something major is going to happen now and will definitely involve the meeting between the Astrea members and Lord Ganesha, he stated. Riveria nodded her head. I think so too, given how they said that they are here to make contact with City, though I am surprised that it was an Astrea familia members who were involved with the enormous wall, she said in a surprised tone. Loki commented, Yup, that was something unexpected. Astrea was the last person that I would think to be involved in this, she said as she rubs her head with a confused tone. Gareth then said, You don't think that they came here with hostile intent? He asked curiously towards the group. Loki responded with a shook of her head, Definitely not. Even after what has happened to her familia, she wouldn't mindlessly blame the city for it, she said with a confident tone. Riveria then told Loki, Even so, we should not disregard that possibility, Loki, considering that this may be our only lead so far, she stated, reminding Loki the current circumstances that they are in. Loki just simply nodded her head in response. Then she asked Finn, So what do you think they're going to do, Finn? Finn then responded, Most likely, they will be trying to meet up with Uranus at this moment, he stated with a confident smile. He continued, If they are really here only to make contact with the city, Ganesha and Shakti should be escorting them to Uranus. Besides, nothing else has happened so far, with the exception of the arrival of the Astrea Familia members, seems to be with peaceful intentions despite their arrival method. Finn analyzed the information that he has received from the report and was able to draw up a possible plan that they might be doing. Riveria then added her own opinion to it. I see that would make sense. If they were here with hostile intent, Orario would already be under siege at this moment, she said with her right hand on her chin. Gareth added, However, the big question still remains about their purpose for coming here and about the large wall, as he stroked his beard. Loki responded to Gareth. Most likely it involves the reason why Ganesha used a divine order, she stated with her arms crossed. The fact that Ganesha used a divine order would mean that whatever conversation that he had with the Astrea Familia members must have been important. Loki then suggested, Looks like we're still going to ask Ganesha about it, with a curious tone. Finn then told Loki, Though most likely, he won't say anything until whatever the reason is resolved. He said it with a smile. Riveria then shifted the conversation to another topic, saying, I am also curious about their levels. The fact that they landed safely despite creating a sizable impact crater suggests that they are either high level 4 or possess a special skill that negates fall damage, she remarked with curiosity. Gareth nodded in agreement and added, That's truly impressive on their part. They must be exceptionally talented to have reached that level without even venturing into the dungeon. Even if they're not high level, with a special skill like that can still prove to be a valuable asset for a familia. It was then Loki had an interesting idea. Hey, should I try asking them if they want to join our familia? She said with a grin. This caused her children to regard her with questioning gazes before Riveria sighed and said, Loki, seriously? No, we should not do that as it would be rude to the Astrea Familia. We also don't even know what they look like, or what their intentions are at the moment, she said sternly. Regrettably, Lafia couldn't make out the figures. Not only was her position less than ideal, but with the presence of the crater and Ganesha and Shakti obstructing the view, she was unable to discern their appearance. Therefore, they lacked any basis for making contact with them. Loki then said, Hey, we might as well give it a try. After all, we just need to look for someone who doesn't stand out or whom we don't recognize. And besides, we already know their names, don't we? She said playfully. She then continued, Besides, we're the strongest familia here. With our resources and access to the dungeon, we should enable them to become even stronger. Who doesn't want that? And knowing Astrea, she would definitely want the best for her familia, she said with a confident smile. Making both Riveria and Gareth released a tired sigh, while Finn just had a light chuckle before saying, I guess we'll just have to see when this is over. In the dining hall of the Twilight Manor, both Lafia and Ace can be seen seated down, as they take a small break from their assigned duties. Lafia was still embarrassed by what has happened to her and how she had no choice but to explain it to her superiors. Slamming her head on the table as she lets out a long sigh until Ace walked towards her with a glass of water on hand. Here, Lafia, you should drink, she said as she gives a glass of water towards Lafia, who lifted her head before accepting the glass and drank the water. Gulping down on the water, she finished it before saying, Thank you, Ace, with a big smile as she was glad that she was able to get some alone time with her idol. Ace simply nodded her head with a smile before complimenting the young elf. Nice job with your findings. I'm glad that you didn't get hurt, with a smile. This caused Lafia to scream in her mind and had a faint blush on her cheeks, as she was super happy that she was getting compliments from her idol. However, Lafia then noticed that despite Ace showing her a smile, she clearly had anxious eyes and was definitely worried about something. Lafia then asked her idol, Ace, what's wrong? She asked carefully, but was also curious about the reason. Ace, realizing that her elven friend had noticed her anxiety and worries, decided to tell her on what's been weighing on her mind. Ace had a worried look before explaining to Lafia, with the recent developments, I'm worried about Belle, with slight anxiety in her voice. Ace doesn't fully understand why her heart and mind are like this, but she can comprehend that she is worried about the boy's safety and well-being at this moment. Hearing this, Lafia understood what Ace was saying. Even though she and Belle are rivals, though he has no clue that Lafia regards him that way, she wouldn't wish for something terrible to happen to him in this situation. Thus, putting up a reassuring face and with a smile, she explained, Don't worry, Ace. That who? Belle-san would be all right. He's a level 4 after all, with a cheerful and reassuring tone in an attempt to cheer Ace up and to relieve her worries. Seeing this, Ace formed a small smile as she knows that Lafia was trying to reassure her about Belle. So with a smile, she then thanked Lafia for her efforts. Thank you, Lafia. Lafia responded with her own smile towards Ace, though at the same time she thought, humph, damn human. You better be alright, or else I would find you myself and bring your sorry ass here to apologize to Miss Ace. Humph. XXXXXXXXXXXXX. In Dragon Tail City. Transfer gate. Achoo. Sniff. Hopefully I didn't catch a cold at this time, Belle said as he stands in front the stone platform of the transfer gate inside of his castle, with a large backpack on his back. Transfer gates, one of the many inventions that has revolutionized the world and brought out a new era of change among the mortals and gods. With its capability of teleporting from one place to another so long as another transfer gate is in that location. It is also capable of transporting large amounts of people through the gate so long as it is constantly turned on. The downside of using a transfer gate was the expense of utilizing it, as it requires large amounts of high-quality magic stones to power it, so the cost of using it would be astronomical for a regular familia. Luckily, the Astrea familia is no ordinary familia, though they only plan to use it for emergencies or special situations that require immediate response. It is also created by the Astrea familia top executive member, known as Mini Genius, who is generally involved in the creation of the many tools and technology that has spread and been adopted all over the continent, such as the Oculus communication lines. As Belle wipes his nose from his sneeze, two figures behind him then begun talking to each other. A beautiful brown-haired woman with the silver dragon armor and tower shield on hand asked, "If I recall correctly, Sakura said that sneezing once would usually mean that someone is thinking about the person in the Far Eastern beliefs, right?" Her voice held a tone of curiosity and questioning. The long blonde-haired chine-throat woman wearing a flowing dress with a hood responded with her right hand on her cheek and a smile. "If so, then our captain should have been sneezing every day, then should he not?" she said with a graceful tone. The brown-haired woman nodded in agreement to the chine-throat woman's point, saying, yeah, good point, with an agreeing tone, making the chine-throat woman have a small chuckle. Belle, not minding the duo's conversation behind him, turned around and said, "My apologies for calling you two to be on standby at this moment. Haley Vivian," with an apologetic tone as he looked towards the two. Haley Cohen, one of the top executives of the Astrea familia and the general of the Silver Dragon Guards with a known alias Guardian, replied to her captain and king, "Do not worry about that, Belle. It's the least we can do in this situation," she said with a reassuring voice and smile. Vivian, the other top executives who is also accompanying her captain, is the general of the Special Night Unit, known as Candle Knights with the given alias Inferno Enchantress, then said, "Indeed, no one would have expected that this would happen after all this time," she said with a smile. Just like their captain, both top executives were present when they received the shocking report regarding Orario's sudden return and have also received their orders to be on standby for emergencies. Since their captain, vice captain, and goddess are all heading towards the now-returned city, though they do have some reservations about it, knowing the significance of the city to them, they did not voice out their objections. They also have complete faith into their captain would be able to handle it. After all, he is the hero created the new era of peace. Haley then mentioned, "We have increased security around the castle and have given a strict gag order to not spread the information until further notice," she stated in a serious tone. Vivian the added, "If anyone is caught spreading it, there will be consequences," she said in a graceful but serious tone. Belle nodded his head in response before saying, "Thank you. Then I would leave it to you guys to handle the matters here until we return," with a smile of gratitude. Haley nodded her head with a smile while Vivian commented, "Leave it to us, Belle," with a calm and reassuring tone. As the trio continued talking amongst themselves, a sudden call for the captain can be heard. "Belle, we're ready to go," shouted Airmid as she walked towards her husband with a backpack on her back. Beside her was Astrea, who also approached her husband. Since it is a sudden trip, they couldn't pack a lot, so they are only bringing essential items with them for the short trip. As his wives walked closer towards their husband, Belle and the two generals that are with him then noticed that behind Airmid and Goddess Astrea were another two figures. One was a golden-haired and eyes woman on a wheelchair, being pushed by a black straight-haired cat woman, wearing a full-body black, sleeveless underwear with high black leggings and a dark gray jacket piece, covering the arms and shoulders with a large backpack. The black-haired cat woman was the first to greet, "Good day, Bellsama," she said as she bowed her head towards Belle. Belle responded with a smile, saying, "Good day, Chi," in a greeting tone. Chi Swang, a high-level adventurer of the Astrea familia with the given alias Formless. She was originally offered an executive seat when she leveled up, but declined the offer, stating that she was satisfied in her current position within the familia. Her current assignment involves being the bodyguard of an important guest of the familia. The woman in the wheelchair greeted Belle with enthusiasm, saying, "Good day to you, Belle," with a smile on her face. Belle then replied to the golden-haired woman, "Good day to you as well, Aria," with a kind smile. The woman on the wheelchair is none other than Arya, the wind spirit and wife of the legendary hero Albert Waldstein, who is widely known as the Mercenary King. 7 years ago, after the battle against the one-eyed black dragon, widely known as the battle that shook the heavens and the earth, Arya was discovered among the ashes. She was immediately taken in by the Astria familia and has been under the care of Ermid since then. It was at first thought that she was just a random civilian who got caught in the battle, but when she woke up it turned out that she was the legendary wind spirit and wife of the Mercenary King, greatly shocking the familia. It even became more shocking when Bell discovered that his old crush, the Sword Princess, turned out to be the actual daughter of Albert and Arya. How Ace came here remains a mystery to him, as Bell decided not to ask Arya about it out of respect. The four of them arrived in front of Bell and his other two top executives, where Haley and Vivian also shared a greeting to them. They all soon begun talking to each other, as they all wait for the transfer gate to be ready. It was that Arya said with a slight shaken voice to think, "I would be able to meet up with my daughter once again," she said with her eyes becoming moist. She then continued with a slight, disappointed tone in her voice, "If only I could stand and give her a proper hug when I meet her," as she tightly gripped her dress with her hands while looking downwards at her legs. This caused the discussion to momentarily stop in silence, as everyone in the group understands what she was saying. The reason why Arya was bound to a wheelchair was due to the effects of being held captive by the one-eyed black dragon for a long period of time. In fact, according to Ermid, who was checking on her for the first time back then, has commented that it was a miracle itself that she is even able to move her upper body. Though she may lack an understanding of how a spirit's body functions, she can at least comprehend the amount of damage that Arya has suffered, commenting that if it were any other ordinary person, they would either be dead on the spot, and if they're lucky, they would be bedbound for their entire life. The fact that Arya herself only suffered some body aches and is only wheelchaired bound shows the remarkable ability of a spirit's own body. It was then that Ermid approached and told Arya, "Do not worry, Arya. We promise that we will find a way to heal your injuries," as she knelt down to the same height as Arya, gently holding Arya's hand. Bell nodded and commented, "That's right, we made a promise, and we won't be breaking it," he stated with a confident smile as he looked towards Arya. Chi, who was still behind Arya, then said, "Arya-sama, even with your injuries, I am sure that you will still be able to give a great hug to your daughter," she stated with a confident and reassuring tone. Hearing all of this, Arya made a smile and said thank you with a beaming and relieved voice before looking towards Chi and asking, also Chi, "Didn't I always tell you not to refer to me like that?" she asked with a questioning tone. Chi replied, "I am unsure what you are referring about, Arya-sama," she said with a smile, causing Arya to pout cutely and making everyone else in the group to have a light chuckle. It was at that moment that the goddess started speaking, her words emerging after a brief chuckle. "Now, it seems that the transfer gate is almost ready," she remarked, glancing towards the platform where several magic runes were beginning to glow. Realizing that it was almost time for their departure, Belle looked towards Haley and Vivian, saying, "Haley, Vivian, we will be back soon, so I will leave the two of you to explain the situation in detail when the other members of the familia return," he said with a smile. Haley nodded her head. "Of course. I'm sure that they would be interested in hearing what is going on," she said with a confident smile. Vivian then replied with a smile, "That's true. After all, almost all of the familia members like myself have never seen the actual city, with the exception of the Mother Labyrinth, and only heard stories about it," with a graceful tone in her voice. Belle then said, "I see. Once we finish our matters over there, perhaps we can establish a sub-base inside the city," while wearing a thoughtful expression. Haley and Vivian both nodded their heads in agreement to Belle's suggestion. Vivian then added, "Era, that's a good idea, actually," as she voiced out her agreement to the suggestion. At that moment, Astria interjected, "All right, that's enough. We'll have a meeting to discuss our course of action upon our return," she said in a slightly authoritative tone with a smile. Everyone in the group nodded their heads in agreement, as they understood that it was not the right time to discuss future plans regarding the return city. Several minutes later, Belle, Ermid, Astria, Chi, and Arya were all on the glowing platform. Belle looked towards the male operator, who in turn gave a thumbs up, as they are now ready to begin. Seeing this, Belle nodded his head and said in an authoritative voice towards the operator, "Begin." The male operator, hearing the confirmation, immediately pressed the button, which made the entire platform to glow even brighter, as several magic runes glowed a light blue with intense light, forming a magic circle beneath the group. Seeing that they are about to be teleported away, Haley shouted with a wave towards the group, "Everyone, make sure to stay safe. Belle, I entrust that you will use the relay crystal for emergencies, although you'll probably be able to handle it." Vivian also commented, "That's correct, though if possible do try and bring back some souvenirs for the familia," she said in a loud, cheerful voice. Belle nodded and shouted back to the two generals, "Of course," with a big smile, while the others simply nodded their heads and smiled towards Haley and Vivian. Then the magic circle beneath Belle's group glowed with even an intense light as another magic circle formed on top of the group before enveloping them in a light blue pillar of light and causing a small shockwave of wind. Whoosh! Once the light blue light died down, it revealed the empty and slightly smoking platform. Both Vivian and Haley looked towards the male operator, who nodded his head signaling that the teleportation was a success. Seeing this, Haley and Vian simply nodded and turned back as they must do their assigned duties that were given by their captain. Now then, let's get ready, as I'm sure that some of our familia members are arriving as we speak, Vivian said as she and Haley walked together towards the large doors to exit the room. That's right, we also need to have our troops on standby, just in case Belle does use the relay crystal, Haley replied as they get closer towards the door. Vivian asked her friend out of curiosity, "Do you think Belle is going to use the relay crystal over there?" She placed her hand on the door, but did not push it open as she looked toward her friend. Haley simply replied, "Not really, though it won't hurt for us to prepare if ever," as she also places her hand on the door before continuing. "Besides, he is the strongest adventurer there is," she said with a smile. "Fufu, you're absolutely right," Vivian chimed in with a cheerful tone. The two women shared a glance and exchanged a small laugh before they simultaneously pushed the doors open to attend to their duties. XXXXXXXXXX. The Great Wall. Transfer Gate. On a stone platform illuminated by multiple glowing magic runes, a magic circle suddenly formed on the ground and another in the air directly above it. Then, whoosh! A light blue pillar of light appeared and lasted only for several seconds before slowly dissipating to reveal 5 figures on the platform. "Oh wow, so that's what it is like," Arya said as she held her head with her hand as she tried to readjust her eyes, causing Chi to assist her and asking, "Arya-sama, do you need any medicine?" Arya then replied to Chi saying, "Oh, no need. I will be fine. It's just the after effects of the teleportation. I should be fine after a few minutes," as she raises her hands with a reassuring voice. It was then Astria spoke. "Oh, that's right. This is the first time that Arya has used the transfer gate, right?" With a questioning tone. Arya nodded in confirmation. "Yes, although I've heard about it before, this is my first time experiencing it," she said with a tinge of excitement. "I have to say, it was quite an interesting experience." It was then that Ermid said, "That is to be expected as this is the improved version. As before, it would usually cause severe headaches and vomiting," she explained. Arya reacted with this information. "Oh, am I really?" With a curious tone. Ermid nodded her head and explained, but it was mostly during the first versions of the transfer gates, as over time it was improved to what we are using today with her arms crossed. She continued speaking. "Though most likely, Arya, if you use the first version, you would only suffer a light headache considering your natural resistance and recovery speed can shield you from most of it," in an interested and certain voice. It was then that another voice can be heard calling to the group on the platform. "We greet your majesties, Goddess Astria and Madam Chi and Arya," said the wall captain, as he kneels in front of them with a bowed head. Behind the captain were several other soldiers in the same kneeling position, facing towards Belle's group on the stone platform. A short silence of awkwardness descended upon Belle's group as they wondered how long the soldiers had been there, and if they had been kneeling the entire time during their short discussion. It was then that Belle broke the awkward silence. "You may stand," he said as he refers to the soldiers that are in front of him. Hearing this, the soldiers present immediately stood up from their kneeling position, as the soldiers behind the one that appears to be the current wall captain departed to the sides to give way for the Astria familia, with the exception of the wall captain, as he stood in front of Belle's group. Belle then continued, "Apologies for coming here suddenly, but I am sure you would understand the current circumstances that we now face." The wall captain replied back to his king in a respectful voice, "It is no issue, my king. So please follow me, and I will give the full report on what has happened so far," as he bows towards Belle's group. Belle and the women simply nodded their heads and proceeded to follow wall captain, as the wall captain began explaining what has happened so far during their walk. Since Belle and his group already received the report in regards to the strange fog and the return of the Labyrinth city, the wall captain proceeded to explain about what has happened so far after the return of the Lost City. "Currently, we are maintaining our distance and did not make any contact with the residents of the Lost City by the orders of Commanders Emily and Aloan," the wall captain explained before continuing. "We have also increased security around the walls for extra measure." Belle then asked the wall captain a question. "I see. Has there been any information about our allies' decision on this matter?" Since the sudden return of the Lost City caught Belle off guard, he had no time to communicate with his allies about the unfolding situation. However, he was aware that they could potentially contact the wall itself, as they had assigned several other familia and their soldiers to the defense of the Great Wall. The wall captain replied, "Currently, Rakia, the water capital city of Melon, Telskura, the Far East, and the Alps Royal Forest have their strongest familias and troops on standby with their respective transfer gates, as they have been informed that your majesty will be the one to investigate the city," he said in a clear voice. The wall captain continued, "As for the other allies, We are unsure, but we suspect that they may be employing a wait-and-see strategy at the moment. Bell nodded in understanding as the wall captain spoke. In his thoughts, he remarked, as expected, our closest allies have already prepared to reinforce the Great Wall. He thought with a small smile before continuing, while those who joined for personal gain, or only recently, are holding back, with that sentence filled with criticism. It was at that moment that Astria inquired, have Emily and Aloan already departed for the city? She cast a curious glance toward the wall captain. The wall captain had an awkward look as he said, they have already departed, though Commander Emily needs to pay the fine for the damages, with a clear tone of awkwardness in his voice. Hearing this, Bell's group made a face of understanding, as they already connected the dots of what likely happened. Aramid let out a sigh. Sigh, that girl really needs to learn how to control her strength, she stated with a slightly frustrated tone. Bell then said, well, it cannot be helped as the instruction I gave may not have been clear given that the situation was too sudden, he explained. Even so, she should understand that her enhanced strength, combined with her magic skills, is capable of destroying most things, Aramid criticized, addressing the absent young executive. Bell simply nodded at Aramid before turning to the wall captain and saying, just send us the fine, and we'll have Emily pay for it, which gained a nod from the wall captain. They continued following the wall captain with some small talk until they arrived to one of the gates of the Great Wall that is being guarded by two heavily geared and abnormally tall individuals with large horns and a bull-like head, with the right guard having a great axe on one hand while the left guard having a large and tall spear. It didn't take a second for Bell's group to notice that those two individuals were no ordinary gatekeepers. They were Minotaur Xenos. The wall captain then called upon the two Minotaur Xenos' axe. Spear, His Majesty has arrived, with a loud shout. Hearing the shout, both Minotaur Xenos looked towards the wall captain before noticing the people behind him. They then, using their free hands, pounded their chest before shouting, we greet His Majesty the King, savior of all Xenos. Bell heard the loud shout from the Minotaurs and nodded before addressing them. Greetings to the two of you. Would you please open the gates so that we may prepare to head to the city? His request was polite, but carried a hint of authority. The two Minotaur gatekeepers immediately nodded their heads before turning around and putting their free hands towards the large gate and began pushing it. A loud creak from the gates can be heard around as the Minotaur guards keep on pushing the large gate doors. Bell, Aramid, Goddess Astria, and Aria held their breath in anticipation as they wait for the gates to be opened. After several more seconds, the gate has been fully opened by the two Minotaurs, as they both stood at the sides to give way for Bell's group to enter. Seeing the gates fully open, the wall captain went ahead and followed Bell's group. As they enter behind the Great Wall, Bell's group can finally see it. Bell couldn't believe what he was seeing. In the distance, he can see a very familiar wall, one that he thought he would never see again. It really is Orario City, Bell thought, as he could feel a rush of different emotions racing around his heart. There was no doubt that Aramid and Astria are also feeling different emotions upon seeing the returned city. It was then Aria asked Bell a question. So, Bell, what are we going to do now? She asked as she looks towards Bell. The others have also looked towards Bell as they wait for his decision on the matter on hand. Bell closed his eyes as he ponders on what to do, and after several seconds of silence, he opened his eyes before explaining, we will head to Orario immediately. This decision surprised the group as they did not expect that Bell would make that decision. Bell further explained the reasoning behind his decision. Since we have no way of communicating with Emily and Aloan, as they most likely did not bring an Oculus with them, so this will be the next best thing. Bell looked towards Orario City before he continues saying, besides, I'm sure I'm not the only one who wants to go to the city, as he glances towards his wives. Hearing his reasoning, the others agreed to Bell's decision and started to get ready. Bell looked towards the wall captain and the two Minotaurs before telling them, all right, you guys may return back towards the Great Wall and continue your duties until further notice, he instructed. The two Minotaurs pounded their chest with their hands, while the wall captain bowed his head, signaling that they will follow his orders. The wall captain and the two Minotaur gatekeepers went back inside as they closed the large gates of the Great Wall. With that, Bell's group is now alone before Bell said, all right, let's get ready, gaining a nod from everyone. The group started organizing their belongings, paying special attention to Aria, who uses a wheelchair. Bell directed Chi to have Aria in a princess carry, as they folded the wheelchair and attached it to Bell's backpack. The group is about to be ready, until Aramid asks her husband Bell, why are you giving Astria a princess carry? She asked with a smile, but a hint of jealousy could be detected. Astria just lets a happy chuckle as she is being carried, while Bell had an awkward smile before explaining, you know that it cannot be helped as Astria won't be able to even follow us properly to our destination. Aramid understood Bell's point, as Astria wouldn't be able to catch up even if she ran with all her strength. So Aramid accepted it, but with a pouting face, she looked towards her husband and said, fine, but you will give me a princess carry later, all right? she said with a slight blush on her cheeks, making Belle let out a smile with a nod while everyone else in the group had a small laugh. Once it was over, the group got ready to start heading towards before Belle looked towards Chi and asked, "Chi, can you make us invisible? As the last thing we want is a violent confrontation with the city," he asked politely. Chi nodded her head and said, "Of course, Belle-sama," before closing her eyes and began to chant her magic, shrouded in twilight's silent grace. "Veil of shadows, cloak my trace." Once Chi finished chanting her spell, a mysterious gray aura enveloped the group. In the blink of an eye, they vanished from sight, leaving only Belle's echoing voice in the area. All right, let's get going. XXXXXXXXX. In Orario City. Within the alleyways of the city, 4 figures can be seen walking towards the entrance of the guild, with Shakti and Ganesha leading the way. "To think all of that has happened after Orario disappeared," said Shakti in a shaken voice as she was told stories about what has happened over the decade after their disappearance. The deaths of thousands of people, including several gods who attempted to seal the dungeon, were a tragic consequence. Furthermore, the Orario dungeon had to be renamed the Mother Labyrinth due to the extensive devastation it caused. Ganesha gravely nodded his head to Shakti's words as he was informed how the greatest nightmare that Orario has prevented over its 1,000-year existence had came out and terrified the world once more. The amount of death and destruction that the dungeon has caused have greatly angered and frustrated the god of masses. He was greatly shocked by the deaths of several gods at the hands of monsters. But what concerned him most was the mysterious energy that appeared after Orario's disappearance. The fact that it can seal away a god's own cranium if they try to fight a monster themselves was a ridiculous statement. However, since he couldn't detect any falsehood in their conversation, it was unclear whether they were merely informed of this information or if it was indeed the truth, greatly worrying the god of masses. But behind despair lies a new hope. But to think the purpose of the large wall was to actually prevent the Mother Labyrinth monsters from spreading all over, Ganesha said, his frustration and anger gradually giving way to resignation. Shakti and Ganesha were informed about the unity of various nations and families under a single banner. Together, they drove away the monsters and sealed the labyrinth once again, and the one who led this alliance was the captain of the Familia. They have also been informed about the positive changes that have occurred, such as Melon transforming from a once fishing city to a water capital city, and the peace treaty between Rakia and the Alps Royal Forest, among many other things. But the most shocking news of all was the slaying of the one-eyed black dragon by none other than the same Familia captain. In fact, they were told that the slaying of the OEBD was the spark that was needed to begin the rebellion against the dungeon. This led to a question that weighed on the minds of both Shakti and Ganesha. Just who is the captain of the Familia, and what is their level? They both found themselves pondering the same thought. Both of them also had other questions that they wanted to ask, but they knew that there was no time to receive a full explanation as they approached the exit of the alleyway. After exiting the alleyway, the 4 of them found themselves on the streets of Orario, near the entrance to the guild. They continued their walk from there. Currently, the streets of Orario were less crowded than usual, with many residents choosing to stay indoors and await official news from the guild due to the current situation. But not everyone is inside their homes, especially for adventurers. "Hey, look at those 2, a male adventurer said as he points towards Emily and Aloan. "Wow, those ladies are quite beautiful," a workhat man commented as he continues gazing towards the 2 Astria duo. Never seen those 2 before?" An Amazon woman commented as she also looked towards the Astria duo. You're right. Moreover, why is Lord Ganesha and Ankusha escorting them towards the guild?" Another Amazon commented. As expected, the 4 of them stood out, especially Emily and Aloan, who clearly were not from the area. This was further highlighted as he and Shakti escorted them towards the guild, making them even more conspicuous. Shakti then thought, maybe we should have gotten them hooded cloaks, as she glanced to her side, noticing an increasing number of adventurers looking towards them. As they walked towards the entrance of the guild, Ganesha and Shakti noticed several figures standing in front of it. Soon, they realized that it was Royman, the head of the guild, along with several other guild members accompanying him. It was clear that Royman was waiting for them. As they walked towards Royman, the 4 of them soon stopped in front of him. Royman then bowed his head and greeted Shakti and Ganesha. "Greetings, Lord Ganesha and Ankusha. My apologies for the rush. However, I have been given orders to escort the 2 people behind you to Lord Ornis," he stated with a respectful voice as he looked towards Emily and Aloan. Shakti wonders in her mind on how Lord Ornis already knows about them, while Ganesha himself just simply nodded his head before turning his head behind him. Ganesha then said, "Emily, Aloan, this is Royman, the head of the guild, and he will be the one to take you 2 towards Ornis," he explained in clear tone. Aloan nodded in greeting toward Royman, also bowing her head respectfully. "Greetings, Sir Royman. I am Aloan Silverleaf, and this is my fellow member of the Familia, Emily Grant," she said, placing her hand on Emily's shoulder. However, she noticed that Emily had her eyes closed, a pensive expression on her face. It was then that Emily suddenly snapped her fingers before she pointed her hand towards Royman, before shouting out loud, "Ah, now I remember your greedy pig elf that I was told about," with a big smile. This caused the surrounding area to fall silent for several seconds, until the sound of laughter broke out around them. Even Shakti and Ganesha could be seen attempting to suppress their laughter with their hands covering their twitching, smiling mouths as their bodies slightly shake. Royman's complexion turned a bright red, a vivid display of his anger and embarrassment at finding himself in this situation. A vein pulsed on his temple as his hands clenched tighter due to the situation. As for the Estrella duo, Eloan swiftly struck Emily on the head with her staff. She then seized Emily's head and compelled her to bow deeply while simultaneously bowing herself, offering profuse apologies to Royman about her friend's action. After several minutes, the commotion outside the guild finally subsided. Royman cleared his throat before addressing Eloan and Emily. "Now then, Miss Eloan and Emily, please follow me as we will be heading towards Lord Oranus," he said in a composed tone, though his expression betrayed a hint of criticization. Obviously due to what Emily has said a few minutes, but Royman knew himself that time is that of essence as Lord Oranus has requested to meet with them. Eloan and Emily nodded in response before they bid farewell to Ganesha and Shakti. "Farewell, Lord Ganesha and Shakti. Thank you for escorting us." Eloan expressed her gratitude, acknowledging the duo's assistance in reaching the guild. Emily waved her hands towards Ganesha and Shakti, saying, "Bye, you guys." Both Ganesha and Shakti waved their hands in response before bidding farewell to the Estrella duo. Once they finished with their farewells, the four of them soon separated as Eloan and Emily followed Royman, while Shakti and Ganesha went the opposite direction. Exhaling deeply, Shakti voiced her thoughts. "It seems that we have more questions than answers now," she said as she tried to recall all the information received during their conversation with the Estrella duo when they made their way towards the guild. Ganesha nodded his head in agreement. "Indeed, to think so many events has transpired over a decade," he replied as he gazes upon the large wall in the distance as he now knows the name of it. "The Great Wall, now that Orario has returned. What will they do with it now?" Ganesha thought. Now that Orario has returned, the original purpose of the Great Wall is no longer relevant. However, Ganesha hopes that no one will exploit the situation for malicious purposes, as it now presents an opportunity for Orario to become isolated and disconnected from the outside world, rendering it vulnerable to incoming attacks. Though he knew that Orario's fighting capabilities are strong, but without access to constant supplies, he knew that it would only be a battle of nutrition and that Orario would lose if nothing is done on time. Ganesha was also curious about the current strengths of outside familias. As evidenced by Emily and Eloan's stories, there may be outside familias with level 3s and 4s out there now. Some of them may even have level 5s like Emily and Eloan, Ganesha deeply thought. While the Estrella duo never disclosed their levels to Ganesha and Shakti, if what Shakti shared with him in the alleyway is indeed accurate, it is possible that both of them are at level 5 or even level 6. This is something that Ganesha would have never comprehended before, and it means that the original power balance in Orario has now drastically changed. It was at that moment when he heard Shakti's voice calling to him that snapped him out of his deep thoughts. "Ganesha, so what should we do now?" she asked her patron god with a gaze full of questioning and anticipation. It took several seconds before Ganesha finally replied to Shakti's question. "For now, all we can do is what we know best. Protect the citizens and continue guarding Orario until this situation is resolved," he stated seriously to his captain. Hearing this, Shakti nodded in agreement with Ganesha, her patron god, showing full conviction and support for the decision as both of them continue walking together towards Orario's walls to continue their duties. XXXXXXXX. Inside the guild, Eloan and Emily are currently closely following behind Royman inside the guild. As they walk, both of the Estrella duo couldn't help but look around the guild, which they could only describe it in one word: chaotic. Many adventurers were bustling around the guild, and the receptionist desk was swamped with them asking a myriad of questions, though it was clear that the guild itself had no answers to their inquiries. Perhaps it's by instinct that these adventurers sought out the next best source for gathering information, in case their respective gods did not possess the information they sought. Eloan and Emily continued to follow Royman in silence. However, they couldn't help but attract attention. Not only were they being personally guided by Royman, but they stood out as exceptionally beautiful women, unlike any the adventurers had recognized before, which makes the Estrella duo stand out even more. Quickening their pace, they reached behind the desks of the receptionists and continued walking deeper into the building, which led them to a downward staircase. After several minutes of following Royman down the staircase, the three of them soon see a door ahead. As they walked towards it, they arrived near the door, and it was at this moment that Royman kneeled down on one knee. He then said, "Lord Aurenas, I have brought the two individuals that you seek, in a respectful tone. An echoing voice from the door expressed gratitude, saying, "You have my thanks, Royman. You may now return to your duties." Hearing this, Royman bowed his head as a gesture of gratitude before raising it and standing up from his position. He then turned around and began walking away, passing by Aloan and Emily. It was then that the voice started speaking again. "You two may now enter." As the voice said that, the doors begun to slowly open by themselves. Seeing the open doors by themselves and hearing the welcoming voice, the Istria Familia duo entered without hesitation. As Aloan and Emily entered the room, both realized that the room they entered was extremely large and dark, with only a few torches lighting the area, making them wonder how long did it take for them to build the room. Soon, they noticed a lone figure seated at the center of the room on what appeared to be a throne. Both could discern that the figure was undoubtedly that of a god and decided to approach. The figure waited until the two members of the Istria duo were near before finally addressing them. "It's a pleasure to meet both of you. As you may know, I am Aurenas," the figure stated in a clear, resounding tone that echoed around the room. Both Aloan and Emily bowed their heads together towards Aurenas before Aloan said, "It is a pleasure to finally meet you, Lord Aurenas. My name is Aloan Silverleaf, and the one beside me is Emily Grant, and we are both from the Istria Familia," she stated in a clear voice. Aurenas' eyes slightly widened as he was stunned to hear that it was Istria's Familia that had arrived to Orario City and was involved with the large wall. Elwyn then continued, speaking with a respectful tone. "Before we begin, may we also request that your servant be allowed to bring another servant here? The news we have to share is important." Aurenas raised an ever bow towards what Aloan. "I see. Then I will call back Royman to come here then," he said as he gets ready to send Royman a message. It was at that moment that Emily began to speak. "Lord Aurenas, please accept our apologies, but we are not referring to the head of the guild," she said in a clear tone before continuing. "We are referring to your servant who handles everything in the shadows. Fells," she added in a serious voice. Hearing this, Aurena's eyes widened completely opened as he was baffled and shocked by the fact that one of Istria's Familia members has mentioned his most trusted associate by name. From the shadows beside the throne, a figure walked out to reveal itself to the Istria duo. The revealed figure donned a ragged black cloak with a hood. Both Aloan and Emily already knew who this figure was, thanks to the stories and descriptions told to them by Lyd-san and Ray-san. It was none other than Fells. "How do you know my name?" said Fells in a surprised tone of voice, as he too never expected that he would get called out by two people that he never met before. Emily then explained, "Although we have never met before, we've heard stories about you and what you look like," she replied honestly, but in a whisper. "Though, I'm curious to see if you really are a skeleton under that hood," she added, her tone quiet yet inquisitive as she glanced towards Fells. Emily then received a strong elbow straight to her side by Aloan Ga. She complained as she looked at her elven friend, who whispered to her, "Don't you even dare," in a clear and serious tone. Fells, however, was now more confused. Despite having been alive for several centuries, he had remained within the shadows all that time. He asked the duo, "May I know who has been telling stories about me?" His curiosity is evident in his tone. Aurenas was also curious about it, as he never expected that stories about his trusted associate would be told to the Istria Familia. Both Emily and Aloan then spoke in unison, "It's the Xenos," in a clear tone. Hearing this, it completely shocked both Fells and Aurenas, as they have never expected that the two Istria Familia members knew the existence of the Xenos. It was at that moment that Fells realized something and hastily asked the Istria duo, "Wait, do you two know what has happened to the Xenos?" Fells exclaimed, "A few moments ago." It was after Aurenas informed Fells that something had occurred in the dungeon. The old god asked Fells to investigate what was happening within the dungeon, to which the sage agreed. When Fells arrived at the 5th floor of the dungeon, the floor that connects to the next level, and where the entrance to the 6th floor had vanished, Fells looked around until he saw that the entrance to the 6th floor had reappeared. After sighing in relief, Fells headed straight for the staircase. However, upon arrival, he came to an abrupt halt, his eyes fixated on a metal blockade bearing intricate runes, which spanned the entirety of the entrance of the staircase. Fells examined the metal blockade more closely, even placing his hand on its surface. However, as soon as he made contact, the runes began to glow with an ominous red light. Startled, Fells quickly retracted his hand, causing the runes to gradually lose their glow until they dimmed completely. But something else shocked Fells when he took a closer look at the metal blockade. He realized it was no ordinary metal, it was made of orichalcum. Realizing that this was man-made and not the dungeon's doing, Fells raced back to Aurenas to report it. Upon hearing Fells' report, Aurenas was astonished about the change in the situation. For the first time in a long while, he wasn't sure how to proceed. After several minutes of discussion, Aurenas asked Fells to check for any new developments outside. Fels obeyed, and once again sent out his familiar to survey the ongoing situation. It was thanks to this decision and timing that Fels was able to discover the two Astria Familia duo talking to Ganesha and Ankusha at that moment. Back to the present. Both Emily and Aloan nodded their heads before Emily explained. Yup, they are our friends and family after all, she said in a cheerful tone with Aloan nodding her head in agreement. Shocking both Aurenas and Fels, the sudden contact from the Xenos caught them completely off guard. How? Aurenas inquired, his tone filled with confusion as he turned towards the Astria duo. But Aurenas and Fels noticed that both Emily and Aloan had serious expressions on their faces. Aloan began speaking. Lord Aurenas, Fels, what I'm about to tell you is the complete truth of what is happening, she stated in a clear and serious tone as she looked towards them. Seeing how the Astria Familia duo were completely serious, they nodded their heads and listened to what Aloan is explaining to them. It would be an understatement on how shocked they were upon hearing the revelations about what is going on. After several minutes of Aloan's and Emily's explanation, the room was now completely silent, as both Aurenas and Fels were in the process of contemplation the massive revelations that they have just received. Especially for Aurenas, as he did not detect any lie from the two. To think a decade has actually passed without us realizing it, he stated in a perplexed tone as he tries and sort the information that he had received. Both Aurenas and Fels were told how Orario had disappeared, which caused several massive events to happen over the decade. A decade may be a short span of time for a deity like Aurenas, but numerous significant events transpired during that period, both good and bad. Fels then expressed his thoughts. I am glad that the Xenos are now widely accepted on the surface, though, he said in a grateful tone with Aurenas also nodding his head in agreement. Both Fels and Aurenas were informed about the Xenos' significant contributions over the decade and their widespread acceptance in most parts of the continent. However, there are still regions where they are still viewed as monsters and are targeted for hunting and slavery. But compared to the previous situation, it represented a significant improvement for the Xenos, one that Fels and Aurenas had always hoped to see in the future. Aurenas then started speaking. Though I am still concerned about the mysterious power that could seal away a god's Cranel, he stated in a worried tone. The revelation that a mysterious power is now interfering with the world and is strong enough to rival that of a deity is cause for concern. However, the old god himself was perplexed, as he had previously used his own arcanum when the Labyrinth was acting out of order when they returned, but he has not felt any form of interference during it. Perhaps this is something that I can discuss later when we have gathered the other familias, the old god thought to himself. Near the end of the discussion, the Astria duo informed Aurenas and Fels that there was still more to explain regarding the current situation. But they requested the presence of several familias that had assisted Orario in joining them in their discussion. Aurenas concurred with their decision, recognizing that it would be advantageous for several trusted familias to receive this information in advance. This early knowledge would allow them to better prepare themselves and Orario for the imminent changes, since they would need to release this information to the public sooner or later and will no doubt cause a mass panic regrading it. He was also told that the captain of the Astria Familia would also be coming here to investigate the city and most likely to assist as well in the explanation, which is a welcome addition. This has also piqued the curiosity of the old god regarding the identity of their captain. After all, this is the individual who slayed the one-eyed black dragon and led the combined assault against the Labyrinth, consequently becoming the most respected individual by both mortals and gods. Thus, Aurenas finally decided to inquire about the identity of Aloan and Emily's captain. Aloan, Emily, before we send out the requests, may we know who your captain is? I would like to personally thank him for successfully completing the last quest of the 3 great quests, he stated in a calm and clear tone. Hearing this, Aloan and Emily exchanged a knowing smile. Aloan began to explain. I believe you already know him, Lord Aurenas and Fels, which left both the old god and the sage confused. She then continued, our captain is Bel Cranel. Several seconds as silence passed within before a shout can be heard that echoed in the chamber. What? Both Oranis and Fels exclaimed in shock. This completely shocked both Aurenas and Fels, as the old god's eyes now completely widened in disbelief, as they never expected that it would be Bel Cranel would be the captain of the Astria Familia. However, it also makes sense when considering the boy's unusually fast leveling speed and the fact that he was sent out on an escort quest when this occurred. It seems there really is much more to discuss later, Aurenas thought, as it became evident that the conversation was far from over. XXXXXXXX. Guild Headquarters Basement. Room of Prayer. Oranos, Fels, and the Astria Familia duo waited patiently within the room of prayer with some small talk between them. Though it was mostly Aloan and Emily asking about Orario City, as they themselves had never seen the city and has only heard stories regarding it. Both Fells and Aurena's wished to continue their previous discussion, but decided not to pursue it, and decided to wait until the chosen familiars have arrived. After several minutes of waiting, the old god sensed the arrival of several familiar presences near the door. "Yo, Ornos, didn't expect to be called out of the blue like that," said a red-haired woman, waving towards the old god as she was closely followed by a blonde-haired prom. Era. Even I didn't expect to be asked to come all the way here," replied a silver-haired goddess with a playful tone. Closely behind her was a tall and muscular Boaz. "Especially considering the situation that Orario is in, I may add," replied the orange-haired man with a feathered hat, smiling. As the six figures entered the room, both Aloan and Emily immediately noticed that three of them were specifically staring at them. These included the red-haired goddess, the prom, and most especially the silver-haired goddess. It was then that Ornis began speaking. "You have finally arrived, Loki, Freya, and Hermes," he announced in a neutral tone towards the arriving figures. The prominent figures who arrived were the leading familias of Orario City. Loki and her captain, Findame, Freya and her captain, Otter, and lastly Hermes and his captain, Asphi Alandromeda. "Ornis, since you called us here, I assume it's for something important that you need to share," Hermes stated, wearing a thoughtful expression. He then turned towards Aloan and Emily, snapped his fingers, and remarked, "Snap, it must involve those two beautiful women. Am I right?" With a smile, Hermes essentially vocalized what the others had previously realized, but it was still impressive that he was able to connect the dots on the spot. Aurenas simply nodded his head INF confirmation before explaining. "That is correct. These two have some important information that they need to share," he announced, which gathered the attention of all those arrived. The old god then continued. "However, we are still missing one more familia who has not yet arrived," he stated, which made the other arrivals realize that Aurenas had invited four familias to this discussion. "Could it be Ganesha?" Loki asked Aurenas, thinking that Ganesha would be the most likely candidate to participate in the discussion. Both Freya and Hermes shared the same belief, giving Ganesha's responsibility for the overall security of Orario City. Meanwhile, Finn and Asphi wore pensive expressions as they pondered the potential involvement of other familias. Otter, on the other hand, remained silent and indifferent to the situation. But Aurenas shook his head and said, "Unfortunately, Ganesha is still needed to oversee his familia in Guardian Orario, as there may still be some unrest," he stated. Hearing Aurenas' statement, the arrivals were now wondering who else Aurenas had contacted to come over. Finn had several ideas about who it might be, but he did not voice them to his goddess as he didn't have evidence to back his claims. It was at that moment when the doors of the room burst open with great force, revealing a short figure with black pigtails and an agitated expression as she stomped her way towards the group. Behind her stood a brown-haired prom who, for some reason, wore a downcast expression on her face. "Aurenas, I do not have time for this," the figure exclaimed, hastening her steps toward Ornis while disregarding those around her. Trailing behind was the brown-haired prom, dabbing at her tear-streaked eyes. Everyone in the room instantly recognized the figure before them. It was none other than Hestia, the goddess of hearth and home. The revelation came as a surprise, for it was Hestia herself they had been awaiting. However, what was particularly concerning was Hestia's current expression. It was evident that she was both upset and agitated, compelling the others to give her a wide space for her to pass by. Even Loki, who typically enjoyed teasing and making fun of Hestia, refrained from doing so, recognizing that Hestia was not in the mood for such antics. Upon Hestia's approach, Aurenas inquired with caution, as he was also confused regarding Hestia's mood. "I would typically offer you a greeting, Hestia, but given your current demeanor, may I ask what's amiss?" Hestia glanced at Aurenas, impatience etched on her face. "I apologize, but I cannot stay for any meeting or discussion right now," she said quickly. "I must return to my familia," she added, her voice raised in haste. "Hey, Chibi, what's the rush?" Loki inquired, turning toward Hestia, who merely gave Loki a silent glance before her attention shifted back to Ornis, effectively ignoring her. Hestia was visibly not in the mood for any conversation, but Ornis could infer her agitation's root cause. With a tone of clarity, he queried, "You're trying to get your familia outside, aren't you?" He addressed Hestia, seeking confirmation of his suspicion. Upon hearing this, Hestia's eyes grew wide in shock, for Ornis had uncannily discerned the intention she harbored for her familia. A similar expression of astonishment mirrored on the faces of the others. It was unfathomable to them that Hestia would dare to venture outside with her familia amidst the current turmoil. "Oh my, Hestia, I don't think that's a great idea, given that there's a large wall completely surrounding us," Freya explained. Hestia turned to face Freya, her gaze flickering with uncertainty. Words stumbled from her lips in a hesitant stammer. Perhaps we're not entirely encircled. It's possible. What if that is merely an illusion?" she exclaimed her reasoning. Freya simply shook her head before countering Hestia's point. If it truly were an illusion, then the cost of maintaining such magic would be astronomical, and it would have faded by now, don't you think? She stated in a clear, confident tone of voice. Considering the size and span of the wall, even if it was a magic spell, it would require a tremendous amount of magic to set up and maintain, especially considering that they have living proof that it is a real wall right beside Audiobooks. Referring to the two individuals, the Astrea duo remained present and continued to observe the unfolding scene in silence, uncertain of how to respond in this situation. Then Hermes nodded in concurrence with Freya's assertion, then added, Freya is correct, Hestia. Furthermore, we have tangible evidence before us that the walls are indeed real, he explained with a smile. Hestia turned to Hermes, her eyes clouded with confusion. What do you mean? She inquired, her tone laced with curiosity. Beside Hestia, the prum gazed at the messenger god expectantly, dabbing at her eyes. Hermes then lifted his right arm, pointing towards the Astrea duo, before explaining with a clear tone, Oh, it's because those two over there came from the large walls and have come here to discuss with us. Upon noticing the sharpened gazes of both Hestia and the prum settle upon them, Eloan along with Emily capitalized on the moment, stepping forward to make their introductions to the gathering. Eloan began, It's a pleasure to meet everyone. My name is... However, before she could fully introduce herself, a jolting sensation interrupted her. Her leg seemed captured in a firm grip. Glancing downwards, she was taken aback to find that the prum standing next to Hestia was the one clasping her legs. Please allow Lily and her familia to leave so that we can find Bel-sama. Lily implored, her voice resonant with desperation. Lily's declaration abruptly seized the focus of the surrounding familias, compelling Hermes to swiftly turn towards Hestia. With an urgency laced in concern, he inquired, Hestia, has something occurred with Bel? With the room's attention now firmly upon her, Hestia momentarily bit her lip, a visible hesitation preceding her words. Then, with palpable sorrow weighty in her voice, she confessed, I can no longer sense his fauna. Her pronouncement was steeped in a profound melancholy. The revelation left the surrounding familias visibly shaken. Even Hermes was not immune to the disturbance. He pressed a hand to his mouth, a gesture of concern, as his expression sank into one of profound contemplation. Even Loki herself was taken aback, having not anticipated that anything significant had occurred to the first child of the shrimp. Similarly, Finn's expression was complex, as he himself was inspired by the white-haired boy and knew that he would likely become a real hero. Freya also wore a look of shock. However, Otter, who had remained steadfastly behind his goddess, could discern that she was profoundly disturbed by the news with her hands trembled, signaling her devastation, and has now become worried for his goddess' rationality. It was then that Hestia stepped forward and asked the Astrea duo with a desperate tone of voice, That's why. Can you please let us out, so that I can find my Bel? She exclaimed towards the Astrea duo. When a god or goddess loses the family connection with their child while they are away, it suggests that only a singular event can sever the bond of their fauna to their child. Death. Despite the grim circumstances, Hestia and her entire familia cling to a shard of hope that Bel remains alive, sustained by the belief that his extraordinary luck stat has helped the boy in some way like before. The entire room fell silent, as all present held their breath, in anticipation of the decision the Astrea duo would make. It was then that Emily approached Hestia in a calm manner before explaining to Hestia, Please calm yourself, Lady Hestia. The matters of the discussion are quite important, her words delivered with distinct clarity. Meanwhile, Eloan offered support to Lily, aiding her to rise from her previous position. Emily resumed, her voice imbued with confidence. Besides, he should be. She affirmed this with a reassuring smile directed at Hestia, as Eloan echoed the sentiment, nodding her head and smiling in agreement. Following the revelation, confusion swept through the room, with Aurena's remaining the sole exception. It had become apparent that two individuals had a personal connection with the boy, a detail that captivated everyone's attention. Hestia and Lily turned their gazes toward Emily, eyes brimming with hope before Hestia finally asked, Do you know Bel? With a hesitant but hopeful tone. Emily and Eloan exchanged glances, both marred by uncertainty. Emily drew a breath to speak, beginning, Well, that's because... Her explanation was abruptly cut short as an unfamiliar voice resounded in the room. That's because I'm their captain, after all, declared an unfamiliar voice from the doorway, immediately drawing the attention of everyone in the room. Heads swiveled in unison toward the interruption as their familia members of each familia positioned themselves protectively in front of their respective gods. Aurena's was taken aback, having sensed no presence until they revealed themselves and turned his gaze toward the doorway. From the doorway, they could observe three figures, two women and a man, all standing there with a composed demeanor. The male figure was particularly striking, exuding maturity with his intense red eyes and stark white hair. Both Aloan and Emily recognized these figures instantly and smiled towards them. But perhaps driven by instinct, Hestia has also recognized the male figure whose white hair and red eyes bore an uncanny resemblance to the familiar white rabbit of her familia, and immediately started running towards the figure with great speed, leaving behind Lily, who was still registering the arrived figures. What Hestia overlooked, however, were the two women accompanying the man, as well as his distinguished appearance that was largely different from the one that she remembers. Hestia ran until she got close enough where she finally jumped with all her momentum towards the white-haired man with a shout "Bilalki-Yun," with a relieved cry. In the vast landscape of her imagination, time itself seemed to slow down, granting her a prolonged moment of bliss. She envisioned herself floating through an idyllic field, surrounded by a whimsical dance of flower petals adrift in the breeze, gracefully spiraling around her as she soared toward Belle in an unrestrained display of joy. She also contemplated that this might be the ideal opportunity to reveal her love and affection for Belle, not from her lofty position as a goddess, but as a woman deeply in love, as she prepares to kiss him on the lips the moment she lands a hug. Unfortunately for Hestia, fate had other plans, that fate being an iron grip of a woman beside Belle. Just as Hestia drew within mere inches of Belle, a hand shot out unexpectedly and seized her by the head, applying an iron-like grip immediately, causing Hestia to scream in pain "Jaiawea" as she struggles to get off the iron-like grip to no avail. Belle and the silver-haired woman just looked on with an awkward smile, seeing the situation unfolded while the walnut-brown-hair woman realized her mistake. "Ah, whoops," the woman said with a sheepish grin. The reunion between a king of a mighty nation with those who had disappeared for a decade starts now. Chapter 5: Reunions and Discoveries. A few minutes ago, inside Orario City, Belle's group remains hidden within the city, avoiding obstacles and people with ease as they are shrouded by Chi's unique magic. Belle and Ermid, with eyes wide, survey their surroundings in amazement and confusion. "I can't believe it. We're actually inside Orario City," Belle exclaimed in a whisper, his voice laced with awe. The reality that he and his familia had entered the lost city had left him in a state of bewilderment and excitement. Initially, he still had some lingering doubts about the city's existence in his mind, despite the compelling evidence presented to him earlier. After all, this very site is home to the Mother Labyrinth, the wellspring of the extensive death and destruction that plagued the early years. It is also conjectured to be the origin of the others that appeared after the battle. However, the ability to touch the wall itself before they leaped over, to hear the array of worried voices surrounding them, and to detect the myriad of scents in the air, all served as evidence that this was the actual city that Belle had thought disappeared 10 years ago. However, what truly stunned him, and likely Ermid as well, was the absence of any signs that a decade had elapsed in the city. This observation was corroborated by the snippets of conversation they overheard from those nearby. Based on the information that they can gather around them as they walk, it appears to the group that merely a day has gone by for the people of Orario, a notion that leaves them deeply perplexed about such a phenomenon, until they learned of a mysterious fog that had suddenly emerged, enveloping the entire city in its elusive embrace, only to vanish as unexpectedly as it arrived, all within the span of 2 hours. Rapidly piecing together the dots, Belle's group came to the understanding that this was undoubtedly the identical fog mentioned in the given report, and it could very well account for the vanishing of the entire city 10 years ago. Realizing this fact, the group knew they needed to look more into it because it may be the key information of the strange power that made Orario City disappear and conceal a god's cranium from being used against monsters. Belle sighed inwardly, resolving, "Once we wrap up here, a thorough investigation is needed." However, considering the amount of time that slipped by, it's probable that any evidence has already vanished. He thought as he looks around. It was then that Ermid, positioned to the right of Belle, leaned in to whisper to her husband, "It seems that this situation may be more complex than we originally thought," her comment reflecting on the myriad of information they had gathered. Belle gave a silent nod, signaling his agreement. Beside him, to his left, Astria leaned in closer and whispered, "Indeed, we may need to send in several members to investigate the city once we finish here," she stated with a thoughtful look. Belle turned to Astria and responded, "I agree. However, it would be difficult in assembling a sizable task force in a short amount of time," his remark revealing his insightful thoughts towards the situation. Typically, cases of this nature demand immediate attention. However, due to the extensive area and the high population density in Orario, the required investigation would necessitate a considerable number of personnel and resources in a short amount of time, which could prove to be infeasible given the nature of the situation. Besides, they lack both equipment and tools that are even capable of identifying or analyzing the mysterious energy, leaving them with no alternative but to depend on a deity for its detection. Nevertheless, there is still a need to investigate it, as there could still be clues that may be found in the lost city. At that moment, Bell considered one of his executive familia members who would be particularly intrigued by the investigation. Anali will undoubtedly be eager to delve into this, he mused, well aware of the distinctive trait of his familia executive member. Bell then said, "We'll organize this in more detail later. Once we've accomplished our initial objective," he whispered with a smile as he looks onwards towards the Tower of Babel as they slowly got closer to their destination. It was then that she, who was pushing Aria's wheelchair, looked up at her captain and asked with a hint of curiosity, "Bell Summa, do you know the current status of the end seal of the Mother Labyrinth?" Bell responded to Chi in a hushed, distinct, and serious tone. "While I awaited for you guys at the transfer gate in the castle, I checked the seal indicator to assess the end seal status, which presently indicates a red crystal." With a whisper, near the transfer gate flashback. Bell was first to arrive at the transfer gate of the castle, as he watched the male operator prepares the transfer gate by loading new magic stones into a chamber-like device. As he waited, it dawned on him that in the rush of events, he had neglected to verify the status of the end seal. "Damn it. How the hell did I forget something important?" Bell criticized himself in his mind. Immediately reaching down to his right side pocket of his pants in a flash, he extracted a small, metallic cylinder. Then, with a fast, precise twist at the base of the object, a red crystal emerged suddenly from the top. The sight caused Bell's eyes to widen in shock when he noticed the red crystal, signaling that the seal had been active all along. Bell furrowed his brow in bewilderment. The seal is activated? But how can that be with the existing magic stones? They should only sustain it for a mere hour at most, he contemplated, his gaze fixed intently on the glowing red crystal perched above. 2 months prior, the end seal was last engaged amidst the Ares and Kali Familius joint expedition in the Mother Labyrinth. Right before their full descent into the depths, the seal's unexpected activation heralded the imminent onslaught of a monster wave. Fleeing back towards the Great Wall, were they informed of the looming threat, compelling allies to converge on the location with all due urgency. Nevertheless, they encountered a critical issue, that being the scarcity of replacement magic stones necessary to power the seal, representing a significant obstacle. Consequently, Bell proposed the manual disengagement of the seal in order to preserve the remaining energy within the magic stones until new ones can be procured. The consensus was to accept this plan. Following the conflict, an examination of the seal's magic stones revealed that their energy reserves were critically low, capable of maintaining the seal for no more than an hour. Confusion dawned upon Bell as the seal remained obstinately active, even though over an hour had lapsed. He twisted the base of the object in reverse, causing the red crystal to withdraw into the confines of the metal cylinder. Bell was then immersed in contemplation, pondering, could this be an error? If so, then it should have been reported by now, considering the amount has passed since the last communication message. Bell let out a silent sigh, his thoughts heavy with realization. This is growing increasingly complicated, he acknowledged to himself, beginning to understand that the situation might be more involved than he initially surmised. At that moment, the double doors swung open to unveil Vivian and Haley as they stepped into the room. They exchanged warm greetings with Bell, who reciprocated kindly, opting to set aside his thoughts for another time, or at least he gets a clearer picture. Flashback end. The revelation from Bell left the group stunned, prompting Airmid to remark with wide-eyed astonishment. So the end seal was activated? Her voice echoed her disbelief as she turned to her husband. The end seal is a complicated and advanced mechanism specifically engineered to function as a man-made barrier for the Mother Labyrinth. Its primary aim is to hold back massive monster waves sent by the dungeon until the Great Wall is prepared and ready to confront it. Under the joint leadership of Vulcan, the blacksmith god, and Odin, head of the Frontier Guild, the construction of the artificial seal took several months after the creation of the Great Wall. Thanks to the efforts of allied familias like Astrea and Artemis, who gathered the required rare materials. Complemented by the exceptional skills of craftsmen capable of manipulating these precious materials, the assembly of the artificial seal was ultimately achieved. Though the implementation of the artificial seal was a different story, the objective was ultimately met through the dedicated collaboration of the Allied forces and had been given the name End Seal due to its significance in the defense. Although this significant accomplishment marked a considerable milestone, the design of the End Seal was not without its difficulties. The primary challenge in designing the End Seal lay in the necessity for large amounts of large top-tier magic stones, essential for powering the unique runes and operating the main mechanism that seals the opening. The solution that was decided was to incorporate multiple runes that would function as a locking system. This activation occurs as soon as the End Seal is engaged, significantly reducing the energy consumption needed for operation. The implication of such a design is that once the magic stones deplete their stored magical energy, the seal would deactivate and open forthwith, unleashing the monsters contained from the other side. Though this was seen as an advantageous design, as without the use of a god's acranum for a permanent seal, this method is a solid secondary option, ensuring the seal does not sustain excessive damage over time. The other main issue for the end seal was the cost of maintenance required was astronomical, comparable to the annual budget of an entire nation. This was to be expected as the end seal not only consumes a large amount of top-tier magic stones, but is also made of a combination of adamantite and orichalcum metals. The seal's frame, constructed from resilient adamantite metal, coupled with a shell forged from pure orichalcum, forms a formidable barrier capable of withstanding a multitude of attacks from diverse monsters. It was only thanks to the collective financial contributions from allies, a shared budget that has been essential for the seal's maintenance over an extended period. Bell simply nodded to his wife's words and said, "It seems so," according to the seal indicator, with a slight confused look and tone as he pats the right side pocket of his pants where the indicator is located. Ermid turned to her husband with a curious tone. "I see. Then what is our plan?" Her question prompted the rest of the group to shift their attention to Bell expectantly. After a few seconds of silence, Bell finally whispered his response. "There is a good chance that Auranus has already discovered it, so we must discuss it when we meet up with him." His words were spoken clearly, despite the hushed tone. Bell carried on saying, "In addition, it is crucial to question him regarding the events that transpired within the fog." Following that, continuing his explanation of the current plan that he thought. The group continued deliberating Bell's ongoing plans, sharing their own perspectives and ideas for potential refinements and enhancements. They conversed in hushed voices to ensure passers-by remained unaware of their presence, given that they are still invisible. After an engaging discussion that spanned several minutes, the group eventually reached the bustling entrance of the guild. It was at this moment that Arya remarked, "Oh my, this place looks quite hectic," her comment reflecting on the amount of people that filled the nearby vicinity. Ermid then said, "Considering the present situation, such an outcome is to be expected," as she recounts in her head the numerous occasions on which the guild became crowded in response to significant events unfolding in Orario. Bell and Astria nodded their heads in agreement, recalling their own experience when the guild would become crowded with numerous adventurers. Upon cautiously stepping into the guild building, the group observed the receptionist desk teeming with adventurers, all eagerly pressing the receptionist for information. The group could discern a multitude of shouts and lively discussions occurring in their vicinity, most of which pertained to the latest updates or news about the ongoing situation. Bell then spotted a familiar face from the distance, one he never thought he would see again. It was Ina, his former guild advisor, as she was clearly trying her best to resolve and reassure the many adventurers' worries and questions regarding the situation. He was overcome with a surge of emotions after seeing a face that he has not seen for a decade, and the impulse to greet Ina openly is strong. However, he knew that this would make things more complicated, especially since they arrived unannounced and that they are still invisible. Therefore, Bell suppressed his impulse and observed Ina and how she skillfully managed the task at hand before he returned to his prior engagement. It was then that Bell's group heard something that caught their attention. "Man, did you see the ones that entered behind the counter?" a male adventurer said towards his companion. "Not really. I was at the receptionist's desk trying to gather information. Why?" inquired the male companion, with a note of curiosity in his voice. "Seriously?" the male adventurer remarked, casting a glance at his companion before adding, "Damn, you managed to miss goddesses Loki-sama and Freya-sama, along with their captains entering the guild." Hearing that, the male companion widened his eyes and replied, "Are you serious?" "They were here," with a surprised tone of voice. The adventurer gave a nod of agreement, then continued, "Yeah, Hermes along with his captain have also made their arrival here." With a serious tone, the male companion responded, "Does this signify that something big is about to unfold?" His gaze fixed on his friend, as he pondered the implications of Orario's key figures converging at the guild. The friend gave a nod of agreement, then shared his thoughts in a self-assured manner. It must be the case after all. What other explanation could there be for summoning all the heavy hitters to this spot? The male adventurer paused for several seconds before he said, "Though I'm surprised that the Hestia familia has also come here," with a surprised tone of voice. His male companion appeared baffled and inquired, "Really? That's unexpected. I wouldn't have thought they'd be summoned as well," expressing his astonishment that the Hestia familia was called upon regardless of their modest ranking. The friend nodded his head before saying, "Yeah, though for some reason they did look quite upset for some reason," he commented, recalling how they arrived in the building. The two male adventurers continued their discussion as they walked past Bell's group, while the group themselves digest the newly found information before Chi leaned closer and murmured behind her leader, "It appears your guess was spot on, Bell-sama." With a lighthearted chuckle, Bell waved his hand dismissively and urged, "Come on, Let's get ready to meet with them, as he prompted the group to start moving towards the rear area of the guild. The group then walked past the receptionist area and continued walking until they have reached what they suspect is the stairway that leads to where the meeting is taking place. Belle turned to Chi and Arya, speaking in a distinct and clear tone. Arya, Chi, I want you two to remain here for the time being. It's important that we keep knowledge of your existence, Arya, restricted to as few individuals as possible. Arya and Chi both gave nods of agreement. Then, with a reassuring smile, Era responded, No problem, Belle. At present, Arya's real identity as the legendary wind spirit remains a closely guarded secret, known only to a select circle encompassing trusted personnel, closely allied familias, and certain gods that are aware of her true real identity. With her current public identity largely known as the Level 1 Astrea, familia adventurer, who miraculously survived an encounter with the OEBD due to an undisclosed skill. Although suspicions about her identity lingered, the familia's diligent efforts ensured that her persona swiftly gained acceptance among the public. Belle and Ermid set their backpacks gently on the ground, not far from Arya and Chi's resting spot. With a respectful tone of voice, Belle turned to Chi and inquired, Chi, can you undo your magic on the three of us? Chi nodded her head before she started the chant to disable the invisibility, as the sun unveils the night's disguise. Lift the shroud that veils their eyes. As she completed her chant, a pale gray aura flared into existence, and within its shimmering mist, Belle, Ermid, and Astrea began to materialize. The aura faded away, leaving the three figures fully revealed. Seeing that the invisibility magic has been undone on them, Belle offered a silent nod of gratitude. Simultaneously, Ermid directed her gaze toward the spot where she had last glimpsed the pair and said, All right, we'll be back as soon as possible. Chi and Arya voiced their confirmation in unison, saying, Understood. Belle, Ermid, and Astrea then started to walk down the staircase towards where the supposed meeting was taking place. As the trio descended the staircase, Astrea glanced towards the open doors ahead and remarked, Well, looks like we're here, as they can now hear the faint sound of people talking from beyond the doors. After descending the staircase for several moments longer, the trio finally reached the base of the staircase. From there, they looked ahead and see several familiar figures, ones that Belle and Ermid never thought they would see again in their lifetime. Particularly for Belle, the sight of two familiar figures he had not seen throughout the decade of their absence struck a deep chord within him. There, before him, stood his previous goddess and his dear friend Lily. They could also observe that both Aloan and Emily were part of the group, seemingly engaged in addressing an issue, likely responding to questions that had been posed. Belle then noticed that Hestia looked confused before faintly hearing her ask a question new. Do you know Belle? Hearing that, Belle couldn't help but smile and thought, It seems our timing was spot on, as he realizes that they arrived at a perfect time. Noticing Emily poised to respond to Hestia's inquiry, Belle interjected without missing a beat. With a confident voice that commanded attention, he declared, That's because I am their captain. After all, announcing his presence to the group without a hint of hesitation. His wives remained silent, wearing simple smiles on their faces. They knew that their husband would take action the moment they observed the current situation. Belle continued to observe from the doorway, noting the shocked and confused expressions on everyone's faces, except for Aloan and Emily, who both wore smiles towards him. Belle noticed Hestia's expression changing rapidly from confusion to shock, and then to one of absolute happiness. Without hesitation, she started running towards him. Seeing her reaction, Belle was glad that she still recognized him despite how much he had changed over the decade. A smile formed on his face, expecting a warm hug from his former goddess. XXXXXXX. Now, guild headquarters basement. Room of prayer. Jayawea. Hestia screamed as she struggles to get out of a sudden iron-like grip that Astrea is giving. What's? Astrea exclaimed with a sheepish grin as she realized what she had done, while Belle and Ermid couldn't help but share an awkward smile at the unfolding scene. However, what Belle didn't know was that Ermid let out a mental sigh of relief. The moment Hestia jumped towards him, Ermid was also on the verge of stepping in. But unlike Astrea, who gave an iron grip on the head, Ermid was mere seconds away from sending a punch straight to Hestia's gut. Luckily for Ermid, the few seconds of hesitation had made Astrea react first towards Hestia, which made Ermid relieved as she wouldn't dare harm a god herself, unless they deserve it. Setting aside ethical considerations, Belle and Ermid observed that Astrea had released Hestia. Hestia then fell onto the floor, clutching her head with her hands, clearly still feeling the lingering pain from Astrea's iron grip. Astrea knelt down beside Hestia, offering an apology. My bad, Hestia. Instincts took over, she said with an awkward smile and a nervous laugh. Hearing the apology, Hestia immediately turned toward Astrea, her head still bearing the imprint of the grip, and shouted, "My bad?" Whose first instinct was to. She abruptly halted her shout as she realized it was Astria, someone she hadn't seen since her descent. The shock on Hestia's face shifted to a mix of surprise and recognition before she asked, "Is that you, Astria?" With genuine surprise in her voice. Astria simply nodded before saying, "It's me, Hestia. It has been a while since we saw each other, right?" She extended a hand to help Hestia, who was still on the floor. Seizing the extended hand, Hestia grabbed it and was pulled up by Astria before saying, "Yeah, it's been a while." However, Hestia realized that she was getting off track and shook her head from side to side as she got up, then asked in a loud and confused voice, "Wait, no. How come you're here, Astria?" Hestia herself was vaguely aware of what had happened to Astria's familia, but she didn't have the full details. She understood that something major had occurred in the dungeon, resulting in the massacre of the entire familia. This tragedy had compelled Astria to leave Orario completely. But now, seeing her here in Orario City was shocking in itself. What made Hestia truly confused was why on earth Astria had stopped her from giving Belle a hug and a kiss on the lips. Hestia then demanded of Astria, "Also, why did you step in between me and my bee?" Her words halted as soon as she looked towards a man. Hestia didn't realize it until now, but when she finally took a closer look, she recognized that the man standing behind Astria looked completely different from her Belle. The man standing behind Astria shared the same white hair and red eyes as her Belle. However, not only did he resemble a more mature version of her Belle, but he was also dressed differently, wearing black pants and a black coat with a white undershirt featuring a red lining on the collar. He also wore a peculiar white bracelet on his right arm, emanating an odd aura that seemed to set it apart. However, what caught Hestia's attention even more was the regal aura surrounding the man himself, giving off an air of royalty akin to that of a prince or king, something her Belle definitely did not possess. Despite the overwhelming differences, her instincts as a goddess and as a woman who had watched over the boy ever since his beginnings as an adventurer were practically pointing towards the man. Thus, with some hesitation, she looked towards the man and asked, "Belle, is that you?" With a nervous tone of voice, her eyes fixed on the man. The group from Orario are currently silent as they watch the unfolding scene in front of them. While they had heard Hestia's exclamation, seeing the person for themselves made them skeptical about what Hestia was claiming. They thought she might be delusional, despite the striking similarities to Rabbit Foot. However, what followed was truly shocking. The man wore the most confident and happiest smile they had ever seen as he declared, "It's me. It's been a while, Hestia-sama," with a loud tone of voice that echoed throughout the room. This statement immediately seized everyone's attention, especially Hestia. Her mouth hung open, eyes widened in disbelief. Yet, despite her shock, she could sense no deceit in the man's words. The rest of the room shared a similar look of disbelief as they gazed at him. With the exception of Aurenas, who had been informed ahead of time, all the other present gods in the room were in disbelief as they, too, did not detect any falsehood in the man's words. While Hestia was still processing the sudden and shocking information, Hermes was the first to step forward and asked again, Are you really Belcoin?" With a confused tone in his voice, still trying to make sense of what he was witnessing. After all, it was only a few days ago that he last saw the boy himself, so the fact that the man standing in front of him was the same person was mind-boggling. Bell himself wore a simple smile on his face as he responded, "Of course I am. Who else would I be, Hermes?" He said in a confident tone, nodding his head. Hermes widened his eyes in shock, and a sudden shout erupted from the other group. "You seriously are the Shrimps Kid? What the hell happened to you?" Loki shouted, pointing her finger towards Belle. Loki's shout snapped Hestia out of her daze, and she immediately turned towards Belle with a confused look, asking in a loud and confused tone of voice, "Yeah, like what the flat chest said. What on earth happened to you?" Seeing that all the gods were now convinced by the man's shocking identity, the respective mortals brought by their gods were now shocked by the sudden and drastic change that had happened to the boy. Deep in thought, Finn and Asfi tried to figure out the possible reason for Belle's sudden change of appearance, while Lily stood still like a statue, attempting to digest and reason with the news that the man standing behind Goddess Astria was actually her familia's captain. Otter, maintaining his usual stoic demeanor, also stood still. While he was indeed surprised by the shocking reveal, his deep thought was not related to Belle's sudden transformation. In his contemplation, Otter's concerns centered on the immediate reaction of his goddess. As soon as the man confirmed his identity to Hermes, Freya began to tremble, and her breathing turned erratic, causing deep worry to settle in Otter's mind. Freya's head hung low, rendering it impossible for Otter to gauge his goddess's current mood. Nevertheless, relying on his instincts and understanding of Freya's typical behavior, he could likely make an educated guess about her emotional state, particularly if it pertained to the boy. No, perhaps it was more fitting to refer to him as a man now. However, To ease his own concerns, Otter chose to address his worries directly with his goddess. Whispering quietly, he politely inquired her, "Lady Freya, are you all right?" Upon hearing Otter's inquiry, Freya's trembling ceased, replaced by a measured inhale and exhale. She then lifted her head and responded, "All right?" "No, Otter dear, I am more than all right," in a quiet voice, turning her gaze toward her familia captain. "I am ecstatic," she exclaimed, her flushed with a deep red as she was lit up with excitement, wearing one of the biggest smiles Otter had ever witnessed during his time serving under her. In Freya's mind, she reveled in the moment she witnessed it. His soul, it completely transformed into something more marvelous than ever, she mused dreamily. The moment Hermes confirmed Belle's identity once again was when she employed her discerning eyes on the man to see his soul. It was then that she observed the change. The once clear and beautiful soul she had fallen in love with was now gone. What was now in its place was something even grander. Belle's soul resembled a clear and radiant white sun, shining brightly with a fierce, glowing blaze, yet it exuded a calmness, as if eternally providing protection to those who followed it. Mesmerized, she found herself drawn to the soul's everlasting light that seemed to welcome all. Her desire and love for it intensified, becoming even more fervent than before. She craved it, no, she needed it to be by her side for all eternity. Her breathing grew haggard as her desires neared their peak, causing her body to tremble in excitement at the mere thought of possessing it. However, now was not the time for such desires. Thanks to her strongest child, she managed to regain control over her excitement. She swiftly composed her expression, ensuring that no one else would catch a glimpse of her true emotions. She vowed that she would have him sooner or later, most likely after all of this was over. However, what Freya did not realize was that Astrea had witnessed all of it. She saw the expression on Freya's face when looking at Belle, and Astrea did not like that one bit. Astrea had harbored suspicions about Freya from the moment she laid eyes on her. Perhaps it was due to her instincts as Belle's wife, but she could sense that Freya definitely had an interest in him. Astrea soon confirmed her suspicions the moment she observed Freya's reaction and gaze. It was evident that Freya had utilized her ability to see the soul of her husband. Astrea wasn't sure what Freya saw in him, but she knew that it had undeniably captured her attention. Belle then addressed the room. "All right, everyone, please calm down. I'll explain everything soon," he stated in a calm and steady voice. Belle turned his gaze toward Aurenas and politely inquired, "Lord Aurenas, may I assume that you've already briefed them on the situation?" Aurenas shook his head and responded, "Regrettably, we haven't even begun with the introductions," briefly explaining what has happened so far towards Belle. Upon hearing this, everyone in the room turned their attention to Aurenas. Hestia immediately asked with a perplexed exclamation, "Wait a minute, Aurenas, did you know about this?" Aurenas shook his head and explained, "I was only told about this a few minutes ago, by the two beside me," he stated, using his left hand to gesture towards Aloan and Emily. Seeing that they had once again become the center of attention, Aloan and Emily looked toward their captain for confirmation to proceed. Belle gave a simple nod to the two of them. With the confirmation from their captain, Aloan cleared her throat before beginning her explanation. "As I was saying a few moments ago, it is nice to meet you all. Our names are Aloan Silverleaf and Emily Grant. We are from the Astrea familia, and we came here to discuss with you about what is going on." She introduced themselves in a calm and clear tone of voice. Everyone in the room now focused their attention on Aloan and Emily, as Belle's group started walking towards where Aloan and Emily were located to stay with them, so that they could start this important meeting. Hestia was about to stop Belle and was going to ask him to stay with her, so that he could explain what was going on and his relationship with Astrea, as well as the other woman beside him. Until Lily immediately shouted, "Wait a minute," catching everyone's attention and even halting Belle's group as they looked towards Lily. Her current expression was a mixture of confusion and realization. She then raised her right arm and pointed towards Aloan and Emily with a slightly shaking and confused voice. "Why, you said you guys are from Astrea familia, right?" Both Aloan and Emily nodded carefully. Seeing this, Lily then asked them, "Then why did Belle-sama say that he is your captain?" With a confused and shaken tone of voice. This statement made everyone in Orario's group realize that they had missed and forgotten what Belle had said when he entered the room, that he was their captain. Combining that with Aloan and Emily being part of the Astrea familia, it could only mean one thing. That Belle Cranel no longer belonged to the Hestia familia, but now belonged to the Astrea familia. This revelation shocked them, none more so than Hestia. The sudden realization that Belle was no longer her child had deeply shaken her. She looked towards Astrea, who maintained a neutral expression, and immediately asked her, "Astrea, did you poach my child from me?" With an agitated tone of voice as she started to approach Astrea. Granted, this still doesn't explain his sudden change in appearance, but it would at least clarify the reason why she could no longer feel her fauna on him. Astria had placed her own fauna onto Belle. Before Astria could say something, Belle stepped in between Astria and the approaching Hestia. Seeing Belle blocking her path, Hestia demanded, "Belle-kun, you need to move out of the way," with an authoritative tone of voice. However, Belle shook his head with a protective but also a slight sad expression. This frustrated Hestia, and she was about to demand him to move again until Belle spoke. "Hestia-sama, please calm down." He asked her politely before placing both his hands on the small goddess as he further explained. "It's a long story on why I am now part of the Astria familia, and I will explain it to you soon," he said in a clear and loud tone of voice that echoed in the room. Belle turned his head towards Lily, who had a complicated expression upon learning that Belle was no longer part of the Hestia familia. Before he further explained in her direction, "What I'm about to tell all of you is 100% the truth of what is happening," in a clear and serious tone of voice. Hestia still wanted to say something, but seeing the serious expression that Belle had made her hesitate, and in the end she decided to hear what was going on, a decision shared by Lily, who also chose to listen carefully to Belle's explanation. With the room once again silent and Belle back at the center of attention, he released his hands from Hestia's shoulders and continued walking towards Aloan and Emily. Astria and Airmid followed closely behind, with Astria showing a slight blush and a small smile on her face. While Hestia accepted Belle's plea, her curiosity about his relationship with Astria and the other woman lingered. Hestia was not the only one to notice it, as it was evident to everyone in the room that their connection was far from ordinary. Hermes had a small smile and let out a low whistle, earning a critical look from Asfi. Loki and Finn displayed interest in their expression, while Freya's eyes glinted dangerously for a moment before she returned to her usual expression. Otter, as ever, maintained his stoic demeanor. Although everyone in the room had also shared a similar curiosity in their minds about the identity of the other woman accompanying Belle and Astria, as they couldn't quite place why she seemed so familiar. The woman in question had silver hair and purple eyes, possessing a mature body. She was currently clad in a knee-length dress with long sleeves, adorned with 2 waist packs on one side. The dress, predominantly white, featured a rose-red dragon-like design on the cuffs and hem. She exuded a regal aura akin to Belle's, yet there was also an air of familiarity about her that left them puzzled. Hermes, who also had been observing the familiar woman, suddenly realized something. Considering Belle's drastic change in appearance, there could only be one person who was with him during that time, and why she felt familiar. Hermes widened his eyes in realization as he stared at the familiar woman following Belle. Could it be? He pondered, considering the revelation he had just made. Hermes wasn't the only one who realized the potential identity of the woman. Aurenas had also come to the same conclusion. At the moment, he was only informed about the identity of the Astria Familia captain and some of the events that had transpired during the decade. Thus, Aurenas was not well versed regarding the relationships or other identities of the Astria Familia, since right now was not the best time for it. But it was not for long before everyone learns the identity of the woman. Belle finally reached the spot where the other 2 Astria members were standing. He exchanged warm greetings with them, and in turn, the duo did the same before directing their attention toward the other 2 accompanying Belle. With a resounding tone that resonated throughout the room, the duo greeted, "It's great to see you guys here, Astria-sama, Airmid-san." Aloan accompanied her words with a warm smile, and Emily waved her hands enthusiastically, exclaiming, "Astria-sama, Airmid-san, didn't expect to see the 2 of you coming here." Just before Astria and Airmid could respond to the greetings, "Hi!" The room echoed with a collective exclamation of shock and surprise, as everyone's eyes widened to the unexpected revelation. Even Otter, with his usual stoic demeanor, had his eyes slightly widened in surprise, never expecting that the familiar woman would be the saint. The only ones who were not as surprised as everyone else were Aurenas and Hermes, as both of them had already suspected her identity earlier but were still taken aback that it was actually her. Before anyone could comment on the revelation of the woman's true identity, 2 loud claps resounded within the room. Clap, clap, catching everyone's attention. In silence, they all turned to the source of the claps, revealing it to be Astria. As the attention of everyone focused on her, she gracefully crossed her arms and addressed them with a calm smile. Now, I understand that you all have more questions now. However, time is of the essence," she conveyed in a composed and calm tone. She proceeded to elaborate. "Belle will soon provide an explanation for the current situation," she declared with unwavering confidence, directing her gaze toward Belle, accompanied by a warm and reassuring smile. Observing Astria's gaze, filled with kindness and reassurance, Belle nodded affirmatively. He then shifted his attention towards the Orario group, now silent and expectant, eagerly awaiting what Belle was about to disclose. The air was thick with anticipation, especially noticeable in the expressions of Hestia and Lily, reflecting a mix of curiosity and concern about the profound changes they had witnessed in Bell. Without further delay, Bell cleared his throat, signaling the onset of his address. "Now then, there's quite a lot to discuss, but let's get one thing straight," he stated with a serious and determined tone. Closing his eyes for a moment, he reopened them, his countenance now grave and serious. In a clear and resonant voice, he declared, "You guys and all of Orario City has been gone for a decade," emphasizing the gravity of the statement as his gaze settled upon the group. Several seconds elapsed in silence before, "Hi!" A louder collective of shouts reverberated through the room, as everyone was utterly shocked and bewildered by the stunning revelation. Soon, a barrage of questions was hurled at Bell and his group in rapid succession. Observing the inundation of queries, Bell let out a mental sigh, contemplating, "Looks like this is going to take a while," he mused. XXXXXXXXX. Dragon Tail City. Astria Familia meeting room. In a spacious room known as the Syra Room, a long table and several chairs can be observed with only a few of the chairs are occupied. The Syra Room serves as the primary venue for crucial discussions and meetings pertaining to familia matters. It is distinctly separate from another meeting room primarily utilized for matters related to the kingdom. Inside the executive meeting room were the Astria Familia executives who were readily available and able to return back to base promptly. "Well, that took longer than I anticipated," Haley remarked, crossing her arms as she recounted the events from a few minutes ago. A short while ago, Haley and Vivian were elucidating the current situation to the other Familia members who had promptly returned to the main base on short notice in a larger room than the one that she is currently in. Given that 80 members out of the total 300 in the Familia were able to return, it still represents a significant number of individuals who managed to come back after the orders were given. Thus, a need for a larger room was quite evident given the need for space. "It's unavoidable. A lot of them had questions regarding the situation," Vivian remarked calmly with a smile as she prepared herself a cup of tea with patience and composure. Immediately following the announcement, Haley and Vivian found themselves bombarded with a barrage of questions, each one clamoring to be heard at once, turning the large room into a chaotic scene. Though they did successfully quell the chaos, restoring order within the room, but a majority of the Familia members still had lingering questions. At that moment, another voice in the meeting room echoed with a subtle, critical tone. "It's partly because Haley insisted on addressing every question," remarked the other female voice, accompanied by a small smirk on her face. The one who has said that was a stunning female werewolf, with a blend of white and silver hair cascading down to her waist, complemented by captivating sky-blue eyes. Her appearance often led many to mistake her for a celestial goddess of the moon due to her ethereal beauty. She donned a white crop-top shirt paired with a sleek black leather vest and fitted black leather pants, accentuating her physique. The ensemble was completed with metallic shoulder armor, seamlessly integrated gauntlets, and metallic greaves and boots adorning her legs. As Haley poised to respond, the female werewolf interjected, "Though I do understand your thought process. Answering common questions now may save us time later on," she stated in a composed and calm voice directed towards Haley. It was then that another voice resonated in the room. Indeed, addressing them now could be advantageous. "Those who are now well-versed in the answers may be able to respond on your behalf when the rest of the familia eventually returns," she added with a smile. The one responding this time was a woman with pink hair and purple eyes. She wore a sky-blue kimono adorned with several floating white petals. The sash of the kimono was a vibrant rose-red color, with a gentle and noble-like atmosphere around her. The woman with pink hair continued, "But considering the multitude of questions thrown your way, it was handled quite adeptly," she remarked. Her tone retained its analytical edge, accompanied by a smile on her face. Vivian nodded in agreement before adding, "Agreed. Grouping them based on the type of questions they have was a great idea," she stated in a gentle voice, taking a sip of her tea. Haley let out a chuckle before explaining. "Yeah, it was thanks to your suggestion, Alexia," she said, casting a glance toward the white-haired female werewolf. The white-haired female werewolf is identified as Alexia Hunt, a top executive member with the given alias Lunar Strategos, and is the commander of Dragon Tail City's police force, known as the Sentinels. In response to Haley's remarks, Alexia calmly added, "No problem, Haley. Fortunately, you informed both me and Sakura here first before diving into it with the rest of the other familia members," she said, her tone relaxed as she directed her gaze towards the pink-haired woman. The pink-haired woman goes by the name Sakura Yoshiaki, another top executive recognized by the alias Sword Saint. Unlike some of the other top executives, Sakura doesn't oversee any specialized unit or group within both the kingdom and the familia. This stems from her personal beliefs and experiences. However, she frequently lends her expertise to various units and groups, assisting them in their duties. Her noble and kind personality has earned her the moniker Saint among the people. Sakura responded with a serene smile before stating, "Our timing was spot on," nodding her head in agreement. A few moments after Belle's group had departed for the Lost City, Alexia and Sakura arrived at the castle, much to Haley's expectations, being the closest among the familia's top executives to the base. This is because Sakura was scheduled to return today from her mission in the Far East, while Alexia had been outside of Dragontail City, conducting her regular rounds with several familia members in the nearby forest. Therefore, Haley had already anticipated that they would be the first ones to return, aligning perfectly with her plan to provide detailed explanations alongside Vivian regarding the ongoing situation and their current orders. For Alexia and Sakura, the revelation was nothing short of shocking. Like anyone else, they never anticipated the return of Orario City after a decade-long disappearance, leaving them understandably suspicious. While they held a high level of confidence in Belle's skills, a hint of complaint lingered in their minds. Ideally, they wished Belle had dispatched a top executive first to investigate before confirming the city's authenticity. Unbeknownst to them, Belle was already confident that the returned city was indeed genuine. This assurance came from Astria sensing her fauna on Rio when the city reappeared. Returning to the meeting, Alexia inquired, "By the way, where's Annalai? Shouldn't she be here as well?" Her tone carried a note of curiosity as she scanned the room. Annalai Wood's a female prum and fellow top executive in the Astria familia with the well-known alias of Mini Genius. Renowned for her groundbreaking inventions and innovative contributions, Annalai has spearheaded a technological revolution that has reshaped the world. She serves as the cornerstone of the Astria familia, spearheading research and development for a myriad of tools and gadgets crucial to the familia's operations. Her expertise also extends to designing personalized weapons for various members within the familia. Due to her proficiency in these skills and her limited combat abilities, she predominantly assumes a supportive role within the familia. She generally avoids engaging in hunting quests or expeditions unless her unique skills are explicitly needed for the duration of the mission. Consequently, she spends a significant amount of her time inside the research laboratory, tinkering and experimenting day and night, often without sleep. Haley and Vivian exchanged an awkward glance before both directed their gaze towards Alexia. It didn't take long for Alexia to grasp the unspoken message being conveyed between the two. Sighing, Alexia rested her arms on the table. Lifting her right arm, she opened her hand and placed her head on it, expressing her exasperation. "She pulled another all-nighter, didn't she?" she remarked, glancing between Haley and Vivian. Haley and Vivian nodded in agreement, confirming Alexia's suspicion. Vivian added with a small smile, sipping her tea, "Absolutely. She was actually the first one we encountered, but she seemed completely exhausted and drowsy." She recalled their initial interaction. Haley then chimed in, "Given her current state, where she wouldn't be able to contribute much, we suggested to her to take a rest until she regains her energy," she explained towards Alexia. Sakura remarked with a smile, "She pulled another all-nighter." Knowing her habits, I wouldn't be surprised if she accidentally creates a skill based on it, a touch of humor evident in her tone. Alexia then commented to Sakura, "Don't jinx it," a smile gracing her face. Due to her type of work and habits, Annalai frequently pulls all-nighters, much to the familia's collective disapproval. It has gotten so severe at one point that Belle, Airmid, and Astria had to install physical barriers in front of her research laboratory and banned her from entering for an entire week until she managed to get the proper rest she needed back then. Acknowledging that Annalai wouldn't be attending anytime soon, Alexia then shifted to another topic, inquiring, "Do you have any information about the others then?" She wondered about the decisions of the other familia executives in this situation, and if they would return soon. In response to Alexia's inquiry, Haley explained, "Alicia mentioned that she'll be staying in Alf's royal forest for now, just in case there's a sudden spike in activity by the dungeon cult or in the area," her tone clear and composed. Vivian contributed to the conversation, stating, "Illyria said that she'll try to return as soon as possible, but it may still take a day or two before she's back in Dragontail City." The conversation persisted as Haley and Vivian provided Alexia and Sakura with updates on the current status of each top and junior executive, with the exception of those on crucial missions. After a few minutes, Haley concluded the conversation, saying, "And that should cover everyone who was able to provide us with an update. Those who did not respond are either too busy or are currently on crucial missions," she stated, looking towards Alexia as she finished her report. Alexia and Sakura nodded in comprehension, absorbing the information shared with them. Sakura then inquired, "Wait a minute, what about Ran? What's her status?" Her curiosity sparked regarding one of the unmentioned top executives. Haley and Vivian turned their gaze towards Sakura, their expressions colored with skepticism. Both raised an eyebrow, a silent questioning of Sakura's words. Even Alexia, too, wore a similar look of skepticism. It was a collective expression that made Sakura reflect on her own words. Eventually, a chuckle escaped Sakura as she acknowledged the skepticism from her friends. After her chuckle subsided, Sakura clarified, "My bad. So I'm assuming that she was the only one not informed about the ongoing situation," she said with a smile, as her voice carried an understanding tone directed at Haley and Vivian. Haley and Vivian nodded in agreement. Haley elaborated, "It can't be helped considering her personality." Instead, her assigned frontier advisor in the area was contacted to deliver the news upon the completion of her given mission. With an awkward tone of voice, a collective sense of pity filled the room for the unfortunate soul tasked with delivering the news to Ran. As they all shared the same unspoken sentiment, a silent chorus of good luck echoed through their minds in unison. Soon, the conversation in the room shifted to a different topic. The top executives delved into discussions about future plans and talked about the reactions of their allies and their decisions regarding the current situation. The meeting continued until the doors of the Syra room were opened suddenly without a knock, revealing two figures standing in the doorway. The first figure walked in, swiftly followed by the second. The first figure that stormed in was a woman appearing to be in her early 20s, characterized by amber-colored eyes and cascading silver-blue hair. However, her exposed skin revealed a unique feature: several scales, visible without the leather-like armor she wore covering it. With a notably red stone adorned the center of her forehead and an unyielding yet tired gaze on her face. The second figure trailing the first donned a white button shirt paired with a brown knee-length skirt. However, what set her apart were the golden feathers with blue tips covering her body, and instead of arms, she sported wings. Bird-like feet completed her unusual appearance. Her expression was a mix of worry and awkwardness as she gazed toward the other figure. It was evident that these two figures were far from ordinary, being monsters born from the dungeons, specifically a Vuivra and a Siren. Despite their monstrous origins, everyone in the meeting room instantly recognized them. The figures were none other than Ween and Ray, both key figures within the Xenos. Ween immediately inquired in a loud tone, "Is it true? Has Oreo City really returned?" She directed her question toward the top executive of the Astria Familia. Confusion lingered among the executives, considering Ween should have been among the first to receive the information given her alpha priority. Seeing their confusion, Ray explained, "Ween was busy giving drills to the new members of the reconnaissance unit in the sky, so she did not receive the news until she finished her training and returned to the ground," she stated in a tired but clear voice. Ween currently holds the position of the commander of the reconnaissance unit of Dragontail City. Her appointment is attributed to her exceptional combat prowess and the innate ability to fly, a unique attribute derived from her Xeno race. On the other hand, Ray is the retired ex-commander of the reconnaissance unit, having stepped down after numerous battles to pursue a career in music. Despite her retirement, she remains a key figure among the Xenos and continues to receive crucial information about what is going on. Ray continued her explanation. The moment Ween heard that Oreo City had returned, she left immediately, without hearing the full report, she stated, wearing a slight, awkward smile on her face. Ween then said, "My apologies, I was in a rush as I needed to hear it straight from you guys," she said as she paused for several seconds until she asked, "So is it true?" Her tone carried a slight sense of desperation as she looked towards the Familia group. The top executives present in the room recognized the significance of the news for Ween, given that Bell's former Familia was located in Oreo City. They were well aware of the importance it held for Ween and to the other Xenos who were originally from the Mother Labyrinth. So Haley and Vivian commenced detailing the ongoing situation to Ween, explaining the intricacies of it and Bell's decision about it. After several minutes had passed, Haley and Vivian concluded their explanation, leaving Ween in deep thought as she looked down. After several seconds of silence, Ween looked up and sighed. "Sigh, if I had ended the drills earlier, do you think I would have been able to convince Bell to let me come with him?" she asked, wearing a sad, all-knowing smile, as if she already knew the answer. Everyone in the room shook their heads from side to side, indicating that Bell would most likely not bring her with him to Oreo City. Observing their reactions, Ween simply stated, "Figures," crossing her arms in slight disappointment. Ray then commented towards Ween, placing one of her wings on Ween's shoulders and said, "It can't be helped. If it really is Oreo City, their interactions with us may still be hostile." As she looked onto Ween, given that Oreo City had been absent for a decade, they were certain that the residents might be unaware of the changes that occurred during their prolonged absence. The sudden appearance of monsters walking among them could potentially lead to bewilderment, panic, and worse, casualties. Ray further explained as she lowered her wing from Ween's shoulder. "Besides, even if you were able to go, Chi-san's invisibility magic wouldn't work on us Xenos," she stated in a clear tone of voice. Chi's unique invisibility magic, known as the Veil of Shadows, enables her and those she selects to become invisible including objects, rendering the magic highly versatile. However, there are still some limitations to her magic. One of these limitations is that after several trials of testing, it was discovered that she cannot make monsters or Xenos invisible using her magic. Wynn attempted to counter Ray's argument, saying, "I could have just flown really high and stayed up there until the coast was clear," she added with an awkward tone of voice. Haley then stated, "Sorry, but most likely Belle would still deny it," in a confident tone of voice directed towards Wynn. Wynn pouted upon hearing Haley's opinion, asserting, "But I can handle myself," believing that she should be fine due to the training she had received over a decade. However, everyone in the room, including Ray, just looked at her with a sweat drop before Alexia explained, "Wynn, we're not worried about your safety. We're worried about their safety," she stated in a clear and awkward tone of voice directed towards Wynn. Wynn's eyes showed confusion at first as she looked at Alexia, until realization dawned upon her about what Alexia had meant. Sakura then chimed in with a calm tone, "Alexia's right. After all, your estimated level is around level 9 or 10. Currently, Wynn has been assessed by the Frontier Guild to be at an estimated level 9 or 10 according to their standards and testing. This ranking makes her a formidable individual even among the ranks of the Xenos." Wynn was about to say something until Vivian intervened, stating, "Wynn, even if you stayed up in the sky most of the time, you would eventually get tired, as no one has infinite stamina." She paused to take a breath before continuing her explanation. "If you were seen by any of the people in Orario City, there would be even more panic, which is something that we need to avoid," she emphasized in a clear and loud tone of voice. Vivian then said in a calm tone of voice, "That's why please be patient and wait. I'm sure that you will be able to meet them again once everything is sorted out soon," she conveyed with a patient smile. Wynn was silent for several seconds until she let out a sigh and said, "Sigh, you're right, sorry about that. I guess I got too excited without thinking too deeply," she expressed, placing her right hand behind her head and starting to rub it with a smile. A collective smile spread across the room in response to Wynn's words. Haley reassured her, saying, "It's all right, Wynn. We understand what you're going through," with a tone of genuine understanding. Alexia then added to the conversation, "That's why, for now, it's best to stay back until Belle's group returns and confirms the situation over there," she conveyed with a calm and clear voice. All present in the room nodded in agreement and understanding. However, Wynn raised her right arm and declared in a loud tone of voice with a smile on her face, "But I call first dibs to go over there once everything has been sorted," capturing everyone's attention. Soon, the room was filled with joyous laughter. Haley spoke with a reassuring smile towards Wynn, calming her laughter, and said, "Of course, you will be one of the next ones to go there when the time has come." Wynn smiled, nodding her head in excitement, grateful for the opportunity to return to the city that was once thought to be lost forever. Ray spoke with a smile directed at Wynn. "Now that everything has been sorted, let's leave it to them to finish their meeting." After a brief pause, she wore a thoughtful look and then suggested to Wynn, "Since we're here, shall we give Materia and Alfia a visit?" Her smile accompanied the proposal. Wynn enthusiastically nodded her head at Ray's suggestion, commenting, "That's a great idea, Ray." A wide smile lit up her face. Soon, Ray and Wynn bid their farewells to the top executives of the Astria Familia, who in turn waved their hands and also bid their farewells towards the Xenos. Just before the meeting would resume its discussion, Haley glanced at the ticking clock on the wall and wondered, "I wonder what Belle is doing right now," contemplating the current activities of her king and captain of the Familia. XXXXXXXXXX. Inside Orario City. Guild Basement Prayer Room. "Well, I suppose this was somewhat expected," Belle thought, his face reflecting quiet contemplation as he assessed the situation before him and his group. Currently, he and his group were engrossed in answering the numerous questions directed at them regarding the current situation and the events that transpired over the past decade. Given that the gods of each present familia from Orario confirmed the veracity of Belle's group, providing explanations about Belle's and Ermid's current appearance and the towering wall that now encircles Orario City. As expected, a multitude of questions arose, making it evident that the Orario group was still grappling in confusion with the mystery of their decade-long disappearance. Belle could only sigh mentally, having expected numerous questions, though he didn't anticipate it taking this long. He and his group did their best to summarize the crucial events that had unfolded. Belle reflected, "Fortunately, we managed to ask them about their experiences while they were engulfed in the fog, relieved to have tackled that aspect of the conversation. A few moments ago, Belle and his group were able to learn, guided by Aurena's detailed explanation. They discovered that a mysterious fog materialized around lunchtime, lingering for 2 hours before dissipating completely. It was during that time that the city realized there were now large walls surrounding it. Belle's group instinctively recognized it as the same fog seen and reported moments ago. This might provide an explanation for the city's disappearance a decade ago and its reappearance today, considering the mysterious fog itself was undoubtedly not ordinary. A decade ago, All the gods and goddesses residing outside of Orario reported feeling a peculiar ripple of unfamiliar energy on the day of Orario's disappearance. It is highly likely that this phenomenon was linked to the strange fog, although they were uncertain about the specifics of how it occurred. Back to the present. While Astria was addressing one of the questions posed to them, Bell had a sudden revelation about the mysterious fog and its capabilities. Although his expression remained unchanged, Bell delved into deep thought, realizing a potential answer or explanation for how Orario City had suddenly returned after a decade. I'll need to discuss this when we get back, Bell thought, acknowledging that he required others' opinions to solidify his potential answer regarding the fog. Bell then pushed his thoughts aside for the time being, realizing the importance of focusing on the situation in front of him. He directed his attention back to Astria as she completed her explanation in response to a posed question. Due to their collective efforts, Bell's group managed to provide a somewhat comprehensive summary of the events that transpired over the decade. The information Bell's group shared about the events of the past decade was nothing short of shocking for the Orario group. Even the gods, for whom a decade might be considered a mere week, were surprised by the magnitude of the events that had unfolded. The battle against the Labyrinth, the strange sealing of a god's acranum, the construction of Great Wall, the formation of the water capital city of Melon, the civil war in the Empire, the near destruction of the White Ice Forest Fanfic, the peace treaty between Rakia and the Alps Forest, and much more. Given that they were only provided with summarized information about these events, leaving them eager to know more, they understood that there was no time for a more detailed explanation. Consequently, they had no choice but to accept the information for the time being. Man, to think the world changed so much in such a short amount of time, Loki thought, expressing her surprise at the multitude of events that had taken place. She was particularly astonished by certain occurrences, such as the establishment of the water capital city of Melon and the peace treaty between Rakia and the elves. Loki continued her thoughts. Riveria and the others are going to be shocked about this. Actually, all of the elves residing in Orario would be shocked, as she had never even considered that Rakia would ever make a peace treaty with the elves. While contemplating the peace treaty, she recalled Belle's words about Alps Forest, and a deep expression crossed her face as she pondered. I wonder, did something happen to Riveria's father? Loki reflected, recalling Belle's explanation. During Belle's explanation of the peace treaty, Loki noticed his choice of words, specifically referring to the ruler of Alps Forest as the Elven Empress instead of Emperor, or using both titles. This caught her attention because she knew Larful Joe's Alf, Riveria's father, should have been the one referred to, but he wasn't. This suggested that something must have happened to Larful Joe's Alf within the decade, leading to his replacement, presumably by Riveria's mother, according to Loki's assumption. Loki glanced at her captain, Finn, who nodded in agreement, indicating that he, too, was pondering the same possibility. With confirmation from her captain, Loki let out a mental sigh, realizing that she now desired more information about the current situation in Alps Forest. She felt the need to convey this information to Riveria once they returned. Given the current situation, Loki acknowledged that she wouldn't be able to extract this information from Belle at the moment. She hoped that perhaps at a later time, under different circumstances, she would be able to learn more. At this moment, Auranes posed a question to Belle's group. May I know what has happened to the guild and its personnel outside? In a calm tone of voice. It's no secret that the guild had operations beyond Orario, with its main headquarters located in Orario City. With Orario being absent for a decade, Auranes wondered about the fate of the guild's other facilities and bases outside the city. This was a matter he had contemplated ever since learning about their decade-long disappearance from Emily and Aloan, but he couldn't address it earlier due to more pressing issues. But with an opportune moment unfolding before him, Auranes seized it to pose the question that had been lingering in his mind. Bell responded to Auranes' inquiry, stating, in regards to that, the remnants of the guild were soon merged and formed under a new leadership, forming what is now known as the Frontier Guild, explaining with clarity in his tone. Bell provided a short explanation of what the Frontier Guild is and its purpose. The Frontier Guild functions similarly to the original guild, serving as a central hub for adventurers to gather, undertake quests, and receive rewards. However, there have been significant changes in their rules, regulations, and overall operational procedures. Bell then stated, there's actually quite a lot to discuss regarding the Frontier Guild, but considering our time constraints, I'll have to conclude the explanation here for now. Is that acceptable? He inquired of Auranes. Auranes nodded in satisfaction with the brief information, then raised a curious question that had occurred to him. Who was the head of this Frontier Guild? Astria responded, that would be Odin, her voice clear and resonant in the room. Eh? Seriously? Exclaimed Loki, her eyes widening in complete shock at the revelation. Oh my, now that is quite unexpected, Freya remarked in genuine surprise, never anticipating that it would be him. The other gods in the room were also taken aback, but upon reflection, It made sense that Odin would undertake such a role. Finn turned to his goddess and inquired, "I'm assuming that you know him, Loki?" Curiosity marked his tone, intrigued by Loki's sudden exclamation at the name. Loki stumbled over her words as she attempted to explain, "Well, that's because I am," making it obvious that something significant had occurred between them. Hermes stepped in with a mischievous smile on his face and said, "Allow me to explain, Braver," as he looked towards Loki and Finn. Asphi sighed beside him, fully aware of what her god was about to do. Loki shot an annoyed and agitated glare at Hermes, shouting, "Oi, Hermes!" However, it didn't deter the mischievous messenger god at all. Hermes then explained, "The reason why Loki reacted like that is because Odin was one of the very few gods that Loki seriously tried to kill back then in heaven," he said in a clear tone of voice, causing the mortals present in the room to widen their eyes. Hermes further explained, "Don't worry. Luckily, their battle was cut short as other gods intervened, but it did result in several mountain ranges being destroyed, haha," he said, attempting to laugh it off despite the seriousness of his explanation. Freya then remarked, "Indeed, the aftermath from their battle left quite a mess. It was also one of the rare moments that I got to see Odin quite angry back then," she added with a soft tone of voice, accompanied by a smile. Finn looked at his goddess with a concerned and tired expression, worried that this revelation might have repercussions on their future relations once the current situation was resolved. Loki, upon seeing Finn's expression, began to speak, reassuring him by saying, "Don't worry, Finn. That old god shouldn't hold any grudges. It was over 5,000 years ago after all. Hopefully." Finn remained unconvinced by Loki's last remark, lacking confidence in the situation. However, with limited options, he could only let out a mental sigh and hope that Loki's assessment proved accurate. Ermid then addressed the Orario group with a loud tone, asking, "All right, is there anyone else who has questions?" As she scanned the faces of those from Orario. Despite the summarized information leaving many questions unanswered, the Orario group realized that they couldn't prolong this discussion further. Understanding that Bel's group had other matters to address, they fell mostly silent. A notable exception to the silent agreement emerged when a short-haired goddess raised her hand high, indicating her unawareness of the collective silence among the Orario group. Unperturbed by this unspoken understanding, Hestia eagerly sought answers to something of great importance to her. Despite the desperate expression on Hestia's face, Ermid chose to blatantly ignore her. After scanning the room for a couple more seconds, Ermid declared, "All right, it seems that we are finally finished with this," her tone carrying a hint of tiredness. Noticing that she was being blatantly ignored, Hestia was on the verge of voicing her complaint when Lily, who was standing beside her, promptly covered Hestia's mouth before she could utter another word. While Lily harbored her own curiosity about certain information, she displayed patience and remained aware of the silent agreement within the Orario group. Swiftly intervening, she covered Hestia's mouth before any more words could escape. Lily, with a whispered tone, reassured the slightly startled and agitated Hestia. "Hestia-sama, please calm down. Now is not the right time. We can ask later." After this, understanding what Hestia was about to express. Reluctant at first, Hestia, upon observing everyone else's expressions, reluctantly nodded her head, realizing that she had almost acted recklessly without considering the atmosphere in the room. Seeing Hestia back down, Lily uncovered Hestia's mouth and sighed in relief, thankful that her goddess did not continue her rash actions during the meeting. Observing the room's silence, Bel nodded, acknowledging the lingering questions. "All right, I understand that you still have more questions, but there are many other topics that need to be discussed," he explained calmly. Bel turned his attention toward Aurenas and inquired, "Lord Aurenas, I assume you've already dispatched someone to investigate the labyrinth?" This statement seized everyone's attention, especially considering the current guild prohibition on entering the dungeon. The curiosity of those present was piqued, and they were interested to learn what was happening within the dungeon. Upon hearing Bel's question, the old god nodded his head and said, "That is correct. I've sent my trusted aide to inside the dungeon to investigate. However, there was something strange," he said in a clear tone of voice. Aurenas proceeded to provide a comprehensive account of Fel's report. The detailed information outlined a barricade composed of auriculum metal, embellished with enigmatic runes, effectively sealing off access to the 6th floor of the dungeon. Bel's group swiftly grasped the significance of the description provided by Aurenas. Eloan and Emily exchanged astonished glances, both looking toward Bel with disbelief evident on their faces. The rest of the group, on the other hand, displayed expressions that hinted they may have anticipated such an event. "Judging by your expressions, it appears you're familiar with this. Am I correct?" Aurenas inquired curiously, studying the reactions of Bel's group to the information. Bel nodded thoughtfully and stated, "Indeed, we recognize it. That's undoubtedly the end seal you've described, Aurenas." Bel then proceeded to elucidate the nature of the end seal and its purpose, leaving those from Orario wide-eyed in disbelief at the revelation. Once Bell finished his explanation, Auranas asked him in an interesting tone of voice, "So that was the artificial seal that was reported?" As he looked towards Bell with a surprised expression. Bell simply nodded and said, "If what you said is accurate, then it definitely is the end seal. However, it seems that only a small portion of it was observed," he explained in a clear voice. Auranas raised an eyebrow, contemplating Bell's words. Small portion? What does he mean by that? He pondered, expressing his confusion until he realized what Bell meant. His eyes widened, and he thought, could it be? Finn asked the question, Bell Cranel. What do you mean by a small portion? Though his expression hinted that Finn may have already figured out the meaning behind Bell's words. Finn and Auranas weren't the only ones who had realized what Bell meant by a small portion. The realization dawned upon those from Orario, but Hestia seemed to be the only one who hadn't realized it as she looked around in confusion. Well, that's because the size of the seal is essentially about the same diameter as the dungeon itself, Bell explained in an awkward tone of voice. This statement didn't surprise them as much, as they were able to figure it out, but the actual size of the seal was still nothing less than shocking. Only Hestia had the most pronounced reaction, her mouth gaping open wide at the information. Hermes then exclaimed in amazement, "That's quite an amazing feat," with widened eyes, echoing the same thought that was in everyone's mind. Though unsure of how it was accomplished, the fact that it was crafted to temporarily seal off the entire dungeon, considering its sheer size, was an impressive feat. Bell smiled in response to Hermes' admiration before elaborating. It was only through the combined efforts of everyone back then that the end seal became remotely possible to create. Astrea smiled faintly as she reminisced about the challenges and extensive planning involved in constructing and implementing the artificial seal. She then commented, "That's right. It was only thanks to everyone working together that it was accomplished," in a calm and reflective tone. However, her expression soon shifted into one of seriousness and contemplation. She remarked, though in the end, it may have also caused them to rise as well, her voice carrying a hint of confusion and sorrow. Ermid then commented toward Astrea, saying, "It's still a widely debated subject, Astrea. No one expected that to happen after the completion of both the wall and seal," her voice calm and reassuring. It was then that Freya asked the two women about what they were referring to, saying, "Excuse me, but what are you two referring to?" She asked with a curious voice as she smiled towards the two women beside Bell. Astrea's gaze briefly sharpened before she shifted to a more composed demeanor. "I apologize for that oversight. It's a term commonly understood among us, so we tend to reference it without elaboration," she explained in a calm tone. However, Freya was no fool, as she caught a sharp glint in Astrea's eyes, a fleeting signal of suspicion before it vanished. This was evident, as Astrea had been casting suspicious glances in her direction throughout the meeting. Nonetheless, she chose to disregard it, responding with nothing more than a smile directed at Astrea. But Freya couldn't help but harbor suspicions of her own about Astrea, particularly regarding her relationship with the white-haired boy. As the goddess of love, she sensed an underlying connection between the two that piqued her curiosity and heightened her suspicion. Perhaps she hoped that her suspicions were merely a misunderstanding, but if her instincts regarding their relationship were accurate, then there might be complications, issues that Freya could be willing to address with any means necessary. Hence, her smile held a hint of darkness, with eyes brimming with suspicion and hostility directed at Astrea. Naturally, Astrea had discerned the implications behind Freya's smile, causing a fleeting shadow to cross her features before returning to a composed demeanor. It was then that Bell stepped in, as he had already noticed Astrea's odd behavior regarding Freya beforehand. Thus he intervened to prevent the situation from getting complicated. What they were referring to was something that no one at all had expected to happen, Bell explained in a serious tone of voice. With a pause, Bell looked around to confirm that everyone was focused on him. Continuing his serious expression, he stated, "It was the rise of the other dungeons," in a grave tone of voice that resounded in the room. It took a few seconds before it finally dawned upon the group from Orario to realize what Bell had said. Complete and utter shock, coupled with confused and horrified expressions, painted the faces of Orario's group as they processed Bell's revelation. Eyes were widened, reflecting a mix of complex emotions that surged through each of them. Other dungeons? It should have defied possibility, an event considered unthinkable, yet the words reached their ears, bearing the chilling truth. Other dungeons had surfaced, posing a looming threat that could jeopardize the world, but in a much more worse case than ever before. The room fell into complete silence as everyone grappled with uncertainty on how to properly react to the news. Even Otter, who rarely exhibited any expressions, wore a rare look of confusion. It was then that Auranas posed the question that undoubtedly lingered in the minds of everyone from the Orario group. He asked Bell, How did that happen?" His voice held a slight tremor, his gaze fixed on Belle with a serious expression. Belle's expression revealed a slight saddened smile as he explained, "Unfortunately, even until now, we are still unsure how that happened, and we only have speculations." Belle and his group then proceeded to elaborate on their knowledge regarding the rise of the dungeons and how it had fundamentally altered the world itself with their existence. When the Great Wall was completed, reports of increased monster sightings began to surface. Though initially dismissed as remnants of Labyrinth monsters, these incidents did not attract much attention and were swiftly addressed by deploying adventurers to handle them. However, that would soon change. Upon completion of the End Seal, there was a sudden surge in monster sightings across the continent. What raised concerns was that these reports were coming from regions untouched by Labyrinth monsters before. Additionally, reports indicated sightings of entirely new types of monsters, never seen before even during the invasion from the Mother Labyrinth. There were reports about deer-like creatures with crystal-like antlers that exhibited control over various elements, wreaking havoc within the elven-protected forests. Minotaur-like creatures, appearing to be composed of lava and earth, were spotted roaming around active volcanic areas. Wraiths wielding giant scythes were discovered roaming around abandoned villages and towns, prepared to confront anyone who crossed their path with their formidable weapons. Giant floating eyeballs discovered in the dwarven mines, casting numerous debuffs on the dwarf miners who crossed their gaze. Fish with large sword-like fins were found near fishing towns attacking fishing boats en masse, slashing through the vessels and threatening the fishermen in the area. These were just a few examples of the numerous reports flooding into the Frontier Guild during that time, indicating a significant upheaval in the world. Many believed it to be creatures from the uncharted depths of the Mother Labyrinth, either escaping the enclosure or emerging from new openings made by Labyrinth itself to the outside world. This prompted various nations and familias to launch expeditions to locate and seal these newfound breaches. However, this search would soon reveal something else, something that defied all known logic of this world. What one of the many parties discovered during their expedition was a dungeon, initially believed to be an extension created by the Mother Labyrinth. However, with further exploration by the party that found it revealed a different reality. Monsters spawned from the walls, and it ended abruptly on the 4th floor, displaying no signs of additional openings or pathways. Attempts to dismantle the walls proved futile. Instead, the walls displayed a regenerative property, a characteristic commonly associated with the Mother Labyrinth. When word got out regarding the findings, no one could believe it, as it was supposed to be impossible. Even the gods were baffled back then, thus scholars and researchers were sent to investigate it. However, soon, other reports of similar anomalies surfaced in various locations, raising particular concern when such occurrences were detected in proximity to cities. Upon close investigation, the reports unveiled something not only abnormal but also highly troubling, evidence suggesting the potential formation of new dungeons. These emerging dungeons not only displayed the familiar regenerative and monster-spawning capabilities, but also showcased significant variations among themselves. Strikingly, they differed in the number of floors and, curiously, in their architectural designs. The most concerning aspect was the assortment of monsters dwelling within. The emergence of these new dungeons brought forth creatures previously unseen, contributing to the surge in monster sightings across the continent. This sparked widespread panic, leading to the immediate abandonment of villages situated near these emerging dungeons. Meanwhile, towns and cities with proper defenses were placed on high alert. Exploration familia were being stretched thin as the Frontier Guild found themselves overwhelmed by the influx of requests to address the surge in monsters and the appearance of these new dungeons. If it weren't for the assistance of the various nations' armies, coupled with the significant overhauls in the Guild's quest system and the continuous advancements in gear production, there's a good chance the situation wouldn't be as peaceful as it is today. Following the completion of Belle's group's explanation about the other dungeons, their gaze naturally turned towards the Orario group. As anticipated, the expressions in the room mirrored a blend of confusion, worry, and horror in response to the revelations. Recognizing the escalated threat beyond the confines of Orario City, Asfi articulated a question that had lingered in her mind throughout the explanation. "Wait, so how many dungeons are there now?" she inquired, her tone carrying a hint of terror and anticipation. Ermid replied to Asfi's inquiry without hesitation, stating, If we exclude this one, then currently there are about 52 known dungeons around." She expressed herself in a clear and relaxed tone of voice. This statement completely shocked all of the Orario group, including Aurena's, as the number of dungeons that emerged exceeded their expectations. The gods, in particular, were affected, having witnessed the destruction that the dungeon can cause right before their descent. But now there are 52 additional dungeons in existence? This made it clear to them that this was a far worse scenario than anyone had ever anticipated. Not even the gods here had ever anticipated. However, Those who were especially attentive to Airmid's words then realized something from her statement. Lily, being one of those closely observing, asked in a shaken and concerned voice. Lily has a question, Airmid-san? You said currently. Does that mean that the number of dungeons grows? She looked towards Airmid with eyes full of worry and concern. Lily's question prompted others to realize the implication of Airmid's statement. Airmid replied seriously, that's right, casting a serious gaze toward Lily with an unconcerned expression. Emily chimed in with a nod, adding, yup, in fact, last year, it was originally 49 dungeons that were found and recorded, in a calm tone of voice. Unlike the composed and calm expressions of Airmid and Emily, the others from Orario were clearly disturbed and concerned by the news, realizing that the number of dungeons was still growing. Astria reassured everyone, saying, don't worry too much about it. Compared to before, there are now a lot of procedures in place to handle this kind of situation. It's much safer now than it was in the past, in a clear and calming tone. For Belle's group, the situation had become the new normal, having lived and survived in this changed world. However, they empathized with the Orario group, remembering their own reactions when the news about the emergence of other dungeons had first surfaced. Loki, one of the first to regain her composure, interjected with a shout. Hold on. Does this mean that this place is no longer considered the center of the world? She raised her right arm, wearing a curious expression. For the people of Orario, the dungeon was not only supposed to be the singular one in existence, but had long held the status of being the main attraction for those seeking fame and fortune, earning its title as the center of the world. The existence of other dungeons outside of Orario raised the question of whether the Orario dungeon, once known as the center of the world, still held that title. Upon Loki's inquiry, Belle responded with a relaxed smile, stating, in some aspects, it is still considered the center of the world since it still remains the largest dungeons in existence so far. Eloan added to her captain's words, saying, not only that, but the Mother Labyrinth is also used as a proving grounds for many familias. The deeper the floor that a familia reached, the greater prestige they receive, she explained. Hearing Eloan's explanation, Loki and Freya quickly grasped the concept, recognizing the familiar dynamics from their own familius expeditions into the deep floors so they can understand the appeal of it. Hermes, with one hand on his chin, faced Belle and posed an interesting question that he had in mind asking. By the way, I am curious, if this dungeon is still the largest, then what's the second largest that now exists? He asked inquisitively. Despite being shaken by the unsettling news, Hermes, accustomed to traversing different places as a messenger god, recognized the importance of gathering this information promptly. Suppressing his unease, Hermes turned to Belle with a question, his mind already churning with plans for his familia's actions once this ordeal was over. Hearing Hermes' inquiry, Belle responded, for that it would actually be within my kingdom, the Dragontail City's dungeon, as it has 65 floors, he explained clearly. Dragontail City? It must be a new or renamed kingdom that was established while we were gone, Hermes thought, realizing that he had never heard of this kingdom before. Huh, I see. Then is that the place where you and your familia are currently staying? Hermes asked politely with a smile. However, to Hermes' surprise, Belle's reaction was peculiar. Belle's eyes widened as if he had suddenly realized something. With a snap of his fingers, Belle then rubbed behind his head with an awkward expression. He had just realized that there might be a misunderstanding about his current role and identity. Right? I guess it wasn't explained well about my current role and identity now, wasn't it? He said, his voice carrying a hint of awkwardness. Belle glanced towards Astria and Airmid, who stood beside him, and they nodded in confirmation to his question. Hermes was on the verge of asking Belle for clarification when Loki's exasperated shout cut in. All right, I can see where this is going, she exclaimed, her tired and impatient expression aimed at Belle, conveying her slight frustration. At this point, my voice is going to become husky real soon, given the amount of information you keep dropping on us, she explained. Loki then continued, saying, so I'm just going to take a shot in the dark and guess that you're about to say that you are a noble now or something. Hell, maybe even a king now, right? She said jokingly, fully aware of the humorous nature of her words. Loki smiled jokingly at Belle, not expecting any serious replies or answers to her playful remark. However, to her surprise, yeah, that's actually it, Belle stated in a calm tone, letting out an awkward smile toward the Orario group to confirm Loki's playful statement. Loki's expression shifted from playful to baffled, mirroring the confusion evident on the faces of everyone from Orario. Belle's revelation had caught them off guard. Seeing their confused expressions, Belle decided to clarify, saying, I'm the current king of Dragontail City, in a clear tone of voice with an awkward smile. Complete silence enveloped the room once again as everyone from Orario grappled with the revelation they had just learned. Even Auranas was shocked, having not been informed about this by Eloan or Emily during their talk. However, before anyone could react, both Astria and Airmid, who were on either side of Belle, suddenly linked their arms with his. Belle looked shocked and confused by the unexpected turn of events and could only mutter, huh. With all eyes on them, both Astria and Ermid shouted in unison, "And we are his wives." Their declaration echoed through the room, accompanied by cheerful tones and big smiles on their faces. Astria's and Ermid's announcement hit the room like the shattering of glass, a sudden curveball catching everyone off guard. Hestia and Lily stood frozen like statues, their faces reflecting the shock of the unexpected news. Hermes, wearing one of the biggest shocked smiles, seemed equally taken aback, with most of the room sharing the same expressions of complete bafflement and disbelief as their mouths were gaping wide open before. Wow, it. XXXXXXXXXX. On the streets of Orario. Oh man, not only did you become a king, but you even married Astria, one of the 3 virgin goddesses back in heaven. Loki exclaimed, looking towards Belle as they walked. Belle, walking beside Loki and Finn, replied, "I guess it's that surprising, huh?" In a calm tone of voice as they continued walking. Loki nodded fervently before adding, "Obviously. Besides you being a king, Astria was known for not even letting a male hold her hand back then. But here you are, married to her." With a smile on her face. Belle chuckled with a smile before replying to Loki, 10 years can change anyone, even gods like you, given the right circumstances." Loki chuckled and replied, "Guess so, but boy, will the other male gods fancying her here be crying their eyes out, huh?" It was then that Finn asked Loki with a sigh, saying, "Sigh, Loki, I would appreciate it if you could keep it down. We are walking in public right now." With a respectful tone of voice towards his patron goddess. The 3 of them were currently strolling through the streets of Orario after a lengthy meeting held in the guild's basement. The session had stretched for several hours, concluding around late afternoon. At this time, given the current circumstances, the streets were not as crowded, as most of the residents had heeded the guild's and familia's persistent requests to return home, especially after the Ganesha familia's efforts. Of course, there were still several people outside, but compared to a few hours ago, it was evident that there were fewer people on the streets. Upon hearing Finn's request, Loki turned her head towards him and nodded with a smile. However, she couldn't resist turning her attention back to Belle and, with a mischievous grin, asked quietly, "So, how's it going in the bedroom with Astria?" This promptly earned her a sharp elbow to the side from Finn. "Gah, Loki, that's quite rude," Finn admonished, a slight tick appearing on his forehead as he directed his gaze toward his goddess. Belle, blushing slightly from Loki's question, cleared his throat and politely requested, "Cough, let's not bring my private life into this conversation, please." Finn nodded, saying, "Of course, apologies for that rude question," expressing regret for his goddess's inappropriate inquiry. During this conversation, the speakers within the city suddenly came to life, announcing, "This is the guild's announcement." The announcer continued explaining for several minutes. "Looks like we would be able to relieve most of the residents' concerns for now," Finn said as they continued listening to the announcement from the speakers. Loki added her perspective, saying, "Keyword for now. This is only a temporary measure until the real big news is ready. By then, Whistle, it's going to be quite chaotic," sharing her thoughts on the matter. Belle calmly expressed his intention, saying, "That's why, when I return to my kingdom, I'll arrange for some of my people to come here and assist," reiterating his decision from the meeting. Both Loki and Finn nodded, expressing their gratitude. Finn added, "We're thankful for your assistance. It will definitely be difficult to handle on our own, especially considering what you've suggested," with a smile. Loki chimed in after Finn, saying, "Definitely. Hell, I was surprised that you even have that prepared," her tone expressing a mix of surprise and admiration. Belle responded with a smile, "It was the least we could do back then when Orario vanished, but since you guys have returned, it's quite logical to use it now," explaining his rationale. Loki responded, "True, that would definitely be helpful when the time comes to reveal it to the public about what is really going on," with a thoughtful expression. At the same time, she pondered, after all, the next thing they would likely do is search for relevant information related to them. Finn then said to Belle, "We're almost back to the Twilight Manor, Belle Cranel. I am really curious about what you want to discuss with us," with a calm tone of voice and a smile. The reason Belle was with Loki and Finn was that he had requested a separate meeting with the Loki familia within the Twilight Manor. Although Loki and Finn weren't aware of the reason, they saw the sincerity and seriousness in Belle's eyes, leading them to accept the request. After the meeting concluded in the guild's basement, the trio started heading towards the Twilight Manor. As for the others, Astria went ahead to the hostess of fertility to meet with Ryu, accompanied by Aloan. Meanwhile, Ermid and Emily made their way to the Hearth Mansion, their chosen accommodation for the night. However, Emily found herself carrying both the frozen Hestia and Lily, who, surprisingly, had not yet recovered from the shock even after several hours. Belle responded to Finn, saying, "Well, what we're about to discuss may involve your familia after all," with a calm tone of voice. Loki and Finn became more intrigued after hearing Belle's response, realizing that whatever he wanted to discuss involved their familia. Though judging by Belle's expression, it was evident that he wouldn't reveal more at the moment. With this understanding, they decided to be patient until they reached their destination. After several more minutes of walking, the trio finally reached the Twilight Manor. As they approached, they were spotted by the two guards guarding the entrance, who promptly greeted Loki and Finn. "Welcome back, Loki-sama, Captain Finn," the male cat and human familia guard exclaimed, demonstrating respect for their superior and goddess. Finn greeted back with a smile, saying, "We're back. Though I have to ask if one of you can gather all of the familia towards the large dining area, as we have several announcements to make," he explained in a clear tone of voice. The male familia guard nodded, signifying his willingness to fulfill Finn's request. He promptly headed inside the manor to gather the familia towards the large dining area as instructed. Finn looked toward Belle and asked, "Well then, shall we head inside?" In a polite tone of voice. Belle nodded to confirm his agreement, and the three of them entered the Twilight Manor together. XXXXXXXXXXXX. Inside the Hearth Mansion. "Come on, what's taking them so long?" Welf impatiently muttered while sitting on the sofa, arms crossed, and his right foot tapping on the floor anxiously. "The meeting must be taking longer than we initially thought," Makoto, standing near the window, remarked, her expression reflecting a sense of anxiety. "Well, maybe they're returning right now as we speak," Harum nervously suggested, struggling to form words, her body shaking with anxiety. Her pinkish eyes revealed traces of recent tears, indicating she had been crying for a while. The reason they were in this state stemmed from a few hours ago, when the mysterious fog still shrouded the area. Initially, everything seemed relatively normal, considering the circumstances. Despite their concerns for their captain, they were confident he would be all right. However, this changed swiftly when Hestia suddenly began hyperventilating, her face filled with panic. Everyone in the room immediately noticed her abnormal reaction and asked her with concern what was wrong. However, when she shared that she could no longer feel Belle's fauna, shock and panic spread throughout the entire familia. Haruheim, in particular, was deeply affected by the news, fainting immediately upon hearing it. Fortunately, Makoto, though still shaken, managed to catch her in time. The entire Hestia familia was now in full panic mode. Hestia and Lily were crying until their eyes turned red. Makoto, still shaken by the news, tried to wake Haruheim from her faintness, who woke up and started to cry. Meanwhile, Welf was lost in deep thought, his expression filled with anxiety, his hands clenched into tight fists. After several minutes, Welf was the first one to somewhat calm down. With his efforts, he helped the rest of the familia to also regain some composure and encouraged a discussion about what might have happened to Belle. They were all in denial about the possibility of Belle dying outside of Orario. They had personally witnessed his tenacity and luck in surviving the most dangerous situations, making it difficult for them to believe he could be gone. They could only hope that there was some explanation for Belle's fauna disappearing, perhaps an interference or an obstacle that hindered Hestia's ability to sense it. Soon after several minutes of planning and growing anxious about their missing captain, the familia's desire to search for Belle became overwhelming. It was only after a while that they noticed the dissipation of the mysterious fog. Welf, driven by curiosity and urgency, went outside to investigate and discovered a large wall that now enclosed Orario City. Upon hearing Welf's account of the newly erected wall, the familia was both shocked and concerned. They struggled to comprehend how a massive wall had suddenly materialized outside Orario. However, their instincts told them that something significant was unfolding, adding to the mounting tension within the familia. Recognizing the urgency of the situation, the familia understood that immediate action was necessary if they wanted to find Belle. Despite their determination, the emotional turmoil within the group posed a challenge. Lily and Haruheim struggled to control their emotions, frequently tearing up, making it challenging for the group to devise effective plans for their departure. As they finally agreed on a plan to navigate through the challenges of the large wall and were preparing to execute it, Hestia received a summons from Uranus. Frustration and confusion spread among the familia, especially when time was of the essence. Despite Hestia's strong desire to embark on the mission to find Belle immediately, she understood the importance of responding to Uranus. With a frustrated expression, she asked Lily to accompany her, instructing the rest of the familia to get ready for their imminent departure when she and Lily return. It has been a few hours since then, and they have not yet returned, causing deep concern and anxiety among the rest of the familia. Knock knock. Ah, it must be them, Welf exclaimed, springing up from the sofa with newfound energy. I'll get the doors, Haruheim shouted, quickly rising from her seat and sprinting toward the mansion's entrance doors. Wealth then requested Makoto to start preparing their bags for a swift departure, but just as they were in the midst of their preparations, Kaya, hearing Haruheim scream, Wealth and Makoto dropped what they were doing and rushed towards the entrance to check on what was happening. Turning the corner, they soon arrived at the mansion entrance, shouting, Haruheim, are you okay / all right? When they reached the entrance, they saw Haruheim standing in front of the open door, with two figures visible outside. In front of Haruheim stood two older women. One had long silver hair and purple eyes, exuding an aura of familiarity with a calm expression. The other woman sported an orange ponytail and wore a curious expression. The peculiar aspect of the situation that bewildered the three Hestia Familia members was that the orange-haired girl shockingly carried both Hestia and Lily under her arms. This left all three of them utterly perplexed. Wolf approached the duo cautiously and inquired, who are you two? And why do you have our friend and goddess? He posed the question with a degree of wariness, uncertain about their intentions, although he could sense that they weren't exhibiting any hostile behavior. Ermid, the silver-haired woman, responded to Welf's question. It's me, Ermid. It's a long story, but would it be all right if we come in? She explained with a straightforward tone. The three members of the Hestia Familia exclaimed in shock upon hearing Ermid's revelation. The orange-haired woman had a snickered laugh and remarked, Oh wow, it seems that reaction is going to be common for a while, isn't it? Huh. After a few minutes, Ermid and Emily found themselves in the spacious living room of the mansion. Emily had introduced herself upon entering, and now she was placing their bags down, after putting down the still-statued Lily and Hestia first. Ermid had settled into a seat on the sofa, already anticipating questions that were sure to follow soon. As anticipated, Haruheim was the first to voice her inquiry. Are you truly Ermid-san? But you look older? Mature? Yeah, quite understandable given the circumstances. Ermid calmly interjected, acknowledging the evident changes in her appearance. Emily, are they not out of their shock yet? Emily shook her head and replied, Nope, seems they're still out of it. Surprisingly, they are still murmuring to themselves after all this time, she said with an impressed tone of voice. Ermid nodded upon hearing Emily's reply before saying, I see. Then, can you give them a mild electric shock on their shoulders, please? She asked politely towards her familia member. Wait, what are you going to do with them? Welf immediately asked with concern in his voice after hearing Ermid's request. Unfortunately, Welf's concerned inquiry did not stop Emily from giving Ermid a thumbs up. She then walked behind the statued Lily and Hestia, formed her hands into fists, and gently placed them on the shoulders of the duo. Emily chanted, By the storm's might, I call upon the heavens thunderstrike fists awaken. At the end of the chant, her fists suddenly crackled with electricity, delivering a mild but painful shock to Lily and Hestia to snap them out of their stunned state. Bzth. Jioia. Both Hestia and Lily screamed in pain as the sudden surge of electricity jolted them back to awareness. Hearing their screams, Emily lifted her electrified fists and deactivated her magic. As a result, both Hestia and Lily nearly stumbled to the floor but managed to regain their balance just in time. Though still audibly groaning from the shock, they were now fully conscious. Ooh, wow, Hestia winced, placing her hand on the spot where the electricity had made contact. However, before she could express her anger, she stopped short, realizing their surroundings. Lily shared the same realization, and both of them fell silent as they took in their location. Lily then commented, how did we get here? Her confusion evident. She couldn't recall the events leading them back to the Hearth Mansion. Lily's question found its answer in Ermid's calm explanation. Simple. Emily over there carried the two of you after the meeting was concluded. This caught both Lily and Hestia by surprise as they realized that Ermid was inside the mansion. This prompted the duo to glance outside the mansion's windows, realizing that it was slowly getting darker, making them aware of the extended duration they had been in shock. Hestia and Lily swiftly recalled the details from the meeting. Hestia abruptly turned her head towards Ermid, locking eyes with a complex expression, yet choosing to remain silent. Hestia then turned toward the rest of her familia, noticing their confused and concerned expressions. Seeing that they had no clue what was happening, she sighed, composing herself before saying, Sorry for being late, everyone. It's a long and complicated story, explaining in a tired tone of voice. With Lily's assistance, Hestia began recounting the key events of the meeting with Aurenas to the rest of her familia. It took several minutes for them to explain, but left the rest of the familia in shock over the revelations they had learned. Whoa. Are you seriously saying that 10 years just slipped by without us noticing? Welf interrupted as he exclaimed in disbelief, struggling to comprehend the information delivered by his patron goddess. Believe me, I had my doubts too initially, but Belle's words held no trace of falsehood, she assured them with confidence. As a goddess, She possessed the ability to discern the truth from mortal words, and Belle's explanation carried no deception. Hearing Hestia's confident words, Welf fell silent, grappling with the realization that an entire decade had elapsed. Not only that, but Welf was also profoundly shocked by how much Belle had changed. Not only is Belle now older than him, but he has also ascended to the position of a king of a nation. Meanwhile, Makoto turned to Ermid and inquired, "So, you're truly a Midano?" Expressing her surprise. Hearing this, Ermid stood up from the couch, smiling calmly as she affirmed, "That's right. I suppose, in this scenario, I can say it has been a long while, hasn't it?" Everyone in the room nodded in confirmation. However, Hestia interrupted, exclaiming, "Hold on a minute," in a demanding tone of voice causing everyone to look towards her. She then declared, "I've put this behind me for now, as I knew that explaining the current situation was important, but I can't hold it in anymore." Her voice was loud, and her expression turned aggressive as she stared at Ermid. Ermid, on the other hand, looked at Hestia passively, unfazed by her aggressive stare, and sighed silently to herself. Hestia then asked in a slightly aggressive tone of voice, "Why? Why are you married to my Belle?" She shouted as she pointed towards Ermid, with Lily nodding her head aggressively in agreement. "Eh? Seriously?" shouted Welf in surprise, while Makoto covered her mouth with wide-eyed astonishment. Haruheim stood frozen, wearing a smile that seemed to have been etched on her face upon hearing what Hestia had said. The sudden surprise didn't end there, as Lily immediately chimed in, saying, "Not only you, but also Astria-sama. Tell us why," she shouted, raising both her arms in the air, causing the others to be even more surprised, as they had heard tales regarding the Astria familia before its destruction, so they were somewhat aware of who Astria was. The room's attention swiftly converged on Ermid, a hushed anticipation settling over everyone as they awaited her response to the demands posed by Hestia and Lily. Ermid, without uttering a word, closed her eyes, enveloping the room in a hushed stillness that lingered for several heartbeats. Anticipation gripped everyone as they waited for what Ermid would say. Then, after a long sigh, she spoke. Seriously? Instantaneously, her aura and demeanor underwent a profound transformation the moment she spoke. Gone was the warmth of familiarity and friendliness. In its place, a palpable air of anger and frustration gripped her expression. The atmosphere shifted, now resonating with the seasoned air of a battle-hardened veteran and the regal bearing of royalty. The abrupt shift in the atmosphere had an immediate impact on everyone in the room, prompting uncontrollable tremors to course through their bodies. Even Emily, positioned behind Ermid, found herself shaking involuntarily, her countenance betraying a nervous expression as though she had encountered such situations before. Ermid, crossing her arms, opened her eyes and declared, "Goddess Hestia, Lilyson, allow me to make this clear. Belle is not an object." She delivered the statement with a measured gaze directed at the duo before continuing. "While it's evident that both of you understand this inherently, it appears that in certain situations, you still perceive him as such." The weight of Ermid's words left both Hestia and Lily in a momentary silence, grappling with uncertainty on how to respond. Seizing the opportunity, Ermid pressed on, her gaze unwavering, and posed a direct question. "Isn't he free to choose his life partner as he sees fit? So, who appointed you the authority to dictate whom Belle can or cannot marry?" She challenged them openly, seeking a response. Gradually advancing towards Hestia and Lily, the echoes of her measured steps resonated in the hushed room. Ermid confronted them with a poignant question. "Astria and I have shared numerous experiences with Belle. We've fought by his side, survived together, and shared moments of laughter and tears. After all we've been through, is it not reasonable for us to fall in love with each other?" she inquired earnestly, having now arrived in front of the duo. "That's?" Hestia grappled with forming words in response to Ermid's assertions. Ermid sighed, directing her understanding gaze at the duo, and stated, "I understand that you both might perceive this situation as unfair. But you too must recognize that what had happened to you guys was beyond anyone's control." Her explanation was delivered with a calm and measured tone. Addressing the duo, Ermid remarked, "If you harbor feelings for him, shouldn't you, at the very least, respect his choices? Am I not right?" The question hung in the air, met only with silence from the pair. Observing their response, Ermid's once stern demeanor disappeared, and her usual aura returned, causing everyone's bodies to stop shaking right after. "Now then, shall we resume our discussion?" Ermid calmly suggested, turning back and strolling toward the sofa. With a composed expression, she seated herself once more. However, the members of the Hestia familia wore awkward and confused expressions, vividly recalling the intense aura Ermid had recently displayed. With Hestia and Lily bore complex expressions, their minds replaying each word Ermid had uttered, leaving a lasting impact on their thoughts. XXXXXXXXXXXXXX. Tvilait Monchion. And that concludes the summary of our discussions with Aurenas, Finn concluded, having explained the details. He turned his gaze toward his familia, carefully observing their reactions to the unbelievable news he had just presented. As anticipated, each member of the familia exhibited a distinct reaction to the news. Concern was etched on every face. Given the nature of the information, had it come from anyone else, they might have doubted the speaker's sanity and questioned the credibility of such unprecedented revelations. However, the weight of credibility behind Finn's words was undeniable. As the captain of the familia and a figure they generally trusted, his testimony carried significance. The confirmation from their patron goddess Loki had confirmed herself that this was the truth. The most compelling substantiation, supporting their captain and goddess's statement, was the presence of the man standing steadfastly behind them throughout the entire announcement, a silent reinforcement of the gravity of the information being conveyed. This figure was none other than Bel Cranel, the record holder, known by the alias Rabbit Foot, a figure familiar to all Loki Familia members, now presented a striking departure from their collective memory. Not only had he grown taller, but his appearance had matured, transforming him into a handsome and dependable man, a noticeable contrast to the image they had previously held. Had it not been for Finn and Loki's confirmation regarding the identity, many might have speculated that it was someone bearing a striking resemblance to the Rabbit Boy, or even entertained the notion of a concealed older brother unknown to everyone. With the undeniable truth of their captain and goddess's words sinking in, profound concern swept through the entire familia. This sentiment was particularly pronounced among those who still had relatives residing outside of Orario. The revelation sparked a rapid and fervent desire among those with family outside of Orario, a longing to depart immediately. Fortunately, Finn had foreseen this possibility and accounted for it in his comprehensive explanation. Now, let me reiterate, Finn declared firmly, none of you are permitted to leave Orario until we resolve this situation. He added with a calm demeanor, I know that the urgency to depart may be strong within you guys, but we cannot jeopardize your safety given the current circumstances. The members of the Loki familia nodded in unison, recalling Finn's earlier mentions. Despite their reluctance, they grasped the rationale behind their captain's directive, acknowledging that it may be the best interest of everyone in the room. While evident hesitation lingered among many members, ultimately, a collective silent agreement resonated through the Loki familia. They chose to abide by Finn's request, opting to follow his orders and remain within the confines of Orario City temporarily, at least until the situation at hand was resolved. Observing the prevailing silence and the absence of further questions, Finn took charge. All right, now it's time for everyone to take a well-deserved rest, considering the circumstances. As for the familia executives, please follow me as there are more details to discuss, he directed, nodding toward one of the doors. Shortly after, all the familia executives, along with Bel, trailed Finn and Loki out of the large dining area. The moment they departed, the dining room reverberated with chatter, as every familia member engaged in animated discussions, sharing and dissecting the newfound information. Certainly, all the chatter echoed beyond the immediate area, reaching the walking executives and goddess. Loki commented, well, just as I expected. It seems they won't be having an easy night's sleep after all, scratching her cheek nonchalantly as they continued walking. Gareth nodded in agreement, stating, I would find it hard to sleep after hearing what you've shared, he explained, stroking his beard with a contemplative expression. Loki then responded, well, if you have a better way to explain it, I'm all ears, she said with a smile. As Loki and Gareth continued their debate, Tiona and Tioni approached Bel. Tiona, wearing a curious expression, asked with a hint of skepticism, Hey, are you really a king now, Argonaut? Bel responded with a simple chuckle before saying, Is it that hard to believe? He asked with a smile, his gaze directed towards Tiona. Tiona nodded in agreement, and her sister backed her up, saying, you look completely different from how we remember you, Tioni explained, voicing a sentiment shared by others. In their memories, and even a few days ago, Bel Cranel was a young and swiftly advancing adventurer showing great promise, though he was noticeably naive on certain matters. However, the current Bel Cranel standing before them was evidently different. Not only did he possess a more mature appearance, but it was also apparent that he had grown wiser. However, the Amazon sisters couldn't help but notice the most crucial aspect in Bel. He was now stronger than ever before. The Amazon sisters weren't the only ones who took note of Bel's changes. Bet, positioned at the back of the group, couldn't help but grunt to himself, thinking, to think the tomato kid grew that strong, as he silently cast a glance towards Bel. Being a werewolf, Bet's instincts were remarkably accurate compared to anyone else, enabling him to make relatively precise judgments about the strength of those around him. However, for the first time in a long while, His instincts went into overdrive the moment Bet cast his gaze towards Belle when he arrived here. The moment Bet looked towards Belle upon his arrival, his instincts immediately screamed at him, conveying a singular message: never engage in a fight against Belle, no matter the circumstances. Though frustrated by the mere thought, Bet couldn't help but acquiesce to his instincts. Although this was a realization he vowed to keep to himself, a secret he promised to take to his grave. As the group continued to walk, Ace couldn't shake off a perplexed expression, as if sensing something familiar in her surroundings but unable to pinpoint it. Riviera, noticing Ace's peculiar behavior, inquired, "Ace, is something bothering you?" with a curious tone in her voice. Ace turned her gaze toward Riviera, and after a few moments, she shook her head, saying, "No, it's nothing," she explained. Although Riviera could easily discern that something was troubling the Sword Princess, she chose not to delve deeper. After all, this situation was already complicated, beyond anything she could have anticipated. The Sword Princess shifted her gaze towards Belle as he continued conversing with Tiona and Tioni, addressing their numerous questions. Ace found herself unable to look away, silently contemplating. Belle, he's changed quite a lot. An unfamiliar emotion began to blossom within her heart. Upon Loki and Finn's return from the meeting, they began by sharing a summary of the unfolding events and introducing the now older Belle to them, just before announcing it to the rest of the familia. Ace couldn't help but be taken aback. Although relieved that Belle was safe, the revelation of a decade having passed left her in shock. Ace experienced a sudden shift in emotions as Loki and Finn returned from the meeting, revealing the unfolding events and introducing the now older Belle. While surprised by the turn of events, her focus swiftly shifted to a different matter. Promptly attempting to sort out her emotions, Ace aimed to pinpoint the reason for this sudden change. After several seconds, she realized why she felt this way. Looking towards Belle, her feelings deepened, a mixture of slight sadness and frustration evident. Despite being unable to fully comprehend her emotions, the moment Ace learned that a decade had passed, an inexplicable sense of unhappiness washed over her. It dawned on her that the source of her discontent stemmed from being unable to witness and stay alongside Belle during that time. This realization left her frustrated and upset, regretting that she couldn't be there to support him. She continued her thought process, contemplating, "I want to know what he's been up to during that time. I want to understand his experiences, and I want him to share his adventures with me," Ace rapidly pondered. Her feelings and thoughts grew more complex as she pondered, and it was then she shifted her gaze towards Belle, still engrossed in conversation with the Amazon sisters. She stared at his back until a realization struck, and she thought, "His back? Why does it look so big?" She continued to stare at it blankly, almost entranced by the sight of Belle's back for several moments, until she snapped out of her trance, realizing that they were getting closer to Finn's office. Simultaneously, she recognized that she hadn't exchanged many words with Belle upon his arrival, musing, "Now that I think about it, we barely talked when he arrived here." Ace recalled the fact, realizing that their interactions had been minimal at best. Their interactions were limited to a simple greeting and Ace verifying if it was indeed Belle, marking the entirety of their exchanges. She had been too preoccupied sorting through the abrupt information being presented at that time. This left her frustrated, while a miniature version of herself, seemingly hitting her head with her own fists, adorned with an upset and frustrated expression, was right beside Ace. As a result, she resolved to engage in more conversation with Belle once they arrived at the office. She planned to position herself beside him throughout the meeting, not wanting to intrude on Tiona and Tioni, who were currently engrossed in conversation with Belle. Making a personal commitment, she vowed to do her absolute best to engage in conversation with the white-haired boy. The kid version of herself clenched her fists, her eyes ablaze with a roaring fire of determination. Unbeknownst to Ace, little did she realize that her entire world was about to undergo a profound transformation in just a matter of moments. The group soon reached Finn's office, and Finn opened the doors, ushering everyone into the quite spacious room. Ace was about to approach Belle as she noticed Tiona and Tioni finishing their conversation with him. However, her intention was halted by Riviera, who gently placed a hand on her shoulder, advising Ace to stay with them during the meeting. This left Ace somewhat upset, her initial plan disrupted. However, not wanting to create a scene, especially with Riviera, given her reputation for stern consequences, Ace reluctantly followed Riviera. After a few moments, the room became distinctly divided into two parts. The entire elite Loki familia members, along with their goddess, occupied one side, leaving Belle standing alone on the other. It was at this point that Finn inquired of Belle, "So, Belle Cranel, what is it that you needed to discuss, necessitating the attention of the entire familia executives?" Finn asked with a curious expression and tone, directing his gaze towards Belle. The room fell into a collective anticipation as they awaited Belle's response, with everyone pondering what topic could prompt a discussion requiring the exclusive presence of the familia executives. Bell responded to Finn's inquiry with a smile, stating, "Actually, it's not really a discussion. It's more like an introduction of someone," he explained calmly. Bell's words left everyone perplexed until he continued. "I think it's time to show yourselves now," he said calmly with a patient tone in his voice. Goddess Loki and the familia executives appeared more perplexed by Bell's words. Finn was about to inquire, asking Bell what he meant until, as the sun unveils the night's disguise, lift the shroud that veils their eyes. An unfamiliar voice echoed within the room, instigating immediate concern among the Loki group. They all shifted into a guarded stance, attempting to pinpoint the source of the voice. They soon noticed that beside Bell, two figures were materializing out of a shimmering mist, until the two figures were fully revealed. One of the figures was a black-haired and red-eyed Catwoman, donned in a dark gray jacket piece and a full-body black, sleeveless garment. Loki had to admit the Catwoman was quite beautiful, boasting a great figure. Her attention then shifted to the second figure, who was seated in a wheelchair. Her mind immediately came to a halt. She stared blankly at the second figure with widened eyes, captivated by the uncanny resemblance of the golden eyes and hair that clearly resembled that of her favorite child in the familia. Loki glanced beside her, noting that everyone in the room shared similar expressions. Their eyes widened in shock at the sight before them. However, the one who had the most intense reaction to this was Ace. The Sword Princess had a distinct reaction compared to the others. Slowly stepping forward, her body visibly trembling, it was evident that her emotions were running wild. Her expression conveyed visible confusion and disbelief, her trembling mouth revealing the emotional turmoil within as she slowly approached the revealed duo, specifically focusing on the woman in the wheelchair. Similar emotions were mirrored in the woman in the wheelchair, her trembling form adorned with a smile, tears welling up in her eyes. As Ace approached the woman in the wheelchair, she knelt down, aligning her trembling body to the same height. With a voice that echoed softly in the room, still trembling, she asked with a gentle tone, in response to the trembling but gentle voice, Arya lifted her right arm and placed it on Ace's cheek. With a joyous smile and tears starting to fall, she responded in a soft tone. "It's been a long time, hasn't it, my daughter? I'm so sorry for leaving you alone all this time." Though her voice was joyful, it also carried a tone of regret about a decision she had made. Despite that, it didn't matter to Ace. The moment she heard Arya speak, she immediately hugged her and let out an emotional cry, releasing all the pent-up emotions that had built up inside of her. "Mom! Heck, Mom!" Ace cried out, her face covered in tears, tightly embracing her mother. It was a hug that promised never to let go, with Arya also responding with a tight hug of her own, tears streaming down her face. The office was soon filled with the sound of two women crying, shedding tears over their long-awaited reunion, a moment both had wished for a very long time. Everyone watched the scene with surprise, especially the younger executives, unable to believe what they were witnessing and hearing. While the senior executives and Loki directed shocked expressions toward Bell, as they were the only ones aware of Ace's true identity and her story. Consequently, they immediately grasped the implications upon learning the identity of the woman in the wheelchair. After all, the only plausible explanation for Ace's mother to be present here would be the slaying of the one-eyed black dragon. After a few minutes, the room quieted, and individuals formed distinct groups. Arya and Ace found themselves alone in one corner, sharing joyful exchanges. Meanwhile, Bell, along with the senior executives and Loki, engaged in discussions on the other side of the room, while the younger executives, along with Chi, were left in an awkward position, with the younger executives unsure how to interact with the black-haired Catwoman. In her typical fashion, Tiona was the first to engage with the woman. "Hiya. Nice to meet you. I'm Tiona Hiriot, and this is my sister, Tioni Hiriot, and the grumpy werewolf is Bet Loga. What's your name?" she asked politely, extending her hand for a handshake. Observing this, Chi responded warmly, accepting Tiona's handshake. "It's nice to meet you. I'm Chi Swang," she said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Tiona inquired, "Oh, an Eastern-sounding name. Did you come from the Far East?" With curiosity in her voice. Chi simply shook her head from side to side and explained, "Not really. My parents did come from the Far East, but I was born and raised in this continent," she clarified. "Ah, okay. Then how about that cool trick you did? Was that your magic?" Tiona continued asking Chi more questions. Chi nodded her head, explaining her unique magic without delving into too many details about it. Simultaneously, she thought, "I see. So she is the talkative type of person in this group," as she continued conversing with Tiona. Witnessing this, Tioni simply sighed with a smile and mumbled in a quiet tone of voice, "As expected of my sister. If anyone can alleviate this awkward situation, it would be her. Tioni then looked beside her toward Bet, who still wore a wary expression on his face. She said to him, "Why don't you calm down, you stupid wolf?" It's obvious that she is not an enemy, pointing towards Chi. However, Bet just grunted and replied, "Teach, mind your own business, you stupid Amazon brute," keeping his arms folded but avoiding eye contact with Tioni. This, of course, made Tioni angry, a tick mark appearing on her head. However, she decided that now was not the best time to confront the bastard wolf. Holding back her anger, she chose to ignore Bet and involve herself in the conversation between her sister and Chi. Bet, who paid no attention to the glare Tioni shot his way, continued to observe Chi with vigilance. In his thoughts, he pondered, "That woman, I couldn't even sense her." Moreover, he couldn't even pick up a scent from her, which was perplexing, as everyone typically has some form of scent. A werewolf's most distinct inherent ability is the skill of having an accurate nose. This not only enables them to track, but also helps them avoid ambushes, making them formidable adventurers. However, for Bet, he couldn't even pick up the smallest scent from Chi, not even when she revealed herself in front of them. This fact gave him quite a shock and kept him on guard against her, even though it was clear that she is not an enemy. On the other hand, Chi had already noticed Bet's behavior, but did not pay too much attention to it. She was quite familiar with it, recalling how Alexia first reacted to her when her skills were active. As for Bell, Loki, and her senior executives, Bell wore an awkward expression. He scratched his cheek before slightly bowing his head and said, "My apologies about that. I thought the entirety of your familia executives already knew the circumstances regarding Ace," he explained awkwardly. At first, when Chi and Arya revealed themselves to the Loki familia, Bell did not think too much about it. He assumed that they already knew about Ace's identity. To his utter surprise, apparently, only Loki and the senior executives were aware of it. This made the situation quite awkward, as he had essentially disclosed their biggest secret to the young executives, who were unaware of Ace's true identity. Finn replied with a smile and said, "It's all right. Though we would prefer to explain it to them in better circumstances, we knew that someday we would have to tell them," Finn calmly explained. Gareth nodded his head and commented, "Aye, indeed. Now is probably the best time to explain it to them. To think, you actually slew that one-eyed beast that even the Zeus and Hera families failed to slay back then," he said as he looked towards Bell with admiration. Riviera, on the other hand, asked Bell with a sad tone of voice, "I'm assuming that there were mass casualties, wasn't there?" As she looked towards Bell with a somber expression. Bell nodded with a solemn expression. There were many villages and towns that were destroyed along its path. It didn't help that a large monster wave soon followed the OEBD during its active state, he explained somberly, recalling the immense damage it had caused. This made Loki and her senior executive silent. Even though they had never seen the OEBD in action, they were aware of its strength, as evidenced by the fall of the Zeus and Hera familias back then. That is why it made this feat even more incredible. It was then that Loki asked Bell, "So where did this epic battle take place?" She asked curiously, knowing that a major battle had definitely taken place. However, hearing this made Bell wear a sadder expression than before, making it obvious for Loki and the others to realize where the battle had taken place. Realizing this, Loki scratched behind her head and apologized towards Bell, saying, "Shit, sorry about that. I guess I should have used better words." Bell shook his head and explained, "It's all right. You guys had no idea what had happened back then," he said calmly before continuing. "Do you guys know the kingdom known as the Einsberg State?" Bell asked them. The Einsberg State was a medium-sized kingdom that sprouted around 100 years ago and was one of the many kingdoms closest to Orario City. However, the Einsberg State did not have any redeeming or special features or landmarks, with the exception of its location. Thus, it served as a frequent stop for merchants and their convoys arriving from distant destinations to take a rest or break just before reaching Orario City. Despite the constant influx of various merchants, the kingdom was never able to fully capitalize on this advantage due to internal issues. Later on, it evolved into a common haven for retired adventurers from Orario, those who had either left their familias or remained affiliated, but chose to distance themselves from the dungeon, often due to trauma or other personal reasons. Upon hearing Bell's inquiry, Loki and her senior executives understood the implication of his words. Loki then remarked, "I see, so the battle took place in that city, huh?" As she looked towards Bell with an understanding gaze. Bell nodded in confirmation before explaining, "Yeah, if we didn't predict the next attack on time, casualties would have been enormous." He wore a calm expression, yet there was a hint of unease in his eyes. Bell continued his explanation. "Although we were able to stop it, in the end, it still almost destroyed the entirety of the kingdom," he said, closing his eyes as he recalled the extent of the damage and destruction the kingdom had suffered. Riviera then asked Bell, "Was the kingdom able to recover from that?" Her curiosity stemmed from her awareness, as a princess, of the significant financial costs a kingdom would need to bear in order to repair itself after sustaining extensive damage. Bell opened his eyes and nodded with a smile, saying, "Of course, with the help of allies providing financial aid and the donation of various needed goods, the kingdom was able to recover." He continued his explanation, saying, "However, by then, the former king decided to give up his throne and favored electing a new king to rule the kingdom once it finishes its repairs," he explained in an awkward tone of voice. Hearing Bell's awkward tone of voice, Loki and her senior executives were initially confused about why Bell reacted that way. However, Finn was able to connect the dots, and with wide eyes, he exclaimed, "Could it be?" as he looked toward Bell. Upon realizing that Finn had connected the dots, Bell smiled and explained, "Yeah. Long story short, and due to various reasons, I was selected to become the new king. And with the former king's blessing, I renamed the kingdom to Dragon Tail City," speaking in a clear but slightly awkward tone to Loki and her senior executives. Loki and the others quickly grasped the situation, realizing that Bell hadn't previously provided the details about becoming a king or the city during the meeting with Uranus. Given the need to keep the meeting concise, he had left out certain details, resulting in an incomplete explanation. Now, they had at least a better understanding of how Bell became a king and how his kingdom was formed. Still, they were quite surprised that the former king had chosen Bell for the position instead of a direct heir. Gareth suddenly let out a hearty laugh, catching everyone's attention in the room. He then said, "Ah, it seems that you had a very interesting time, didn't you, lad?" as he looked towards Bell with respect. Bell nodded with a smile and replied, "That I did, Elgram, that I did," as he looked towards Gareth. Bell then glanced at the hanging clock on the wall, noting the current time. Turning his head, Bell looked out of the window and observed that it had gotten quite dark. Observing the lateness of the hour, Bell remarked, "Looks like it's getting quite late. I have to get back to my familia." He conveyed this to them with a clear tone. Loki expressed her surprise. You're leaving already?" Her tone indicated there were still some topics she wished to discuss with him. Bell responded to Loki, "It can't be helped, given the current circumstances. It's best for me to return as soon as possible after finishing my plans here. This way, I can start preparations for my kingdom when I return." He spoke with a calm and clear tone. His explanation was clear to Loki and everyone else in the room, making sense for him to leave as soon as possible given the current situation. The fact that Bell planned to stay in Orario until tomorrow afternoon surprised them, as they expected he would leave immediately if they were in his shoes. Upon hearing Bell's words, Tiona couldn't help but pout and muttered in a low tone, "Oh man, I wanted to talk with Argonaut next," continuing to express her disappointment. Bell then bid farewell to Loki and the others as he told them that he will be back tomorrow for more discussions and planning. But as soon as he turned around, he noticed Ace standing behind him. Upon closer observation, Bell could clearly see that she was nervous, an expression he rarely saw in the past. Bell then glanced behind Ace toward Arya, who was standing there. Arya noticed Bell's gaze and, understanding his unspoken question, simply smiled at him and nodded. Seeing this, Bell already knew what Ace was about to ask. He let out a smile before saying, "Arya, I'll leave you here to sleep overnight, as I'm sure you would appreciate that." Bell politely communicated his decision to Arya. He then turned his attention to Chi and said, "Chi, I'll leave it up to you to continue your assigned duty." He spoke to Chi with a clear tone of voice. Arya and Chi nodded with smiles, confirming Bell's request. Bell, pleased with their response, turned his gaze back to Ace and offered her a warm afterward. Ace charged towards Bell, enveloping him in a tight hug. Tears streamed down her face, yet her expression radiated pure happiness. Ace harbored countless thoughts and questions for Bell, so many things she wanted to express, inquire about, and discuss with him. But at this moment, the single most overwhelming emotion and feeling that she wanted to convey above all else was, "Thank you. Thank you so much." A heartfelt gratitude towards him. Bell, hearing this, responded to Ace with a warm smile, embracing her in return and patting her back gently as tears flowed from her eyes. The room remained in hushed silence, respecting the moment between the two. A few minutes passed, and Bell departed from the Twilight Manor, making his way to the place where he would spend the night. Arya and Chi remained with the executives of the Loki familia for the evening. Everyone in the room took their seats, except for Bet, who leaned against the wall with his arms crossed, and Ace was sitting down together with her mother on the couch, with Chi on the. Arya then expressed her gratitude with a deep bow, saying, "I thank you all from the bottom of my heart for taking care of my daughter," with sincere appreciation toward Loki and her senior executives. Loki raised her arms, encouraging Arya to cease her deep bow, and said with a smile, "No need for that. We just did what was natural," she explained to Arya with a calm tone of voice. Despite her smiling expression, Loki was truly anxious and worried. What concerned her was the possibility that Arya might inquire about Ace leaving Loki's familia to join Astria's familia. Loki speculated that Arya had a significant connection with the Astria familia, possibly even being a member. This observation stemmed from the interactions between her and Belle. Consequently, other executives shared similar concerns and thoughts about the matter. Yet, could they truly intervene and prevent a mother from spending more time with her daughter after such a prolonged separation? The answer was clear: they couldn't. Consequently, expressing any reservations on the matter became exceedingly challenging for them, with Riveria being particularly affected by the situation. Despite the familia members' consistent teasing, it's an open secret that Riviera often assumes a motherly role, particularly towards Ace. At times, she finds herself treating Ace as if she were her own daughter. Riviera's heart tightened, grappling with complex emotions as she felt uncertain about how to interact with Arya. Fortunately, Arya had already noticed the subtle concerns of everyone, with Chi pointing them out. She decided to address the matter directly, saying, "Before anything else, let me make it clear that I will not be asking my daughter to come with me." She spoke with clarity and in a calm tone of voice. This caught everyone by surprise, and they looked at her with widened eyes. Arya then placed her hand on Ace's head, patting it gently as she continued her explanation, saying, "Right now, there is nothing more than my desire for my daughter to be with me from now on." She explained calmly towards them. Arya then shifted her attention toward Riveria and, with a smile, continued her explanation, saying, "But I believe that it is best for her to stay here, as I can tell that she is truly loved by all of you. Isn't she?" She asked in a clear tone of voice. From Arya's perspective, she could easily tell that the Loki familia had given Ace great care, providing her a home and protecting her from danger. They tried their best to create an environment where Ace could grow safely. Thus, Arya removed her hand from Ace's head before giving another bow towards Loki and her executives. She then asked, "That's why, may I ask all of you to continue taking care of my daughter during my absence?" Her voice carried a hint of sadness, but also resolution in her decision. The room fell silent as everyone, especially Ace, awaited Loki and the senior executive's response to Arya's request. After several seconds of contemplative silence, Loki replied with a smile, "You can count on us," in a clear and reassuring tone, with all the senior executives nodded in confirmation. XXXXXXXXXXX. More time passed, and currently, the executives of the Loki familia were posing a variety of questions to Arya and Chi. Their curiosity extended beyond the individuals themselves to encompass the Astria familia and other topics related to the outside world, which had not been thoroughly discussed earlier or during the meeting with Aureanus. Arya and Chi did their best to answer numerous questions, but their responses were limited. Arya's health conditions and Chi's current duties imposed certain restrictions, preventing them from delving into specific topics or sharing certain information. However, there was one particular topic that piqued everyone's interest: the slaying of the Black Dragon. They were eager to hear the story of the battle, how it unfolded, and how Belle managed to defeat such a formidable foe. This quest was especially significant, considering it had stumped both the Zeus and Hera familias in the past. Understandably, the curiosity about the story of the Black Dragon slaying had captured everyone's interest. However, considering Belle's earlier reaction, there was a bit of hesitation in bringing up this topic. They were unsure if Chi would share any details, so they decided to temporarily set aside that particular subject for now. The discussion continued for several more minutes until Chi, who was seated beside Arya, suddenly stood up, catching everyone in the room by surprise, except for Arya, who simply smiled. Chi then announced to the room with a serious expression, "Now then, it seems it's about time for me to start my job," explaining calmly. "Job?" Confusion filled the minds of everyone in the room at Chi's sudden declaration. Ignoring the perplexed expressions of the Loki familia members, Chi turned her attention to Arya and said, "Arya-sama, I will return shortly after handling this," explaining in a calm and clear tone. Arya nodded with a calm smile and said, "All right, be careful out there," to which she responded with a nod of her head and quickly left the office room. Loki was about to ask where Chi was going, but Arya stopped her, saying, "Don't worry about Chi. She is just attending to her assigned duty," with a smile. Riveria then asked Arya, "Her duty? You mean her duty as your bodyguard?" To confirm her thoughts, as it was obvious that Belle had assigned Chi to be Arya's bodyguard based on their earlier interactions. Arya nodded in confirmation, raising concerns among Loki and the executives. The realization that an unknown person had been watching them concerned them. Although unsure of how Chi had sensed it, her departure to handle the situation was a clear indication of its urgency. Finn was on the verge of ordering everyone to move and assist Chi, but Arya intervened, saying, "There's no need for that. She can handle it." Her calm demeanor and reassured expression conveyed confidence in Chi's ability to manage the situation. Finn hesitated for a moment, but upon seeing Arya's unwavering confidence, he decided to heed her advice. Ace, intrigued, turned to her mother and asked, "Mom, is she really that strong?" With a curious expression on her face. Arya nodded with confidence and reassured her daughter, "Absolutely, I have complete faith in her abilities." Outside of the Twilight Manor, on the rooftop of a building, perched on one of the rooftops surrounding the Twilight Manor, a hooded man with a spear crouched, casting an irritated gaze toward the manor. "Tsh, why am I stuck here watching over these idiots?" He grumbled to himself, his irritation evident as he continued to keep a vigilant eye on the Loki familia and their activities. To anyone who might catch a glimpse under the hood, this man was unmistakably Alan Fromel, renowned as Vanna Freya, a level 6 adventurer affiliated with the Freya familia and acknowledged as the fastest adventurer in all of Orario City. Assigned to watch over the Loki familia by Otter's orders, Alan seethed with irritation. The prospect would have been bearable if it had come from his own goddess, but the fact that Otter was the one giving the orders only fueled his anger. "If it weren't for the situation that we are in, I would have fought him. If he tried ordering me again," Alan thought as his expression was full of irritation and frustration. When Freya and Otter returned back to their familia home, Freya immediately ordered for an assembly in the courtyard for an announcement. To their immediate surprise, they had learned that a decade had actually passed, and not only that, but the existence of other dungeons forming during that time had greatly shocked them. However, this concern was not for their own safety, but for their goddess. Given Freya's mischievous tendencies, she often attempted to venture outside Orario. The fact that there are now additional dungeons beyond the walls of Orario, the familia members were more determined than ever to prevent Freya from leaving. Alan's infuriation deepened for another reason: Belle's continued existence and survival. His intense jealousy towards Belle stemmed from the boy once monopolizing Freya's attention. Now, learning about Belle's growth into a king of a newly established nation only fueled Alan's resentment. His resentment intensified upon learning that Belle had married 2 women. This revelation not only angered Alan, but also stirred emotions among the other Freya familia members. Freya herself seemed not just upset, but genuinely saddened by the news. The resentment towards the rabbit boy, who had seemingly hurt their goddess's heart, fueled their collective rage. Freya then issued a directive for her familia members, which was to bring Belle to her without causing any disturbance or chaos among the residents. A challenging mission, but fueled by their desire to reprimand Belle for his perceived transgressions, the members of the Freya familia were resolute in bringing him to Freya, despite their internal conflicts of reluctance and jealousy. Following Freya's departure to her room, Otter gathered the executives for a meeting to determine who would be assigned this challenging task. Following a long, heated debate over who should undertake the mission, Otter, Alan, and the Gulliver brothers were chosen to bring Belle to their goddess. Meanwhile, the remaining members would stay behind to safeguard their residents from potential retaliation. Subsequently, upon their arrival at the Twilight Manor, they discovered that Belle had already departed. Otter then instructed Alan to remain and keep a vigilant eye on the Loki familia for any signs of movement. Meanwhile, Otter and the Gulliver brothers set out for the Hearth Mansion, considering it a probable destination for Belle. Although Alan was visibly upset about this decision, he had no choice but to accept it given the current circumstances, leaving him feeling quite frustrated. "I'm going to make him regret every decision before we present him to Freya," Alan thought, harboring a strong desire to make Belle pay for his actions. Until, "Who are you?" A sudden female voice sounded directly behind him. In an instant, he leaped to the side, putting some distance between them. With swift precision, he assumed a fighting stance, spear pointed toward the source of the voice. Wide-eyed, he gazed at the sudden appearance of the female figure, grappling with the realization that he hadn't sensed her until she was dangerously close. Studying the mysterious figure, he observed red eyes and black hair, and was clearly a female cat person. However, he struggled to recall anyone with these distinct features who could execute such a stealthy maneuver. His gaze shifted downward as he noticed that she held onto his cloak. The realization hit him hard. In that brief moment, she had managed to snatch his coat without him even registering it. This struck a chord in Alan, the fastest adventurer in all of Orario. Despite this, Alan gritted his teeth, ready to demand an explanation. However, she beat him to it. "You've been watching us for a total of 45 minutes without leaving this spot," she stated analytically. Now facing him with a neutral expression, the woman posed a straightforward question to Alan. "I'll make it easy for you. Just tell me who you are and what you're doing here." Her voice carried a demanding tone. Gritting his teeth and sporting a frustrated expression, Alan charged straight towards the woman with immense speed, breaking several roof tiles on where he stood. "You think I'm going to tell you shit?" he declared, attempting to land a precise shot towards the woman's shoulder. However, Kang! The woman swiftly brought out a black dagger in her hand at that moment, easily redirecting Alan's swift strike upward. In that moment, everything seemed to slow down for Alan as he heard her comment, delivered like a whisper. It seems that you would like the harder option. Then so be it, she said, still maintaining a neutral expression towards him. Back inside the Twilight Manor. Inside Finn's office. Upon hearing Aria's unwavering confidence in Chi's abilities, the rest of the Loki familia became curious about their strengths. They had already assessed Bel's strength, determining him to be at level 9, considering his feat of slaying the Black Dragon. Achieving such a level was the dream of every adventurer in Orario, often regarded as a nearly impossible feat for the average ones. However, with the emergence of new dungeons outside of Orario, there was speculation in the Loki familia group that the average level of adventurers might have risen, and external familias could boast higher level adventurers than before. Hence, they anticipated that Chi's level was likely at least 5 or even 6, showcasing the formidable strength of the Astrea familia and hinting at the potential power of other outside familias. Loki, driven by genuine curiosity, calmly inquired of Arya. So, Arya, out of curiosity, what is Chi's level that instills such confidence in you about her safety? She posed the question with a clear tone, reflecting the curiosity shared by everyone present. Observing the curiosity on everyone's faces, including that of her daughter, Arya smiled and proceeded to explain in a calm and clear tone with a smile. "Oh right, I guess we never did tell you guys about her level. She is currently a level 10 adventurer." The room fell into an immediate silence upon hearing Arya's words. After a few more seconds, a single sound resonated as everyone's eyes widened in surprise. This is the exact moment that the Loki familia and the rest of Orario would soon understand on how much the world had changed. Chapter 6 Revelations. Clang. Shit. Clang. Kang. Fuck. Kang. Puntet bang. Gah. Cough motherfucker. On the rooftops of several buildings in Orario City, Alan and the female figure clashed in a high-speed battle. Their movements were so rapid that they appeared as blurs, making it nearly impossible for anyone but high-level adventurers to follow the action. Seconds later, the two figures disengaged, with Alan immediately distancing himself from the other. He skidded across the rooftop before finally coming to a stop, pointing his spear at his opponent. However, his appearance was shocking. His body was covered in numerous cuts and gashes. His clothes were in tatters, and he was bleeding profusely from the multiple wounds. He was breathing heavily, showing clear signs of fatigue as the battle took a heavy toll on him. Gripping his spear even tighter, as blood from the cuts on his arm traveled down to his hand, making it difficult to maintain a proper hold. Alan's expression was a mixture of irritation, frustration, and, above all, anger as he stared at his opponent. Despite the fatigue weighing heavily on his mind, his eyes burned with fury. His female opponent, on the other hand, didn't have a single scratch on her. Throughout their entire battle, her clothes remained unscathed, showing no signs of damage from their confrontation. With her expression remaining neutral and calm, without a trace of fatigue, she spun her two daggers playfully while looking at Alan, her demeanor completely unruffled. This stark contrast highlighted the vast difference in their strengths and skills, causing Alan to grit his teeth in anger. The frustration of the massive disparity between them was evident on his face. Moreover, Alan could tell that the woman in front of him wasn't even using her full strength during their battle. She had been on the defensive the entire time, effortlessly blocking and parrying all of his attacks. Even now, as she played with her daggers and looked at him with a calm, neutral expression, Alan knew from his experience as an adventurer, and instinctively, that she still had plenty of energy to spare. Shit, just who the fuck is this woman? Alan angrily thought, still pointing his spear at his female opponent. He racked his brain, trying to identify her, but he couldn't recall anyone with such abilities or appearance in Orario City. However, if Alan had calmed down and properly analyzed the situation, he would have long realized that the woman in front of him was an outsider, not from Orario City. But due to the significant blood loss and his violent personality, he couldn't think that far ahead. His only priority now was to survive the battle, but it frustrated him greatly that he wouldn't be able to complete the task assigned by his beloved goddess. It was then that his female opponent spoke, her voice monotone as she tilted her head slightly while continuing to spin her daggers. "Are you ready to talk now? Or should we continue this little farce of ours?" she asked, with fierce eyes and a haggard breath. Alan responded violently. "Shut the fuck up. I ain't done yet," he shouted angrily. Fixing his battle pose, he gripped his spear even tighter, causing more blood to flow between his arms and hands. Hearing Alan's fierce response, the woman stopped spinning her daggers and said, "HM? It seems I overestimated not only your combat abilities, but also your capacity to think as well." She looked at Alan with a pitiful expression, as if gazing at someone beyond help. This caused Alan's anger to soar through the roof. "You bitch! How dare you mock me?" he shouted, immediately realizing that the woman in front of him was now mocking him. He sprinted towards the woman, generating a small shockwave from his feet that loosened several roof tiles, causing them to fall beneath him. Without holding back, he aimed his spear at the woman's heart with immense speed, intent on severely injuring her to extract information and exact tenfold payback. Unfortunately for Alan, the woman effortlessly blocked his spear with her two black daggers, causing a loud, audible bang. Seeing that he could not push forward with this attack, Alan immediately retracted his spear and lowered his body, attempting a leg sweep. The woman, however, dodged it by jumping, then counterattacked by rotating her body and aiming a kick at Alan's head. Alan's senses heightened as he anticipated the woman's next move. With a fluid motion, he twisted his body to evade the incoming kick, feeling the rush of air as it whizzed past his ear. Planting his feet firmly on the roof, he countered with a swift jab of his spear, aiming for the woman's exposed side. But she was quick to react, parrying the attack with one dagger while simultaneously lunging forward with the other. Alan gritted his teeth as he narrowly avoided the deadly blade, feeling the rush of wind as it sliced through the air just inches from his skin. Refusing to be outmaneuvered, Alan pivoted on his heel, bringing his spear around in a sweeping arc aimed at the woman's legs. She leaped back with astonishing agility, barely avoiding the deadly strike. As she landed gracefully on the balls of her feet, a smirk tugged at the corners of her lips. "You'll need to be faster than that if you want to land a single hit on me," she remarked, her tone reminiscent of a teacher addressing a student. As she spoke, she relaxed her posture, further emphasizing her confidence. Undeterred, Alan pressed forward to attack, driving forward with relentless determination. However, the woman matched him move for move, her daggers a blur of motion as she deflected each strike with uncanny precision. With a growl of frustration, Alan changed tactics, feigning to the left before lunging to the right with all the speed he could muster. The woman anticipated his move, sidestepping with lightning reflexes and delivering a punishing blow to his side with the hilt of her dagger. Gah! Pain exploded through Alan's body, momentarily staggering him. He then took a punch to the face, sending him flying through the air before skidding across the rooftop like a skipping stone on water. He only came to a stop when his back slammed into the rooftop chimney with great force, nearly destroying it from the impact. Alan's body then crumpled to the floor. Coughing up some blood, he tried to get up, but struggled, still feeling the lingering pain coursing through his body. Surprisingly, he was still holding onto his spear despite everything. He used it to support his body, but his legs were weak and his head was spinning, making it difficult to stand up straight and gain proper orientation. As he tried to regain his bearings, he heard the footsteps of the woman drawing closer. Looking towards the source of the sound, he saw her approaching in a slow and relaxed manner, juggling both daggers with one hand, her expression neutral. It was clear she no longer considered him a threat. Perhaps she had never even considered him a threat in the first place. This realization deeply wounded his pride, not only as one of the strongest adventurers in Orario, but especially as a member of the Freya familia. Gritting his teeth in frustration and anger, he attempted to adopt a fighting stance once again as she approached, but his arms felt sluggish. Given the state of his body and the fatigue that had accumulated during their battle, it was no wonder his limbs were failing him. Realizing his strength was quickly waning, Alan knew he had to swallow his pride and escape. He planned to muster all his remaining strength to his legs to put some distance between them, but he doubted it would be enough, remembering how effortlessly she had dodged all his attacks. Assessing his options, he realized there was only one thing left to try: his magic, Gralanese Fromel. Shit, to think I have to use my magic just to escape from here? Alan silently cursed to himself, frustration mounting as he grappled with the indignity of using his unique magic as a means of escape. This realization wounded his pride even further. Gralanese Fromel, the only magic Alan could wield, was exceptionally powerful. It allowed him to increase his speed, accelerating the longer he ran, and its destructive power grew with his velocity. Given enough time and proper use, it was a formidable magic. However, controlling it was problematic once a certain threshold was reached. Beyond that point, Alan couldn't properly control his speed or direction, causing him to recklessly charge through anything in his path, whether enemy or ally. This magic was meant to be his trump card, reserved for tough situations or to gain the upper hand in battle. But now, he had to use it as a means of escape, something he had never considered before. Thinking quickly, Alan formulated a plan. If he could stall long enough to finish his chant and activate his magic, he would feign an attack on her. If he managed to hit her, great. If she dodged, it would still give him a moment to put more distance between them. Though he knew this would come at a cost. Combined with his battered and beaten body, using Gralanese Fromel would likely leave him bedridden for weeks, if not months. But escape was his only option now, aside from the growing resentment towards the woman who had driven him to this point. "I swear to my goddess, I will find you and make you feel a world of pain far worse than what you've given me. Alan silently vowed, his gaze full of resentment as he looked towards the woman. He assumed a defensive stance with his spear, cursing her under his breath. But just as he was about to start his chant, he heard the woman speak. Her tone was clear and distinct as she calmly walked closer to him. I summon radiance, a blinding sight. A sphere of brilliance, fierce and bright. Fuck, she's chanting a spell too. Alan quickly realized. He immediately began his own chant, but was abruptly interrupted by a black dagger flying towards his head. He blocked it with the shaft of his spear, but something unimaginable happened, causing his eyes to widen in shock. The shaft of his spear, which was made of orichalcum, the strongest material in the world, bent. How dash? Alan thought, staring in disbelief at his bent spear with the black dagger still embedded in it. Before he could fully process what had happened, the woman who had been meters away was suddenly right in front of him. Realizing the imminent danger, he tried to defend himself and counterattack, but couldn't as the woman lunged her hand towards his face. Her hand gripped his face, blocking his vision and tightening like a vice. Time seemed to slow to a standstill for Alan. Despite his obscured vision, his eyes remained wide with shock. He racked his brain for a way out to gain distance, to defend, or to do anything at all. But before he could do anything else, the woman's voice, now clearer than ever, resonated right in front of him and with a calm tone of voice. I call upon it to pierce the night. Completed her chant. Luminous. Flash. Gah. Fuck. My eyes. Alan screamed as a bright flash of light emitted from the woman's palm, which was gripping his face. The intense brilliance blinded him immediately as he couldn't close his eyes in time. The grip on his face loosened slightly, allowing Alan to push her away successfully and gain some distance. However, he remained blind from the magical flash, and the direct exposure had also caused an audible ringing in his ears. With both of his keen senses impaired and disoriented, Alan could only thrash his bent spear madly in an attempt to defend himself until his senses returned. Using Gralanese Fromel was now out of the question. Without his vision, he would be like a blind horse running toward the edge of a cliff without stopping. Damn it! You coward! Alan shouted, protesting the woman's tactic as he continued to swing his bent spear wildly, his eyes still closed as he slowly stepped back, trying to gain more distance. The woman, however, did not respond to Alan's words. Instead, she observed him flailing with his spear. She then quietly mumbled to herself, "Guess this is your limit, huh? Then it's time to end this," with a serious tone of voice. Sheathing her two daggers, the woman lowered her body slightly before sprinting towards him with unprecedented speed, easily bypassing Alan's defense, and aimed her fist towards his chin. Feeling the rush of wind around him, Alan instantly knew the woman had made her move and was now right in front of him. He tried to jump back to avoid the attack, but stopped abruptly as his back hit something solid behind him. He remembered the nearly destroyed chimney, which now blocked his only escape route. Blind and cornered, Alan could only mutter a single word that came to mind that represented his defiance to this situation. God damn it. Puntet bang. Alan was punched squarely on the chin, sending him flying backward and completely demolishing the broken chimney before crashing to the floor with a loud bang, signaling the end of the battle. Now completely unconscious, foam bubbled at the corners of Alan's mouth as his head lay turned sideways, his body motionless. She lowered her still-raised fist and walked over to where he had landed. Passing through the debris of the destroyed chimney, she approached the unconscious man. After quickly verifying that he was truly unconscious, she nodded in satisfaction. In the end, I couldn't get anything from him. Though even if I had managed to capture him, judging by his fierce reactions, he would most likely not have told me anything, she calmly mused, analyzing the battle. Throughout their fight, she had discerned that her opponent exhibited extreme loyalty, evident in his movements, speech, and interactions. It was a characteristic she had seen many times in groups like the Dungeon Cult and the Yekse, or generally in adventurers obsessively loyal to their respective gods or goddesses. This trait was something she found extremely annoying and, at times, quite dangerous. Deciding to end the battle swiftly, she had successfully disabled his keen senses and backed him into a corner. Despite knowing that this man was likely an adventurer from the city, she still didn't recognize him, even after closely inspecting his face. After all, a decade had passed, and information about the adventurers of Orario was rarely shared now, as everyone believed the Labyrinth city was lost forever. She especially regretted her lack of interest in learning the names and faces of Orario's adventurers, thinking that such information would never be useful back then. But now, in this situation, she regretted not paying more attention to the numerous stories shared by Belsama, Ermitsama, and Estriasama from time to time. Guess I'll just have to bring this guy over to the Loki familia for identification, she muttered to herself, glancing at the motionless man with an annoyed gaze. Lowering her body as she grabbed one of his legs. Without any hesitation, she began to drag Alan's unconscious body across the floor by his leg. She didn't care whether he sustained more injuries during the process, since there was no reason for her to show him any leniency if he was there to spy or, worse, to cause harm. From her perspective, she had only done what was natural in a situation like this, something she had done many times before. XXXXXXXXXXXX. Inside the Twilight Manor. Finn's office. Several minutes had passed since Chi had left the group to perform her duties as Aria's bodyguard. Everyone could likely guess the reason for her departure, to deal with a potential threat nearby. However, they were quite surprised by Chi's ability to sense the threat. Although they, too, possessed similar abilities to detect bloodlust or malicious intent, they hadn't sensed anything, even as Chi left. This meant that whatever Chi had detected must have been at a considerable distance, far enough that it was beyond their own sensory range. This highlighted her exceptional ability to detect threats. But what truly captured their attention was Chi Swang's revealed level. Level 10. This was the level many of them had dreamed of reaching, widely believed to be the pinnacle for all adventurers. It was a level seen as the start of ascending into godhood, the ultimate goal for several adventurers aspiring to reach the top and beyond. Of course, this level was also commonly perceived as nearly impossible to achieve, especially for those whose familias lacked the necessary resources. Even well-equipped familias struggled to reach such a level without the right circumstances to gain the immense amount of excelia required. Many veteran adventurers had abandoned the dream of reaching level 10, while others hoped merely to see someone achieve it in their lifetime. Yet here they were, hearing that someone from outside Orario had reached the mythic level that many only dreamed of attaining. Everyone openly questioned Aria about it, their curiosity reaching an all-time high. They wanted to know how Chi had accomplished such a feat, especially since Chi appeared to be only in her mid-20s. Of course, looks can be deceiving, especially for an adventurer with a fauna, as one of the many effects of a fauna is slower aging, making the person look younger than their actual age. Thus, there was a good chance Chi was older than she looked, and if that was the case, well, no one wants to anger a level 10 adventurer, do they? Finn, Riveria, and Gareth had to calm everyone in the room. Even though they were curious about Chi's level 10 status, the room was becoming chaotic and noisy. It also didn't help that Loki's immediate response was to sprint towards Aria, grab her shoulders, and shake her vigorously while bombarding her with questions about how Chi had reached that level. Aria, clearly dizzy from all the shaking and questions received, prompted Ace to intervene. Ace delivered a swift gut punch to Loki's stomach to help her mother, forcing Loki to the floor, where she groaned in pain while clutching her stomach. The room quickly fell silent, providing an opportunity for the 3 senior members of the familia to intervene and restore order. While they worked to calm everyone down, Ace crouched down beside Loki, who was still on the floor groaning in pain, and apologized that she had used a bit more strength than intended. Moments later, order was restored as Aria recovered from the shaking and Loki managed to sit back down, still a bit winded from the gut punch. Finn took the opportunity to address Aria, asking about Chi's level, how she achieved it, and whether there were others who had reached the same level. Given that a decade had passed and numerous dungeons had emerged, Finn had expected the highest and average level of adventurers to increase during their absence. However, he had estimated a level range between 8 and 9, not 10. This was a clear underestimation on his part. As Finn posed his questions, the curious gazes of the Loki familia members, especially Ace, were fixed on Aria. Recognizing their eagerness for answers, Aria began explaining what she knew about the average level of adventurers in this new era. The Loki familia listened intently, and as Aria's informative discussion unfolded, they were shocked and surprised by what they learned. The adventurer landscape had indeed evolved significantly in their absence. According to Aria's explanation, the excelia dropped by monsters had significantly increased with the emergence of new dungeons across the continent. This rise in excelia, combined with the proliferation of accessible dungeons for adventurers and their familias, had led to an overall increase in the average level of adventurers. Additionally, the discovery of new materials within these dungeons had enabled numerous familias to support themselves more efficiently. New types of materials had also appeared in the outside world, believed to be connected to the rise of the dungeons. Scholars and researchers had published various research and thesis papers over the years, exploring the phenomena of increased excelia gains and new materials. While Aria wasn't familiar with all the specifics, she recalled that several articles that she saw had indicated that the amount of excelia dropped by monsters had increased by approximately 20 to 30% compared to a decade ago, when the Mother Labyrinth was the sole dungeon. This led to the solid foundation of today's adventurers, where their strength and numbers are much higher than ever before. Where it's now common for several familias to have level 6 and 7 adventurers, with some even boasting level 8 adventurers, often serving as the familia's captain. This revelation deeply shook the Loki familia, as they understood that the power Orario City once held no longer existed. Even with their return, a decade had been enough time for new powers to rise. This meant that the Loki familia could no longer be considered the strongest, a realization that gave Loki quite a massive headache. Since all the hard worker familia had put in to build their fame and reputation seemed practically undone. Although perhaps not all their fame and reputation were gone, it was clear that what remained was no longer at the same level as before. Damn it. I expected things to be like this after hearing we were gone for a decade, but learning how much has changed really drives home our current reality and situation, doesn't it? Loki exclaimed, pinching her nose with a complicated expression after hearing about the current state of adventurers and familias. Indeed, it seems we have a long path ahead to regain our former standing after we deal with our current predicament. Finn calmly replied to Loki's reaction, his own expression equally complicated. The building blocks he had carefully laid and stacked over the years to build his heroic image, to awaken a sense of pride within his race and provide hope, might have crumbled to dust, leaving an extremely bitter taste in his mouth, considering the possibility that his hard work might have been forgotten during their absence. In the end, though, there was nothing that they could do, as it was quite literally outside of their capabilities to handle. So the only thing that they could do now was to lament and prepare themselves to work overtime if they want to reach their previous level of fame and reputation outside of Orario. However, one question remained unanswered. Were there other adventurers who had also reached the milestone of level 10? They had likely guessed that Cranel had achieved this level, given the powerful aura they had vaguely sensed around him. Despite Bell not particularly showing off his strength, the seasoned adventurers of the Loki familia could still discern that Cranel was now an extremely strong, if not a dangerous, person to fight against. Though they weren't sure if there were any others who had reached the same level, it was highly probable that other level 10 adventurers existed now, which honestly felt quite unfair to them. Especially from Loki's point of view, considering the amount of time, effort, and sacrifice it had taken for several of her stronger familia members to reach their current levels. Knowing that several adventurers outside had reached the legendary level over the short span of a decade felt like an injustice. Granted, the monsters had also increased in number and strength, causing Excelia drops to rise, but it still felt as if they were robbed of a prime opportunity for her familia. Though she wouldn't say it out loud and would keep it to herself for obvious reasons. Loki then decided to reiterate the original question to Arya about how many level 10s were out there, focusing on the fact that Arya hadn't properly answered that question earlier. However, just as she was about to speak, clink, 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 the sound of glass tapping echoed throughout the office, catching everyone's attention. Almost immediately, they turned their heads toward the source of the sound. It was the single large window of the office, and upon closer inspection, they saw a familiar figure standing perfectly straight on the edge of the window. It was Chi Swang, the bodyguard of Arya and the level 10 adventurer of the Astria Familia who had left a few minutes ago, now standing outside the window. Everyone in the room was completely surprised to see the woman in such an unexpected place, with the sole exception being Arya, who simply smiled and waved towards Chi. In response, Chi nodded her head and flashed a V sign with her fingers toward the spirit woman. After that quick gesture, Chi asked, "So, are you going to let me in, or do you want me to use the regular entrance?" Her voice was clear and loud as she looked towards the Loki familia. Hearing her question, Riveria, who was closest to the window, approached it, her eyes still wide with surprise. She opened the latches that locked the window and swung it inward to allow Chi to enter the room. After the window opened, Chi promptly stepped inside. As she did, the Loki familia's eyes widened in shock. It was only then they noticed she was dragging a body by the leg with one arm, previously unseen due to the angle of their perspective. Riveria, who was closest to Chi, immediately recognized the person's face and exclaimed, "Alan Fromel?" Her eyes remained wide open, astonished to see one of Orario's strongest adventurers being dragged into their familia's office. Hearing Riveria's revelation, the rest of the Loki familia's shock deepened, their mouths agape. Bet was especially stunned, shouting, "You mean that cat bastard from the Freya familia?" His hands clenched into tight fists. Observing their reactions, Chi simply replied, "Oh good, so you do know this person's identity and affiliation," before she tossed Alan into the middle of the office like dead weight, her strength evident. Bang! Alan landed with a loud bang, indicating Chi had not eased her strength when she threw him. The members of the Loki familia immediately surrounded him, verifying if it really was Alan Fromel of the Freya familia. However, they soon flinched at the sight. Alan's current appearance was a far cry from what they were used to seeing. His body was covered in numerous stab wounds and gashes, his clothes in tatters. With bruises marred his upper body, indicating that she had indeed dragged him by the leg all the way here. But at the very least, he was still alive and breathing, as they could observe his chest slowly moving up and down. "Goddamn, you really didn't show him any mercy, did you?" Loki said, looking at Alan's broken body before turning to Chi with a dumbfounded expression. Chi responded with a shrug and replied, "Well, I did offer him a simpler solution, but since he didn't take it, I just responded as I normally do in situations like this." She then walked over to Arya and stood beside her. What she normally does? They all thought, realizing how much scarier and more brutal Chi might actually be than they originally assumed. This encounter clearly illustrated Chi's prowess as a level 10 adventurer. For all of them, this was the first time seeing Alan Fromel, the fastest adventurer in Orario, in such a defeated state. Tioni then voiced the question on everyone's mind. "So, why did you bring this guy over here?" She pointed down at the unconscious Alan with a confused expression. Chi simply replied, "Oh, I thought you might know this man's identity and affiliation, so I brought him here," she explained with a neutral expression. The Loki familia waited in silence, expecting Chi to continue, but after several moments, it became clear she had finished. Tioni, raising an eyebrow, asked, "That's it?" He lightly nodded in confirmation. "Pretty much. Since I'm sure most of you realize that details regarding Orario's adventurers have mostly been forgotten or not even shared these days," she explained. They nodded, acknowledging that this was something Arya had explained earlier. Chi further elaborated. "Even if I did have some information regarding Orario's adventurers, the accuracy of their appearance would likely be off, would it not?" She crossed her arms as she spoke. "Aye, she has a point there." Gareth nodded in agreement with Chi's statement. He continued, "The affiliation level, an alias might remain somewhat accurate even after several years, but information about their appearance will definitely change over time." His expression showed clear understanding. Think of it like a pint o' ale. The taste and brewing stay true through the ages, but the way it's served changes. In the old days, ye had it in a wooden tankard, but now it might come in a sleek glass. The essence stays somewhat accurate, but the appearance shifts with the times. Gareth further explained as he used ale as an example to show his understanding while stroking his beard. Despite the strange analogy, Gareth's words were clear and understandable, conveying his point effectively to the rest of the familia. "He's right, but I think it would have been better if you didn't use ale for the comparison, Gareth," Riveria replied, giving the dwarven adventurer a critical look. Gareth simply smiled and shrugged in response. Riveria sighed at Gareth's reaction, but quickly turned serious. "However, there is something that concerns me," she said, her gaze shifting back to the unconscious Alan on the floor, her eyes narrowing slightly. The rest of the Loki familia soon caught on to Riveria's concern, their expressions shifting to ones of contemplation and worry. Noticing the change in mood, Arya, with a confused but curious expression, asked, "Oh my, what's wrong?" Tilting her head slightly, Riveria responded with a calm tone of voice towards Arya. "Well, I'm not sure how much you know, but this man belongs to the Freya familia, one of the strongest familias in Orario. While it's rare for them to move out together, if it's under the order of their goddess Dash, then there is a good chance that other members have moved out as well," Chi interjected, completing Riveria's thought with an unconcerned expression. "Precisely, and if Alan was the only one you found here, then it could likely mean he was only here to watch over us," Finn replied thoughtfully with a nod, rubbing his chin as he spoke. Arya, curious, then asked Finn, "If that's the case, where could the rest of them be?" Finn considered various possibilities, but couldn't fathom why Goddess Freya would order such a move in a delicate situation like this. Any large-scale disturbance or fight would undoubtedly cause massive panic among the residents, something they didn't need right now. Just as Finn was mulling over the possibilities, Loki spoke up with confidence. They went to Itty Bitty's mansion, her slit-like eyes opening slightly with a serious expression. "Itty Bitty?" Arya and Chi exchanged confused glances, unsure whom Loki was referring to. Tiona leaned in and whispered, "She means Lady Hestia," towards the two confused guests. "Oh, I see. So they have that kind of relationship," Arya whispered back, forming a fist with one hand and hitting it against her other palm in understanding. Riveria looked toward the trickster goddess and exclaimed, "Lady Hestia's mansion? Don't tell me, are they going for Bell Cranel?" Her expression turned dumbfounded and confused at the possibility. Loki nodded confidently and replied, "Definitely." Hearing Loki's reply, Riveria's eyes widened in shock and confusion. Finn, equally puzzled, asked, "How are you so sure, Loki?" The trickster goddess scratched her cheek, debating whether to reveal the information. She had long suspected Freya's heavy interest in the rabbit boy during one of their naming ceremonies at the Donatus a few months back, when Freya defended his abnormal level-up speed. It was then she had realized why Freya had offered her a deal, causing Loki to back off. Loki knew little about why Freya targeted Bell, but it was enough to grab the attention of the goddess of beauty. Given the need Belle's recent marriage, Loki suspected that the nympho goddess might do something drastic. But she hadn't expected Freya to act now, originally thinking that the goddess of beauty would at least wait for a better opportunity, which showed just how important Belle was to Freya. Sighing, Loki said, "It's a bit complicated, so I'll explain it later," deciding to use an excuse not to explain her reasoning in front of the guests. She believed she could leverage this information for a benefit from the Astrea familia later. Loki then gave Finn a silent look, conveying that she would explain it to the familia once their guests had left. Finn understood and shifted the topic. "I see. If that's the case, we can assume they've arrived at the Hearth Manor by now," he said, turning to observe Arya and Chi's reactions. Their expressions, Arya's serene calm smile and Chi's neutral gaze, indicated they were unconcerned about this revelation, reinforcing the idea that Belle Cranel was likely also a level 10 adventurer. As this was going on, however, Ace, who had been mostly silent during the discussion, finally spoke up. Looking towards her mother, she asked, "Mom, I have a question," her voice curious yet resolute. Hearing her daughter's tone, Arya replied, "Yes, dear," and turned her attention towards Ace with a small smile. "Just how strong is Belle?" Ace asked towards her mother, as that question has been stuck in her mind since Chi's level revelation. The Sword Princess's question caught the rest of the Loki familia's attention as well. It was a question many of them had previously wondered about and had guessed regarding Belle's actual level. But for Ace, this was especially significant. Despite not fully understanding her own feelings, seeing the boy she had trained, fought alongside and against, and shared numerous moments with now a grown man brought a mix of emotions she couldn't fully grasp. When it was revealed that Belle was married, she felt an odd sadness, as if something important had been taken from her, similar to how she felt as a child when the Black Dragon took everything away from her. She also felt anxious that the level gap between her and Belle might have widened beyond reach. In her imagination, she can see the child version of herself sitting on the floor, hugging a rabbit doll tightly, with a worried and sad expression. These mixed emotions left her in a confused state. Yet, amidst the chaos of emotions, a singular desire crystallized within her, which was the growing desire to be on the same level as Belle and stand alongside him. Despite her confusion, she still decided to ask her mother about him. Arya, seeing her daughter's earnest question, smiled warmly. She patted Ace on the head and replied in a relaxed tone, "Well, he is the strongest adventurer in the world after all. The world's only level adventurer." The moment Arya revealed Belle's actual level, everyone in the room stiffened and fell silent, staring at the spirit woman in shock, trying to process what they had just heard. Loki, being the first to recover, broke the silence, as she spoke the words that represented this very moment. "Holy fucking shit. XXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXX after 10 years, but you kind of still look the same. Just more mature, Welf remarked, scanning his old friend with a curious gaze from his seat on the couch. When Belle arrived at the Hearth Mansion, much of the Hestia familia were shocked by how different he looked, except for Hestia and Lily, who had already met him during the meeting with Aurinus. After Belle exchanged long-awaited greetings with the rest of his former familia, everyone moved to the first-floor living room to continue their conversation. From the rest of the Hestia familia's perspective, it was clear Belle had changed significantly. He was taller, with a more defined physique, which caused Haroheim, who ogled his body a bit longer than the others, to blush slightly. Belle's face, however, hadn't changed much, except for the more mature expression he now wore. "Ha, thanks for the compliment, Welf. Though I did try to change it up a bit in the past," Belle replied, touching his face as he recalled various times he had changed his looks while remaining standing. "Huh? Like what?" Welf asked, tilting his head. "Well, during the early years, I let my hair grow out and often tied it back in a long ponytail. But when it came time for my inauguration as the new king, I decided to cut it short," Belle explained with a reminiscent smile. Hearing Belle's description, Welf imagined what his old friend would look like and had to admit, it suited Belle quite well given his age and current look. Belle continued with a reminiscent smile. "Then there was a time I wanted to grow a short beard, however, but just as he was about to explain. However, we as wives rejected that idea," Ermid interjected, wrapping her arms around Belle's and giving him a kiss on the cheek. Finishing her kiss, Ermid further explained, "We prefer our husband's face smooth rather than prickly, after all," she said with an affectionate smile, leaning her head on his shoulder. This brought an affectionate smile from Belle as he gave Ermid a quick peck on the head. Welf, observing the unfolding scene with widened eyes, thought, "Wow, she's completely different from a while ago," recalling the oppressive aura Ermid had unleashed moments earlier. He couldn't help but wonder about Ermid's level, as the aura she demonstrated was something only high-level adventurers could exhibit. While Welf was deep in thought, Ermid and Belle, still close, began whispering. Ermid asked, "So, Are you going to confront them about Liar's freeze? Looking at him with a patient gaze, Belle replied softly soon. Though now I'm not sure if they knew about the skill, or if it was only Goddess Hestia who knew, with a slightly confused expression. Liar's freeze, a skill allowing rapid growth as long as the user is in love, was something Belle discovered after joining the Astria Familia. It explained his unusually quick level-up pace compared to other adventurers in Orario City. Belle had felt a range of complex emotions upon realizing Goddess Hestia had hidden this skill from him, and possibly his old familia as well. It led him to doubt and confusion regarding trust within a familia. But that was in the past, as Belle had let go of those feelings, since he originally thought that he'd never get answers after Orario's disappearance. Even after Orario's unexpected return and reuniting with his former familia, Belle continued to not hold it against them. He just simply wanted to hear their reasoning, so that proper closure could finally be done. Belle scanned the room, noting Makoto engaged in a lively discussion with Emily and Aloan on the other couch. He didn't see Haruheim, but assumed she was in the kitchen preparing additional drinks and snacks. Finally, he spotted Hestia and Lily sitting beside one of the large windows, shaky and indecisive expressions on their faces as they remained entirely silent. He realized they had been unusually quiet since his arrival, which was out of character. Belle connected the dots, suspecting something had happened before he arrived. Turning to his wife, who still leaned on his shoulder, he whispered, "Ermid, did you do something to them while I wasn't here?" With a skeptical expression. Ermid met her husband's skeptical gaze with a sweet smile, replying, "I only did my duty as your wife," in a calm tone. Hearing his wife's ambiguous reply, Belle understood what might have happened. He let out a small sigh, but didn't pursue the matter further, knowing Ermid had acted for his sake. After all, he would do the same in a heartbeat. Deciding to ask about the skill at a later time, Belle resumed his conversation with Welf, while Ermid stayed by his side. The atmosphere in the room remained somewhat peaceful, with everyone engaged in their own chatter, except for Hestia and Lily, who sat in silence, surrounded by a gloomy aura. This continued for several minutes until… Knock, knock! The sound of 2 knocks from the entrance echoed through the living room, causing everyone to momentarily pause. Belle smiled and said, "It's Astria. Looks like she finally completed her business," turning his head toward the sound. But just as Belle was about to move, he paused, his expression changing to a frown, his eyes narrowing seriously. Ermid, Emily, and Aloan's expressions also turned serious, surprising those nearby with the sudden shift. At that moment, Haruheim walked into the room, carrying a tray of drinks and snacks. "Everyone, I prepared some more drinks and," she began, but stopped abruptly as she noticed the change in the room's atmosphere. Unsure whether to proceed, she stood frozen, still holding the tray. Belle noticed the frozen Renard maid and, without looking at her, said, "Haruheim, you can put down the tray now," in a calm tone. "Why yes, Belle-sama." Haruheim quickly placed the tray on the nearest table. Belle then turned to Emily and Aloan, asking, "Emily, Aloan, prepare your gear." In a serious tone, Emily and Aloan stood up from the couch, their expressions brave and confident. Emily responded loudly, "Already prepared, Captain," as she flexed her hands and fingers within her gauntlets. Aloan nodded silently, her face showing determination as she prepared her magic staff. Observing his familia member's readiness, Belle nodded firmly before turning to his wife, who wore an understanding smile. Ermid touched Belle's face and said playfully, "Make sure you hold back your strength, dear." Belle smiled reassuringly. "Don't worry, I will," causing Ermid to release her arm from his and move back to give him space. Hestia, coming out of her silent stupor, shouted in confusion, "Whoa, whoa, whoa. Wait a minute. What the hell is going on, Belle?" She stood up, slamming her hands on the round table, demanding answers. Turning to his former goddess, Belle explained calmly and seriously, "We detected at least 4 people emitting bloodlust outside the mansion, with one more staring intensely at the doors." The Hestia Familia collectively reacted with shock. Lily shouted, "Ia? Are you serious, Belle-sama?" Looking at him with a confused and shocked expression. "Definitely," Belle responded, nodding confidently. He began moving toward the exit, Emily and Aloan following close behind. Ermid was about to follow but stopped mid-step. She turned to the still shocked and confused Hestia Familia and said, "It would be best if you all stay inside for your safety, but you are welcome to follow us if you want," before quickly joining the trio. It didn't take long for the Hestia Familia to make a decision. Without pause, they all exited the living room and followed. Despite their confusion about the situation, they knew they had a responsibility to protect their home. Outside of the Hearth Mansion, seconds later, they arrived at the entrance doors. Without hesitation, Belle opened the doors to reveal the Goddess of Justice, Astria, patiently waiting outside with a calm expression. Astria smiled sweetly upon seeing her husband's face and hugged him. Belle hugged her back and said, "Welcome back. Though I'd like to bring you inside, It seems we have some uninvited guests outside, he explained in a calm whisper. Astria showed an understanding expression, separated from the hug, and reminded him with a smile, I see. Then make sure you control your strength. Belle nodded lightly, showing a relaxed smile before walking out towards the front yard of the mansion, followed by Emily and Aloan. Welf, Lily, and Makoto were about to follow but were stopped by Ermid and Astria, who blocked them, shaking their heads with disapproval to indicate that this was as far as they could go. Arriving at the large fountain in front of the mansion, Belle shouted, Come out! There's no point in hiding over there. His commanding voice echoed throughout the yard. Immediately, 5 figures stepped out from behind the large fountain, instantly recognizable. Hestia gasped in shock. The Freya familia? She exclaimed, wide-eyed and stressed, mirroring the reactions of the rest of the Hestia familia. The Freya familia, one of Orario's strongest familias, stood before their mansion. Why? And for what reason? Especially concerning was the presence of Otter, the strongest adventurer with the alias King, was among the intruders. While the Hestia familia felt panic and concern, Otter, with his usual stoic demeanor, called out to Belle in a loud, authoritative voice. Belle Cranel, our goddess has requested an audience with you. He looked toward Belle, emitting a heavy pressure. Come with us now, or we will bring you by force, he added, gripping the handle of his giant sword behind his back. The Gulliver brothers also emitted a heavy pressure mixed with killing intent toward Belle, gripping their respective weapons. Despite their helmets obscuring their expressions, their anger and hatred for Belle were evident. Any normal person or adventurer would have succumbed to this combined pressure and fainted. Even veteran adventurers would struggle to resist such intense pressure. However, Belle, at the center of this combined pressure and killing intent, remained completely unfazed, maintaining a relaxed and calm expression. Emily and Aloan, standing behind Belle, also felt the intense pressure but appeared unaffected, their expressions calm and unbothered. The Gulliver brothers were perplexed by their reactions, while Otter maintained his stoic demeanor, though his eyes were vigilant, and he gripped his sword tighter. Observing their reactions, Belle let out an audible sigh and replied, his eyes closed, I see. Crossing his arms, he continued. Then, that's a no, he said, shaking his head before opening his eyes to face the Freya familia with a calm, serious expression. This caused the Gulliver brothers to point their weapons at Belle and were about to rush forward, but was stopped by Otter, who used his free arm to block them, indicating that they should not rush forward. All 4 Gulliver brothers protested and looked toward Otter, questioning his actions. Otter, however, did not even glance at them. He continued to focus on Belle, gripping his sword tightly. May I inquire about your reasons? He asked, his expression remaining emotionless. Belle responded, looking directly at Otter. First of all, I have barely interacted with your goddess, so I am quite suspicious of why she is calling for me, he explained, raising his index finger toward them. Hearing Belle call their goddess suspicious caused the Gulliver brothers to frown with anger, releasing even more killing intent toward him. They clearly showed their displeasure. Otter's stoic expression also showed some displeasure, his eyes slightly narrowed with hostility over Belle's comment. However, Belle remained unfazed. He then raised his middle finger forming a 2 and said, Second, Goddess Freya has the ability to charm anyone into obedience. He paused before continuing. How would I know she wouldn't use that ability the moment we meet? He asked with a skeptical expression. On the contrary of his expression, though, Belle calmly thought, though even if that were the case, her charm ability wouldn't work on me, recalling a certain perk from his skill that prevents such a situation from blooming. The Boaz, after hearing Belle's reason for his refusal, was silent for a few seconds before replying with a stoic expression. I see. Then it seems there is no other choice, Belle Cranel, as he began to unsheathe the giant sword on his back. This signaled the Gulliver brothers to ready themselves once again, smirking at the opportunity to use force to capture Belle Cranel and bring him to their goddess. Seconds later, the Gulliver brothers launched themselves towards Belle with immense speed, appearing right above him. However, before any of them could land a hit on the White Rabbit, Emily intervened. She suddenly appeared to their far left, and before the Palom wielding the giant hammer could react, she delivered a powerful kick directly into the side of his abdomen. Gah! He exclaimed in pain, his expression shocked and pained before flying through the air. The force of the kick sent him crashing into his brothers, propelling all 4 of them into the right side of the yard where they collided with the ground. Landing back on the ground, Emily stood up with a fierce and confident expression. She clashed her gauntlets together and smiled before shouting, Huh, you really thought we'd let you fight the captain? Dream on. She looked towards the Gulliver brothers before proceeding to walk towards them. Aloan, who had stayed behind with their captain, turned to him and said, Captain, please leave those 4 to us, sir, in a clear and respectful tone while slightly bowing her head. Belle nodded lightly to Aloan's request and replied in a composed tone, "Sure thing. Good luck, and make sure you don't underestimate your opponents," showing her a small smile. Aloan nodded confidently, before quickly following her friend Emily towards the yard where the Gulliver brothers had landed. As Emily and Aloan headed to their battlefield, Belle was left alone with Otter, who had pulled out his giant sword and readied it against Belle. Though his expression remained stoic, Otter's eyes were vigilant, and he took a fighting stance. Belle, on the other hand, maintained a relaxed expression as he turned to face Otter, arms crossed. The two stood in silence, creating a tense atmosphere as they waited for the other to make the first move. Meanwhile, Emily and Aloan moved towards the Gulliver brothers, who had recovered from the crash. However, the brother wielding the giant hammer struggled to stand, clutching his right abdomen. "You ready?" Aloan asked her friend as they got closer, gripping her magic staff with both hands. Emily smirked and replied, "Definitely. Let's show these bastards what it means to fight against the familia." Her gauntlets formed fists as her walking pace quickened. "All right then, just to be safe, we'll use the bow and spear tactic since we are at a numerical disadvantage," Aloan explained, matching her friend's pace. "Okie dokie. Then let's get started, Aloan," Emily replied with a valiant shout, increasing her speed to a full sprint as she aimed towards the four palms without hesitation. The elf began to chant her magic upon Emily's call, causing a golden glow to form around her magic staff. "With the grace of Astrea, I bestow my allies with divine favor. Be our shield and sword. Astrean blessing," she chanted. A powerful golden glow arced from the staff to both Emily and Aloan, covering them in a radiant aura. Aloan felt a surge of strength and magic, causing her to grin fiercely. As the glow diminished, Emily chanted her own magic while sprinting, a magic circle forming beneath her. "O heaven above, I ask of thee, to improve my abilities so that I may stand above my enemies. Amplify, select legs." A blue glow condensed around her legs, transforming into pulsating lines of energy. Feeling the enhanced strength, Emily focused it into her legs and sprinted forward. Crack! Boom! The ground beneath Emily cracked, and a burst of wind erupted, sending dirt flying. She sprinted faster, catching the Gulliver brothers off guard. Despite readying themselves earlier, they hadn't expected her sudden speed. The brother wielding the spear was stunned and shouted, "Shit! Defensive for?" But before he could finish his command, a cheery voice echoed beside him. "Hello!" He turned his head to see Emily right in front of him. "She's already here?" He thought, trying to step back, but it was too late. He saw her fist coming directly at his stomach. "And goodbye," Emily muttered, delivering a direct punch that sent him flying back with tremendous force. "Gah!" The Palam exclaimed in pain, skidding and rolling through the dirt, losing his spear in the process. Seeing their brother instantly blown away, two of the Gulliver brothers reacted immediately, their expressions turning aggressive beneath their helmets. "You bitch! Damn you!" The Palam with the giant axe and the Palam with the greatsword launched themselves at Emily as they shouted, swinging their weapons from the left and right simultaneously. However, Emily had anticipated this move. She promptly moved her arms to intercept their attacks. With her right gauntlet, she blocked the vertical swing of the giant axe, and with her left, she caught the horizontal cut of the greatsword. Clang! Both Palam's eyes widened in shock at Emily's display of strength, while Emily grinned at their astonished expressions, clearly enjoying the moment. Her expression soon changed into a small frown as she sensed another presence directly above her. Looking up, Emily saw the Palam with the large hammer descending rapidly. "Don't underestimate us," the Palam angrily shouted as he swung his hammer down with frightening momentum. Seeing the incoming hammer swing, Emily continued to remain in place as she remained calm and looked upwards to the Palam with a smirk. After all, she was not alone in this fight. Ice Bolt! A medium-sized ice shard suddenly appeared, hurtling toward the Palam with immense speed. Ping! GUH! This time, the Palam with the giant hammer managed to react in time, blocking the ice bolt with his weapon and causing it to deflect. However, the sheer force of the ice bolt was too strong, sending him flying backward before he crashed to the ground once again. Both Palams, seeing this, quickly turned their heads toward the direction from which the ice shard was fired and saw the elven woman standing a few meters away, pointing her staff in their direction. With a calm expression, Aloan showed a small smile before taking a step forward and pointing her staff to the left, shouting her chant. "Ice Bolt!" As she chanted, two icicle shards quickly formed in the air beside Aloan and immediately fired upon completion. The Palam on the left with the greatsword saw the incoming shards and tried to maneuver his weapon to block them. However, Emily was still holding onto his weapon with her hand. Realizing his predicament, the Palam immediately tried to wrench his greatsword from the woman's grasp, but it wouldn't budge no matter how much strength he used. Acting quickly, He released the handle and crossed his arms in an X pattern, attempting to shield his vital parts. The first ice bolt slammed into his forearms, the force of the impact knocking him off balance. The second bolt struck his chest, sending him sprawling to the ground, his breath escaping in a painful gasp. Seeing his brother fall, the Palom with the axe roared in fury and applied even more strength, trying to free his weapon from Alohan's grasp. But like his brother's attempt, he also failed. With a smirk, Emily said, "Yeah, that's not going to work, you know?" before releasing her grip on the axe blade and swiftly grabbed the top part of its handle. In one fluid motion, she yanked the Palom closer and drove her knee into his face. The impact was devastating. The Palom felt as if his entire face was caving in, the pain unbearable, causing him to let go of his axe. Seizing the moment of vulnerability, Emily dropped the weapon she was holding and darted forward. She delivered a rapid series of punches to the Palom's stomach and chest, each strike precise and powerful, driving the air out of his lungs and doubling him over in agony. She then grabbed his head with both hands and, with a quick motion, kneed him in the face a second time, rendering him completely unconscious with that strike. But Emily did not leave it there. With her hands still on the back of his head, she moved her legs out of the way before slamming his head into the ground. Boom! Crack! The ground cracked from the force of the impact. Emily released her grip on the Palom's head as he lay motionless on the floor. If not for the faint rise and fall of his chest, one might have thought he had died from the blow. Seeing his motionless body, Emily turned towards her friend with a proud smirk and shouted enthusiastically, "That's one down. That was overkill, you know." Alohan complained, her expression hypercritical. Even she felt that her friend's actions had been a bit excessive. However, Emily simply shrugged her shoulders and replied, "Hey, the captain did say not to underestimate our opponents." Her playful expression and composed smile caused Alohan to sigh. As the two continued their conversation, the three remaining Paloms began to recover, each rising slowly, with the last one being the furthest from the rest. Assessing the situation, the Palom at the furthest back knew they had to act swiftly to escape their predicament. Spotting his spear a few meters away, he sprinted towards it without hesitation. Approaching his weapon, he shouted to his brothers, "Grrr! Take out the elf! Dvalin and I will handle the orange-haired bitch." His voice was firm as he grabbed his spear and continued his sprint. Hearing his command, both brothers began to move. Dvalin charged towards the orange-haired woman, with Grrr following closely behind, aiming to retrieve his great sword near her. Dvalin, arriving at his target, then swung his hammer relentlessly, but the woman easily dodged all his attacks. Her movements were so effortless that she even stuck out her tongue in a teasing manner, clearly mocking his attempts. This caused a tick mark to appear on his face as he swung his hammer even more violently in frustration. While the two were engaged in their fight, Grrr ran past them, picking up his great sword along the way as he charged straight to the elf mage. Seeing the incoming Palom, Alohan fired several ice bolts in his direction. Grrr maneuvered to dodge the projectiles as he sprinted towards her. However, the ice bolts were too fast for him to dodge completely, grazing his skin multiple times and causing numerous cuts. Despite the accumulating injuries and the increasing pain coursing through his body, Grrr pressed on. The toll on his mind grew with each step, but his persistence drove him to push forward. Grrr charged at the elven woman, thrusting his great sword forward. However, Alohan easily sidestepped the attack and, with a quick spin of her staff, struck his arms. Intense pain shot through Grrr's arms, but he held onto his weapon tightly. He then swung it to the side, aiming to hit her again, but met only empty air as Alohan ducked under his strike. Seizing the moment, Alohan attempted to sweep his legs with her staff, but Grrr reacted in time, jumping to avoid it. As he came down, he swung his sword in a vertical cut, which the elven woman easily dodged. Grrr continued his relentless assault, swinging his sword with determination. However, the elf mage effortlessly dodged each strike, skillfully evading his attacks. With each dodge, she managed to land a few precise hits on the Palom, further frustrating his efforts. At the same time, Alohan showed an annoyed expression as she continued to dodge and block the Palom's attacks. Blocking another swing, she turned her head toward her friend and angrily shouted, "Hey, Emily, I thought we agreed on using the bow and spear tactic. Why did you let this guy get past?" She openly complained. Hearing her friend's complaint, Emily turned her head, smoothly dodging Dvalin's attacks without even looking. With a playful tone, she replied, "Might as well give them a fair chance after they lost one, right?" She winked at Alohan with a confident smile. This caused multiple tick marks to form on Alohan's head as she screamed, "Are you an idiot? Why would you do that?" while continuing to evade and block the Palom slashes. "Oh, come on. I can't be the only one interested in fighting adventurers from the Lost City," Emily replied, effortlessly dodging Valen's relentless hammer attacks with her arms behind her back. You're the only one who had that thought. Eloan roared, her tone brimming with frustration and anger. Eh, seriously? But whoa there. Emily tried to respond, but stopped as she evaded an incoming spear thrust aimed at her chest. Her pace quickened as she dodged the numerous attacks from the two palms. Simultaneously, Eloan ducked her head from an incoming slash aimed at her neck before moving back to gain some distance. She noticed the Palam's frustrated and irritated expression, despite his helmet obscuring part of his face. It was then that the Palam aggressively pointed his sword at her and shouted with a violent tone, "You damn elf! How dare you not take this fight seriously?" His irritated eyes glared at her. Throughout their engagement, the Palam was enraged by Eloan's lack of concern, as she seemed more focused on arguing with her friend than on the battle. It was clear she didn't regard him as a proper threat, which infuriated him even more. With a firm grip on his greatsword, Grr charged at the elven woman, his face contorted with fury. As he closed the distance, he prepared to unleash a powerful vertical slash, channeling every ounce of his strength and speed into the strike, determined to cut her down where she stood. Though before he could get any closer, Eloan simply pointed her magic staff toward him and chanted, "Ice Bolt." Grr, hearing this, immediately maneuvered his body, familiar with the spell Eloan had been using. He expected an ice shard to appear and aimed to dodge it. However, as he scanned in front of him, he noticed something was wrong. The ice shard he anticipated was nowhere to be seen. What? It's not appearing? Grr thought in confusion as he rapidly approached her. Suddenly, he felt his weapon's weight increase dramatically. Glancing upwards, he saw that his great sword, mid-swing above his head, had its tip completely covered in solid ice, offsetting its original weight. Realizing too late that the elf woman had aimed at his weapon rather than him, Grr lost his balance mid-swing. Though he adjusted quickly, the small opening allowed Eloan to rush forward and launch her attack. She landed a powerful strike with her staff directly on Grr's stomach, causing him to stagger and gasp in pain. Spinning around, she delivered a high kick to his head, sending him skidding across the ground before coming to a stop. As he struggled to rise, coughing violently and dizzy with pain, he heard the elven woman's footsteps approaching. Looking up, he saw Eloan standing over him, her foot on his greatsword. Realizing the severe disadvantage he was in, Grr desperately tried to think of a plan. Should he fall back to his brothers, still engage with the other woman, or attempt to retrieve his weapon and continue the fight against the elven woman? Unfortunately for him, time waits for no one. As he deliberated on his next move, his thoughts were abruptly cut off by an upward kick to his chin, flipping him backward and slamming him onto his back with a hard thud. Thud! However, even after the brutal landing, Grr remained conscious despite receiving two powerful blows to the head. Perhaps it was because he was fighting a mage rather than a close-range combatant like himself, allowing him to maintain consciousness despite the attacks. Though in pain, he immediately tried to get back up, but was stopped by Eloan, who cast two ice bolts above him and slammed them downward, piercing his right leg and left arm simultaneously. Ayak! Grr screamed in agony as the ice bolts pinned him to the ground, blood pooling beneath the wounds as a frigid chill spread throughout his body. Desperately, he tried to remove the ice shard from his left arm with his other hand, but he couldn't muster the strength. The cumulative toll of his injuries was too great. Realizing he had no other options left filled him with frustration and anger. The thought of losing so badly to a mage, someone he should have had an advantage against, was unbearable. Dumb it, dumb it, dumb it. How did I lose to this elven bitch? Grr thought, frustration and anger boiling over. But before he could dwell on it, he felt the heavy fatigue catching up to him. As his consciousness began to slip away, he weakly turned his head towards the elven woman, wanting to show at least a semblance of the pride of a familia member before losing consciousness. However, when he faced the elven woman, he saw she wasn't even looking at him. Her focus was entirely on where his brothers were still fighting against the other woman. Seriously? She's still not done dealing with those two? Eloan whispered, resting her magic staff on one shoulder with an annoyed expression. Even as Grr lay defeated on the ground, covered in injuries, the elven woman's attention remained elsewhere, her attitude completely indifferent. It was as if this fight was nothing more than a simple chore for her. Letting out another sigh, she noticed his gaze on her. With a simple turn of her body, she started walking towards him calmly, saying, "Still conscious, huh? That's actually quite impressive," with a slight hint of surprise in her tone. Her expression, however, stayed indifferent as she approached and finally stood before him. Gripping her staff with both hands, she raised it above her head. "Well, not that it matters," she continued calmly, preparing to swing the staff down at his head. Knowing what was about to happen, Grr muttered with haggard breath, This is far from over." You will regret messing with us." His eyes burned with contempt and defiance. Aloan simply shrugged, her staff poised above her head. "Meh," she replied nonchalantly, before she swung her staff down towards the Palam's head. Slam! Slamming her magic staff down on the Palam's head, Aloan then lifted it and saw he was now completely knocked out. Aside from the huge bruise forming and a bloody nose, he was utterly unconscious. To ensure he was truly out, Aloan checked further. Despite the 2 medium-sized eye shards piercing his limbs, his body covered in numerous bruises and likely several cracked and broken bones, she needed to confirm he was unconscious. After all, she had seen and experienced instances where individuals, even with severe injuries, stood up with renewed vigor and continued fighting. After confirming the Palam was indeed unconscious, Aloan nodded slightly, satisfied with her work. She opened her robe slightly to reach into an inner pocket and took out a vial containing a deep red liquid. Swirling the vial lightly, she removed the cork with a flick of her finger. Pop! Meanwhile, at the other battle with Emily and the 2 remaining Palams, the pace was slowing as fatigue caught up with the brothers. Breathing heavily, they continued to swing their respective weapons at Emily, aiming for any opening. But the orange-haired woman easily countered and dodged all their attempts. As Emily maneuvered through their combined assault, she noticed from the corner of her eye that Aloan had finished her fight against the other Palam. "Ah, I guess it's time to stop playing around and end this, huh?" Emily mumbled to herself, knowing her elven friend would soon start to complain if the fight persisted much longer. It was then that a spear was thrust towards her waist. But instead of dodging or blocking it with her gauntlets as before, she promptly countered it. With a fluid movement of her right palm, she redirected the spear thrust with a strong push, causing it to miss entirely. Simultaneously, she maneuvered her body closer and landed an elbow strike to the Palam's chest, sending him flying back a few meters. Emily then sidestepped an overhead hammer swing from the other Palam, which landed on the ground, creating sizable cracks. Dvalin tried to reposition his weapon to continue his attack, but before he could act, Emily struck. With simple movements, Emily positioned herself beside the Palam, and before Dvalin could react, she struck his left leg with her right. Crack! The sound signaled that Dvalin's left leg bone had just broken. He immediately felt excruciating pain as his left leg bent in the wrong direction. Clenching his teeth to hold back his screams, the Palam began to lose his balance due to the severe injury, feeling his body succumb to gravity. As he started to fall, Dvalin tried to retaliate by lifting his hammer and swinging it upward in her direction, hoping to land a hit before he fell completely. However, his effort was in vain. Emily dodged the attack and grabbed one of his arms, striking it simultaneously with a strong upward elbow and downward knee. Crack! Snap! The sound of bone breaking was clearly audible, signaling that Dvalin's arm had also been broken. The arm released its grip on the hammer's handle as it became misshapen and lost motor function. The pain intensified as 2 of his limbs now had broken bones, and his expression showed extreme agony. He was about to let out a scream of pain, unable to bear it any longer. But before he could even open his mouth, Emily pressed on with her attack. Moving directly under where the Palam was falling, she unleashed a barrage of punches to his chest and stomach area. The continuous punches kept Dvalin in the air longer than expected, as each hit pushed his body upward, giving him more airtime. However, his body was now riddled with numerous bruises from the relentless assault. Emily then landed one more powerful punch to the Palam's stomach, expelling all the air from his lungs. The force of the punch pushed his body higher into the air than before. With widened eyes, Dvalin could only stare at her in pain as his body began to go limp from the accumulated injuries. As he started to fall, he noticed that the woman who had been directly beneath him had suddenly vanished, leaving only a cloud of dust in her place. In an instant, he realized what was about to happen. Emily reappeared directly behind him, her fist poised. She began to chant a spell in a calm, yet serious tone. "By the storm's might, I call upon the heavens," she intoned, launching her fist with immense speed toward the Palam's defenseless back. Just before her fist made contact, she finished the chant with a shout. "Thunderstrike fists awaken!" Crackle! Zap! The moment her chant ended, her fist connected with Dvalin's back, unleashing a flash of blue lightning and a thunderous roar. The lightning coursed through Dvalin's body, electrifying him within milliseconds. He was immediately overwhelmed by agony, unable to scream as every inch of his body was electrocuted. Time seemed to stretch endlessly from his perspective, making his suffering feel eternal. Whoosh! Bang! A split second later, the lightning exited through his chest and grounded itself. Dvalin's body plummeted to the ground with immense speed and force, crashing into the earth with a tremendous impact. Whitish smoke began to rise from his motionless form, and small sparks of electricity arced off him as his body twitched slightly. Emily landed gracefully a few centimeters away. She approached the still-smoking Palom, and after a single glance, she knew that he was definitely unconscious. With a satisfied nod, Emily dusted off her hands and remarked, "Well, that takes care of him. That just leaves you, huh?" Her voice was relaxed as she turned her attention to the last Palom. The remaining Palom stared at her with wide eyes, clutching his chest as he used his spear to support himself. He hadn't been able to intervene in time to save his brother. Everything had happened too fast. By the time he'd recovered from the earlier elbow strike, his brother was already in the air, the woman behind him. He had witnessed the massive thunderbolt that coursed through his brother before Dvalin was slammed into the ground. Gripping the handle of his spear tighter, he ground his teeth together. Frustration etched across his face as he adopted a battle stance once more. He pointed his spear at the woman, his eyes darting around the area, desperately searching for a way to gain the upper hand. He was fully aware that he was at a severe disadvantage, having just witnessed two of his brothers brutally defeated by the woman in front of him. He also surmised that Grur had been defeated, given the silence from the other battle. Damn it! What the hell should I do now? He thought bitterly, trying to formulate a plan. But no matter what strategy he considered, it all seemed hopeless. As he racked his brain for a solution, he didn't notice that his distracted thoughts had given the woman just enough time to disappear from his view. Before he could react, a powerful palm strike hit his stomach, the woman reappearing right in front of him. Gah! The impact caused him to crumple to his knees, his spear clattering to the ground beside him. He doubled over, violently coughing, nearly retching up his last meal. Somehow, he managed to hold back, but the pain was excruciating. The strike had bypassed his armor entirely, targeting his most vulnerable areas. On his knees, the Palom could only glare up at the woman with a hateful, defiant gaze, one arm clutching his stomach. Sensing his defiant stare, Emily merely shrugged and said plainly, "What? You left yourself wide open, so of course I'm going to take that opportunity." Her expression remained unconcerned as she looked down at him. Noticing that she didn't follow up with another attack, he realized she was confident he was no longer capable of putting up a proper fight. This only fueled his frustration and anger, but he remained motionless, aware that any attempt to reach for his spear or retaliate would prompt her to strike again. Yet, in this humiliation, he saw an opportunity. Despite his pride being dragged through the dirt, he knew he could use this moment to catch his breath and devise a plan. However, he understood that this respite would be brief, and he needed to buy himself more time. The window is short, so I'll have to find a way to prolong this, he thought quickly, deciding to strike up a conversation. He had observed that the woman seemed like the type who would continue to talk even in the midst of battle. Hoping to stall for time, the Palom took a deep breath and steeled his expression, ready to engage the woman in conversation and buy himself a few precious moments to think of a strategy. He focused his attention on her and began to speak. "You, Bash." Before he could even get a full sentence out, the woman abruptly cut him off with a swift kick between his legs, landing a brutal strike to his most sensitive area. The pain was so intense that he couldn't even muster a scream. As she retracted her leg, the Palom crumpled forward, collapsing onto the ground. His hands instinctively flew to his groin as his lower body trembled uncontrollably. Lying there in agony, he managed to turn his head to face the woman, fury and pain blazing in his eyes. "Ubata," he mumbled weakly, his voice trembling. But the woman paid no attention to his words, simply smiling as she raised her fist high above her head. "Yeah, sorry, but I've already wasted enough time with this fight," she explained casually, looking down at him with that same unsettling smile. Clutching her raised fist, she added, "So yeah, nighty-night." With that, she brought her fist down on the Palom's head with deadly momentum. Whoosh! Boom! Emily's blow landed with such force that it created a small shockwave, sending loose dirt swirling into the air. As the dirt settled, a small crater became visible, with the Palom's head at its epicenter, buried halfway into the ground. Emily then knelt beside him and placed her fingers on his neck, checking for a pulse to ensure she hadn't accidentally killed the Orario adventurer. She focused intently, searching for any sign of life. Batum! 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 Feeling the faint heartbeat, Emily sighed in relief. "Phew! Thank Astria. For a second there, I thought I accidentally killed the guy," she muttered, a smile of relief spreading across her face. To any outsider, the scene would have appeared fatal. The Palom's head, half buried in the ground with a crater marking the impact, looked like the aftermath of a deadly blow. But Emily knew better. She stood up, giving the Palom one last glance before gently nudging his body to the side with her foot, ensuring he wouldn't suffocate. As she straightened, Emily heard the sound of footsteps approaching. She turned her head toward the noise and saw Iloan walking toward her, dragging one of the unconscious Palums by the chest armor. A big smile spread across Emily's face as she waved to her friend. Hey, looks like we finished this without much of a challenge. Am I right? Emily called out, her tone enthusiastic and proud. Eloan, however, wore a passive but critical expression as she responded. Right, but we could have ended this much faster if you had stuck to the plan or gotten serious from the start during your fight with the other two Palums. She dropped the unconscious Grur beside her and crossed her arms. Emily chuckled sheepishly. Sorry, but I mean, come on. Weren't you also curious about having a battle with adventurers from the Lost City? She tried to explain. Yeah, I was interested, but I wanted to spar, not an actual fight. Eloan snapped, her voice rising in frustration as tick marks appeared on her forehead. Oh, Emily replied, realization dawning on her face. A second later, she stuck out her tongue playfully, placing a fist on top of her head as she tilted it to the side, eyes closed. Oops, she said, grinning sheepishly at her friend. This response made Eloan pinch the bridge of her nose, looking down at the ground as she released a long, tired sigh, feeling a headache beginning to form. Eloan pinched the bridge of her nose, looking down at the ground as she released a long, tired sigh, feeling a headache beginning to form. Meanwhile, Belle and Otter stood apart, the tension between them palpable. Seems those two have already finished their battle with the Gulliver brothers, Belle remarked in a relaxed tone, a small smile on his face as he stood with his hands casually behind his back. His gaze was fixed on the area where Emily and Eloan had fought. Throughout the entire confrontation, Belle hadn't taken his eyes off his two familia members, observing the battle as it unfolded. Although he was confident in their abilities, knowing they had undergone rigorous training under the guidance of several senior members of the familia and himself, he was still prepared to intervene if necessary. But that moment never came. His two comrades had handled their opponents with efficiency and ease. Belle turned to glance at the entrance of the Hearth Mansion, where his former familia and his wives stood, watching the scene unfold. His wives showed only mild reactions to Emily and Eloan's victory, clearly expecting such an outcome. However, their slightly annoyed expressions hinted at the damage done to the yard, something they would undoubtedly have to reimburse after this fiasco. In stark contrast, Belle's former familia members were wide-eyed and slack-jawed, clearly shocked by what they had just witnessed. Their awe and disbelief brought a light chuckle from Belle, reminding him of similar moments in the past when he had elicited the same reactions as their captain. His chuckle faded as he faced forward again, his tone shifting to one of calm authority tinged with menace. Now then, are we also going to start this meaningless fight, Otter? He asked, his gaze locking onto the tall, silent Boaz, who stood ready with his giant sword in hand. Otter had remained in a battle stance the entire time, his eyes never leaving Belle. Despite the calm demeanor Belle displayed, Otter knew instinctively that any move against him would likely end in disaster. In fact, there was a real possibility that he might not survive if he crossed certain boundaries. Though his expression remained stoic, Otter couldn't hide his growing concern. He briefly glanced at the fallen Gulliver brothers, all defeated, before tightening his grip on his sword and returning his focus to Belle. To think all four of them were defeated so quickly. We've severely underestimated them, Otter mused internally, analyzing the situation. When the two women had first arrived, Otter had sensed their strength, but had assumed that he and the other high-ranking members of Freya Familia could handle them. But now, it was clear he had been wrong. The two women had easily bested the Gulliver brothers, renowned for their teamwork and skill. Otter thought that if he was the one to engage the two women, the outcome might have been different, but he would have undoubtedly sustained serious injuries. Making this scenario, where he remained unscathed, was preferable, as it preserved his strength for the real threat, Cranel. Without betraying his emotions, Otter finally responded to Belle, his voice resolute. I'll do what I must to fulfill my goddess's command. Belle let out a tired sigh, looking down for a moment before shaking his head. He then looked up at Otter, placing his hands on his waist. Guess there's no other choice, huh? He said in a calm, almost casual voice, though his demeanor was clearly nonchalant. But that nonchalance quickly vanished, as his gaze suddenly hardened. Belle then addressed the Boaz with a firm and serious tone of voice. So, I'll give you this warning, Otter, he said, releasing an overwhelming pressure toward the Boaz. Flum. The air around them began to vibrate intensely, the temperature dropping sharply. Otter, feeling the full force of the oppressive atmosphere, gritted his teeth as his body strained under the sudden, heavy pressure that Belle emitted. This pressure, Otter thought, his body growing heavier with each passing second as cold sweat dripped down his back. His instincts screamed at him to retreat, to flee from the overwhelming force bearing down on him. Despite the lack of killing intent behind Belle's pressure, Otter couldn't stop his body from trembling, a sensation he hadn't felt in a long time, not since he earned the title of king. Resisting these urges, Otter pushed his body to resist the overwhelming pressure, focusing all his strength into his legs. The ground beneath him cracked as he kicked off with immense force, launching himself toward Bell. In a flash, Otter appeared before him, his bastard sword raised high, and without hesitation, he swung it down with all the power he could muster. Yuwa! Otter roared, his expression fierce as he brought the blade down with lethal intent, aiming to end the fight with one decisive strike. For any other opponent, such an attack would have been fatal, easily bisecting them in half or leaving them with a grievous wound. Unfortunately for Otter, this attack would prove to be clang, whoosh, insufficient. The loud clash of metal echoed throughout the area, followed by a powerful gust of wind that scattered dirt and grass around them. A cloud of dust enveloped the two combatants, momentarily obscuring them from view. When the dust finally settled, Otter's eyes widened in disbelief. His massive blade had been stopped, not by any tool or weapon that Bell could have carried with him, but by his raised arm. At first, Otter was stunned, unable to comprehend how Bell had blocked such a powerful attack with his bare limb. Then he noticed it wasn't just Bell's arm. There was something on his wrist. A black metal bracelet? Otter thought, his confusion deepening as he stared at the plain-looking piece of jewelry. It appeared unremarkable, no intricate engravings, no gemstones, no apparent magical aura. It looked like something one could buy from a street vendor for dirt cheap. Yet, this simple bracelet had effortlessly stopped his sword without the slightest damage. There wasn't even a scratch where the blade made contact. More troubling was Bell's reaction, or rather, his lack of one. Despite blocking a strike that could have felled any other warrior, Bell stood there with one arm raised, showing no signs of effort or strain. His face remained calm, even indifferent, as if Otter's attack hadn't fazed him in the slightest. Realizing his attempt had failed, Otter began to retreat, but before he could pull back, Bell's voice cut through the silence. "I told you, don't say I didn't warn you." At that moment, the black bracelet seemed to come alive. Glowing hieroglyphic symbols rapidly appeared across its surface, shining with a bright azure light. Otter's instincts flared in warning. This simple piece of jewelry had just become something far more dangerous. Retreating quickly, Otter withdrew his sword and immediately launched into a relentless series of attacks. His blade became a blur, moving faster with each strike as he aimed to overwhelm Bell. Clang, 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 clang. But every attack, no matter how swift or strong, was effortlessly blocked by Bell's bracelet. He countered each move with precise, almost casual motions, all while keeping one hand behind his back. It was as though Bell could predict Otter's every move before he made it, responding with perfect timing. Otter hesitated, his resolve shaken slightly. The gap between them was undeniable. Bell's superior skill and experience were clear with every block strike. Yet, Otter didn't stop. His duty to his goddess was unshakable. He had a mission to fulfill, and he would carry it out, no matter the cost. Clang, clang. Otter pressed on, pouring all his strength into his attacks. His strikes became even more powerful and rapid, pushing his body to its limits. The ground shook beneath him as his movements blurred, sparks flying with every clash. Seconds passed, the intensity of the battle growing with each exchange. But despite Otter's best efforts, Bell remained unmoved, effortlessly parrying every strike with his bracelet. The calm, almost laid-back expression on Bell's face only served to highlight the vast chasm between their abilities. Otter had yet to make Bell take even a single step back. Realizing his current strategy was failing, Otter racked his brain for an alternative. The thought of using his magic flickered in his mind, but he quickly dismissed it. He wasn't capable of concurrent chanting, and even if he could activate his magic in time, it likely wouldn't be enough to tip the scales. Bell clearly wasn't even exerting his full strength, a fact that frustrated Otter even more. It had always been a losing battle. Otter knew this deep down, but with the weight of his mission and the honor of his goddess on the line, there was no room for retreat. His only option was to continue pressing his attack, trying desperately to break through Bell's unyielding defense. But time was running out for the mighty Boaz. As the intense clash of metal continued, Bell spoke calmly, his voice cutting through the sound of their fight. "Well, Otter, I won't lie. I'm curious to see how far this fight could go," he said casually, parrying another powerful strike. Clang, clang, clang. "But I don't like to keep people waiting, and I'll be busy tomorrow," Bell continued with the same calm demeanor. "I think it's about time we wrap this up." Otter's eyes widened. There was something dangerous in those words. Instinctively, he retreated, hoping to gain distance and defend himself. But as he raised his weapon, he found himself gripping nothing but air. His sword had vanished. In a moment of confusion, Otter's eyes darted upward and saw his bastard sword flying high into the night sky. "He disarmed me?" Otter thought, stunned. Bell had stripped him of his weapon in the blink of an eye, so fast that Otter hadn't even noticed when it happened. Left weaponless, Otter was now at a severe disadvantage. Most would have retreated in such a situation, but Otter wasn't one to back down. Trusting his instincts, he charged forward and launched a powerful uppercut aimed at Bell's stomach, his fist speeding toward its target. Yet again, the attack was effortlessly stopped. Bell caught Otter's fist in midair, his grip firm. A powerful gust of wind exploded at the point of contact, sending a shockwave through the area. Boom! At that exact moment, the bastard sword that had been sent flying fell back to the earth, embedding itself into the ground just inches from where they stood. Otter attempted to pull his fist back, but Bell's grip held fast, preventing any movement. Bell, his tone passive, spoke again. Good choice. If you had backed off, I would have thrown you off balance and landed a few blows to your chest before sending you flying, he said with a light smile. Though, it doesn't mean this will help you much either. Bell pulled back his free hand, forming a tight fist. That's why, Otter. Clench your teeth, he said, his voice now carrying a powerful intensity. Then, he launched a devastating punch toward Otter's unguarded stomach. Boom! Whoosh! The sheer force of the blow sent a shockwave rippling through the air, shaking the very foundation of the Hearth Mansion. Members of the Hestia familia braced themselves against the wind, the front windows of the mansion rattling from the impact, dirt and grass being blown against the lower panes. When the dust settled, Bell and Otter stood at the center of the blast, both figures unmoving. Bell was the first to retract his fist, releasing Otter's hand and placing his arms casually behind his back. He stood tall, his expression calm and composed as he looked at the silent Boaz. Thud! Otter, who had been standing like a stone pillar, suddenly collapsed to his knees. He looked like a puppet whose strings had been cut, his arms still raised in the position of his last failed attack. Though the attack had brought Otter to his knees, he had not been knocked unconscious. He was still very much awake, though clearly in excruciating pain. His face twisted into a rare expression of agony, something no one would have ever expected to see from a mighty warrior. Feeling the strength drain from his body, Otter could only weakly look up at Bell, large beads of sweat rolling down his face. His stomach ached fiercely, the bruise from the blow already forming. It had been too fast for Otter to react, much less defend against. He realized, however, that Bell had stopped his punch mere inches from his body. The force of the attack had come not from direct contact, but from the sheer pressure of the air displaced by Bell's fist. He stopped his fist? Otter thought, piecing together the truth of what had happened. Had Bell followed through with the punch, the result would have been far worse. Breaking Otter's thoughts, Bell spoke in a relaxed tone. Don't worry, Otter. Even if you had taken the full blow, I would have held back enough to only send you flying, Bell explained, looking down at him. You'd still be bruised, maybe with a few broken bones, but you'd live. Otter didn't respond immediately, lost in thought. He had failed his mission for Lady Freya, and the weight of that failure bore down heavily on him. He could barely muster the strength to speak, let alone move. He had failed Lady Freya, and that was what truly cut at him. In his mind, he deserved punishment. He even considered the idea of cutting off a limb to atone for his failure. Bell, sensing Otter's thoughts, sighed lightly. Reaching into his pocket, he pulled out a small leather pouch and flicked it open, revealing several vials of potions inside. He took out two, one filled with red liquid, the other sky blue, and held them out to Otter. Here, take this. It's a healing and stamina recovery potion, Bell said, his voice calm. Otter hesitated, unsure of Bell's intentions. Why? He asked, his voice low and pained. Bell's response was simple. It'll make things easier. Besides, he added with a light smile, who's going to take the Gulliver brothers back if you're unconscious? Following Bell's gaze, Otter saw the two female adventurers approaching, dragging the unconscious Gulliver brothers behind them like luggage. He looked back at Bell in silence. Are you going to take it or not? Bell asked patiently, still holding the vials. Otter looked at them, then back at Bell. After a moment of silent contemplation, he sighed and extended his hand. Without a word, Bell handed him the two vials. Without hesitation, he opened the first vial and drank the red liquid inside. To his surprise, it tasted like strawberries, oddly sweet for a potion, which was the first time for him since potions were usually bitter. But soon, the glow of healing magic enveloped his body, and the pain in his stomach began to fade. Next, Otter drank the sky blue potion, which tasted of blueberries with a hint of mint. His stamina returned almost instantly. The effects of these potions were far stronger than any he had taken before. Fully healed and rejuvenated, Otter stood, turning to hand the empty vials back to Bell. Not a word passed between them as the silent warrior acknowledged the victor. Taking the two empty vials back, Bell smirked slightly and asked, So, what's your next move? As he stood up, casually slipping the vials into the leather pouch he'd used earlier. Otter remained silent for a moment, his stoic expression unchanged as he finally responded. Even though you've defeated me, Cranel, and spared me, this isn't over. His voice carried the weight of a man who refused to yield completely, despite the loss. Bell noticed the unspoken determination in Otter's eyes, a seriousness that hinted at future confrontations. Bell knew he could end things here and now, yet he was fully aware of the delicate state Orario was in. With looming threats on the horizon, he couldn't afford to further destabilize the city. As a king, Bell understood the challenges that awaited Orario in the coming months, even years. The return of the Labyrinth city may have already started to spread around to the closest cities and towns, and would have likely stirred dark forces, which no doubt they would soon begin to make their moves. He could send his own forces to bolster Orario's defenses, even rally his allies to assist. But that wouldn't help the city stand on its own. Orario needed to grow and adapt in order to build up their strength. If Bell interfered too much, he risked stunting that growth. The familia was an integral part of the city's balance, and weakening them would be akin to shooting himself in the foot with an arrow. Moreover, Bell had no desire to see his former familia dragged into the fray. He knew the familia might use them, targeting them to further their own ambitions. It was a complex situation, but one that Bell could manage with care. With a thoughtful shake of his head, Bell responded, "Fine, how about this? An ultimatum. I'll meet with your goddess, but it'll be on my terms. Do you understand?" His voice was calm but firm, leaving no room for negotiation. Otter hesitated. He knew this put them at a disadvantage, a position the familia always sought to avoid. If Hayden were here, he'd surely push for negotiations, trying to even the odds. While Alan, well, he'd probably just hurl insults before charging headlong into a fight, even if it meant losing. But after his battle with Bell, Otter realized this might be their only option. Besides, Lady Freya would likely accept the terms, even if it meant putting herself at risk. With a reluctant nod, Otter agreed, though he added a condition of his own. "Very well, but you must allow bodyguards at the meeting," he said, his tone serious. Bell's response was immediate and reassuring. "Of course, I was going to allow that anyway," he said casually, a calm smile crossing his face as he crossed his arms. Otter nodded once more, his expression as stoic as ever, though it was clear his demeanor had softened. He had accepted the terms, and the tension between them had eased. Noticing this shift, Bell couldn't resist a light-hearted comment. "See? That wasn't so difficult, was it?" he said with a smile, pointing out how the fight could have been avoided entirely. Otter didn't respond, as instead, he silently turned and walked towards where his weapon had fallen. He reached for the handle, effortlessly pulling the blade from the ground before flicking off the dirt that clung to it. After a brief inspection, he sheathed it behind his back, then turned back towards Bell. Approaching, he saw the two female adventurers beside Bell, still carrying the unconscious Gulliver brothers. Despite their armor being heavily damaged, the brothers' bodies showed no corresponding injuries, leading Otter to deduce that they had been healed with similar potions to the ones Bell had given him. Thankfully, they were still unconscious, sparing Otter from having to endure their inevitable complaints. Reaching the group, the two women handed the brothers over without a word, treating them like cargo rather than comrades. Otter slung two of them over his right shoulder and tucked the other two under his left arm, securing all four with ease. He turned to Bell once more. "I'll take my leave," Otter said, his voice serious. "I hope you won't keep my goddess waiting for long, Cranel." Emily, standing beside Aloan, leaned in and whispered, for someone who was just defeated, he's still acting pretty arrogant. Aloan nodded in agreement. Maybe it's just the way he talks, but it does feel like he's trying to project strength. Though Otter heard their comments, he chose to remain silent. He had more pressing concerns. Bell, arms crossed, smiled warmly. "Don't worry, I'll send a messenger when I'm ready, but it'll take some time." Satisfied, Otter nodded, though he wished the meeting could happen sooner. Still, he knew there was little room to negotiate further. Lady Freya would have to be patient. However, just as Otter prepared to leave, a lingering thought crossed his mind. One question he needed to ask. "Before I go, Cranel," Otter began, his voice calm. "May I ask you one thing?" Bell raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "Sure, as long as it's something I can disclose." Otter turned his head and met Bell's gaze with a rare hint of respect and curiosity. "What is your level?" as he bluntly asked towards him, going straight to the point. The fight between Bell and Otter had been one-sided from the start. The Boaz had already noticed that Bell wasn't even using a fraction of his full strength during their intense battle. What had truly caught Otter's attention, however, was the black bracelet Bell wore. It seemed impervious to the torrent of attacks, but there was something more to it, something odd, especially when it glowed with that faint blue light. Otter suspected Bell wouldn't reveal anything about it if he asked, so he refrained, instead choosing to inquire about Bell's level. Levels were typically public knowledge, unless the adventurer had deliberately misled others, something not uncommon among many familias. Otter, having observed Bell multiple times at his goddess' behest, knew there was a chance he might actually answer the question. Despite the decade that had passed, Bell's behavior seemed unchanged, and Otter hoped that would translate into an honest answer. While Bell wasn't obligated to share such information, it wouldn't hurt to ask. When Otter posed the question, he was unprepared for the reaction it provoked. Bell's eyes widened in surprise, then quickly turned to genuine laughter. Ha 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 ha! Bell's laughter rang out, startling both Otter and the two women at his side. The abrupt sound left them all momentarily dumbfounded. None of them had expected such a response. After a moment, Bell caught his breath, still smiling as he looked at Otter. "Sorry about that, Otter," he said sincerely, his voice light but thoughtful. It's been a long time since anyone asked me that." With a calm smile, Bell closed his eyes and crossed his arms. "Level 15, he said, his voice as steady as ever. "I'm currently the world's only level 15 adventurer." Otter stood there, stunned. Level 15? That was a level he had never even considered possible. Reaching level 10 was already considered a monumental achievement. The idea that Bell had surpassed that by 5 whole levels was almost incomprehensible. His first instinct was to think Bell was lying, but the more he considered it, the more plausible it seemed. The passage of time, the appearance of new dungeons, Bell's rapid rise in strength over the years meant that reaching such a level might not be impossible after all. This revelation changed everything. If Bell were truly level 15, then the entire Freya Familia's forces would be insufficient to defeat him, no matter what strategies they employed. Otter now understood the weight of the situation and knew he had to report this to Lady Freya immediately. After a long pause, Otter simply nodded, still processing the news. "I see," he muttered, his voice barely a whisper of disbelief. Without another word, he turned and sprinted out of the courtyard, his speed impressive as he disappeared through the gate. Watching Otter's departure, Emily couldn't help herself and turned to Bell with a curious expression. "So, Captain, are you really going to set up a meeting with their goddess?" she asked, tilting her head slightly. Bell's response was calm and thoughtful. "Well, I'm not a fan of using violence to solve our problems. If there's a way to talk things out, I'll always go for that." He paused for a moment, his gaze distant. "Though I'll be honest, I'm not sure why Goddess Freya wants to meet with me. I've barely interacted with her before." As Bell pondered the possible reasons for the meeting, Eloan, standing beside Emily, chimed in with a note of concern. "Well, Captain, I think it might have been better if you talked to our goddess and Madame Ermid first before making that decision." Her brow furrowed slightly as she glanced behind them. Bell immediately understood what Eloan was getting at. He turned around to see what had caught her attention. Behind them, the Hestia Familia wore a mixture of shock and awe at the events that had just transpired. But more notably, his two wives stood with their arms crossed, pouting, obviously displeased that he had made a decision without consulting them first. Bell couldn't help but smile at their adorable pouts, though he also recognized the frustration behind them. They had clearly suspected what he'd been discussing with Otter and were not happy that he hadn't spoken to them before acting. Looks like tonight's going to be a bit longer than I thought, Bell mused with a light smile, fully aware of the conversation that awaited him. But he didn't panic. Instead, he turned to Emily and Eloan, his expression calm. "All right, you two, let's get going." He led the way back toward the mansion's entrance, his pace unhurried, knowing full well what awaited him once he returned. Emily and Eloan fell into step behind their captain without hesitation. As they walked, however, the two couldn't help but start quietly bickering about their earlier fight with the Gulliver brothers. Although they tried to keep their voices low, careful not to disturb Bell, it was impossible to keep it entirely hidden from him. After all, as a level 15 adventurer, he could hear every word as clear as day. Bell paid it no mind, amused by their familiar banter. It was typical of them, something he'd seen countless times since the two became friends. Their spirited exchanges had long since become part of everyday life in the Astria Familia, and the soft smile on his face only grew as he listened to them. "Now then," he murmured to himself as he glanced up at the now silent night sky, "I do hope that's the last excitement for tonight." XXXXXXXXXXXXXX. The Return of Labyrinth City. Chapter 7. New Day and Farewell. Inside the Hearth Mansion. Bell's room. The faint light of dawn seeped through the curtains, spilling soft rays across the quiet room. A single bed occupied the center, its sheets forming 3 small rises that hinted at the presence of more than one sleeper. Slowly, one of the bumps shifted, the blanket rising and falling until a familiar mop of white hair emerged. Cranel blinked against the dim light, his eyes sluggishly adjusting as he sat up. He rubbed them with the back of his hand, his expression slightly crumpled in confusion. "This is my room. In the Hearth Mansion?" he thought aloud, scanning the familiar walls. The memories came rushing back in a slow flood. Yesterday's reunion, Orario's return, everything that had changed in the span of a single day. Right? Orario. His voice was quiet, almost disbelieving, before softening into a relieved smile. And I was able to see them again. He turned toward the covered window, noticing how the sunlight forced its way through the gaps, accompanied by the faint chirping of birds. A quick glance at the clock on the wall told him it was 6:37 a.m. Guess it's about time to get up, he murmured, shifting to rise, only for his body to stop short. Bell muttered, blinking down. Two arms had wrapped firmly around his waist, refusing to let him leave. With a helpless smile, he sighed and tilted his head. On his right, Astria clung to him with a serene expression, her words slipping out in a dreamy whisper. Don't go, my bunny. On his left, Airmid pressed closer, her voice drowsy and muffled against his chest. No, 2 more rounds, please. Bell chuckled softly, shaking his head at their unconscious affection. But then, a realization crossed his mind, and his brow furrowed. Wait, why am I shirtless? He glanced down at his bare torso, scars faintly visible across his toned frame. He was sure he had gone to bed wearing a shirt. Cautiously lifting the sheet, he peeked beneath. To his relief, he still had his boxers, though his shorts had mysteriously vanished. I'm not even going to ask, he whispered flatly, before carefully, painstakingly, maneuvering his body free from their grasp. Thankfully, Artemis wasn't here. If she had been, her habit of sleeping directly on top of him would have made escape impossible. Once free, Bell straightened up and spotted his folded clothes neatly placed on a nearby desk. Knew they put them somewhere safe, he thought, slipping back into his outfit. He adjusted his collar, gave himself a quick once-over, then turned back to the bed. With a quiet, fond smile, he gently pulled the sheets back over Astria and Airmid, tucking them in before quietly slipping out of the room. The hallway stretched before him, unchanged despite the decade that had passed. As he walked, the faint glow of sunlight poured through the long windows, casting golden streaks along the floor. It feels almost alien that everything's still the same, he thought. His mind, however, drifted back to heavier matters. The mystery of Orario's disappearance and its return, and the political storms that were sure to follow. But before those thoughts could spiral further, he let out a tired sigh. Coffee first, then headaches. After a few more turns, Bell reached the kitchen. Inside, Wolf was already rummaging near the cabinets, clearly reaching for a mug. Bell's expression brightened. Morning, Welf, he called cheerfully, raising a hand. The blacksmith jolted, nearly spilling what he was holding. Morning, Bell, he answered, scratching his head with an awkward grin. Bell immediately noticed the dark circles under his friend's eyes. Rough night, Bell asked knowingly, pointing at the evidence beneath Welf's eyes. Guess it's that obvious, huh? Wolf gave a dry laugh. Bell retrieved his own mug from the shelf, speaking casually as he sat on the counter. Still thinking about last night, aren't you? The words froze Welf mid-motion. After a long exhale, his gaze lowered. Yeah, pretty much. Bell remembered their late-night talk. His revelation about knowing Liara's freeze, the hidden skill his familia had concealed from him for so long. The shock, the guilt, the way he had scolded them, not in anger, but with the quiet, steady disappointment of someone betrayed. 15 minutes of letting out buried frustrations. 15 minutes of making them understand the weight of mistrust. And then, when it was over, he had forgiven them. Just like that. Even now, the guilt lingered heavy on Welf's shoulders. What you said last night really made me realize I was a terrible friend, Wolf admitted with a bitter smile. We thought hiding it was for your sake, but now, it feels so damn pointless. I should have trusted you. Bell stirred his coffee slowly, letting the spoon clink against the ceramic. Then, in a warm tone, he answered, I'm glad you understand now. But don't beat yourself up. I forgave you all long ago. Welf managed a small chuckle. Easy for you to say. You had 10 years to make peace with it. For us, it's been less than a day. Bell smiled faintly. Then take your time. You've got plenty of it. They shared a comfortable silence before Welf lifted his mug in gratitude. Thanks, man. He offered his fist. Bell bumped it without hesitation. Anytime. Bell lifted his mug and took a sip of his coffee, only for his expression to twist slightly. The flavor was less than pleasant. He gave the cup a small swirl, watching the dark liquid move before sighing internally. I should probably send them a coffee machine once I'm back, he thought wryly. Still, wasting it in front of Welf after their reunion would feel wrong. So, he forced another sip with quiet endurance. Across from him, Welf finished his own mug with a satisfied sigh, setting it down. The tension from earlier seemed to finally ease from his shoulders, until something caught his eye. On Bell's right wrist, gleaming faintly in the morning light, was a white bracelet. So he's not wearing that black one anymore. Welf's curiosity flared instantly. remembering the sight from yesterday. That simple black band had blocked blows from a level 7 adventurer as though they were nothing. It had to be extraordinary. As a blacksmith, he couldn't help but obsess over the details. The material, the craftsman, the secrets of its construction. He had planned to ask last night, but after the heavy conversation, it didn't feel right. Now, though, the opportunity was here. By the way, Belle, Welf asked, nodding toward the bracelet. What happened to that black one you were wearing yesterday? Belle looked at him over the rim of his cup before setting it down. I'm still wearing it. What? Welf blinked. That's so. Whoa. Before his eyes, the pearl-white bracelet shifted, its surface rippling like liquid metal before darkening to an obsidian black. Hieroglyphic symbols faintly glowed across its surface, then faded just as quickly, leaving behind the same bracelet he had seen in battle. Welf's jaw nearly dropped. He had seen a lot of equipment in his career, but nothing like this. There was something almost alive about the piece, something he couldn't place. Damn, that's incredible. How did you pull that off? His voice was brimming with awe, the craftsman in him practically vibrating with curiosity. Belle chuckled softly at his friend's reaction. Knew you'd be interested. Unfortunately, I can't say much. Familia's secret. He twisted his wrist slightly, and the bracelet smoothly returned to its white form. Tsh. Welf groaned in disappointment, but he didn't press further. He understood well enough. Belle was in a different familia now. Some secrets weren't his to share. Still, as the glowing symbols replayed in his mind, another thought surfaced. The Hestia knife. His voice was quieter now, almost hesitant. Since we're on the topic of gear, what about the Hestia knife? You don't have it with you. Belle's smile dimmed, replaced by something nostalgic, almost melancholic. It's back in the kingdom, locked in the treasury vault. I haven't used it in years. After you all disappeared, it became just a dull blade. Right, Welf muttered, immediately regretting the question when he saw the flicker of sadness in Belle's eyes. The Hestia knife had once been more than a weapon. It was a part of him, a piece of his story, his familia, his bond with Hestia herself. But after Orario vanished, the blade became little more than a reminder of what he had lost, powerless and silent. Even when Lord Vulcan and Nora had suggested melting it down, reforging it into something new, Belle couldn't bring himself to agree. The thought of destroying it, even for practicality's sake, felt like erasing a piece of his past. So, in the end, he had refused. The knife was left untouched, tucked away safely in the treasury vault, where it had remained ever since. Welf blinked at him, surprised. That Belle would refuse the practical choice said everything about how much the knife truly meant to him. Belle exhaled softly. Now, that Orario's back. Maybe it's time I return the knife to you all. Welf's head snapped up. You're serious? Belle nodded. Of course. It doesn't belong to me anymore since I now belong to a different familia. Better it stays with the familia it was made for. For a long moment, Welf couldn't answer. Everything Belle said was logical, yet it struck him in the gut all the same. Finally, he let out a sigh, scratching his cheek. All right, I get it, but you better tell the others yourself. To them, that knife is a symbol. Giving it back will feel like a farewell. I know, Belle replied gently. That's why I'll speak to them after breakfast. Welf studied him for a moment, then smiled faintly. Good, that's the Belle I know. The blacksmith then leaned back slightly, his expression shifting as another thought came to mind. Now, then, I know this is out of nowhere, but what are you going to do about Harrowheim, Lily, and Hestia? His tone grew more serious, though his eyes held a spark of curiosity. Belle blinked at him, feigning confusion. What about those three? He asked with closed eyes, sipping the last of his coffee. Oh, don't play dumb. Welf rolled his eyes. Do I really have to spell out for you? A faint smirk tugged at Belle's lips as his eyes opened. No need. I was just teasing. If I kept denying it, I'd only look like a fool. So, you finally realize those three have feelings for you? Welf pressed, eyebrows raised. Yup. Belle gave a small nod, though his hand went to the back of his head, scratching sheepishly. Though, it took me a year after you guys vanished to figure out. Pretty pathetic, don't you think? Welf stayed quiet at that, deciding not to comment on the self-deprecating remark. Instead, he leaned forward slightly, his voice steady. So what are you going to do then? Belle didn't hesitate. His answer came at once. Nothing. Welf blinked, stunned. Seriously? Belle nodded, calm and composed. The blacksmith stared at him in disbelief. Of all the answers he expected, that wasn't one of them. He had assumed Belle would at least try to settle things, resolve what was essentially unrequited love. But nothing? But that's irresponsible, unfair, unjust, somewhere along those lines. Belle cut in smoothly, smiling faintly. Welf admitted, scratching his chin. He couldn't deny it. Belle's gaze grew distant for a moment, as though recalling memories too heavy to voice. Fair enough. But from my experience, Welf, silence in matters like this is sometimes the kinder choice. If they choose not to speak, then I'll respect that decision and let them move on. If they do confess one day, I'll decline, respectfully. His smile sharpened with quiet resolve. That's why I need you to keep this between us. All right. He placed a finger to his lips in emphasis. Wulf's mouth opened, then closed. There were plenty of arguments he could have thrown back, but the mature, steady look in Bel's eyes silenced him. With a long sigh, he finally shook his head and surrendered with a lopsided grin. Yeesh. Fine, but at least promise me you'll handle them with care when that time comes. Of course. Bel's answering smile carried a calm confidence, almost charismatic. That confident look only irked Wulf more. Clearly, Bel wasn't new to this sort of situation, which meant he had dealt with it before. More than once. T-Sich figures. Wulf scowled playfully. And here I thought this was the same guy who once said mortals shouldn't even think about having relationships with gods. Bel groaned. Boy, come on, that's not fair. I was way too young when I said that. Besides, if we're dragging up the past, what about you, huh? When are you going to confess to Lady Hephaestus? Why? Wulf's face flushed red as he shot upright. Hey, there are special circumstances. I can't just do that yet. Bel chuckled, clearly enjoying his friend's flustered reaction. And just like that, the heavy air between them broke, replaced by easy bickering and banter, almost as if nothing had changed between them. They carried on like that until the sound of stirring from the other rooms signaled the rest of the familia waking. Soon, it would be time to prepare breakfast. Inside the Hearth Mansion. Main doors. Standing before the closed doors were Bel, Ermid, and Astrea. Bel and Astrea stood side by side while Ermid, bag in hand, faced the entrance, her cloak ready for travel. The time was just past 9 a.m. The trio had finished breakfast, freshened up, and discussed their plans before returning to the kingdom. All right, Ermid began, adjusting her bag as her clear eyes glanced between the two. Once I finish with my former god, I'll come back here. Then together, we'll head over to Loki Familia's home, pick up Chi and Arya, and head back. That sound right? Bel nodded, his tone light but certain. Yup, that's the plan. If all goes smoothly, we'll be back home before lunch. Astrea exhaled a long sigh, pressing a palm to her face. Ugh, I'm so not looking forward to the mountain of work waiting for me. Her reluctant groan betrayed just how heavy the responsibility of Donatus weighed on her shoulders. As one of the presiding deities in those assemblies, the eyes of countless gods and goddesses would be on her. Questions, demands, judgment. It was exhausting even to think about. Well, it can't be helped, Bel teased, pointing at both himself and Ermid with a small smirk. Besides, you're not alone. You've got the king and queen of a nation standing right here with you. He valid point, Bel. Astrea chuckled, her features softening. Looks like we'll all be very busy once we return. Indeed, Bel agreed warmly. He then stepped forward toward Ermid, his expression softening. In any case, stay safe, Ermid. Before she could respond, he wrapped her in a tight embrace, brushing a gentle kiss against her forehead. Bel! Ermid exclaimed, her cheeks flushing as a laugh bubbled out of her. It's only for a short while, you silly man. Still, her bashful smile betrayed how much his gesture touched her. With equal warmth, she returned his hug, planting a quick kiss on his cheek before stepping back. After giving Astrea a farewell hug, Ermid pulled up her hood and slipped out the doors, heading toward her old god's abode. As the door shut behind her, Astrea turned to leave for the living room. Yet she paused when she caught sight of Bel's lingering gaze fixed on the doorway, his brow furrowed with quiet worry. With a knowing smile, Astrea stepped close, pinching his ear lightly. Oh, Bel, still worrying about her. He flinched at the pinch, rubbing his ear as he turned to her. Ow, and yes, is it wrong for a husband to worry when his wife heads out alone? Astrea's expression softened, her tone calm and reassuring. If it were any other nation, perhaps. But here, there's nothing to fear. Besides, she tilted her head knowingly. You've already dealt with the strongest adventurer and their familia here. Who else would dare challenge a level 8? Bel scratched his cheek, conceding her point with a sheepish smile. She's right. Ermid's alias isn't War Angelus for nothing. Ermid Tizenair, Queen of Dragon Tail City, Vice Captain of the Astrea Familia. Though her level seemed modest compared to other executives, her reputation was unmatched. The strongest healer the world had ever seen, yet also a warrior whose past deeds earned her the title War Angelus. Still, better to be cautious. Bel mused inwardly before quietly muttering to himself. But she'll be fine, and if something does happen, I can reach her in under a minute if I push myself. You'd also reduce half the city to rubble if you tried. Astrea muttered dryly, having overheard his little plan. Bel winced, caught red-handed. Now come, Astrea beckoned, her tone firm but playful. We've still got things to do before leaving. Don't dawdle. All right, I'm coming, Bell answered with a smile, his mood lightening. When he caught up to her side, Astria happily linked her arm with his, leaning onto his shoulder as they walked together toward the living room. As they moved in comfortable silence, Bell finally voiced the question he had held back the night before. Oh, by the way, did you manage to see Rio last night? He had let Astria go alone to that meeting, understanding it was something the goddess and her former child needed to face privately. But now, with morning calm setting in, he could ask without intruding. Astria's eyes softened, her expression thoughtful. She touched her chin briefly before smiling. It went well, though not exactly as I planned near the end. Belle arched a brow, curious. What do you mean? Her lips curled into a mysterious smile as she leaned back against his shoulder, her voice lowering into a calm, almost playful tone. Well, let me tell you. Together, arm in arm, the pair continued toward the living room as Astria began to recount the night's events. Hostess of Fertility. Dorm building. Inside the dorm building of the Hostess of Fertility, where most of the staff stayed, an elf lay curled beneath her blankets. It was Ryu Lion. The morning sun spilled through her curtains, coaxing the weary waitress from slumber. Her lashes fluttered, eyes opening slowly as her body stirred. She sat up weakly, gaze sweeping the familiar contours of her room. This is my room? Ryu muttered, blinking in confusion. Her head throbbed, forcing a wince as she pressed her palm to her temple. But how did I get here? And why does my head hurt? The dull ache made her wonder if she had been struck. Her brows furrowed as she pieced through the haze. Right, I was with everyone before Mamma Mia called me, and I met. Her voice cut off. A flood of memories surged, cascading like broken glass through her mind. Flashback. The night before. Behind the restaurant, Mia and Ryu walked together through the quiet alleys. So, how's Chloe holding up? Mia asked, tone uncharacteristically serious, though tinged with concern. Ryu exhaled softly. She's doing better now, though she's still shaken. Understandably so. Worry shadowed her features despite her attempt to sound calm. Mia hummed. I see. And you, Ryu? How are you holding up? I'm fine. Ryu's voice was steady, but her hands trembled. The darkness clouding her expression betrayed her words. Mia sighed, reading her like an open book. Don't push yourself, especially since the one waiting for you is quite important. That earned her a blink. Question mark. Ryu tilted her head, confusion etched across her face. The fog had appeared out of nowhere, unnatural and oppressive. Mia's instincts screamed at her to shutter the restaurant early. But before they could even lock the doors, Chloe suddenly collapsed in panic. Confused, they immediately asked what was wrong, only to hear the most chilling answer. Her connection with Njord had severed. This answer sent shivers down everyone's spines, for it could only mean one thing. The god had perished. A terrifying thought, especially with Orario already trapped in its current situation. And then, seconds later, Ryu felt it too. Her own bond with Astria snapped like brittle glass. Her goddess gone. Her world nearly collapsed. Her legs wavered, while clawing up her throat as nausea threatened to overwhelm her. The anguish was so sharp, she thought she might actually vomit right there in front of everyone. Only sheer will kept her from breaking down completely. But the anguish pressed like a vice, threatening to split her apart. Still, when Chloe couldn't even stand, Ryu forced her own turmoil aside. She steadied her friend, wearing the mask of a strong front. They closed the restaurant, gathered at the dorm, and waited for word from the guild. When the fog cleared to reveal the towering walls, when the guild made their strained announcements, Ryu endured, continuing her facade, even as her spirit buckled. By nightfall, Mia returned from the restaurant and summoned Ryu. Someone had asked to meet with her. Under normal circumstances, Mia would have flatly refused, especially now, with the city blanketed in uncertainty and her girls shaken to their core. Letting an unknown visitor through the doors during such a time was reckless. But the fact that Mia had honored the request at all could only mean one thing. The person waiting was no ordinary someone. She found herself walking at Mia's side, the two of them moving quietly through the cool night air. Ryu's mind whirled with questions. Who could it be? And why now? But no answers came. All she could do was follow. Entering from the back, Ryu trailed Mia into the empty hall. And there, at one of the tables, sat a lone hooded figure. The stranger waited patiently, hands folded, posture calm. The moment Ryu's eyes landed on her, something inside her stirred. Even with her face hidden beneath the hood, there was an uncanny sense of familiarity, as though she already knew this person. Her breath caught in her throat. Before she could act on that instinct, however, Mia was the first to step forward. Sorry to keep you waiting, Mia said respectfully, bowing lightly. I've brought her, just as you asked. The figure smiled beneath the hood. Fufu, it's no trouble at all. Thank you for accommodating me despite the circumstances. Ryu froze. That voice, impossible to mistake. Her heart lurched, throat tightening. It can't be, she whispered. The hooded figure let out a light giggle, covering her mouth with one hand. Oh my, that's quite a reaction from you, Ryu Fufu. Then, with unhurried grace, she reached up and drew back her hood. Brown hair spilled into the light, her kind smile shining as her gaze settled warmly on the stunned elf. It was a face Ryu knew all too well. Although it's an understandable reaction, the woman continued softly. After all, it's been a long time, hasn't it, Ryu? La Lady Estrella. Ryu's voice cracked as her expression contorted. Relief, happiness, confusion, anxiety, emotions surged all at once, threatening to overwhelm her. Before she could collapse under the weight of it, a sharp thwack landed on her back. Oh, for crying out loud. Mia barked, pushing her forward with a scowl. Get your butt over there. Weren't you worried sick just moments ago? The reminder of what she had endured earlier, the sudden severing of her connection, jolted Ryu from her daze. And yet, even then, her feet faltered, her steps toward Estrella hesitant, as though she were afraid the goddess before her might vanish like a mirage. Estrella sighed softly, then glanced at Mia. This may take some time. Would you mind bringing us something to drink? Aye, Mia grunted, already moving. I'll give you two some privacy. Afterwards, with the help of Mamma Mia and Goddess Estrella, Ryu was finally able to steady herself enough to sit down. The air between them was tense at first, awkward in a way that pressed heavily on Ryu's chest, especially given the painful circumstances of their separation. But Estrella was the one to break the silence. With a gentle smile, she explained that she had already forgiven Ryu for what had happened after she left Orario. Even the bloody vengeance, even the merciless path she had walked to honor the fallen. The goddess of justice carried no anger toward her, only compassion. Then, rising from her seat, Estrella stepped forward and wrapped her arms around Ryu. It was not the embrace of a deity and follower, but that of a mother welcoming back her lost child. Ryu froze, breath catching in her throat. Then, trembling, her composure collapsed. Her body shook violently as hot tears burst forth, streaming down her face in an uncontrollable torrent. A ragged, heart-wrenching wail escaped her lips as she buried herself in Estrella's embrace, clinging with all her strength. Years of sorrow, guilt, and longing, everything she had locked away, poured out at once. Several minutes passed before her sobs finally began to quiet. Exhausted, Ryu drew back, wiping her swollen eyes and fixing herself up as best she could, though she was still a mess from all the crying. Once she had calmed, she bowed her head deeply, apologizing again for everything that had happened, and then thanking her goddess from the bottom of her heart for forgiving her and welcoming her back. Only then did Ryu finally steady herself enough to turn to business, asking Estrella directly if she knew what was truly going on. It was only then that Ryu finally learned the truth of what had happened. First, Estrella explained the reason why their bond had severed. It was not death, but disappearance. Both the elf and the entire city of Orario had vanished from the world for a full decade, only reappearing now. The cause remained a mystery, even to the gods, but the evidence was undeniable. The towering walls encircling the city, revealed when the fog dispersed, were proof that something extraordinary had taken place. Secondly, Ryu learned that the outside world had not stood still in their absence. The lands beyond had changed dramatically. New dungeons had surfaced across distant territories, and unfamiliar monsters roamed places once thought safe, forcing the people to adapt and nations to be reshaped. Lastly, and perhaps most shocking of all, Ryu heard about the Estrella familia's current state. Not only had it survived, it had flourished. Its numbers had grown immensely, its strength risen to heights she could scarcely believe. Against all odds, it now stood as the strongest familia in existence. That's amazing, Ryu exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with genuine admiration. For a moment, all the stress she carried seemed to vanish, replaced with pure pride. Elise, Kagaya, Lyra, everyone would be so proud to see this. I know, right? Estrella chimed in with a radiant smile, even clasping her hands together like an excited girl sharing gossip. There was some luck involved, but really, it's thanks to my husband's hard work that we've come this far. Ryu blinked. Her smile froze. Ah. The elf's mind hiccuped, as if someone had kicked the gears right out of her brain. Who, husband? Did she just say husband? Her thoughts began to spiral out of control. H husband. As in the marriage kind. With a man? Ryu nearly fell out of her chair, her face twitching as she tried to process the impossibility of what she'd just heard. Thankfully, Ryu managed to keep her composure, at least on the outside. Though her mind was in utter chaos, she forced herself to wear a mask of calm dignity. the kind she had perfected over years of hiding her true emotions. The illusion worked. Lady Astrea, still smiling warmly, seemed blissfully unaware of the elf's inner turmoil as she continued speaking about the familia's progress. Determined to regain her footing, Ryu took a steady breath before raising her hand politely. Lady Astrea, she began, her voice carefully controlled, though a faint tremor lingered beneath it. Apologies for interrupting, but I heard you mention your husband. Does that mean that you're married? Astrea's eyes widened slightly. She covered her mouth with both hands, a soft gasp escaping her lips before a blush crept onto her cheeks. Slowly lowering her hands, she let out a small, bashful laugh. Oh my, I was hoping to save that little detail for later, but I suppose the cat's out of the bag now. Fu-fu-fu. Astrea giggled softly, a faint blush tinting her cheeks as she lifted her right hand. Resting proudly on her ring finger was a band of silver threaded with golden streams, gleaming under the light. That's right, I'm a married woman now, she announced with a radiant, loving smile, almost glowing with happiness. I see congratulations on your marriage, Ryu managed after a brief pause, forcing her lips into a polite smile. Outwardly, her tone was calm and proper, but inside, her thoughts were tangled in knots. So long apart, and the very first thing I learned is that Lady Astrea is married. The news had come like a thunderclap, leaving her conflicted and unsettled. And yet, looking at that unguarded, genuine joy on her goddess's face, how could she possibly voice her unease? To deny or question it would feel like denying that happiness itself. I wonder what Elise and the others would think. Ryu mused inwardly, her expression softening. They'd be shocked, perhaps even reserved at first. But knowing them, they'd celebrate her joy, just as I should. Thank you, Astrea replied warmly, her smile never faltering. Steeling herself, Ryu decided to address the thought pressing on her mind. Then, Lady Astrea, may I ask who your husband is? Since I am assuming he also serves as the captain of the familia, correct? She asked carefully, her voice steady though curiosity edged every word. Astrea nodded, her eyes gleaming mischievously as her tone turned teasing. That's right. And in fact, Ryu, you know him quite well. He was the one who told me where to find you. I do, Ryu repeated, her brow furrowing as genuine confusion crossed her face. In truth, there were only a handful of men she would even consider acquaintances, let alone friends. And among that tiny number, not a single one seemed even remotely worthy of standing beside her goddess. Still, if she thought carefully about the time frame, one faint possibility flickered in her mind. A certain white-haired boy with gentle red eyes. A boy who had once shown a spark of potential. But before the thought could fully form, Astrea's smile brightened and she answered without hesitation. Of course, I'm referring to Belle Cranel. What? Flashback end. Ryu's eyes shot wide as the memory of last night came flooding back in full detail. Hi. She clutched her face with both hands, muffling and then amplifying her own scream as she tilted her head back toward the ceiling like the world itself had betrayed her. What am I supposed to do? What in Lady Astrea's name am I supposed to do? She wailed, her voice cracking as panic consumed her. Her hands flew from her cheeks to her temples, furiously rubbing both sides of her head as if she could massage the impossible reality out of existence. No, this can't be happening. Why did it have to be her husband? Why did it have to be him? Belle Cranel, the boy she had long considered a close friend. The boy who had captured the interest of her dear friend Seer. She had done everything she could to protect him, to guide his growth, even subtly trying to support Seer in nurturing a romance with him. But now, this very same boy was married to the goddess she loved and respected above all others. The predicament left Ryu utterly adrift. Supporting Seer was now impossible, immoral even. The man was married, and not just to anyone, but to her goddess. Her mind could not reconcile the contradictions, and so her body chose the only response left to her. Panic. Cranel-san, why would you do this? Ryu cried, her voice echoing off the walls as she buried her face in her hands, blaming Belle for her emotional turmoil. The reality that Belle was also her new captain hadn't even sunken yet. When it did, things would no doubt become even more complicated. For now, though, the elf continued her meltdown in the privacy of her room, uninterrupted. At least I know she's awake now. Mia Grand muttered to herself, standing outside Ryu's door with a tray of food and a drink in hand. The dwarf's flat expression didn't change, even as the muffled cries of panic echoed clearly through the wooden frame. Her mind drifted back to last night. After giving the two their privacy, she had been waiting in the kitchen when the goddess of justice called her over. Expecting they'd be ordering a late meal, Mia turned the corner, only to find Ryu stiffened, staring blankly. Astria was doing her best to rouse the elf, but it was obvious why Mia had been summoned. When she asked what had happened, the answer she got was shocking, to put it mildly. Still, that wasn't the immediate issue. The first priority was snapping this fool of an elf out of her daze. Thinking a quick hand chop to the noggin would do the trick, Mia struck with what she considered reasonable force. The result? Instead of snapping Ryu awake, she knocked the poor girl out cold. Been a while since that's happened, Mia had thought, raising an eyebrow. With nothing else to do, Astria decided to leave matters there. After apologizing for the trouble, she asked Mia to bring the unconscious elf to her room so she could reapply Ryu's fauna before her departure. On the walk back, Mia took the chance to press the goddess for information about the outside world, politics, dungeons, nations. Astria answered what she could in their short time together. When she completed what she wanted to do, Astria then thanked Mia for all the years she'd cared for Ryu before taking her leave. And so now in the morning, here the dwarf stood, listening to the wailing cries of a panicked elf at the other side of the door. Let's give her one more minute, Mia finally said to herself with a sigh, adjusting the tray in her hands. From behind the door came another wail. Sigh asterisk. Twilight Manor. Dining hall. Inside the dining hall of the Loki familia home, many of its members were gathered for breakfast. The atmosphere was slightly tense and uneasy, as most were still shaken by the recent revelations despite the explanations given to them. However, even among those who worried, there were always a few who managed to remain calm, or in some cases, far too relaxed. Whoa, this is such a cool dagger, Tiona exclaimed with a bright smile, raising a black knife into the air and admiring its blade from every angle. Why, thank you. It took quite a bit of effort to procure the materials and have our blacksmith forge it. She replied with a small, satisfied smile. She too was proud of the weapon that had taken so much to create. The dagger itself appeared simple at first glance, slightly longer than most traditional blades, with a dark, almost black sheen. Yet any experienced adventurer who so much as touched it would instantly recognize its extraordinary quality. Oh, if you don't mind me asking, what kind of material did you use to make it? Mithril or orichalcum? Tioni asked curiously, voicing the two rarest metals she could think of. To her surprise, Chi simply shook her head before answering. Neither. The material used to forge this is a newly discovered metal found in the dungeon known as the Dark Abyss. Chi then looked back at the dagger in Tiona's hand and added in a clear voice, it's called Abyss Steel. Abyss Steel? That's quite a name, Tioni muttered, intrigued. So what's so special about this metal that you'd use it instead of the others? Hearing the question, Chi showed a thoughtful expression as she received the dagger back. Well, Abyss Steel has a property no other metal currently possesses. It grows stronger the darker the environment. That explanation immediately caught everyone's attention. A metal that increased in strength based on the absence of light? That was unheard of. Wait, you mean it does that naturally? Lafia asked quickly, wanting to confirm. She nodded. That's right. Under certain conditions, its strength can even rival or surpass orichalcum. Once forged, Abyss Steel retained this property, allowing weapons, armor, or tools made from it to strengthen in darkness. Whoa, seriously? Tiona said, eyes wide with excitement. Yes, she confirmed, twirling the dagger between her fingers. Although I don't fully understand the mechanism myself, what I do know is that prolonged exposure to total darkness gradually enhances its durability, sometimes beyond that of orichalcum. Tioni let out a whistle. No wonder you chose it. Sounds ridiculously strong. She nodded, but showed a more troubled look. Indeed, it's sought after by many. But there's a major drawback. With that, she tossed the dagger upward and caught it effortlessly between two fingers, holding it before her face. Just as it strengthens in darkness, it weakens under light. That revelation drew shocked expressions all around. If Abyss Steel stays exposed to light for too long, it loses its strength, eventually becoming weaker than copper, Chi continued. And once that happens, the effect is permanent. It can never regain its former properties, no matter how long it's kept in the dark afterward. Ah, that's a huge drawback, Lafia commented, frowning slightly. It was true. Most adventurers preferred to fight in well-lit areas for obvious reasons. Weapons that could only perform in darkness were far from ideal in most situations. Even as a mage, Lafia could tell how impractical that would be. Thankfully, we found a workaround. She reached for her black sheath and flipped it open to reveal the inside. Initially confused, the trio leaned closer and gasped. Inside was nothing but pitch-black void. No end could be seen, no reflection, no glimmer, just pure darkness. Cool, Tiona murmured, grinning as she poked a curious finger inside. As you can see, The solution was simple. She explained, gently taking the sheath back. Create an artificial environment of complete darkness where the metal can safely rest. By simply creating a dark environment, one could safely store any tool or piece of armor forged with abyss steel. Storage rooms, for instance, were often constructed deep underground where not even a trace of light could penetrate through. However, if a weapon or tool needed to be carried or used outside, special sheaths or containers were required. One specifically designed to prevent even the faintest leak of light from reaching the metal. Something precisely like the pitch-black sheaths that she carried for her 2 daggers. Huh, then your equipment must have cost a fortune, Lafia said, impressed. That's right, she replied with a thoughtful nod. Not counting maintenance costs, the total for both my daggers and their sheaths is around 300 million valis, if I'm correct. The trio froze. 300 million valis. Their stunned expressions said it all. That amount could fund an entire mid-tier expedition, or outfit an adventurer like Tiona in full top-grade gear and dual-wield 2 Urgus. As the 3 processed the staggering cost, Chi suddenly recalled something and added casually, "Oh right, I forgot to mention, the Dark Abyss dungeon also goes by another name, Reikia's Dungeon." Wait, hold. Bang. Oh, what the? You're telling me those Ares idiots have their own dungeon now? The sudden outburst came from none other than Bet, standing right behind them. Wow, Bet. Secretly listening to our girl talk? That's low, you know. Tiona teased with a grin. Heh, you were talking so loud everyone in here could hear you. Bet snapped back before turning toward Chiso. Reikia's got a dungeon now. Even Bet's usual bravado softened when addressing someone 4 levels above him. She nodded. That's right. But don't worry about them using it to expand their forces. Ares dissolved 90% of his army and reorganized it into a new group called the Shield of Reikia. The 4 of them, and several others nearby who were discreetly eavesdropping, stared in shock at what they'd just heard. The very idea that Ares, whose forces had repeatedly tried to invade Orario, had dissolved nearly his entire army, was nothing short of unbelievable. That revelation sent another wave of surprise rippling through the room. Shield of Reikia? So what, there's still his army, right? Bet asked, brow furrowed. Not exactly, she replied smoothly. Unlike before, the Shield of Reikia functions as a self-defense force, focused solely on protecting the nation's borders. She went on to explain how this reform followed a catastrophic event known as the Storm of the Blood Night, which had shaken Reikia to its core. In its aftermath, Ares completely reshaped the nation's policies, vowing to prevent such tragedy from happening again. Without the emergence of the Dark Abyss dungeon nearby, Reikia might have collapsed during those reforms. Hearing about these sweeping changes, nearly everyone within earshot exchanged thoughtful, curious glances. It was difficult to imagine the same war-hungry Reikia they remembered transforming into something so restrained. Just how much had the nation changed during their absence? But among them, Lafia was the first to speak up again. Chisin, you said 90% of the army was reorganized, right? What about the remaining 10%? She nodded calmly. They're called the core battle units, elite divisions tasked with pursuing and eliminating threats outside Reikia's borders. They're similar to Ares' old army, but vastly more specialized. Sounds interesting. So they're strong then? Tioni asked. Pretty much, she replied. Each corps is made up of the best from the Ares familia. There are 10 in total, but I'll tell you about one of the most famous, the Spartan Corps. While she explained the details, Riveria listened closely from a nearby table. Given her people's past with Reikia, she had a vested interest in their current state. She had heard rumors of a peace treaty with the Owl Forest, but no specifics. It frustrated her deeply. She wanted to press for details last night, but the timing hadn't been right. Now, with Chi's conversation providing more hints, Riveria focused on every word, though the picture that formed in her mind was only becoming more complicated. I really do want to go over there and ask for more details, she muttered quietly to herself, her eyes narrowing with thought. Especially about that peace treaty with the Owl Forest, but I can't just leave now to do that, she muttered softly, glancing toward the table in front of her. I'm telling you, Mom, you have to try Jagamarukan. It's the best food here. I know you'll love it. It does sound delicious from your description, Arya replied kindly. But Ace, I do hope you're eating it in moderation. Even half-spirits shouldn't overindulge, dear. Ace, how many do you eat per day? 20, and maybe 10 more if I feel like it. Asterisk size star. This girl. Riveria could only pinch the bridge of her nose as she watched mother and daughter interact. She hadn't planned to join them this morning. She'd wanted to give them more time alone after their reunion last night. But by sheer coincidence, they'd met outside the dining hall at the same time. Arya's warm smile and Ace's hopeful plea made refusal impossible. And so, here she was quietly sharing breakfast with them, mostly listening to their conversation. But as she watched the two interact, something faint and painful stirred in her chest. Sigh. And here I thought I'd made peace with this. For years, Riveria had treated Ace as her own daughter. Seeing the girl open up and show expressions she'd never shared before, smiles that belonged only to her mother, made Riveria's heart ache. Sadness, jealousy, anxiety, they all welled up inside her. Yet she quickly forced them down. Calm yourself, Riveria. These emotions have no place here. While Riveria worked to keep her composure, Aria was still in the midst of giving her daughter a light-hearted but pointed lecture about her alarming Jagamarukan consumption. The spirit's tone was gentle, yet carried that unmistakable motherly authority that no adventurer could withstand. After a few rounds of excuses and half-hearted defenses from Ace, Aria finally sighed and decided to let it go, for now. All right, we'll end this conversation here for now, Aria said, her tone softening. But we'll revisit it later, young lady. Understood. Yes, Mom. Good. Now, could you give me another egg and some bacon? No problem. Although Ace had received a small scolding from her mother about her favorite food, she was perfectly fine with it. After all, they had just reunited and were now making new memories together. Simple moments like this that Ace had longed for. Granted, she was already planning her counterargument for later, fully intending to defend her Jagamarukan diet with all her might. After all, in her mind, there was absolutely nothing wrong with it. As Ace happily walked off to fetch her mother's food, Aria turned her attention toward Riveria, a gentle smile forming on her lips. Riveria-san, there's something I need to talk to you about. Is it something regarding Ace? Riveria asked, tilting her head slightly in curiosity. Pretty much, Aria replied with a small nod before taking a sip of her iced tea. Before we went to bed last night, she asked, no, begged, me to stay here from now on. Oh, did you agree to it? Riveria asked, arching a brow. If Aria had indeed chosen to stay, the Loki familia would need to make preparations, especially since it was clear that her health wasn't the best, given the wheelchair. I gave her a roundabout answer, Aria said with a wry smile. Told her I'd give my reply in the morning. But in truth, I'd already made my decision. Seeing that knowing smile, Riveria immediately understood where this was going. I see. Then your answer is, yes. Aria nodded softly, her expression calm yet firm. Like I told Bell when he asked the same thing before we arrived here. My answer is that I'll stay with Dragontail. Hearing those words, Riveria's face grew complicated. She could already imagine how saddened Ace would be by her mother's decision. May I ask for your reason? The High Elf asked gently, trying to understand more about Aria's choice. Of course, Aria began softly, her voice calm yet filled with warmth. One of my reasons is quite simple. Much like how Ace has grown attached to this city, I too have grown attached to what I now proudly call my home. Her gaze softened as she recalled the memories. Though I spent most of my early years bedridden during recovery, I was still able to witness the hard-working men and women rebuilding the city from the ground up. Thanks to their efforts, and a bit of help here and there, I eventually found myself forming deep bonds with many of them. Riveria listened attentively, seeing how Aria's expression subtly brightened as she reminisced. The faint glimmer in her eyes spoke volumes about how genuine her affection for Dragontail had become. Now, Aria continued, her tone turning slightly more serious. For a more technical reason, my health. She lightly tapped the armrest of her wheelchair. As you can see, it's not exactly ideal. It's only thanks to Airmid's dedication that I've made it this far, but my treatment is far from complete. My body is vastly different from that of a regular person, and since there's almost no medical literature about treating someone like me, Airmid had to start from scratch. Years of research, experimentation, and development of custom medicine and even specialized equipment, all to keep me stable. She smiled gently as she spoke, not with self-pity, but quiet gratitude. Because of all that effort, Dragontail City is probably the only place in the world right now with the means to properly treat a spirit's body. Granted, I'm the only patient for now, she added with a soft chuckle. But I think you understand my point. Unless you'd like to hear the rest of my reasons as well. Riveria immediately shook her head and replied with a small smile. No, that's quite all right. I understand your point perfectly. As Aria calmly sipped her tea, Riveria thought to herself, it's just as I suspected about her health. Even if we somehow convinced her to stay, we'd have to gather all the medical equipment and medicine created for her. That alone would be nearly impossible, and expensive beyond measure. And then there's Airmid, her only doctor and, effectively, the queen of an entire nation. It's unfeasible for her to travel here regularly for Aria's checkups. Seeing no flaws in Aria's reasoning, Riveria could only let out a quiet sigh and offer a sympathetic smile. Ace will be greatly saddened by this, she murmured, especially after finally reuniting with you after so long. I know, Audio admitted, her tone laced with melancholy. But it cannot be helped. After a brief pause, Riveria thoughtfully suggested, then, why not bring her into the Astria Familia? I'm sure even Loki herself would approve if it meant Ace's happiness. It was a bittersweet suggestion, one that carried a heavy weight, because it meant Ace would have to leave behind everything she'd built with the Loki Familia. But if it was for her daughter's happiness, Riveria was ready to support it. To her surprise, however, Arya gently shook her head. I already thought of that last night, she admitted. But after hearing how fondly she spoke of her familia, I realized something. This, she gestured faintly toward the city beyond the window, is her home now. And as her mother, I don't want to take that away from her out of selfishness. Her eyes softened, and she looked down at her nearly empty glass, seeing her reflection ripple on the surface of her iced tea. Then, looking back at Riveria, she smiled, one that was serene yet full of quiet strength. Riveria was momentarily taken aback by her conviction before softly asking, "Are you sure about this?" In response, Arya showed that same gentle smile Riveria was beginning to grow accustomed to, soft, serene, and effortlessly disarming. "Of course I am," she said warmly. "From what I've seen of all of you, I can tell how deeply you care for her, especially you, Riveria-san." Arya emphasized the last part ever so slightly, her smile deepening into something more tender, one that left no doubt she knew just how much the High Elf regarded Ace as her own daughter. Riveria blinked, her composure faltering as a faint blush crept onto her cheeks. "Well, I wouldn't say." Before she could even finish her deflection, Arya smoothly continued, a playful glint flickering in her eyes. "That's why," she said, "I'll be needing your help convincing her. I have a strong feeling she's inherited both her father's and my stubbornness combined. So, I'll need some backup, and I can't think of anyone better suited than you." The spirit scratched her cheek with an embarrassed smile, though her tone quickly shifted into one of quiet confidence. Riveria let the words sink in before exhaling softly and nodding with a small, knowing smile. "Understand. I'll do what I can to help you convince Ace." "Thank you," Arya said sincerely, her expression glowing with gratitude. Then, in a noticeably lighter tone, she added, "Now, then, with that out of the way, shall we move to a different topic?" "A different topic?" Riveria echoed curiously, tilting her head ever so slightly. "MHM." Arya nodded, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. "I actually want to talk about my daughter's younger years. Ace told me a few things last night and this morning, but there were a number of mundane topics she conveniently avoided. Naturally, I'm curious." She clapped her hands together with a cheerful smile. "Ah, I see," Riveria replied, regaining her composure. A confident smile returned to her face as she said, "Then that's no problem. You can ask me anything. After all, I was one of the people who took care of her the most." "Oh, perfect," Arya beamed. "Then, one of the things I'd like to ask about is her swimming training." "Ah," Riveria froze. Her confident smile turned to stone. Arya, however, continued innocently. "You see, last night, Ace mentioned her training regimen, and while I found most of it admirable, I couldn't help but be a little concerned about some of her methods. Still, what's done is done, and I can't exactly scold her for surviving it all. But when I asked her about swimming training, since I assumed it must have been part of her overall training, she suddenly made this traumatized expression." Arya tilted her head slightly, eyes glinting with curiosity. "No matter how many times I asked, she refused to talk about it. So, if it's all right, may I know what happened?" Her tone was polite and innocent, but her inquisitive gaze shone like a spotlight, leaving Riveria utterly cornered. About that," Riveria stammered, her once steady composure crumbling by the second. She quickly looked away, pretending to find the nearest teacup extremely fascinating. Meanwhile, Arya's curious stare only grew larger. Riveria's thoughts screamed in silent despair. "Shoot, I dug myself into this one, haven't I?" And indeed, she had. Thus, she could only quietly hope that someone, anyone, would intervene in time, or else she would end up in an even more awkward position than she already was in. Outside of Hearth Mansion. Front doors. Can you believe it? He actually had the nerve to ask for compensation over a marriage fee with me. That shameless, money-grubbing bastard of a god. Airmid roared, her voice carrying through the morning air as her clenched fist trembled with pure indignation. Her face was the very definition of controlled fury, if controlled meant barely. Now, calm down, Airmid. You shouldn't strain yourself with that kind of negative energy." Astria gently interjected, placing a hand on the healer's shoulder in an attempt to soothe the raging storm. "Oomph. If it weren't for our schedule, I'd have kept pounding that smug face for another hour." Airmid barked, still brimming with unspent anger. Wait. How long were you beating him up?" Astria asked, her expression shifting to mild alarm mixed with disbelief. At this point, it was already 10:38 a.m., and both the Astria and Hestia familia stood outside the Hearth Mansion. Airmid had just returned. Though judging by her aura of barely contained fury, it was obvious that her meeting with her former god hadn't exactly been a peaceful reunion. Aside from that fiery detail, however, everything was going smoothly. The Astria familia was preparing to leave and retrieve the remaining members who had stayed overnight at the Loki familia before heading back to Dragontail City. Looks like I won't get the chance to say goodbye to Lily-san and Goddess Hestia. Belle sighed, glancing at the mansion's closed doors with a faintly disappointed smile. Ah, just give them time, Wolf replied, scratching the back of his head with a relaxed grin. I'm sure those two will come around the next time we meet. Behind those closed doors stood said two individuals, Lily and Hestia, both frozen in hesitation, their faces a mix of guilt, confusion, and longing. They clearly had words left unsaid, but neither could find the courage to step outside. Welf, Makoto, and Haraheim all knew the two were just on the other side. They tried helping earlier, but eventually realized that nothing they said would get the pair moving. All they could do now was wait and hope. Hopefully, they'll pull themselves together soon, each of them silently thought. You're right, Belle admitted softly. It's a shame, but it can't be helped. Anyway, thanks again for doing me this favor. He turned to the left where Aloan and Emily stood. All right, you two, just like we discussed during breakfast, stay here temporarily until we finalize everything with the sub-base setup and personnel. Until then, stay safe and out of trouble. Understood, Captain. /yes, sir. Both answered enthusiastically, their bright smiles reflecting their trust and excitement. Especially Emily's, whose eyes were practically sparkling at the thought of exploring the legendary city she'd only heard about in stories. During breakfast, Belle had explained his request to Hestia and her group. He wanted Aloan and Emily to stay at the Hearth Mansion until preparations for the new Familia sub-base in Orario were complete. It was both a security measure and a matter of trust. He wanted his members somewhere safe, and he trusted Hestia's Familia completely. At first, Hestia had been hesitant, even with Belle promising compensation. It was only after Welf and Makoto reassured her that she reluctantly agreed. Welf even tried to refuse the compensation altogether, claiming it was just a favor between friends. But Belle insisted, explaining that since they were now members of different familias, formal courtesy had to be observed. That debate went on for quite a while before Welf finally gave in. Belle then turned back to his old comrades, his expression softening. First up was Welf. It's a shame, you know, Welf said, crossing his arms with a rueful grin. With your new status, it's going to be tough to hang out like we used to. Don't worry, Belle replied with a confident smirk. I've got a few methods up my sleeve. It'll be tricky outside my country, but inside? No problem. Then I guess our next hangout's going to be at your place. Welf laughed, holding out his arm for a handshake. Either way, Belle, let's meet again soon. Belle gripped his hand firmly, smiling with brotherly warmth. Of course. Next, he turned to Makoto, who bowed her head slightly. My apologies, Beldano. Although you returned, I barely had a chance to speak with you, she said, visibly disappointed in herself. Belle waved it off casually. Don't worry about it, Makoto-san. Things were hectic. Once everything settles down, we'll have time to talk properly. Her expression softened, though her eyes quickly sharpened with a spark of determination. Then may I ask a favor? She asked hesitantly. A favor. Belle tilted his head, intrigued. Yes, when we meet again, may I have the honor of a light spar with you? She requested earnestly. Welf and Haraheim froze, eyes wide. A spar? With Belle. Belle blinked, then smiled warmly. All right, sure. I'll arrange it. Look forward to it, Makoto-san. Her face lit up with joy as she bowed deeply. Thank you, Beldano. The two exchanged a brief, respectful hug before Belle turned to the last person, Haraheim. Belle-sama, may you have a safe journey ahead, she said with a soft, sorrowful smile, bowing deeply. Thank you, Haraheim-san. We'll meet again soon, Belle replied kindly, placing a hand on her shoulder. Belle-sama. Whoa! Before he could even blink, Haraheim launched herself forward, wrapping her arms tightly around his neck. The two froze in what could only be described as a lover's embrace, leaving everyone around them speechless. Belle sighed, but smiled gently, patting her head as she clung to him. Behind him, Astria and Airmid exchanged looks, the kind that only wives could share when their husband was being tackled by another woman. Several long seconds passed before Haraheim finally let go, stepping back and bowing deeply again. My apologies for that sudden outburst, Belle-sama. It's all right, Belle replied reassuringly, smiling. But as Haraheim looked up, her eyes locked with Astria's and Airmid's. That resolute gaze said it all. I'm not giving up. The two goddesses sighed in perfect unison. Well, at least she sees him as a person, not a prize, Ermid murmured, arms crossed. Honestly, I was expecting this, Astria replied with a weary smile before leaning closer to whisper. So, she's not going on the list, right? After a moment of thought, Ermid nodded. Yeah, she's not chasing fame, fortune, or his body, so she gets a pass. But that doesn't mean we'll let her have him. Fufu agreed. Astria chuckled, eyes glinting. With their goodbyes done, Belle, Ermid, and Astria, the latter being Princess carried, of course, made their way toward the gates. Belle turned back one last time, waving with a bright grin. The next time we meet, I'll make sure to introduce my children to you all. Then, with a burst of speed, the trio vanished down a nearby alleyway, leaving the onlookers blinking in stunned silence. The word came out collectively from the Hestia familia. Even Hestia and Lily, who had just cracked open the doors, froze like statues. In perfect unison, everyone slowly turned toward Aloan and Emily, who suddenly found themselves the center of very intense attention. Both froze. Emily's smile twitched as she awkwardly scratched her cheek. Ah, yeah, she said with a nervous laugh. Guess he forgot to mention that part, huh? But, yeah, the captain does have twin daughters. Yeah. And thus, a new day began for the city that had returned. Author note, we finally finished with this part of the story. Now we can start doing some world building and moving things around for the story with new characters and a bunch haha. Still planning on continuing to update this story for at least 2 times before I start updating my other stories. Hoping my writing has improved a lot since I started haha. By the way, quick question to you guys. Do you guys want long chapters like this one? Or short chapters? Since by now, I'm sure you guys recognize how I separate different sections of the story when it's a flashback or it's at another place/group. Something like this. With this, I'm usually already finished with this section in like 2 weeks. Seriously depends on several factors, haha. I feel like I can pump out more chapters like this, while also improving the flow of the story. But what do you guys think? Welp, that's all for now. Hopefully I can finish the next chapter soon. See ya.